morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Okay. Apologies in advance. If you guys thought I didn't know where I was yesterday, I definitely don't know where I am today. So, think I'm in San Francisco, I think it's Wednesday, July 17, 2024. But Marcus, this all-star coaching schedule is no joke. It's no joke, but it's also over. As the great Dandy Don Meredith once sang, I turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Do you remember those days? You're too young for that, aren't you? Dandy Don Meredith, the guy on Monday Night Football. Do you ever hear about that?
I get the reference. I didn't hear it live in person when they were still doing it, but I know the reference.
Great tradition. So Dandy Don Meredith was a quarterback for the Cowboys in the 60s, and then he became a Monday Night Football popular analyst. He was funny. He was like a loose dude. He was like Howard Cosell was the super pompous New York guy trying to use all his fancy words, and Dandy Don was just the Texas good old boy. And he had a tradition that whenever he thought a game was kind of clinched, like a pick or a fumble or a third down incompletion or something late, he would just sing, I think it was Willie Nelson, turn out the lights, the party's over. Anyway, I was laughing about that on the way home. So, the lights are out. Great run. Congrats to Napa American. On they go to NorCal's. And now I'm back among the living. How are you?
Well, Murph, I'll say congrats to Napa for getting the win last night, but also congrats to you for making it this far. You talking about you're turning off the lights, the party's over. You're still out here partying in the middle of July. You were still at Bud's the other night at midnight sneaking the kids in the back door to get into the bar.
That's a good point.
So the fact that you made it this far, of course, now the road is over. You're not going to Williamsport, but I want to say I'll give you a round of applause in the Mill Valley All-Stars for putting together one hell of a summer.
You know what? I got a tear in the eye, buddy. Tear in the eye. And while we're doing this, before we get into Logan Webb and Brandon Aiyuk and all that stuff, this is now twice now. Oh, how many times have I been to? 2 different times where we've been to sections where you form a relationship with. You spend a whole week in a place, and you get to the park early, and you get to know the tournament director and the groundskeepers and the concession stand workers and the PA people, and it's all the people. And 5 years ago it was the people of Vacaville. 5 years later, it's the people of Dixon. And I got to say, Casey Willard and my people from Dixon, man. If everybody goes to my social media, Facebook or Instagram, you can see that crew. That crew was thick. That crew was tight. That crew was awesome. They had our backs. They hung around late afterward to take a picture. They're KNBR listeners.
Hell yeah.
So God bless the good people. The 2 Daves. I think we had a Doug and Casey and Casey's wife and kid and just the whole scene. Casey works at Cache Creek. And Casey does he's a chef there. He brought me the olive oil and balsamic vinegar late night after the tears were drying. He goes, hey, man, I got something for you. And so I got some balsamic and olive oil. And anyway, just Dixon is a beautiful little slice of Americana right there in the middle of you're driving, most people are driving to Tahoe, and they drive past Fairfield, and they drive past Vacaville, and they drive past Davis, and they go through Sacramento, and next thing you know, you've passed Dixon. And it's this little, they told me, come back for the Mayfair. I said, you might see me.
Yeah.
You might see me.
You're going to be a Dixon guy now. But, think about that. How cool is that those 12-year-old kids are going to have memories of playing all-star baseball in Dixon?
I told them that. I said, you guys don't know this. I said, half the stuff I tell you guys won't remember. I said, but first of all, you're going to remember this forever. And second of all, you guys are going to be, most of you will be friends forever. Yeah. When I go on those boys trips all the time to Giants games, half those guys are my Little League teammates. Yeah. I said, and third of all, you guys will always remember this little town of Dixon because you guys strung together, you played 5 incredibly dramatic games, 3 elimination games, and we're one of the last 2 teams standing. And it's just fate and circumstance. And quite frankly, sometimes in life, you're going to get boned.
Yeah, as simple as that, as we know.
Oh, wait, young Tony, you got it?
As we know.
There's just times in life now you're going to get boned.
Yeah. So no excuses, no whining, no complaining, but sometimes fate and circumstance plays a role. So anyway, what happens is, we get to the parking lot after just, drying up the tears and taking the picture with Casey and the Dixon crew and getting my olive oil and balsamic from the crew. And it's like, I don't even know which way is up. And Rory does pull out his phone and says, Dad, the news got even worse. I go, what? He goes, the National League lost the All-Star game.
The news got even worse. Not only did Mill Valley take an L, so did the National League.
By the way, very close game, 3-3 in the 6th inning.
Sounds like the All-Star game last night.
So what did I miss?
You missed a lot of Paul Skeens starting off the game with a great inning against the top of that American League lineup. You miss Mason Miller from the Oakland A's, absolutely mowing guys down, striking out Shohei Ohtani with the slider.
Ooh.
And you miss Logan Webb's 31-pitch third inning and Elliot Ramos 0-for-1 performance with a strikeout.
Damn.
Yeah.
So Webby had a tough one?
Yeah, Webby did not have the All-Star game that I think he hoped that he would have, that I think we hoped that we would have. But credit to Dwayne Kuiper, who came on the show yesterday and said, I got to warn you, Logan Webb struggles historically in the first inning compared to the rest of the innings he does pitch. It takes him a while to get settled in. And yesterday, he was a little wild in the strike zone. Next thing you know, Juan Soto hit a double up the middle, 2 RBIs. David Fry keeps the party going with an RBI knock. Did end the day with a nice strikeout of Jose Ramirez pulling the string on a nice changeup. But yeah, 3 earned runs, 31 pitches for Logan Webb in his All-Star debut.
So the first thing comes to mind is Giants pitchers in the All-Star game. Do you know about this tradition?
Ooh.
Dude, yeah, I got to teach the old heads, man. The Giants All-Star game pitching tradition, not good. Not good. And now, I'm not talking about Juan Marichal. That goes way back. I'm talking about, okay, I wrote them down here. Starting 1983, are you familiar? Atlee Hammaker gave up a grand slam to Fred Lynn, the first grand slam in All-Star game history.
Okay, now somebody hit me on Twitter last night with the Hamburger curse, and I was like, what are you talking about?
So there you go.
Okay, here it
you
is.
go.
Here it is.
So for a certain generation, that was a tough one because it was a big deal to have so rarely we used to get like one Giant in the game and then he would like either not play or barely play at all. So for Atlee Hammaker to be kind of featured in 1983, he was like leading the NL and ERA. We're like, that's our guy. And then Fred Lynn hit a granny off him at Old Comiskey Park. Then 5 years later, in the All-Star game in which President Ronald Reagan was in the booth. Dude, active president in the booth. And he was broadcasting the first inning because he's an old baseball broadcaster, Reagan. He had done the recreations where they would clank the bats together and then he would do the crowd noise and all that stuff.
Really?
Anyway, yeah, he's a baseball broadcaster.
Did not know that.
Shout out baseball, bro. Yeah, we got all sorts of stuff today. So he's in the booth and Rick Russell is starting the All-Star game. Do we have the starter? It was so exciting. And Bo Jackson hit a frickin', I think it's still going, a mammoth home run off him in front of Reagan and everybody. So that was great shame. Bo Jackson taking Rick Russell deep. It goes on. 1990, Jeff Brantley, Giants reliever, got the loss. 1993, John Burkett, Giants pitcher, got the loss. Sean Estes had a really rough outing in his All-Star game.
We've talked to Sean about that a couple
Rob
times.
Nen had a bad one. And then to copper on all, 2008, Tim Lincecum didn't even make it to the yard. Wow. Remember that?
Wow.
Remember that?
Wow.
That was incredible. We're like, Jesus no-showed. I think they said he had the Irish flu.
Ooh.
The Irish flu.
808 KNBR.
So-
The Giants need to stop sending pitchers to the All-Star game.
So Logan Webb, you're in good company.
Yeah, way to join the tradition of Giants pitchers failing in the
There have
All-Star
been
game.
some. As somebody 720 text in says Matt Cain got the win in 2012. There have been a couple good. They were good during their run. Johnny Cueto also gave up 2 bombs in 2016.
Yeah, I feel like Camilo had a decent outing last year, right? When he made it as a reliever.
Did he? Yeah. So anyway, there you go. Well, how was the rest of it? How was the anthem?
The anthem was better than yesterday. I can tell you that for sure.
By the way,
Honestly.
did you see that lady is announced she's going to rehab?
Yeah.
But this whole thing was probably a orchestrated publicity stunt.
I mean, now I know who she is. I didn't know who she
Can't wait
was
for-
2
dude,
days ago.
Are you ready for Ingrid Andress, the comeback?
A comeback tour. Is she going to be at the All-Star game next year for a big redemption tour?
Dude, there's nothing
Gonna
like
give her a second
nothing
opportunity.
Like a comeback tour, man. They'll be selling tickets. People are going nuts. I read John Shea's report from the game. He said there was a big old like cowboy theme that they were roping and stuff, and brought in Beltray on a stagecoach.
Well, I
Is
was
that
going to
right?
say, actually, one of my favorite parts was the cold open where they had all the players, including Elliot Ramos, like on a mechanical bull with the cowboy hat on, set to the song Rhinestone Cowboy.
Oh, get out of here!
Swear, there he was,
That's your
Glenn
tune.
Campbell. And I was singing. I felt good going into that game.
Yeah, you did.
Like a rhinestone
Did they go with
cowboy.
they went with the Campbell rendition? The
Yeah,
original?
you got to go Glenn Campbell.
And who was on the horse?
Elliot Ramos was on the horse. I did a screenshot. It's on my Twitter account. I'll show it
I'd
to you
love to
during
see
the
it.
break.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani, Carlos Correa was on the bull. They all got on the mechanical
So I'm
bull.
surprised they didn't go with some modern. They went to the classic.
Yeah, they went mechanical bull with the cowboy hat on. Get them all up there. It looked like a good time. It was a good cold open.
That's pretty fun, man. And so Ramos got up.
Ramos came in, I want to say, 7th inning defensively, had an at bat in the 8th inning, strikes out, high fastball against Kirby Yates, It was interesting because our guy, Bruce Bochy, who I want to give a shout-out for getting the win last night.
Another thing on his resume?
Yeah, he pulled all of his starters after 2 at-bats. Torey Lovella, our guy, turned up Torey, took his guys into 3 at-bat territory. So Elliot Ramos didn't really get an opportunity until later in the game to even get some
Red
action.
Ohtani got 3 at-bats, and Mason Miller got him on the 3rd at-bat,
He
right?
did, yeah, sitting down. But shout out Ohtani, hit a moonshot. It seems like this guy just steps up in big situations.
Add that to his resume.
Yeah, that's Shohei Ohtani. That's all-star Ohtani.
All right, so did you enjoy it overall?
Yeah, overall, I thought it was a good game.
Except for the uniforms?
Yeah, the uniforms were awful. The American League uniforms are some of the worst uniforms I've ever seen in my life. Not saying the National League uniforms were much better.
UPS drivers? Is that what
I mean,
heard?
they were bad. They were like tan, beige. It was ugly.
Bring back the freaking jerseys. I need to see Mason Miller in an A's jersey. I need to see Soto and a Judge in a Yankee uni. Come on, man. What are we doing here? Who's going to buy that? If you see somebody walking around with a National League or American League jersey, you just got to give them the double thumbs down.
Yeah, I'll just laugh at you.
On the concourse, if you see, just give them, hey, dude, double thumbs down to your jersey. Yeah. That's what I would say right there.
I wish I had 2 more hands so I can give that jersey 4 thumbs down.
All right, we got all that, and Brandon Aiyuk wants out of town. Come on, bro. Here we go again. Talk about an orchestrated publicity stunt like Ingrid Andress, Brandon Aiyuk. All right, we'll set the table here on Wednesday, July 17th. I don't know which way is up. I'm freaking exhausted. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
KNBR's own 49er insider Matt Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to give his reaction to Brandon Aiyuk officially requesting a trade from the 49ers. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Webb delivers. Simeon sends one into right field. That's going to get down and in for a hit. That is ball 4. Kwan will take his base. Down to second base goes Simeon. Here's the Yankees' Juan Soto. First pitch. He sends this one up the middle. It's going to get through. Into center field. It will score Simeon. It will score Kwan. Soto digs for second. He's in there with a double. Full count pitch. Swing, and that one is into left field. It's a good one. Going to get down. Fielded by the left fielder. Profar. His throw home is not in time, and we are tied 3-3 as Soto beats it without a slide. Pinch hit RBI single for David Fry of the Guardians, and we're knotted up at 3 as he hit it into left field on one hop. Elliot Ramos swing and a miss, and he's pounding the strike zone. Kirby Yates. Next one to Ramos, and he pulls that foul. On the 1-2, swing and a miss. 94, Kirby Yates.
Man, I'll take that rejoin all day. Glenn Campbell, all frickin' day. Sounds of the Midsummer Classic. You heard some Giants in there. You heard some Webb. You heard some Ramos. And guess what? National League did not do it. No highlights for the Giants. Nothing outstanding. Hey, if you're an A's fan, Mason Miller looked good, though, right?
Dude, Mason Miller might have stole the show. The way he came up, mowed guys down, 1, 2, 3, 2 strikeouts in a night, and sitting down Shohei Ohtani, not even with the 103, 104 Ched, but the back foot slider. It was a beautiful outing for my guy, Mason Miller.
Are they going to trade him?
Yeah, probably, most likely. He'll probably be off the roster in a couple weeks. That's just what the A's do. That's how they do their business.
Who gets him?
Oh, that's the big question.
Is it going to be a competition between trading Doval and trading Mason Miller?
And right now, I'd say Mason Miller's trade value is higher than Camilo Doval's.
Like significant.
Without a question.
Right?
With Camilo Doval coming off his all-star performance last year, Mason Miller's one of the stories of the season.
So here's my thing. If the Giants trade, or pardon me, if the A's are trading Mason Miller to quote unquote, like, I don't know, go young or rebuild, isn't that exactly what they're doing right now?
Yes.
Like what? Wait a minute. How can you like go young and rebuild in the middle of a go young and rebuild? Keep the guy. You know what I mean? You're going to be in Sacramento this year. You know, they're having a better. What was their over under this year? That's right. We're talking A's baseball. We're talking A's baseball.
Oh, man.
What was their over under this year? Because they're going to hit it, right?
I would have guessed like 40-something games.
I think it couldn't have been that low, bro. That's like 120 losses.
I mean, they were on pace for it last year almost.
Hey, young Tony, look that up for me. What was the A's Vegas over under?
I would have guessed 47.
55 or 56. They're at 37 wins. They got that over, right? They got the over.
You would think.
Oh gosh, you think they're not going to get to 55?
No, they should be able to get there. They're not as bad as most people thought they would be, and they spent a little bit of money. I mean, they bring in J.D. Davis over the offseason, but then he got cut. He's not even on the team anymore. What am I talking about?
You know who's actually, first of all, they're only 5 back of the Angels in the West, and the White Sox are significantly worse than them.
Oh, because the White Sox are trying to steal their strategy and tank so badly that they get to move out of the south side of Chicago.
You know who else? Miami. Dude. Miami and Colorado have worse records than the A's.
Wow, the swinging A's.
There's 3 teams worse than the A's.
The swinging A's.
Marlins, Rockies, and White Sox. So shout out the A's for being the 4th worst team in baseball. Got to give it up for them.
Congrats, A's.
The Giants.
Enjoy Mason Miller while you can.
They're only 10 games behind the Giants, I think. 60, 60,
games.
They may have a shot at it.
At least the Giants have a better record than somebody.
Yeah, seriously. That's I mentioned those teams like the Rockies and the Marlins. That's kind of the only teams the Giants are ahead of, too.
Yeah,
So anyway, fun stuff, man. So another thing while I'm up in Dixon doing my thing, and Dixon Little League, and you will forever be part of my heart, is that I turn around and Brandon Aiyuk wants out. That's what they said. This happened like right after our show yesterday, didn't it?
Surprise, surprise. Yeah, literally 10:02, 2 minutes after we wrapped up the show, breaking news, Brandon Aiyuk has requested a trade out of San Francisco.
And then how fast did Adam Schefter and the 49ers say, you're not getting a trade?
Yeah, about 3 minutes later. By 10:05, I think they shut it down.
This dance we do, this freaking dance we do, we're going to scrub our Insta, right? We're going to scrub our Insta. We got to do a few Instagram Lives. Where we talk to Jaden Daniels, and then we got to have our lady film it. We got to have that one in the middle where we say we're blessed and everything's good. Then you got to have the one where you're driving like you're going to go like Dirty. Was it what's the movie? The Great Escape, where he's going to drive through the gate. Remember that? Open up the blanking gate.
Yeah,
he's going to just blast through the gates like Speed or something.
Brandon Aiyuk was gone in 60 seconds.
Sorry, Fast and the Furious.
Yeah.
So all that happens, and here we are now. Now we're at the part where you request the trade, which is what Deebo Samuel did 2 years ago, right? Anybody taking this seriously?
No, not really.
I mean,
be honest with you.
Just for devil's advocate, Sports Talk Radio, maybe we should take it seriously that he's going to hold out and not report to camp, and then he's going to have it's going to affect the Niners' year this year.
I guess that's the only way to really look at it, is this is Brandon Aiyuk kind of trying to cement his feet where he stands, saying, look, I'm not budging. Now we're getting to the point where I'm requesting a trade. But to your point, we've gone through this song and dance with Deebo Samuel. We've gone through this song and dance, it feels like 1,000 times with this 49ers roster. These guys who get into these bidding wars, get into these negotiation tactics. I mean, this is literally out of the wide receiver diva playbook of how you negotiate a new contract.
So, and the history shows the Niners get their guys usually right around the start of training camp, which is next week. And so that start like picking up your radar. Because, again, the trade request comes the week before they usually get it. The only guy who didn't follow that playbook was Nick Bosa. And, was he at his best last year? I saw on the edge rushers, that poll we were talking about, that ESPN poll of league coaches, execs, and scouts and all that. He was I think he was the 6th best edge rusher.
Ooh, I think he was ranked 4th.
Was it 4th?
I think it was Myles Garrett,
That's right, 4th.
TJ Watt, Michael Parsons,
right,
Nick Bosa, and Max Crosby were the top 5 edge rushers in the NFL, according to that executive list.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I said 6. He was 4. But the point is that he wasn't at his best. And he said, didn't he admit?
Oh, he admitted that the first 5 games of the season, he didn't have a full gas tank.
Yeah.
And that goes back to holding out over the summer. So it's something that affected him for a guy that was coming off a season where he was considered the best pass rusher in football. And we saw that kind of take its effect throughout the entire season. Hell, I don't want to bring it up, but even in the Super Bowl when he, had that wrong read and didn't make that play in the backfield, not putting it all on Bosa, it's his responsibility. But I don't think Nick Bosa will tell you that last season was a year that he wanted to have.
Man, oh man. So we got that going. And by the way, Ricky Pearsall. What?
Yeah, what's up with Ricky?
Does anybody have any information on that? I mean, again, I was in Dixon all night. I'm sorry.
So they placed him on the non-football injury list.
Yeah, that's very vague.
That is very vague.
I'm on the non-football injury list right now.
Yeah, exactly.
I am.
Isn't everybody on that list?
I'm right next to Pearsall on that list. And what's mine's like mine's like.
Oh, where do you want to start?
Exhaustion. But anyway, exhaustion, age, lack of memory. But yeah, so I'd love to know what's going on here.
We need to know what's going on, and we got some great guests coming on later. David Lombardi, not to spoil our guest list when we talk to Young Tony in a few minutes, but it is something to keep an eye on since when he did show up to the voluntary OTAs, he was in the blue jersey the entire practice, not in your traditional red jersey with the 49ers.
Okay, we're going to have to get to the bottom of that one, man. I don't need to hear that because, again, they drafted Pearsall and Jacob Cowing as sort of like backup/threats to Deebo and Aiyuk, saying, oh, really? You want somebody? We got somebody who's going to replace you, but not if you can't get on the field. It's perfect. You mentioned Young Tony, a perfect time to say good morning to Young Tony Farias. Good morning, Young Tone. How are you?
How are you guys?
Career low on the golf course yesterday, too?
No. Okay. I just went home and kind of relaxed.
You just went over it hole by hole in your mind.
Yes.
You know the great golfers have, like, insane recall.
We're talking like what, like how baseball players will know like exact like counts and situations.
Do baseball players have that?
I think if you ask like Mike Krukow, like would you throw to that one guy and that won a bet, he can still kind of go through it and give it to you break by breakdown.
I think they're good, not like golfers. You can say, you can go wake up Jack Nicklaus right now down in Palm Gardens, Florida, or whatever, and say, hey, Jack, Baltusrol, PGA, 16, how was your lie? He'd be like, there were 2 pine needles to the left of it. There was a rock to the right. Angela and I talked it out. We decided to hit the hooded wedge. I said, I got curled it up to about 15 feet, had a left to right breaker. It's like crazy, dude, crazy.
But don't they also talk about not overthinking it in golf?
Oh, God, no.
Sounds like you're overthinking it a
No,
little
you
bit.
ever hear those boom mics on those caddies and those players? That's been one of the great inventions in sports TV recently, is the boom mic on the caddy and the player. Jordan Spieth's conversations with his caddies. Phil Mickelson's. Oh, just the science going down is insane. So, young Tony, did you go through each shot like that?
No, it's so true. Like, even after the round, golfers would be like, yeah, my shot on 13, I had a 12-foot putt, left to right. You know, I hit it a little too hard, and then it just didn't break.
Yeah,
and it's unbelievable. I'm like, where was I on 13? You know, I thought I had a 5. I ended up having a par. Like, you don't even remember.
You don't remember your score. How did young Tony digest the All-Star game?
It was good. I hated the jerseys, not going to lie. And even pregame, I was talking to Marcus before the show. Pregame, they were wearing their regular Giants jerseys. So
Why?
For pictures. So why don't we just keep those jerseys on?
Marketing.
It's all about the money.
Cash
Money. I like money, too. I enjoy money. I'll see you at River Islands. We'll get some Amichis. And if you need a loan, we'll go to see guys from Providence.
Yeah, we'll meet you at the boathouse.
All right, so all that stuff is I like money. But I also like, to a certain point, you know what I mean? There's a certain point where when the Amichis guy says to me, hey, can you wear this jersey? I'll be like, nah, I'm not going to wear that jersey. So, I mean, listen, actually, that's not true. If Amichis told me to wear a jersey,
Yeah,
I
you're
would wear
probably
the
wearing that jersey.
So, but my question is, who's buying these things?
Exactly. That's a big question.
Well, there's like 7 billion people on the planet, so somebody's going to buy it.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody bought it down in Arlington yesterday. But again, if you want to rep your team, why are you wearing these like adult softball league jerseys?
I tell you what, when you go back to the yard where you always go, you're going to see some National League Webb jerseys, some National League Ramos jerseys.
After those performances, I'm not sure if you
I don't
want
know.
those jerseys.
I think that some kids just like to have that wardrobe going.
I guess, yeah, just for swag, just for kicks.
Was it Turtle in Entourage? Didn't he have like wasn't he shoe guy?
Yeah, people have shoes, people wear jerseys. It's something we brought up the other day. I don't know if I brought this to on air or not. I was at the Giants game, and I saw a custom City Connect jersey for Willie Mays.
Okay.
Now, that kind of threw me through a loop. It's like, what are we doing with the Willie Mays City Connect jersey?
Yeah.
I get it. It's the younger generation. They like the jersey. They want to honor Willie Mays, but shouldn't you get a jersey that he actually wore?
Yeah. Well, that's what we do now. We do our various, marketing ploys. A Mays City Connect.
Yeah, dude, I was shocked. I was like, a Willie Mays City
Or
Connect uniform.
Maybe it was for the day Ramos wore it.
Maybe.
But they weren't wearing City Connect.
that was on a Monday night.
All right,
Yeah.
guest list on a Wednesday, July 17, 2024. 7 plus 17 is 24. How about that?
Wow.
That's a good one. What do you got, buddy?
All righty, coming up at 7:30, Mike Krukow is going to stop by the show. We'll get his take on the All-Star game and those beautiful uniforms.
Yeah.
I don't
Beautiful
think he would describe it as beautiful.
No.
We've got beautiful baseball, not beautiful uniforms.
Mike was in the All-Star game and he wore his Giants uniform. He wore his
wow,
Giants
is that
jersey.
right?
Yeah, 1986. Yeah.
The classics. We got the big hit at 7:50, cooler content at 8:15, and then a special hit from Ned Colletti at 8:50. Always love talking to Ned Colletti. We'll get his take on the baseball as well. And then we got the Lombardi Power Hour in the 9 a.m. hour. David Lombardi at 9:15, and then Michael Lombardi at 9:30.
Nice.
And then maybe that'll all lead to a Lombardi trophy.
Ooh, I want to party with Lombardi.
All right. Webb and Ramos, how'd they do in the All-Star game? Next on the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I'm coming back here at home on Sunday. I had a message from an old coach, and I just realized that I was actually going to the All-Star game, and I couldn't stop crying. It was insane. It's really good experience, really good news for sure for me and my family. And one of them texted me, and it's like it just hit me because I know what my family have been through, like how much I have to work for, like to get here. You know what I mean? To play baseball my whole life.
Yeah, man, Elliot Ramos, pretty cool, man. That'll be on his baseball reference page forever. When you go to the baseball reference page, it has your jersey number and have you won a Silver Slugger or whatever, and then it says All-Star.
For life.
So exciting for him. And hey, for him, and he's 24,
Yeah.
might not be the last one.
That's huge, and I know it's not the outcome that Elliot Ramos had, struck out against Kirby Yates in that 8th inning, but just for him to sit back and kind of embrace the entire moment, to be in that clubhouse with superstars from around the league when he was literally the first guy cut from spring training this year down in Scottsdale. Like, it's one of the best stories in baseball. I'm glad Elliot Ramos is finally showing some of that talent and some of that potential that we've been talking about for years and years and years. And he's the first homegrown All-Star since Chili Davis. So it was cool to see him out there on the field
that's such a
yesterday.
big deal. I got a text from my buddy Schmitty in Philly. He's like so out. His Phillies are riding so high they can't even see the Giants in the standings. And he said, "So who's going here for your team?" I said, "Webby." And I said, "And Elliot Ramos." Then I said, "First All-Star homegrown outfielder since Chili Davis in '86," and had the face palm emoji. Like, come on, man. Yeah. But again, that might not be his last. And I'm looking forward to his second half.
Yes,
I am. He's young. He's got those fresh. It's all about fresh legs. You ain't gonna get tired when you're 24 years old. Theoretically, you shouldn't get tired when you're 24 years old. Jake Peavy was on MLB Network and interviewed both Giants All-Stars. I didn't get to hear it. I'd like to hear it. So we have it right here just to revel in a little moment where the Giants had 2 All-Stars yesterday. Now, off till Friday, right? Off till Friday in Denver. And the Giants, we have no idea who their rotation is going to be. Obviously, it'll be probably announced Thursday. They usually come back and have like a light workout Thursday in Coors just to get the boys, knock the rust off a little bit, and then get going Friday. So Elliot Ramos, congratulations, young man, 24 years old, with World Series champ Jake Peavy.
All right, fellas, I'm here with Mr. Ramos of the San Francisco Giants. How's the first All-Star game been, buddy?
It's been fun. It's been amazing. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. What batting practice groups have you been in? Who you been hanging out with?
I've been hanging out a little bit with Marcelo Zuna, with Eli De La Cruz right there, with CJ Abrams, a couple of guys.
I got you. Do we know anything about the game plan for tonight? You getting in there?
I don't know yet. I'm waiting, but whatever they tell me, I'm ready for it.
Gotcha. San Francisco Giants, you guys are playing better, ended on the first half with a good streak. Tell me why to believe in the San Francisco Giants in the second half.
We're going to come stronger. We just need the guys to be healthy, everybody to be healthy, and we're going to be great.
Okay, there it is. We're going to come stronger, he says. I guess he means Robbie Ray and Blake Snell and that crew. Position players, there's no lingering injuries right now to think about.
No, Jung-Hoo Lee's not coming back this season, so you're not getting too much reinforcement there. If you want a bat, you got to go and get one at the trade deadline. But just circling back to Elliot Ramos and the moment he had, whether he was riding the bull yesterday or hanging out with Marcelo Zuna from the Braves.
I'm on Zuna from the Braves. Sorry, my dog.
I mean, it was cool. I saw a couple of videos of Elliot just bouncing around between people during batting practice, and it's something that we talked to him about earlier this season when we had him on for an interview about how he is bilingual, of course, being from Puerto Rico, his ability to speak English and Spanish. So it was cool seeing him bounce back and forth in the dugout and in the clubhouse with everybody. Going to go talk to Vladdy in Spanish. Going to go talk to Pete Alonso in English. Like, it's cool that he's able to relate to so many guys and have those conversations that I'm sure are going to last a lifetime.
Yeah, and again, like I said, hopefully he gets more of these. By the way, you mentioned Pete Alonso. You guys have buried the lead. How was Oh My God?
Oh, did they even play it last night? I don't think Jose Iglesias was out there.
Come on, man.
I was waiting.
After
That's
all
right.
that?
No, after all the buildup, after all the hype, I don't think we ever got the live performance.
Maybe he performed it at the club after.
Did he perform like at the celebrity softball game? Did anybody watch that?
That song is perfect for the celebrity softball game.
It makes sense, but I don't know if he did it.
The softball game is pure cheese, and that song is pure cheese. Yeah, that's the celebrity softball game.
Yeah, John Joe Curley, do some research.
Every time
we got to
every time
figure
we
out
play
if
the
the
song, Tony behind the window. Everybody look at me on YouTube.
Dude, it's a banger. Yes, it's a banger. Oh, my God.
I mean, you got to see the rectangle's not on. Where's the rectangle? Buddy? Where's the rectangle?
Michael and I have had some discussions this week.
What are they?
Where is she?
Give me the discussions.
They have not gone anywhere. I've asked him a couple of times, hey, my man, the internet connection on the camera's not doing too hot. Can we get that fixed? Where is he? So we got nothing. We got a lot of other things going on in
You got
Michael's
a little
life.
taste of fame and excitement. Are you missing that, being on the rectangle?
Low key. A couple of people checked in saying, where's Tony at as well? But hey, I'm not, it's Murph and Marcus. It's not Young Tony's show.
You're part of our show, buddy. And so that means you missed him, so I'll have to do it for you. It's this.
Oh, my
That's what they do in the clubs, Murph.
That's what I do. I had a lot of fun dancing to the music at Dixon pregame. They had banging tunes. I was out in the dugout doing some Running Man out in the dugout.
You were busting out the Running Man.
Some Running Man.
Wow, is that your go-to dance move?
No, I kind of invented it on the spot. Ever since I saw Ted Lasso doing it at Wichita State.
What is your go-to dance move?
Usually the oak tree.
The oak tree. Nice.
I'll give you the oak tree.
I always pegged you as more of like a sprinkler kind of guy.
I'm a sprinkler.
Oh, hit the sprinkler.
I've done the taking down laundry.
Oh, okay. You do the lawnmower.
Don't forget grocery shopping.
Oh, wow. Grocery
shopping
cart.
cart.
Yeah, put it in the bin, Murph.
But if I need to, I'll come down. If I have to, I'll just go to the oak tree.
The oak tree. I'm going to have to add that to my repertoire.
Because you know why, Marcus? You got to put your hands in the air and throw them around like you just don't care.
No cares. No F's given with Murph on the dance floor.
All right, so that was Ramos. What about Logan Webb? He was with Jake Peavy. God bless Peavy. He's back, by the way. I'll give you guys a heads up. August 10th at Sweetwater. And I'm telling you, after the first show, don't miss this one. He's coming back because he's coming back for the reunion, the 2014 reunion.
Nice.
They're going to have a big old honking reunion at the Giants park. Maybe the Giants will be on a roll at that point in time. Who knows?
Good time to get hot.
Maybe Robbie Ray will be starting the game that he plays in. But anyway, he's going to go to Sweetwater in Mill Valley again and have a big old honking hootenanny jam, an old Jake Peavy jam. I think Flan's playing with him. Either way, after going to the first one, I'd highly recommend it. So y'all should check it out on Sweetwater's website. But anyway, here he was with Logan Webb at the All-Star game.
Guys, I'm here with right-hander Logan Webb, one of my faves in the game. Logan, how's the All-Star experience been?
It's been awesome. It's been great to meet all these guys and the other guys I've been playing against, so it's been really fun.
Question I got, did you get your rest last night? Are you ready? Are you active and live tonight?
I'm ready. I did not get rest, but I'm ready to go out there. Hopefully the adrenaline kicks in and everything will be all right.
You guys know I have heartstrings to San Francisco. Tell me why the San Francisco Giants get in 2024.
Get in the playoff? Yeah. Man, we got a good team. We got a lot of really good young guys. You know, Ramos is one of those guys. And a lot of good veterans. So we just got to catch fire at the right time. And I think we're starting to play good baseball. We started to play good baseball before the break, so we're excited to get back.
In a world where they say you can't face the lineup 3 times, I know some guys who do it. You're looking at one. Logan Webb, we appreciate you, my man. Thanks, dude.
Okay, first of all, couple of gems there.
Yeah.
Couple of gems. Number one, did you get your rest, Logan Webb? No.
No,
I
not
did
at all.
Love the honesty. Love the honesty.
He's like, I'm just waiting for that adrenaline to kick in.
Second of all, I had to go to the club and put my hands in the air, right? You know what I mean? Or go, oh my God. But the other thing is, and maybe his lack of rest played a role in his outing.
Yeah, maybe he was out at the club watching Jose Iglesias.
Yeah, get 1 run, 3 innings. Maybe if you'd gotten to bed, get a little sleep. But number 2, dude, that is incredible. Tell me why the Giants can get in.
Get in the playoff?
Dude,
Playoffs?
he's like, wait, you serious?
Get in the playoff?
Yeah.
Honest reaction.
He's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Huh? Are you serious?
Get in the playoff?
We're 47-50, bro.
Only 3 games out, right?
We're freaking 47-50. We haven't been over 500 in like 2 years.
That's hilarious.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. So well done, Jake Peavy. Wait, see, a good interviewer probes his subject until he gets a true, honest reaction. He got the no rest and get in the playoffs. Wait, what? Did you really just ask that?
Get in the playoff?
Oh, man. So
that's like the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line every day when the big hit, when we talk about the Giants, whether or not they're a playoff team or not.
Oh, yeah, Logan Webb's going to check in on
Getting
that.
the playoffs? Playoffs.
Last one before we get out here. 707 says, I can't believe the players don't have a rider on their contracts that say no mechanical bulls. You're talking about the Open last
It could have been a little dangerous, to be honest.
Well, brief digression here. Your 808 KNBR, your mechanical bull history. I got to say, I've ridden them, and you'll be shocked to know that I'm not a great mechanical bull rider. I generally get tossed. Shout out the Saddle Rack down in San Jose. I bet Ken Boucher. You know
Legendary.
I might have been there the same night your old man was there.
Guarantee it. Ken Boucher made it down to the Saddle Rock. My older brother, Michael Boucher, before it closed down, was a Saddle Rack guy.
Man, it was a huge country western bar down in San Jose called Saddle Rack. Good times, bro. Good times. So I rode the mechanical bull there. Also, I've done it in Scottsdale, Arizona. And it's just not, it's just not my thing, dude. I generally get tossed. What's your mechanical bull?
Well, I actually just saw one a couple weeks ago up at Westwood, up in the marina. Now, Murph, I've been on a mechanical bull a couple times. Shout out to the Old Pro down in Palo Alto. Used to have the mechanical bull.
Okay.
But, Murph, I'm more interested in watching other people on the mechanical bull instead of myself.
You got the bass guitar
if
music
you know
there,
what I'm
buddy?
saying.
I understand.
Bong, 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 bong. I hear you. Hey, shout out Deborah Winger and Urban Cowboy. There's another one for you there, young Tony. There's no way you know the movie Urban Cowboy, do you?
No.
Huge cultural sensation in like 1979 or 80. John Travolta plays a cowboy in Houston. You know, he has a rivalry. There's a girl involved. Banger soundtrack. You want to dig into the Urban Cowboy soundtrack, dude. That dominated the country for about an entire summer. But anyway, that made mechanical bulls really famous. That's when like mechanical bulls started cropping up all over the place. So anyway, guys, fun days at the All-Star game, and we'll see how Webb and Ramos bounce back after their little turbulence in their outings there yesterday. All right, speaking of turbulence, Brandon Aiyuk has requested a trade. We break it down next on the Sports Leader.
Tell me why the San Francisco Giants get in
the playoffs?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Taylor Bishotti coming to you from the NFL Network newsroom with some breaking news. Brandon Aiyuk has officially requested a trade after he and the 49ers have been unable to get an extension done, according to our NFL Network insider, Mike Garafolo. The 49ers receiver is under contract for a little more than $14 million this season. Garafolo adds that the former 2020 first-round pick is asking out after the Niners have been unwilling to engage in negotiations on a long-term extension since May. Aiyuk has 27 total touchdowns in 4 seasons in San Francisco. He had 1,342 yards and 7 touchdowns receiving last season.
All right, there it is. Very formal. Sound like a CBS News bulletin. You know, there's been a fire at the White House or something. My gosh, sports has gotten so serious. Jeez.
Why so serious?
My goodness. But I would say to Brandon Aiyuk's trade request, we could end this entire segment right now by quoting the late, great Bob Murphy. You want to trade? People in hell want ice water. All right? That's what my old man used to say to me when he'd shut me down. Because he is under contract, friends. He is under contract for one more year. We keep reminding you of that. However, the 49ers have a chance to say, this guy's such a headache, this guy's such a pain, and hey, make me an offer. Somebody. I drove in this morning much later than usual because of my disrupted schedule. And again, I just want to kind of periodically shout out the good people of Dixon, California. Dixon Little League, they're so nice. And congrats to Napa American in a taut thriller last night. 3-3 in the 6th inning, and it broke Napa American's way. They go on to Norcos. They keep their Williamsport dream alive. My kids, what should we say, bloodied but unbowed. Isn't that what they say?
Wow.
That's what they say. Just an incredible run, and just so proud. We went really far, and I'm super happy. We had a great summer. Lifelong memories. That said, I didn't know which way it was up when I woke up this morning and I saw Brandon Aiyuk had requested a trade. I was like, well, here we go. The standard paint-by-numbers negotiations here. Debo Samuel did the same thing. You got to scrub your Insta. Now, the difference is, of course, he has a year left. But if you're the Niners, I'm driving in this morning because of my strange time, and I hear those national shows. They're going on and on. They got a scenario where they trade Aiyuk to the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
I heard one of those scenarios. I heard a scenario where they trade him to the, ready for this? New England Patriots.
Ooh, see, now I heard that also. Josina Anderson actually reported that the Patriots reached out a couple weeks ago, but the 49ers denied them on the Brandon Aiyuk trade.
Ready for this one now? I heard a third one. Niners trade him to just trade for Aiyuk, baby.
Oh, BA in silver and black.
And then they would turn around, and this is when I was like, ESPN, I'm going to drive off the bridge again. Because then they would trade Devontae Adams to the New York Jets.
Whoa.
In that scenario.
We're having a 3-way trade between the Niners, the Raiders, and the Jets, according to Greeny and ESPN.
Little menage Aiyuk.
Wow.
All right?
That's a lot of moving parts.
So, because I guess, did Rodgers say last week at Tahoe, I look forward to playing with him again?
Well, of course, Aaron Rodgers would want to reunite with Devontae Adams. He's one of the best wide receivers in the league, but they've got Garrett Wilson. They've got some dudes on that team already. Aaron Rodgers doesn't need Devontae Adams.
Okay. You're saying that?
Yeah.
All right. Jets coming in here, a good team, September 9th?
Jets are a really good team. Watch out for my guy, Breece Hall in the backfield.
Yeah.
Former teammate of Brock Purdy at Iowa State.
Yeah.
And watch out for that Robbie Solid defense, man. Sauce Gardner and those boys play some D.
Hands will be full. I predicted a win on that one. I'm starting to waffle now. All right. The more Aiyuk holds out and all this stuff.
Well, how big of an impact would it be if the 49ers did trade Brandon Aiyuk? Like, let's play that game. We both think it's not going to happen, but, like, to me, there's zero benefit of trading away Brandon Aiyuk right now.
Well, do we have the Steve Young quote? Dust off that one. First of all, it might happen mid-season.
Yeah, that's what
That
Steve
could
told
happen.
us a couple months ago.
But what you're saying, what's the the benefit? The benefit is you get a first rounder.
Yeah, but how does that help you win a Super Bowl this year
it doesn't.
when you're talking about this Super Bowl window with this Brock Purdy contract?
That's why they're not going to do it.
No, and that's why there is at least a possibility before the draft. If they would have got a first-round draft pick in this past year's draft class, then you're bringing in another first-rounder to pair with Ricky Pearsall. Right. Then you would at least get some benefit for this season. But if you're going to trade him at this point of the offseason or even trade him mid-season, to me that does nothing for you in trying to win a Super Bowl unless there's like the odd possibility that you're able to package him or trade him for a superstar pass rusher like Joey Bosa to pair up with Nick Bosa, but I don't think that's a possibility either.
It's what Farhan Zaidi should do with the Giants, but not what John Lynch should do with the 49ers. And, of course, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM 7 with the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, our buddy Mike Silver came on. He's awesome, from the San Francisco Chronicle. His son, Greg, will be hosting 10 to 2 tomorrow. Well, how about that?
Are we getting Silver and Silver tomorrow?
It's a talented family.
Greg and Mike, both on the mic?
Shout out the Bucks, the Carries, the Silvers.
Wow.
All right, so
KNBR, the Silver leader.
we have multiple Copelands here in the building, don't we? Yes, so why don't we get your bro in here to be our house DJ?
Yeah, and then make sure you tune in tonight for the 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. show hosted by LeBron James and Bronny Jr. Make sure to add that to your repertoire as well.
How about if you bring in and host? How about the evening show hosted by Gus Kurtenbach?
Gus?
I'm just Dieter's bro. I just made up a brother for
Gus Kurtenbach. Come on down. You got Gus until 6.
You got Kurtenbach until 6. Here's Mike Silver talking about how the Niners don't want he dropped a T.O. and Eagle situation. Cut M, Tony, if you remember that situation.
So I think if you're a 49er fan, you can say, well, this is just how it goes, and it's part of the deal, and we just won't trade him, and it'll be fine. But if you're a 49er fan, you also remember what happened to a certain wide receiver named Terrell Owens after he went to the Eagles, and way before the social media frenzy and the things that we take for granted today, there was a spectacle on his driveway in the Philadelphia area with a shirtless T.O. doing push-ups and his agent Drew Rosenhaus yelling next question, and obviously some acting out at the Eagles facility, to the point where the Eagles were like, he's our best receiver, certainly, maybe our best player, but this is untenable, and we're going to trade him to the Cowboys. So there are ways of escalating these things, and I think if you are a cynical person who says, well, he has no leverage, he's just publicly requesting a trade, they're just going to hold firm, you may be overlooking some of the nuances that can affect a team, all the way into the season.
Man, that was a great answer from Silver on a number of levels. Number one, I love when you assume the voice of somebody who you're going to disagree with. You always go,
Murph and Marcus said this. Oh, they don't know what they're talking about.
He's in front of these people who say, he has no leverage. You're not going to trade him. So that, and one of those people, too. But the other part is he brought back something that was deep in my memory bank that I had forgotten about. The T.O. holdout was insane. That was during our time on the show when he was doing the push-ups and the sit-ups in the driveway shirtless, and Drew Rosenhaus was screaming next. It's a great pull by Mike. Wow. Now, it takes a certain band of crazy to push it that far. Like T.O., I don't know if Aiyuk's got that crazy in him.
No, like we talk about wide receivers being divas, and honestly, like I don't think Brandon Aiyuk, when you compare him to other diva wide receivers around the league, is even like a top 10 diva wide receiver. He has shown some diva antics now with the scrubbing of Instagram and the request of the trade, but I think we're a long ways away of comparing his antics to T.O.
For sure. Excuse me, my gosh, I have a little emotion in the throat there.
Now, it is interesting when you talk about the T.O. effects on the locker room and whether or not it could lead to a negative kind of clubhouse in a wide receiver room. Well, yesterday, Murph, after the news broke that Brandon Aiyuk requested a trade, there was an Instagram post from Jawan Jennings, third and Jawan, and he posted on his story with just a black background, and it's just these words. You gotta be a different type of person to act like you doing everything by yourself, knowing dang well you are not.
Oh, man.
So,
But
again,
drama.
you can read
Mean
into
Girls. Holy moly.
Sounds like Juwan Jennings is calling out Brendan Aiyuk.
High school yeah, and again, there's plausible deniability. He's like, no, I'm just talking about something else in life. Like he's not talking about. Once again, I want you to repeat that. Say it again.
You got to be a different type of person to act like you doing everything by yourself, knowing dang well you're not.
Okay, I mean, if he is talking about Aiyuk, kind of harsh words for like his boy, right?
Yeah.
Aren't they like, aren't they hanging out? Aren't they, when you're a player, you got a fraternity in the locker room. It's you against the owners. It's you against management. So the idea that he would like side with management over Aiyuk seems a little odd, but it does add to the drama.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, who knows? Maybe he's talking about like his girlfriend cooking dinner. Like she's acting like she cooks the whole dinner. Like, hey, I made the mashed potatoes. Give me some credit.
That's exactly. He has plausible deniability on this whole
Yeah,
thing.
but it does seem a little skeptical when he posted literally
Are we
minutes.
watching the 49ers dissolve right in front of us? Is that what we're watching right now?
I mean, we've been talking a lot about that Super Bowl hangover.
I mean, the wedding was supposed to be such a good vibe. CMC, Kyle with the mustache.
But you notice you didn't see Brendan Aiyuk in any of those wedding photos.
He was not, or as Cam Newton pointed out in his diss that he was diss. He said he thought the wedding needed more color. He said.
A little bit more seasoning, as they say.
More Mike Silver on the fluid situation with Aiyuk. Cut L saying this thing ain't over.
Great question. I think it's going to take a long answer. So I've laid this out previously, and to me, this is part of the overall landscape. Obviously, him letting it be known publicly that he has requested a trade is an escalation on his part, but we've kind of seen the disconnect between the two sides, and I still think it's a very fluid situation that we don't know how it's going to play out. 2 years ago, Deebo Samuel, earlier on in the process, publicly requested a trade. They hung tough. They threw money at the problem. It worked out. He's here, although that could change too in a heartbeat.
Man, okay, so here we go. So July 17, Rookies Report, adding to the mix is that Ricky Pearsall goes on the non-football injury list. And there's been no reporting, Schefter, Rap Sheet, anybody on how serious that is?
Well, we did have an update from Ian Rappaport yesterday about the Brandon Aiyuk holdout and the trade request, and he mentions Ricky Pearsall, but I don't believe he gives us an actual injury update or the non-injury that he's dealing with. Here was Rap Sheet yesterday giving us the latest update on Brandon Aiyuk and Ricky Pearsall.
Well, if there is a holdout, it does get pretty interesting. And obviously for Brandon Aiyuk, the most important thing, take care of the business side, take care of yourself. Make sure that whatever you're doing, you're getting the money you deserve. But if he is not there, it certainly does open opportunity for someone like Ricky Pearsall to step in and at least make an argument for snaps. And this draft pick, to me, is one of the more fascinating of all of the draft picks, because obviously everyone knows about the drama going on with the 49ers receivers, and there has been drama, or whatever you want to call it, the last several years, from the Deebo Samuel trade request, then contract extension. Brandon Aiyuk was kind of in the doghouse, then became a star, and now is back in the situation he's in, trying to get a new contract. And then they go ahead and draft a receiver in the first round. A sign that we know the NFL is a business. Obviously, we cover the business side so much now, but this was a pretty business-forward decision to let all the other receivers in the room know, like, look, someone else is there and someone else is coming, and watching how all of that unfolds is going to be fascinating to see in this 49ers offense.
Okay, man. All right. So we got a Super Bowl hangover to deal with. We got this drama to deal with that's going on.
We've got a first-round draft pick who's a wide receiver walking into a crowded wide receiver room that now has Juwan Jennings sending subliminal messages to Brandon Aiyuk.
This is what Mike, Mike loves this stuff. Silver loves this stuff. And he was talking about the charged up last dance vibe of this, Is this truly, you could make an argument, is this the Niners' last year of a window?
I would say no, just because how young Brock Purdy is. I mean, Nick Bosa is still 26 years old. We can go through the list of players who are around 25, 26.
Trent is not. George Kittle is not.
No, those guys.
How much longer is CMC the guy?
I still think CMC is going to be a good running back. Hell, one of the best running backs for the next 2, 3, 4 years potentially. And that's the kind of contract that the 49ers gave him when they gave him that extension. Again, I don't think they're at a point where it's like Tom Brady in his final year. it all centers around the quarterback in the NFL.
does, yes.
And you've got a young one that was a top 5, top 3 MVP candidate last year.
But not a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, according to
that's
Dak
what they're saying.
Prescott is ahead of him.
That's what the lists are telling us.
Jared Goff is ahead of him, man. There you go. Hey, Jose in Oakland, one of our great pals.
Hey, Jose.
Always coming in with takes. We like Jose. Jose, good morning. Happy Wednesday on July 17. How are you, man?
Hey, yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. Same to you guys. Listen, you know what? Sometimes you have that one person in the office that is really good at what he does, but he poisons, the environment so much that he's like, you know what? I put on with him just because I have to, but he doesn't want to be here. You know what? Just let him go. Okay, you don't want him in here. He's going to be creating a situation where his other teammates are going to be looking at him like, man, I mean, do I really want to play with this guy? The fact that he was called out, it is true. He is good at what he does because he has other good teammates that are making it easier for him. To be honest with you, it's time for Kyle to let his offensive line, his O-line do what they're supposed to be doing, blocking, and let Kittle cook. Okay, Kittle is really, really good at being the man as a receiver. Okay, but he has, for some reason, it's like he's always stuck blocking, doing something he shouldn't be doing when he should be catching passes. To me,
but Jose, I'm going to jump in right here and say, listen, the Niners are such a run-centric offense, and they're so successful. Kittle's a huge part of that blocking.
Yeah, but just based on what you said, if that is the case, then Aiyuk is not that important then. Okay. It's as simple as that. I mean, he's good, but like I said, he's not that good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you. I don't think he's a game-changing. You and I have seen the great Jerry Rice. You and I have seen the great T.O. He's not at that level, right?
Look, Amon Rice, a new receiver, and I saw the guy they had to double-team the guy. I never seen Brandon Aiyuk being double-teamed. Okay?
I got you.
If I had seen that, then I would say, he's
Jose,
the man.
You're a worse team if you trade him, right?
No, not really. You're going to be a bad team if he stays and he decides that he wants to poison the water.
Poison the water. Yeah. All right, Jose, man. Jose comes here a hanging judge, dude. I wouldn't want to be in your courtroom. You'd be like, you sentence me to life in prison. You take no prisoners.
No, man. Look, in any team, we want you here if you want to be here. If you don't want to be here, then just stay out of the way.
All right, Jose, thanks for the call, man. Be good.
It's an honest take from Jose. Yeah. But I don't think those same feelings are held by John Lynch in this 49er front office. Like, it's without a question the 49ers are better with Brandon Aiyuk. Now, in that same conversation, John Lynch and those guys can say, hey, we've got backup options. To Jose's point, Brandon Aiyuk doesn't get double-teamed. Well, it's because he can't in this offense. Not when you got Debo on the other side. Not when you got Kittle going over the middle. Not when you have CMC coming out of the backfield. I mean, even third and Jawan picking up big plays, and then they bring in Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowan. So the 49ers can sit here and say, yeah, Brandon Aiyuk, it's cute that you requested a trade, but it's not going to change anything. We hold the leverage. You're under contract. We have other options. We can move forward without you. Yeah, it might be nice for Brandon Aiyuk to get the bag somewhere else, but I would say if BA does end up on another team, the 49ers will be better off without BA than BA would be without the 49ers.
Yeah, I've thought about that, actually. Be careful what you wish for. Unless you're just looking for a bag. Yeah. You don't care about winning. If you're just looking for a bag.
Yeah, if that's the case, like, have fun playing out in Carolina.
I know, right?
Have fun being out with Jaden Daniels
or
of the Washington Commanders. Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Last one is
freezing your ass up in Foxborough, not getting the ball thrown to you.
We're turning on Aiyuk right here.
No, Jose got us. Jose got us going.
Finally, Mike Silver, about what did the Niners mean when they drafted Ricky Pearsall? How it affected Aiyuk?
What's the compensation? The 49ers, of course, are in all-in mode, and if they were going to trade him, would have preferred to have gotten draft capital this year and not give up one of their best players heading into the season. Now, that said, they've already hedged. They used a first-round draft pick on Ricky Pearsall, who they seem to love, and that hasn't changed. If anything, it's intensified based on what they've seen over the offseason. They do have Deebo Samuel, who they also fielded some trade calls on, but have not traded. And they absolutely could get to a point where they go, this is never going to be settled. It's disruptive. It's ugly. And, oh, by the way, we're getting offered – say a 1 next year, and he knows that this team's going to pay him and we won't, And that goes all the way up to the trade deadline, by the way. In early November, we could be having this conversation for him or Debo. So I do think there's a potential inertia that could cause the 49ers to say it's not worth it, or we can get something we value and we're already covered because we have Pearsall. That wouldn't be popular necessarily with the fans.
So, man, I guess Mike's big message to us is, and this is from a veteran, but Mike does love Joe, is that this, as much as we're like, oh, everything's going to work out, keep in mind the possibility that it might not work out. Just keep in mind things are weird. Human beings are weird. Nothing's guaranteed. All right?
I mean, a year ago, I would have told you that Klay Thompson was going to retire as a member of the Golden State Warriors.
Speaking of which.
Then we move on to Christmas Day, and he's telling Richard Jefferson the Warriors got to pay me my money. Like, not comparing Klay Thompson and Brandon Aiyuk, but if things can turn sour for someone like Klay, who's got 4 rings, it can happen to BA also.
Speaking of which, Joe Lacob spoke. We'll either get that in the cooler of content or even in the next segment. So there you go, guys. Brandon Aiyuk. Sorry, I get emotional.
He's a big BA guy.
I think I got to get more than 2 hours sleep is what I got to do. Be a pro, perhaps. Here's the deal. On the other side, we're going to get Mike Krukow at 7:30 talking about this Giants All-Star situation. How did Logan Webb and Elliot Ramos do? Next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, it is a Wednesday morning. I got that right. Wednesday, July 17. We have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, you want to talk to us about unfiled tax returns?
It's amazingly common. It cuts across all walks of life. And the number one reason people don't file returns is just a plain old simple, they didn't have the money. No problem. We want to go to the IRS for you, cut a sweet deal. It's not going to be a problem. Second reason is people don't have their records. No problem. We'll go to the IRS and state and get everything they have on you. And other people say they have their records, but they're in a big box or a garbage bag and it's a mess and they don't know how to do bookkeeping and it's horrible. We have a whole bookkeeping department that can do that for you. The bottom line is there is no good excuse. Don't wait until one of these new IRS agents comes knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. We have the solutions. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain everything to you, all your rights, all your options. And if you want us to, we want to go ahead and do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We just want to take your tax problem, take it off your back, let you go forward and enjoy your life. The only thing you have to do is just pick up the phone for your free consultation, say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
There it is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
We blessed to have life this morning. The grass green, the trees is bloom. You know what I'm saying? The pool water heated. All the trucks is filled up with gas. Premium.
Yeah. I mean, part of the drama, man. Part of the drama. It all started with his lady. Remember his boo. The day after the Super Bowl loss, and is this the last time we set foot in this stadium? And remember, we were thinking, nah, bro, you're under contract. It's all good. Now, that was February. Here we are. It's July, and there hasn't been almost a day without drama since.
No, and since then, he's scrubbed his Instagram, and next thing you know, that same girlfriend is recording TikToks of him FaceTiming with Jaden Daniels. Like, what an offseason it's been for Brandon Aiyuk.
I think back to previous generations and how they must be rolling their eyes. I think back, there was a picture of the one that comes to mind is like Gordie Howe. There was a picture of Gordie Howe, the great hockey young Tone. Do you know Gordie Howe?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Didn't Marlowe break his record for like all times game played?
You know what? Give Tony, what did young Tony already know today?
Everybody hates on me for not knowing stuff, but I do know a few things about sports.
No, we do like you for not knowing stuff because it gives us a chance to go down those roads. But and thank you, John Joe, for doing this solid for me right here, for helping a brother out.
Ooh, bringing in a cup of Joe.
Yeah, I needed it, man. But anyway, there's a picture of Gordie Howe. He's on a fishing boat in like the early 1960s or something. He's shirtless. Got body made by God. You know, zero steroids, zero PEDs, just steak and manliness. And he's out fishing. And I'm thinking, guys like that, or just anybody from the previous generation, I don't know, Jim Brown or somebody like that, just thinking, what are you doing with your whole little drama? What are you doing with all this, man?
I mean, Murph, we're at the point now
where you got to
get
yours. Of course, you got to get yours. Yes,
of course. But you're right. The negotiation tactics, the fact that we got professional athletes posting TikToks and Instagram lives, all this nonsense, and even like the scrubbing of the Instagram. You hear a lot of athletes defend it like, no, I just wanted to kind of get away and go off the grid. Well, it must have been nice when going off the grid back in the day was just leaving your house.
Yeah.
You didn't have a cell phone. Nobody could hit you up. You didn't have to deal with social media. So I get it from that perspective also.
Seriously, man. So anyway, guys, we got calls on it, and Jeff in Santa Rosa is first up on Brandon Aiyuk requesting a trade. Jeff, you are on KNBR. You got your boy Murph. You got your boy Marcus. How are you, man?
What's up, Jeff?
I'll have to pull it up in just a second.
Yeah, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff. Pull up on the Murph and Marcus show. What's good?
Jeff, you working?
Yeah, I'm working.
Atta babe. Way to call a sports talk radio show during work. I like that.
Hey, well, I'm really not technically on the payroll, but let's not talk about that. I don't need to be fired today.
What do you got, buddy? What's your Niner take?
Just let them go. Move on with your life. Cancer's not worth it. We've all worked with people, the employees and that, and they just it's just not worth it.
Wow. So even though that's going to severely damage your chances to win a Super Bowl?
I think it's just the same if you keep them. The attitude, the being pissed off all year and sucking the life out of a room. And I'm sure he's a nice person, but move on and be happy.
Look at you, Jeff. Jeff, are you a married man, or have you been divorced, perhaps? I don't know.
Twice. Second marriage, best thing I ever did. But
So was it time after the first marriage? Was it just time to move on?
Yeah, it didn't work out after 23 years.
All right.
Thanks, Murphy. You're really sucking the life out of my day.
Oh, Jeff, I apologize, man. I just feel
I'm kidding, dude. I'm kidding. My life is so great, it's not worth it.
That's awesome.
It's unbelievable.
The way you were so clinical about, time to move on. I'm like, that's a guy who said, you know what, honey, we're getting this thing's over. All right, Jeff, we appreciate you, man.
Jeff.
Thanks for the call.
Sounds like Jeff knows a thing or two about toxic relationships.
Hey, I'm going to my buddies. I'm going to be gone the Friday before Labor Day because I'm flying to, actually the Thursday and Friday before Labor Day. So get ready for that. Who knows where Brandon Aiyuk will be?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to my buddy's third wedding. That's right.
Third time's a charm.
This one's in Edinburgh, Scotland. Edinburgh.
I like that your boy is still putting up shots, even after two failed marriages.
By the way, she's
still going after a third one.
She is significantly younger than him.
Hey, shooter's got to shoot. Shooter's got to shoot.
Me, him, and another guy were buddies since middle school. We've been buddies since middle school. So I reached out to our third pal, and I said, so are you going to the wedding? And he goes, no, man, I'm going to go to the next one.
Is it bad that my mom and sister probably don't like me telling this story on air, but they once skipped a wedding because they wanted them to fly out halfway across the country, and my sister's like, you've known this guy for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're not going to this wedding. We're not wasting time.
Yeah.
And then 6 months later, there was a divorce.
Yes. Wait a minute, so they were invited. Can I go there? Can I go there? Come on. It's all love. It's all love.
Let's go there.
I didn't know your mom and sister knew Creative Tony. All right, it's all love. It's all love. But by the way, that's kind of how it went. I went to a wedding once with a mutual buddy of mine, and it was so obvious that this thing was just ill-fated. At the reception, an hour after they exchanged vows, one of my buddies said, I'll change the names involved. Let's say I'm going to change the guy's name to, let's go to Gus. That's the name of the morning, right? Because Gus Kurtenbach.
Yeah, you're a big Gus guy.
He goes, don't you think Gus should just be walking around saying, have you guys met my first wife, Sophia? All right. He was just saying that the night of the wedding. The night of the wedding.
That's record time.
All right. Sean in Vacaville is on cam. Hey, Vacaville. We were at the Subway in Vacaville the last few nights. Shout out the good crew at the Subway in Vacaville at the Regency Plaza Mall off of Nut Tree Road. They were good people. Sean, how are you, man?
What's up, Sean?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, it's right next to my folks' house. I heard you liked Roostaller as well.
Oh, cool. Dude, what? Are you a fan? Who could not be a fan? The place is unbelievable.
Oh, man, they've had 3 different locations, and this one's the best. But we take the kids out there, let them run, get dirty, and have a couple of pops.
Chickens, duck, ice cold beer, some country band, and some food trucks. Might be the best place on earth. One of my coaches literally said he went Kevin Costner Field of Dreams when we were at the brew. We were in the barn underneath the silos with the beer and the hay and the music and the ducks and he goes, "Is this heaven? Is this heaven?"
Oh yeah, it's a great vibe, and it's like that every weekend.
Roostaller Farm, free plug, man, free plug. So there you go. All right, Sean, what do you got?
All right, so I'm not a Niner fan. I call in often, but I'm not a Niner fan. My take on the Brandon Aiyuk thing is, these guys got to play out their contracts. I'm tired of professional athletes signing a contract and then complaining about that contract. I'm self-employed. If I give somebody a bid, I can't complain about the bid that I gave somebody. I got to just do the work. They accepted it. So you see it a lot in basketball, and you're seeing it more in football. And I mean, realistically, the Niners can franchise tag him twice and keep him for 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's I don't think that I don't get me wrong, he had an amazing year last year, but the years leading up to that weren't Justin Jefferson money years.
I mean, it's kind of true, right? I mean, think about it, like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Like he's good.
Mm-hmm.
And it is true. Like when I think of Aiyuk, I like him. He is not Justin Jefferson.
No,
he's not.
He's an ascending wide receiver.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about
Nice player,
that.
very nice player.
But you got to pay for what you have right now, not pay for the future. But I think BA wants to be paid like one of those future
And
wide
Sean, the
receivers.
thing is, I mean, what you said about the contract is such a common refrain from so many working people. And the fact of the matter is, pro athletes just see it differently, man. They see they have a small window of time for their especially in the NFL, where their bodies are on the line. Like they're physical, like it's a violent physical sport, and they have a small window. So they're going to be like, hey, man, you working at wherever you work is not like where I work. So they're going to do it differently. They're going to try to like be as demanding as they can be. And even if they have a contract, they're going to try to leverage more. It's just, and it can be distasteful. If you don't like it, I get it. I get it if you're turned off by it. But the majority of America is still tuning in on Sundays.
Yeah, and it's also interesting, Sean, that the Niners could have engaged the conversation about this contract extension because they wanted to rework that salary cap number for next year to move around some of that Brandon Aiyuk money. So from BA's perspective is, you came to me. You wanted to give me the new contract. The new contract is just not the contract that he's looking for.
And you know what? I get that. I'll be honest with you. I'm a Cowboys fan, and we got the same thing going on with CeeDee Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I think, dude, you signed a contract. Finish it out, and let's see where you're at halfway through the season, and then we can talk money. But you signed for X amount of dollars. You knew that your body was going to be going through this when you signed. They're not new to football.
I mean, it's all true. Yeah, I got you, Sean, and you're right. I mean, for the working man, it's a turnoff for sure. But anyway, appreciate the call, man. Thanks for the call. Well, I mean, this goes back to I'll tell you, young Tony. Here's a great story for you from the history books. Babe Ruth. You know who he is? Babe Ruth.
Dog. You talking about that deer?
He held out in whatever year it was, 1927. He had this 60 homer year, and then he held out. It wasn't coming in, even though he wanted more money. And he demanded more money, and somebody pointed out, they said, you're asking for more money than the president of the United States.
Yeah, he said, I'm the Babe.
And Babe Ruth said, yeah, I had a better year than he did. That's what he said. One of the great lines of all time.
That's a fantastic line.
So that's where it is. This goes back.
I mean,
that's
Murph,
100 years ago.
Murph, I was
100 years
asking
ago.
young Tony to dig through the system. I don't know if he's got time to find it or not, but it's what Gene Simmons told us during the pandemic.
Dude,
Everybody wants more money. And anybody who tells you they don't want more money is a liar. Don't believe that person.
Do we have it?
And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar.
Gene Simmons. All right,
we're
Mike,
all the same.
From Gene Simmons to Mike Krukow. Next on the Sports Leader. The North Bay. We love it. World-class beauty. And now I want to tip you off on a world-class secret that's very important. It's called Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. A world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. An accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail. And a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities, all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, All-Star Wednesday morning after All-Star Tuesday night. Always fun. Let's talk to Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. It's always great just to see the Midsummer Classic and American tradition, even if they're wearing weird jerseys. I miss the regular jerseys that Mike Krukow wore in 1986 when he was an All-Star. We can talk about Logan Webb, Elliot Ramos, but first, Mike, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. I thought that the All-Star game was just the whole 2 days was really fun and entertaining. And if you're a kid, I mean, there was something every 5 minutes that was catching your eye, whether it be the uniforms and the colors and the home run derby. I thought it was just a great showcase for baseball. I love the game. I mean, I didn't like that the National League lost. I didn't like that the Giants guys didn't particularly have a great night. But, you know, it's just it's the best All-Star game there is of all the sports. And it really does have a lot of feel-good to it. And that's what I took from it.
Well, for sure, and that's it's always great. It is the best of the three. There's no question, and even the home run derby preceding it is so much fun, too. So let's talk about the Giants. Logan Webb did what you did. He's an all-star Giant pitcher. You guys have that in common with guys like Rick Russell and Juan Marichal and, well, Atlee Hammaker and Rob Nance, Sean Estes, Jeff Brantley, John Burke. So many Giants pitchers through the years. Scotty Garrell, Gary Lavelle, Greg Minton, all guys like that. But you and he have been on that mound. You and he can share that experience now. Now, his inning didn't go the way he wanted. So how do you talk to Logan Webb after that? How does he evaluate something like that where he got his chance, it didn't go the way he wanted, but he still got his chance?
Well, I did talk to him about it, and you know, I related my experience. But again, I didn't make an All-Star game till my 10th year in the game, so you know, I had experienced a lot of things. What I wasn't prepared for was the adrenaline hit. It was a 3-2 ball game, and I got to pitch the ninth inning. We were down a run. We were the home team in Houston. And when Mike Rourke, the pitching coach, came over to me and says, "You're pitching the ninth," my heart just exploded. And I got up, and I started warming up, and the first ball that I threw, 96 miles an hour, fastball. Then I threw a curveball, 96 miles an hour. Then I threw a changeup, 96 miles an hour. And the problem was I hadn't thrown 96 miles an hour in 7 years. But that's what adrenaline does to you. I was loose after 3 pitches, but I had so much adrenaline that I had to sit down and try and find some calm before I got back up again. And that was just my way of dealing with the adrenaline. And, you know, fortunately it worked. You know, there was a 1-2-3 inning. Cal Ripken hit a ground ball. Jesse Barfield popped up. And Frank White popped up or whatever. But it was managing the adrenaline. And in your career, you know, you're going to have your first day in the big leagues. If you're a starting pitcher, you're getting an opening day assignment, a late season series against your rival, which, you know, has playoff, you know, importance. And then, of course, the playoffs. There's nothing that really prepares you for the All-Star game. And I think, you know, given the history of Logan Webb, he's not a guy who does well in his first inning. And when I watched him, and what he was throwing and where he was throwing it, it was pretty obvious to me that he was getting a massive adrenaline surge because he was out of whack, completely out of whack. You know, there was no late finish. I mean, there was just carry on his break and stuff where you never see. I mean, you see big dip on his split. You see big sink on his sinker. I shouldn't say split, his changeup, but he didn't have that. And that's just 100% pure adrenaline. And I felt bad for him because he felt like he let everybody down. And it's one thing you have to learn how to do. But I will guarantee this. He'll have a lot of takes leaving that ballpark as to what he can do the next time. Now he's ready for it. Now he'll have a plan when it hits him again, and that'll serve him well in the playoffs.
And I'm confident there will be a next time for Logan Webb making his All-Star debut last night. And it's funny, Mike, when we talk about Webb, we talk about how he's now one of the longest tenured Giants on the roster, how he almost seems like one of the old veterans. He's still only 27 years old, so I definitely think he's going to be back in the Midsummer Classic. But who knows? Maybe him and Elliot Ramos could take a couple trips. We got to ask you about Elliot Ramos being 24 years old, making his All-Star debut. Same sort of situation, did get into the game in the 8th inning, struck out against Kirby Yates. But what does it mean for Elliot Ramos to go from being the first member cut down at spring training to representing the San Francisco Giants in the All-Star game?
Credibility. He's got that All-Star feather in his cap the rest of his life. He'll always be referred to as an All-Star. Well, that's a big confidence builder, because when you're trying to justify the handle of being a first-round pick, it can absolutely eat you up. And we've all seen guys that haven't been able to handle the label of first-round pick. They can't justify it, and then they carry that with them every year. They press. They're never relaxed, and it can ruin guys. But what he's done this year, takes all that away. He has established himself this year because of what he did in the first half, and the remarkable June that he had, and put him on the All-Star team. And it really is insignificant if you strike out. You were there, you were on the base path, getting introduced, and that is so satisfying for an athlete. It validates your whole career. And from here on out, I think it's all gravy for Elliot Ramos. I think he's going to be a big league player for a long time. We all feel that way. And the next time he gets to an All-Star game, and he will, he'll do better. And maybe he even starts one.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He's 24 years old. I'm looking forward to more. And I'm looking forward to his second half, too, very, very much. So, Mike, so many of the other fun things. It's something we actually haven't had a chance to talk to you about since last Friday, because we've been sort of distracted and by the Giants and everything. But Paul Skeens starting the All-Star game. And I'd love to, we haven't even talked to you since they pulled him after that no-hitter he had. Was it a perfecto or a no-hitter? It was a no-hitter he had going, and they pulled him after 99 pitches. We meant to ask you about that last week. And then him getting the All-Star start, and then him facing Aaron Judge. Now it only turned into a one-pitch ground out. But, your download on him getting the start and what he's done so far, and did you have any residual thoughts on him getting pulled after that 7 innings of no-hit ball?
Well, the 7 innings of no-hit ball, they're still going to protect him. And, pitch count, I didn't think that he was going to be allowed to go further after the 7th inning. I think he had a 6-pitch inning in the 7th inning. And they finally made the decision on it. But that was made, back in the 3rd inning when they're going, this guy could throw a no-hitter today. They're just going to overprotect him right now because of his age. In regards to the All-Star game, to make the All-Star game, I thought that was great. That's why Caitlin Clark should be on the Olympic team. Everybody wants to see this guy. Everybody wants to see her. She didn't make it, unfortunately, for whatever reason. I don't know why. But anyway, you get Skeens going into the All-Star game, and I thought that was pretty much cool that he was going to be on the team. And then you tell the guy he's going to start it. Let me tell you about the starting pitcher in the All-Star game. You have to do 50 interviews. You are the signature guy. And then the fact that you're a rookie with only 11 starts under your belt going into it, that makes you even a bigger story. And then there's the logistics of you want your whole hometown and everybody you ever met in the history of your life wants to go to this thing, and you have to take care of it. And then you become part-time travel agent, part-time baseball player, and there's that distraction. And then, when he finally gets into it, he did something, though, that's pretty unbelievable. When they did all the interviews, he said, you know what, I don't have to hold back. I'm going to go out there. I might throw 104 miles per hour. Well, that got talked about in the other clubhouse. So he goes out there and in his inning, he throws a first pitch fastball. I'm thinking, okay, it was like 99. All right, whatever. He's a little tight. But he threw a strike. And then he threw like 60% changeups. Everybody kept thinking he was going to throw 104. They kept looking for 104. And they just he winds up having a clean first. And I thought what he accomplished there was so remarkable. And that will absolutely play for him as to how he handled that adrenaline situation, and that's a feather in his cap the rest of his life. I was really proud of the kid. I thought he did a great job.
Yeah, I think it was good for the sport of baseball to let Paul Skeens start that game yesterday. And, Mike, he might not have hit 103, 104, but someone who did was Mason Miller. And I know we talk a lot of Giants baseball on these airwaves, but we got to give a shout-out to the kid out of Oakland, the flamethrower who struck out Shohei Ohtani with a beautiful back foot slider. What were your thoughts on Mason Miller's performance yesterday in the All-Star game?
Just pure physical power, and it just shined on an evening when you saw a lot of great fastballs. His just everybody in the dirt. And what's more macho than a great fastball? Nothing. not in the game of baseball. I mean, it's basically what is baseball? Well, you got a guy with a lot of money who goes out and the best hitter he can find, and you got a guy with a lot of money who can go out and find the best pitcher that he can find. And if ever the two should meet, well, that's Major League Baseball. And then you get the Showcase All-Star game, and you get the best of the best. You get the best hitters of the fastball, and you get the best throwers of the fastball. And then here's this guy that just shines. And, I thought that was very cool indeed.
Yeah, man, it's just it's awesome. And the whole thing was fun. Did you seeing Bruce Bochy managing an All-Star game? Did you get any feelings there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was definitely rooting for the National League, but, I mean, how do you root against Boch? It's impossible.
Yeah.
And there he was in the middle of the dugout, in Texas, and just having the time of his life. And I think that's the one thing about Boch that is so contagious, and we've all picked up on it over the years. That he loves what he does. He has fun with what he's doing, and he relates to every guy in that clubhouse, and he relates to every fan sitting there watching the game at the ballpark or on TV, and that's just his gift. That's just who he is. I mean, we all feel the same way about Dusty Baker. Who enjoys a win better than Dusty Baker when he was a manager? Nobody. And we all love that.
I know. It was fun to watch, and the Midsummer Classic is fun to watch in general, too. And so off we go now. When we'll talk to you Friday, we will lock and load for the second half of the season, and we'll talk about maybe the Giants will have announced their pitching rotation. I guess just kind of ending it, Mike, do you have a guess as to how they'd set it up, knowing that they're going to Dodger Stadium next week? How would you slot like a Blake Snell or a Logan Webb, given that you have Dodger Stadium Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday?
Well, right now I'd get Blake Snell in there as much as I can. I mean, I'd open up with him the second half, and then that would mean that he would pitch Game 1 Colorado, then he'd pitch Game 3 or whatever it is in L.A. Mm-hmm. I'd throw him out there, as often as I could, because he wants the ball right now. He's throwing as good as he can throw. And I don't know what we're going to get out of Cobb. I don't know what we're going to get about Robbie Ray. When they come back, they may be tapered back in to where, they may be going 4, maybe 6. A pitch count may be something that they pay attention to. Long innings might get them out of a ball game early. I don't know what we're going to get. I mean, that's a key. I mean, the rotation was a question mark there, especially towards the last 6 weeks of the first half. So the rotation has to improve for this team to improve. The hitting has to improve for this team to improve. The fact that they're 3 games under 500 is remarkable, and that really says a whole lot about your bullpen and about some of the guys who came out of Sacramento and made major contribution to this club. But now, when you're getting down to the short hairs of the season, you can't have a glaring deficiency. You got to be firing on all pistons, and so it's going to be very important as to how they set the rotation up. And I really don't know what they're going to do. Question marks with Hicks and Harrison as to how many innings they're going to throw. A lot of this hedges on how good of a contribution, how big of a contribution Cobb and Ray can make. I mean, if they can make a healthy contribution, then they're sitting in high cotton. If not, then it's going to be more of what we've seen, a lot of scramble. So I hope that some consistency in their rotation that takes enormous pressure off the bullpen. If you can do that, you're going to contend.
Oh, man. All right. Well, look forward to it. Well, let's see what Bob Melvin has to say maybe Thursday night, set up the rotation, and then we will talk to you Friday, Mike.
To the bed.
Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Mike's, of course, brought to us by the UMA guest line. All right. The big hit is, of course, with the 49ers rookies reporting and with the veterans reporting next week. Brandon Aiyuk has raised the stakes. He's asked for a trade. How do you react? 808 KNBR. What are the talking heads saying about it? What are we saying about it? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is 415-808-5627 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brandon Aiyuk has requested a trade from the 49ers.
Trade me right now.
Well, Mike Silver and Matt Miyoko both came on yesterday to give their opinions on whether or not the 49ers should look to trade BA. But we want to hear your opinions. 808 KNBR is the number. Hit us up right now. Should the 49ers trade away Brandon Aiyuk? Give us our thoughts on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line or any of the KNBR socials.
Trade me right now.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Breaking news. Brandon Aiyuk has officially requested a trade after he and the 49ers have been unable to get an extension done, according to our NFL Network insider, Mike Garafolo. The 49ers receiver is under contract for a little more than $14 million this season. Garafolo adds that the former 2020 first-round pick is asking out after the Niners have been unwilling to engage in negotiations on a long-term extension since May. Aiyuk has 27 total touchdowns in 4 seasons in San Francisco. He had 1,342 yards and 7 touchdowns receiving last season.
Well, there it is. It's so serious. Why so serious? Like, we have breaking news. There's been a fire at the Empire State Building. This is going on in the NFL these days. It's very serious. All right, guys. Brandon Aiyuk raising the stakes. Or is he? Is it just posturing? Is it something that angers you as a 49er fan? Or is it something you just see as part of the dance? Part of the dance. The instinct in me, having been around for a while, is, it's part of the dance, part of the dance. But Mike Silver reminds us, sometimes the dance can get a little weird. And sometimes the dance doesn't end well. Sometimes you storm off the dance floor. Right?
Sometimes someone steals your girl at the dance.
Oh, hey now.
Hey now.
Say dance with the girl that brung you, except for when somebody steals. Who is it? Yeah, you talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Washington Commanders?
I'm talking about Jaden Daniels dancing on the dance floor trying to steal away away from Brock Purdy.
Yeah, for sure. So the 49ers now, are they taking calls? Well, Adam Schefter reported moments after NFL Network reported that he wanted to trade. Adam Schefter reported the 49ers are not going to trade Brandon Aiyuk. So maybe this is all much ado about nothing, but we had Mike Silver on Papa and Lund / Lund and Ramirez yesterday, and he was raising the possibility that sometimes these things get weird, and even if the 49ers say that, there is precedent that behavior can become personal, can become erratic, it can become selfish. He brings up the T.O. in Philly situation, if you all remember those days. Mike Silver here.
So I think if you're a 49er fan, you can say, well, this is just how it goes, and it's part of the deal, and we just won't trade him, and it'll be fine. But if you're a 49er fan, you also remember what happened to a certain wide receiver named Terrell Owens after he went to the Eagles, and way before the social media frenzy and the things that we take for granted today, there was a spectacle on his driveway in the Philadelphia area with a shirtless T.O. doing push-ups and his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, yelling, "Next question," and obviously some acting out at the Eagles facility, to the point where the Eagles were like, he's our best receiver, certainly, maybe our best player, but this is untenable, and we're going to trade him to the Cowboys. So there are ways of escalating these things, and I think if you are a cynical person who says, well, he has no leverage, he's just publicly requesting a trade, they're just going to hold firm, you may be overlooking some of the nuances that can affect a team, all the way into the season.
Okay, so he's saying keep your mind open that it can get weird. And by the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And so, I don't know, do you buy that can... I mean, Mike's given you kind of the extreme scenario that somebody can go T.O. off the rails and not report and do all that. Now, mind, we got to go over these things every time. He has a contract for $14 million. The Niners say they're not trading him. So in one way you could look at this, there's no story here. The other story is, what if Aiyuk is so disgruntled he doesn't show up?
I mean, that's the question, I guess, when it comes to team chemistry. Because it's obvious that the 49ers are not a better team without Brandon Aiyuk. But when we talk about what happened last year with Klay Thompson, how he kind of turned into, I don't even like using this word, a locker room cancer with some of the younger players on the Warriors. That's the last thing you want on this 49er roster right now. And we've talked about the Ricky Pearsall draft pick, what it meant for Brandon Aiyuk, what it also meant for Deebo Samuel. who went to social media and talked about how the 49ers were taking calls for trades on him. So now you've got 2 different wide receivers in 2 different positions. Debo's been paid. Brandon Aiyuk has not been paid. But when you look at that situation with Ricky Pearsall walking into the building, Juwan Jennings just got paid. Juwan Jennings also had some posts on social media yesterday. You just don't want this locker room to turn toxic. I don't think it will get to that point, but it seems like a lot of 49er fans are kind of looking at Brandon Aiyuk as maybe the tumor in the locker room, and they're trying to cut it and get rid of it before it grows and takes over.
What happened? We were talking about ladybugs in February.
We were blessed.
January?
We have full gas tanks. The kids are on the trampoline.
Oh,
wifey
man.
cooking breakfast.
By the way, you mentioned Pearsall. Just quick digression. I know I was in Dixon all night. And by the way, I'm going to use the big hit to shout out the great people in Dixon, California, in Dixon Little League, who were just wonderful hosts. I put it on my Instagram and Facebook. Casey and the whole crew. So nice. Anybody who's been in these Little League sections as you advance, you start to form relationships with these hosts because you're there every night. And they just vibed, and they were awesome. And we would get there early, and they'd be blasting tunes and water in the field, and we'd be chopping it up. And anyway, congratulations to Napa American, who edged us in a very, 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 very tight game last night. And sometimes in life, you're going to get boned. Yeah. And so fate and circumstance did not go our way last night. Super proud of the kids who truly... John Wooden says success is the peace of mind that can come with knowing that you did everything you could to be the best of your ability. He said no one can do more than that. And they truly, 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 truly did. So that was great. But anyway, I was missing all this last night. I came home to find out that Aiyuk's asking for a trade. And I was kind of like, no, man, no, really? But then I also find out that Ricky Pearsall is on the non-football injury list. And I'm like, wait, what? So Mayoko has some information on this. This is, again, I'm my head's spinning. It's midnight in Dixon. I'm looking at a phone. I see Pearsall's on it. Actually, my kid tells me, his dad, he's on the injury list. I go, what's the news? He goes, I don't know. He's on the injury list. So what happened?
Yeah, that's a great question. He had something going on during the off season, and the Friars were very tight-lipped about that. He wore the blue non-contact jersey during a time when you can't have contact anyway. But again, the 49ers did not really say, just like general soreness. So I don't know exactly what that deal is. I know he did not miss any practice time. My thinking is because the real practices don't start for another week. If you report and you don't go on that list, then that list is not available to you the rest of training camp. Like when you report for training camp, you have to go on that list. You can't go on it later. So if there's some sort of aggravation or whatever the case may be, the wise move is just to go on that list, get checked out, continue to do the rehab and all the off-field stuff. And then once you're ready to practice, you come off the list. You can come off that list at any time. So it might be just more of a precautionary thing that there's no reason not to put a player who is struggling with something, no reason not to put them on that list because you can't go on that list later.
Okay, So some bureaucracy, some paperwork, some terminology, all that stuff. I guess the ultimate takeaway is that there's not a belief, especially because Schefter and Rapsheet aren't, there's not a belief that it's something serious. We're hoping.
That's the way I'm reading into it.
Yeah.
Is that this was more of a precautious
right.
move.
So I think if it was something more serious, it might be reported by one of the big boys, the Schefters, the Rapsheets. Meanwhile, we're talking about receivers, so Ricky Pearsall will continue to monitor that. You had news earlier today because you monitor the Instagram stories better than I do.
Yeah, and so it's something that we were discussing earlier on the show of what drafting Ricky Pearsall does for that wide receiver room. If you're Deebo Samuel, if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you're seeing the 49ers go out and draft your replacement and whether or not that would lead to turmoil. Well, yesterday, after it was reported that Brandon Aiyuk had requested a trade, Juwan Jennings, of all people, took to Instagram and he posted this story, and I'm going to quote it so everybody knows that we get it right. You got to be a different type of person to act like you're doing everything by yourself, knowing dang well you're not. Now, most 49er fans, Murph, tell me, correlated that to Brandon Aiyuk.
I mean,
timing of
as
it.
I said, when you read that to me an hour ago, I said he does have plausible deniability. He could just be talking about like his girlfriend who's pissing him off.
Yeah,
right now.
that's what I said earlier. I was like, what if he's talking about his girlfriend making dinner? Like, hey, you might have made the chicken. I made the mashed potatoes.
So he has deniability, but it is also curious that he would choose to go to social media and write something like this.
So I would say that's not the greatest timing, but Murph, we have an update from you_ain't JJ on Instagram. That's Juwan Jennings' handle, by the way.
Okay.
An hour ago, he puts up another story that says, never would I diss my brother Brandon Aiyuk. Broski is a made man.
That's what I thought. And I thought it was unusual that he would. It's usually those are brothers. Those are brothers in the fraternity. They're against management. They're like, hey, they got to look out for each other. So,
and here's a follow-up post.
Another one.
There's a second one just about an hour ago. What's wrong with the internet? I promise I would have following my statement if I was talking about a specific person.
So do you believe him?
I think I believe him. I don't know. It is weird timing.
Why would he write
the timing of it all is not a good look for JJ.
Sometimes people just screw up.
Yeah.
He wanted to get something off his chest about some friend who did him wrong. He realized he did it right in the middle of the Brandon Aiyuk trade drama.
It's like my buddy was taking credit for setting up the tent on our camping trip, but give me some damn credit.
Oh, man.
I don't know. It doesn't look like young Tony's buying it.
Maybe Juwan just wanted a piece of the action, so we're talking Juwan Jennings right now.
Now I'm giving him shout-outs for his Instagram. Tony, you gave an interesting reaction. Are you buying this excuse, this kind of breakdown of Juwan Jennings on Twitter on BA?
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe somebody got to him and said, hey, you might want to clear the air on that. Because it was after the news came out.
Yeah, it was an hour ago. I mean, who knows? Juwan Jennings might have been driving around this morning and heard the two of us quoting him on 50,000 watts. So he puts out this statement saying, hey, I got to clarify my name.
Hey, Third and Juwan, call in. All right, buddy? Listen, it's hilarious, this whole drama, this whole Instagram stuff. It is weird timing by Juwan Jennings. And like you said, maybe somebody said clear the air. And we'll see what's going on. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And I look at the phone lines and I see a man who, let's see, it's 8 o'clock. So just 10 hours ago, in the dark of night at Dixon, under the lights of the Dixon Little League field, he said to me, I'm calling tomorrow. It's Dixon Dave. And so I said, well, I'll be there, buddy, bright and early. And there he is, calling in, Dixon Dave.
Hell yeah.
Dixon Dave, dude, it was just a few hours ago. You and I were hanging out at the Little League field, man. Hey, thanks for calling in.
Good morning, Murph. How you guys doing today?
We're doing, as you might imagine, your boy's running on a little bit of low gas tank right now, but we're here having fun.
I can only imagine.
Yes. So, well, thanks for hosting us. You guys were awesome, and Casey and the whole crew. And I tell people, get to Dixon, go to the Mayfair, right?
Absolutely. That's a big weekend for us every year, and a lot of fun.
Now, Dixon Dave, would the Mayfair convince Brandon Aiyuk to stay in San Francisco?
I don't think that's going to keep him, but I hope he does stay. I kind of feel personally that he's kind of doing the old Debo playbook, swipe, get rid of the Instagram, all that stuff, the notice of the 49ers, and then pull the old trade thing. Trade me, I want to get paid thing.
Yeah. But you want to keep him.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he makes that offense go along with Kittle and CMC and Debo. All it would do is just draw attention to somebody else. I think that the Niners need to make it happen. They should have probably did it a little earlier. It is what it is, but here we are now. Get it done, and let's try to go get 6.
So, Dixon Dave, what you're saying, you're relying on the old line, cooler heads should prevail. And Dixon Dave, you know me on the radio.
Absolutely.
Sometimes I like to get little riffs off, little one-liners off, and I know I shouldn't even go there, but I'm just going to, because I'm exhausted right now. Dixon Dave, like last night at the game, maybe some guys' cooler heads should have prevailed, right? You know what I mean?
That is true, but I will say this. I thought you were going to get tossed there for a second. You did that last night, and got to commend you for that one.
Well, I had to stick up for my players, right? Because what was happening,
you did the right thing.
What was happening was pretty dramatic, and I couldn't let it go without a word. You know what I mean, Dixon Dave?
Absolutely. It changed the whole dynamic of the game last night, unfortunately, and sucked for you guys, but you guys were amazing, and everybody from Mill Valley was so nice and courteous and friendly, and we want to shout you guys out too.
Dixon Dave, man, the friendship of the century, Dixon and Mill Valley. We're going to become like sister cities now, right?
Absolutely.
I can't wait to see you guys again under some circumstance. If you're ever at a Giants game or a Niner game or whatever, shout it. See me, always shout at me, and And hopefully one day I'll get to, Rustdollar Farm again, or Bud's downtown, or the Solano Brew Co., which you guys pointed us to the other day, too. So, dude, it was such a great week. Magical week that none of the kids and the families will ever forget. So thanks so much for being our host, man. All right?
No problem. You have a great day, and thanks, guys, for everything you guys do as well.
Dixon Dave.
Yeah.
Dixon, he thought I was going to get tossed.
Oh.
Well, I had to go out there and, stick up for my guys.
Yeah, you got to show off that red ass every once in a while, Murph.
I was actually very calm. I just kept saying, I don't want to get into the details here because, credit to Napa America and everything, but I kept saying, you guys understand this is a very big stage to be making such a dramatic move.
Yeah.
And I said I would urge you guys to reconsider. They're like, get your ass back in the dugout. Anyway.
But anyways, Dixon Dave, great host and also some great takes. Like, this was my breakdown of the situation again. This is literally Brandon Aiyuk going through the contract negotiation playbook. We'll start with the scrubbing of the Instagram. Then we're going to go to posting videos, FaceTimes with another quarterback from another team. Now we're at the point where he's requesting a trade a week before training camp starts. But Murph, I'll ask you a question. Does this change anything? Because I know it's big headlines. Brandon Aiyuk requests a trade away from the 49ers. Well, we can go back to draft night where it was confirmed that the 49ers were taking trade calls on Brandon Aiyuk. So this trade scenario has been out there for a couple months, but it's coming from a different messenger now. Does that mean anything different for you?
Oh, man. I don't want to be like, I don't want to be like the concern. I know hot takes are better, right? Hot takes are better, but I just feel like this is just playing almost like by the playbook. And I just feel like he's going to be a 49er. I think he knows Kyle Shanahan's offense is the best place for him to be. I think he and Brock Purdy are on the verge of great chemistry. I think the Niners can get him an offer that will help them salary cap wise. I think he is worthwhile, money. I just feel like it's going to resolve itself in a positive manner. But Mike Silver tells us not to take these things for granted. These things can go haywire. These things can get sideways. So also, and the other part, and it's kind of the asterisk on this, is it might not happen before week one. This is something that could play out into the season. That this is something that could play out like as the Niners, how's the season going? How's Brandon Aiyuk's season going? How's his dynamic with his, like maybe they would trade him at the trade deadline. These things have happened before. So, but my instinct tells me, my homing instinct tells me this will be settled. I am worried that if it does even affect even a week of training camp, that he could be a little rusty and that could affect the dynamic of this season. But man, it's just, I get it. They have these small windows of time to maximize their leverage, these small windows of time to put their bodies on the line and get paid. And he's doing, would you do the same thing if you were him? Maybe you would.
Yeah, everybody's trying to get more money. So I get where Brandon Aiyuk is coming from. But to some of the callers we had earlier, he's under contract for $14 million. The 49ers can franchise tag him 2 different times. So maybe that's the biggest takeaway for me. Maybe these contract negotiations and him being disgruntled this summer will affect him long-term with the 49ers. But I'm with you. I think at the end of the day, he'll be lining up opposite of Deebo Samuel. He'll be wearing a 49er jersey. I don't see any benefit of trading him at this point of the offseason. No. If they were going to do it, they would have done it before the draft. Yes. There's no benefit. It doesn't help you win a Super Bowl this season.
No team is going to make them an offer that they wouldn't have made on draft night, and certainly not going to make a better one. So, all right, well, there's your big hit. Brandon Aiyuk loves him that drama. And Juwan Jennings saying, no, man. I wasn't talking about Aiyuk.
He is a main man, Brody.
Okay, Michael Lombardi, the great NFL executive and really fun radio guest and just knows his stuff stone cold, joins us next on The Sports Leader. Dixon Dave, he said he was going to...
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
KNBR's own 49er insider Matt Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to give his reaction to Brandon Aiyuk officially requesting a trade from the 49ers. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, the good people at Provident Credit Union. Money is important, as we were just saying to Brandon Aiyuk. And if you're looking for a smarter way to save and you want guaranteed results with your money, look no further. You can increase your earnings with a Provident Credit Union Pick a Term Certificate. Lock in a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. Let your money work for you. Earn up to 4.75% and reach your short-term savings goals faster. Enjoy the peace of mind knowing your money will grow securely with guaranteed returns. Do not miss this limited time offer. Open a Provident Pick a Term Certificate today. Visit providentcu.org or your local branch to get started. This rate is effective as of June 1st, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit Provident Credit Union at providentcu.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. is KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, the 49ers are on our mind. The rookies do report, and the veterans report next week. And then Brandon Aiyuk makes news by formally requesting a trade. The Niners make news by immediately telling Adam Schefter they will not trade him. So let's get into what it would be like from the front office perspective and just talk football with one of our favorites, Michael Lombardi, the former GM and three-time Super Bowl winning NFL executive. Great book he wrote called Football Done Right. Everybody should check it out. Mike, it's great to have you back on the Murph and Marcus show here on KNBR. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
I am doing great. Thank you. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We, a little all-star break for our baseball team, and then people are ramping up for the 49ers, and old Brandon Aiyuk's trying to keep everybody on the edge of their seat. So, Mike, from a front office perspective, let's put yourself in the executive office, and you get the word from either his agent or ESPN or NFL Network or whoever. Brandon Aiyuk has requested a trade. How do you react in the front office?
Well, it's really easy how to react. You don't. You control it. He doesn't. I think what we have a real issue with when it comes to covering football is we use the basketball practices to relate it to football. Kevin Garnett once traded, so James Harden once traded, and teams do it. That's not the NFL. You can say you want to trade, but we're not the NBA. And so you have a contract. We picked up the 5th year of your contract. If you don't want to play, certainly the contract will toll, but your job is to play here, and you're not going to force us to trade somebody who we value tremendously and is a huge part of our organization to let him go. Now, you say, well, how could you say we value him when you won't pay him? Well, we're trying to pay him. We just can't agree on a number. That's nothing wrong with that. That's called business. That's a negotiation. And so just because you think your value is worth X, we think it's worth Y, doesn't mean we're going to bury the relationship. We're just going to continue to go on. We have rights that this collective bargaining agreement has given us that is not in the NBA. So the media covers the NFL like it's the NBA when it's not.
And, of course, the headlines yesterday are Brandon Aiyuk requests a trade. But, Mike, we both know that the 49ers have been taking trade calls on Brandon Aiyuk going all the way back to the NFL draft. So I will ask you from a front office perspective, wouldn't there have been more value for the 49ers to trade Brandon Aiyuk before the draft than at this point of the offseason?
Well, I mean, making trade offers doesn't mean they want to do it. That doesn't necessarily mean it. I mean, look, you listen to every deal that comes in on every player. I mean, if somebody wants to make you an offer, and certainly because Aiyuk was entering his 5th year and he had one of his best seasons in his career, averaging 17 yards, he's an outside receiver. But I think this is a little deeper for 49er fans, right? Aiyuk is one of the few players on their team, and look, they are very talented, and Kyle's a wonderful coach. But they have very few players on their team that can win on the outside of the numbers in pass route running, and Aiyuk is one of those. They value that. They have a lot of very good players that are good inside the numbers and are very good with the ball in their hands that run with it after the catch, which is one of the reasons why Brock Purdy almost averaged 10 yards per attempt last year. So I think, to me, that the Niners have always been under the understanding of, what if we trade him, what are we getting back? Like, that's the thing. People say, well, trade him, you'll get a first-round pick. You have no idea who you're going to get in the first round. There's nobody out there right now that's going to help the 49ers win more than having Brandon Aiyuk on the team. So why would we get rid of him?
Michael Lombardi is the voice you hear, of course, the former GM and three-time Super Bowl winning NFL exec. Check out his book, Football Done Right, and he's given that front office perspective of, no, we're not going to react to this whole thing. Where do you put Brandon Aiyuk kind of in the hierarchy? This is one of the things we've kicked around this summer. ESPN's doing their league executives and coaches poll right now. And just wondering where you think Aiyuk fits, given that Amon-Ra St. Brown got paid, Justin Jefferson got paid, CeeDee Lamb wants to get paid. In these fun rankings world, where does Mike Lombardi put Brandon Aiyuk in the NFL hierarchy?
Well, I think one of the biggest misconceptions in the National Football League is, what is a number one receiver? What is a number one receiver? And I think people have a hard time really understanding that. I don't think they really get that. I don't think they understand what it takes to be a number one. And so guys are getting paid
as if they are a number one receiver when they're really good, but they can't define what a number one receiver is. Justin Jefferson's a number one receiver. Tyreek Hill's the number one receiver. You go to the stadium on Sunday morning, you're worried about those guys. You're going to draw double coverage to them all the time. For me, I think Brandon Aiyuk has been really good. He had his best season last year. He really blossomed as an outside receiver. And how do you separate the good receivers from the great receivers is, can they win on third down and man-to-man coverage? That's the key. Can they win on third down and man-to-man coverage? And if they can do that, they certainly are going to get paid. But the receiver market has exploded to where all of a sudden all the good players want to get paid like great players. And I think that's probably the conflict. Look, Tyreek Hill should be the highest paid wide receiver in football because he scares the pants off of every defensive coordinator, right? You go to the game, if you don't double this guy, he's going to score a touchdown. If you don't tackle this guy in space, he's going to run for 70 yards. He is a legitimate number one. He's got Randy Moss-like skills. There's very few number one receivers in the National Football League. Jerry Rice was a number one. He could line up at X and get open against anybody. But these other guys that are making huge sums of money are really good, but they're not typically what we would call a number one receiver, and there lies the rub.
Yeah, and we know that Brandon Aiyuk had a face-to-face meeting over the summer with John Lynch and the 49ers. Michael, how often does this happen where players insert themselves into the negotiation kind of conversation, and how much of an impact does it really have?
I mean, I think to me, you know, look, I think they want to get him signed, right? I think to me, this isn't about there's a disconnect between the player and the club. This is about this is a business thing. This is about how much do they want to spend and how much does he think he's worth. And I think because the receiver market has exploded, it's for all the players. They, you know, I'm better than that guy. I'm better than that guy. I should make more than that guy. That becomes the real rub.
We're talking to Michael Lombardi here on the UMA guest line. As we just get ready here, going into the season, to you, controlling storylines of training camp as we get ready. Aaron Rodgers returns to the Jets. Patrick Mahomes is trying to get his Tom Brady on. Dallas Cowboys dominating way too much ESPN conversation. For you, what are the primary stories of those that I mentioned going into this training camp opening?
Well, I think the Cowboys are a really interesting story because they haven't done anything this offseason, and I think the gap between them and Philadelphia has been widened by Philadelphia. You know, and I think to me, when they got their quarterback situation to where it is, and, you know, CeeDee Lamb's a receiver that to me is somebody that he's not going to show up to camp and unless he gets a new deal. And you would have thought with the Jefferson deal, see, the Jefferson deal is complicated. The worldwide leader tells us the Jefferson deal is $35 million a year. But people in the National Football League look at the Jefferson deal because there was a contract there as $32 million per year, $35 if you just count new money. Well, that's what the agents do. They make it look like that deal that year that had money and it didn't exist. It does. And so there is the problem. Do you want to pay $32 per year? Do you want to get, what is it, $32, $35? So I think to me the story on Lamb is interesting. I think Matthew Stafford, you know, he wants a new contract. I mean, he certainly had a great year. I think the Rams are going to have to handle that. Devontae Adams, I think a lot of the stuff that's going to happen in the league is going to be contract related because now the rubber meets the road. Guys have to come to camp. And if they don't come to camp, they're going to get fined. And if they do have a sit-in because they're not happy with their contracts, I think that's all going to come into play here as we move forward.
Do you think the CeeDee Lamb negotiations for that contract extension with the Cowboys are affecting what the 49ers are doing with Brandon Aiyuk at all? Like, would they try to make that deal before CeeDee gets paid, or do they want to wait and see what happens?
I think to me, Ayuk's agent saying, look, we should get whatever CeeDee gets, right? And so, you know, I think to me it's water seeks its level. That's why we haven't seen Tua's deal come down yet. Why? Because Tua just saw that you know, Trevor Lawrence got paid his contract. Tua wants it. Do you remember what Tua said when he was quoted? He said, the market dictates what I make. Well, that means they're not offering him a market deal in terms of guaranteed money. And so I think to me, every time a new deal comes in, the players want to make that deal their threshold to come into. So that's just the way that's the way it's been since we've been able to share the data of all the contract information. Before, when I first started, I'm so old that we didn't have that. We weren't able, it was all hearsay.
I hear this guy's making this, and that make doing contracts even harder. Today, it's on the Players Association website, and it's on the NFL team's website.
Yeah, it's one fun stuff, man. I mean, NFL just ruling the world, Mike, and we'll see what happens with Brandon Aiyuk as the next week or two approaches. So, everybody get the book Football Done Right. Very good stuff, Mike. We always enjoy checking in on your thoughts on the NFL, and we'll do it again as the season progresses. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks, Michael.
Anytime, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Mike's good. Yeah, what he said was, if you're the front office, you don't do anything.
Yeah.
Just lay back. Guys, what you guys are saying on cable, it's what Billy Beane said to me once when I was covering the A's, and I came at him with some sort of mild controversy. He goes, you guys, man. He goes, you understand, we play the game. He goes, you guys are just noise.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, thanks, Billy.
Damn,
Appreciate that.
he almost went full Jeff Kent on you.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
Bro, I didn't know you had that on your board.
Enjoy the game.
That's the
more,
first
Murph.
time you fired that?
Oh, no, I fired it off a few times on the show.
Not in the last few months.
No, not in the last few months. It was when I was behind the glass on the other
not
side.
Here.
Oh, yeah, I've got that ready to go. On the hip, ready to go,
You know who
Murph.
made that? Creative Tony changed the bait, because Creative Tony was running Ralph and Tom. And he's the one who cut that up, and then he dropped it so much.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
I mean, Tony made that a thing. He just pounded it into the ground.
We're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. But it is funny to look at it when we talk so much about the Brandon Aiyuk playbook of the contract negotiations. This is also the playbook for the 49ers. They've gone through this before with Debo and Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, George Kittle. They'll drag it out throughout the entire summer, and then at the end of the day, they figure out a way to get the contract done.
Yep, exactly. But again, I don't want it to affect Ayuk's on-field performance, which had happened to Nick Bosa.
Yeah, that is true. That is
all right,
true.
cooler of content on the other side. We got still got those Outlaw tickets. Hey, my schedule cleared up. We're going to go see Dylan Mellencamp and Willie Nelson. Speaking of Willie Nelson, he may appear in the cooler of content via Dandy Don Meredith for my baseball team on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's really easy how to react. You don't.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All righty. Hey, stay tuned later on today. Ned Colletti is going to join us, man. That's awesome. He usually does the afternoon show. We'll talk baseball with him. David Lombardi. We just had Mike Lombardi. David Lombardi will join us at 9:15. Maybe he has some insight into the Ricky Pearsall situation and, of course, the Brandon Aiyuk situation. But the cooler of content is rich, as always. Start at last night's All-Star game.
Yeah, well, let's talk All-Star baseball, Murph, because it was a big night last night at the Midsummer Classic for Major League Baseball, but also shout out to you up in the great city of Dixon, California. Yes, the World Series run came to an end last night for the Mill Valley All-Stars. But, Murph, I wanted to surprise you with our first entry into the Cooler of Content.
Oh.
It's actually a throwback clip.
I don't know this.
Something we've used in the Cooler before, but something to honor you, the Mill Valley All-Stars, and the Boys of Summer.
I love you guys. I'm going to love you forever. You're giving me the most precious moment, okay, of my athletic and coaching career. And I've been coaching a long time, okay? A long time. I'm getting to be an old man. I need memories like this. I need kids like this, okay? You're all my boys, okay? You'll be the Boys of Summer.
Water Boy. Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, dude.
The famous Rhode Island. I remember that was in my list.
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
The
man.
Boys of Summer.
Thank you, bud. I got a little tear right now, buddy.
Good,
that was the
man.
Rhode Island one. That's what I told the kids. Only one team ends happy. There we were out in the outfield last night. By the way, it was such a stark contrast because we were having that little speech, the Boys of Summer speech, and literally 30 feet away, Napa is sprinting out to the scoreboard with the banner, shrieking,
that's tough, man.
dude.
That's tough.
Oh, thank you for that, buddy.
Yeah, but those are memories that those kids are going to have a lifetime with Coach Murph.
It was just an incredible, incredible summer, and this is what everybody's going. The reason I bring this stuff up is not to talk about our team; it's to talk about what everybody experiences. For example, Napa American. Congratulations to you guys. I mean, I'm looking right here. I see Land Park Pacific. They won Section 4 yesterday. Dude, there's a doozy going on right now in Section 3. Bollinger Canyon out of Danville and San Mateo American, two really strong teams. They played last night, and Bollinger Canyon beat San Mateo in 8 innings to force another game tonight. So, talking to listeners in Danville, San Mateo, they're all going out
Shout
there
out
tonight.
to the 916. We got a text earlier said, hey, can you give us a shout out to the Rockland All-Stars? Hell yeah. Anybody who was wearing an
Rockland
All-Star
All-Stars,
uniform this uniform.
they were at their section. They made it to the final 3 before they got eliminated. I mean, we got listeners all over this section. And by the way, the NorCals are in Madera. You guys know Madera, California?
Barely.
I got to be honest, because had we had the ball bounced our way last night, we'd be on our way to Madera, California Saturday. I was like, okay, it's between Chowchilla and Fresno on Highway 99.
Chowchilla.
We were looking at, maybe it was bad juju, but we were looking at the weather app to see the temps. I think it's like 113 in Madera this Saturday.
Man, we almost got Murph doing a live show from Madera.
I was going to bring the Comrex and do the show from down there. I was. We were 2 games away, and really, I honestly, guys, I thought we were going. I did. I thought it was all lined up. The Boys of Summer. Thanks. Thank you, Marcus.
I got you, Murph. I got you.
We're going to go from that to something like the Oh My God song. Is that what we're gonna do?
Exactly.
Something ridiculous.
We'll
there.
keep the good vibes going, Murph.
Here it is. We'll give away the tickets too. Don't worry about that, buddy. We'll give them. Yeah. What do you want? He's yelling at you about that?
John Joe's throwing
All right,
papers back there.
from one Boys of Summer All-Star to another Boys of Summer, Elliot Ramos mic'd up pregame during BP and has a message for Giants fans too.
24. Sí, de San Francisco.
¿Para que no se caiga?
Vamos a tener una foto. Diablo, ¿viste? Vamos a tener una foto ahí. Vamos a prendernos feo. ¡Uy! ¡Es rico! Oh, papi, qué caballo. Lo más impresionante para mí es del año pasado. Se lo estaba llevando el diablo, ¿tú te acuerdas?
Terminó 42 honrones.
Qué animal. Last round? All right. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Love you, Giants fans. Thank you for the votes. You are all in my heart. I love you guys. Thank you.
Bilingual Elliot. I love it. I love
Yeah.
it. He can teach Shohei Ohtani a little something about being bilingual.
Oh, you're not wrong. By the way, there's clips of Shohei Ohtani talking to players at the All-Star game, but I thought he didn't speak English, Murph.
Was he saying in English, "Where's my $16 million"?
You know what he was saying in English? Oh my God!
All right. We actually have that in here.
We do. We found out that Jose Iglesias did perform at the All-Star game.
You cut this, Jose, yeah. Dude, you said 60, you cut it for 60 seconds. I don't need 60 seconds of that song.
I need more than 60 seconds.
I need like 3 seconds of that
give
song.
me the whole track. Give me the full 3 minutes, Tony.
You're going to do the 60? No. Let's go to Paul Skeens.
Well, this is the live performance that we all missed. This was before the home run derby.
Give us a little clip.
All right, this is Jose Iglesias, the Mets, before the home run derby performing. That guy should burn in songwriter hell. All right? Burn in songwriter.
I will say, it did sound like he was performing in like a warehouse. Like, where the hell were all the fans at?
Yeah. Does it say, you have a cut here that says fans going crazy for the song? This it?
This is it.
Wow. I mean, I guess whatever
Right,
gets you through the night,
That's enough,
right?
Tony. That's enough.
Whatever gets you through the night. Holy moly.
Tony says it's a banger.
By the way, the Mets have made a move. Between the grimace and oh my God, all of a sudden we're looking up at the Mets in the standings. Yeah. So, I mean, maybe the Giants should be singing the damn oh my God.
Oh, who needs to get on the microphone? Give me Tyro Estrada, oh my God, in the outfield.
All right. Is he the most likely to sing the banger?
I was trying to think about it. He does have that flashy orange belt.
Probably Elliott, though. Elliott's got a little flavor to him, doesn't he?
Okay.
I go Ramos. Meanwhile, Paul Skeens is, a hero. He's making baseball cool because he's a stud and he's dating one of the most popular models on Instagram.
I would say you are correct.
Livy Dunn. But she's not just a model. She's an athlete.
She's a gymnast.
Yes. So there they are. They're the it couple. And I guess they were doing that quote-unquote red carpet thing, which draws about like 24 people.
Which had all the fans of Jose Iglesias.
Livy Dunn must be like, hey, if I went to an NFL, if I was dating an NFL guy, we'd have like millions here. Dating a baseball guy, there's like a couple dozen.
She's got that Paul Skeens stash though, Murph.
Yeah, but he's got the dough, right?
Yeah, well, Paul Skeens?
Yeah. What do you make?
Not like a whole bunch of dough. I mean, he's still on his MLB rookie contract.
But if his arm stays attached to his shoulder,
he's getting that payday.
Yeah.
100%.
So they were talking fastball grips here on the red carpet.
You know how to grip a fastball?
A four-seam one?
A four-seam.
See, I know that.
That's not bad. You got it. Oh, she goes three fingers, small hands.
More of a splinker girl, sorry.
More of a splinker
I gotta
girl.
say, that's a keeper.
That was a cute conversation.
First of all, her saying four seam.
Oh.
Second of all, she's like, I'm more of a splinker.
Mm-hmm.
That's more of a splinker girl, sorry.
Stock up.
How about Paul saying, she's more of a three-finger kind of girl?
Well, hey, now we should probably change the subject.
Yeah, we're talking fastball grips here. We're talking fastball grips.
All right, Anthony Edwards, who's on Team USA, who is the best. And now remember, he famously, when he got to Minnesota, was describing his athletic prowess with an interviewer. I'm not even sure who the young lady is, but he's just saying, what do you need? I will dominate. And we love this.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, you were the best player on your team.
Yes, now we talking.
You could hit the ball.
But I was 4th, 5th hitter. You know what that mean.
Clean up. Yeah.
Straight clean up on aisle 3. Come get it.
Sounds like you're just an athlete.
Yeah.
Ping pong, baseball, football, basketball.
Tennis, swimming, lacrosse, whatever you need me to play, I'm going to go do it. If it's some money on the line, I'm going to go do it.
Can you golf?
Whatever you need me to do.
Okay. Hockey.
Whatever on the ring, whatever you need me to do, it don't matter.
Got it.
Trash can ball, we can whatever you want.
Trash can
cook
ball.
food.
You could go pro.
Cook food. That's something to do. I bet I'll be A1 from day one.
He's incredible. Incredible. The guy's the money in the bank. Now he follows up. You heard in the middle of that list was swimming. So the Olympics, swimming is very popular.
I said we just let Ant represent the United States in every single Olympic event.
Including like kiteboarding. What's going on?
I want him out there like playing handball.
How about breakdancing?
Ooh, how about speed walking?
When I was talking, we were driving up to Dixon. Yeah, speed walking would be good too. We were driving up to Dixon all those nights. I had Huddy and Beckett in my car, and we would just shoot the breeze. And I asked them if they're going to watch the Olympics, and they were like, breakdancing's in the Olympics. They were interested.
That's right.
They're interested.
We got break
How about
dancers.
Anthony Edwards breakdancing?
Give me a spinner-rooney. I'm sure he could do it.
By the way, the dude who wins Olympic gold in breakdancing, he's going to be a badass.
Oh,
man,
respect.
You got to be, because, I mean, there's some, I'm looking forward to seeing who the winner is. I really am.
I'm just looking forward to see how it plays out. Like, are they going to have like the boxes of cardboard out there for them to spin on? Like,
shout out the McDonald twins from Marin City who used to perform at halftime of our basketball games.
Hell yeah.
Of course, this is back in the Jerry curl era, so there would be some residue.
Oh, hey, now it's dangerous for a basketball court.
Well, there's some treatment on the hair.
Yeah, you got to get the mob guys out there.
Exactly, dude. Anthony Ebers, though, says he can swim still, and he can beat anybody in USA basketball.
If you could swim in an event at the Olympics, what event would be yours?
Freestyle. I'm fast, too, though.
You're probably the fastest swimmer.
On the team?
On the team.
For sure. There ain't no swimmers.
Just look at that.
You got Joe, Big MB, you got AD, and Bam. They ain't swimming fast. Bron, he ain't swimming fast. KD, Kawhi, Tatum, they not swimming fast at all. Yeah. So my only challenges are Book when he might not know how to swim. Drew, he might drown. And Halliburton, oh my God. If Halliburton beat me, then I just need to never touch the water again.
Anthony Edwards, man.
That's
the
good.
guy. Yeah.
Now, he did not mention Steph Curry, the Splash Brother. I think Steph's pretty good in the pool.
I would agree.
I would assume so.
Maybe he's afraid of him. Splash Brother, indeed. I know we got Ned Colletti coming up, but we had one special one from What did young Tony learn today? He learned about Dandy Don Meredith, because I entered the office this morning late, and I taught the kids. I said, in Monday Night Football, back when I was growing up, and the game was over, not over, but like 3 minutes to go, if there was a failed fourth down, or maybe a converted first down by a team with the lead. And Red Auerbach used to light a victory cigar in basketball. Well, this was basically the Monday Night Football national TV equivalent of the game is over. And this is what I sang to the staff here, to the boys, to the show this morning when I walked in. Dandy Don.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night, the party's over. And tomorrow and next year starts the same old thing again.
That's how we used to roll. That's how we used to
the
roll.
The more you know, young Tone.
By the way, that nice pipes, too. Turn out the lights, the party's over.
Well, Murph, if I can sneak in one more piece of cooler of content.
Well, you already got me with the first one.
If we're talking about turning off the lights, this is a piece of sound that we've been sitting on for a couple weeks in the cooler. And after last night's performance from Mason Miller with the Oakland A's, I thought it's fitting that we tie a bow on this cooler of content with Mason Miller talking about whether or not he would ever get the light show a la Camille Duvall over at the Oakland Coliseum.
Do you have a fire walkout yet? Like, I know Oakland, with Grant Balfour, they had the head banging, you were in all these places. You've seen the Giants one with Duvall where he comes out to a whole thing. Like, have you thought up one yet? Because, Oakland will get behind you, the people that show up.
Yeah, they are. Even on the smaller crowds, they still are fired up at the end of the game. We're trying a couple things out. We talked about the lights. I don't think that's going to happen. They said the lights might not come back on. But we got a couple decal or going around the facade pictures. They seem like they were kind of experimenting with something. They shut all the scoreboard lights off until I picked the ball up on the mound. But it was just a little bit more like an awkward kind of silence until I got to the mound. But I think they're working on it. Yeah, we're trying things out.
The lights may not come back on, says. You know what? He ain't lying. Mason Miller's like, don't turn out the lights. The call it may not come back.
Turn out the lights. Mason Miller's closing.
Turn out the lights. They're not coming back on. Yeah, man.
But yeah, shout out.
The party's over.
Damn, Dandy Don sounds good. Mason Miller sounds
Shout out Dandy
funny.
Don. Shout out Mason Miller. I just hope he got a ride home from the All-Star game after he had to hitch a flight with the Philadelphia Phillies to get there.
He might literally be hitchhiking with his thumb on the side of the road. Let me ask young Tony, does he even know what hitchhiking is? Because that's from another era in time. Did you know what hitchhiking is?
Yes.
Okay, buddy. Well, thanks, and thank you for the tribute.
I
buddy.
got you.
You got me there in the fields. Got me in the fields. All right, Ned Colletti. Always fun. Baseball next on the Sports Leader.
They said the lights might not come back on.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
All right, River Islands. Let's talk. You know my feeling now after my good times out in Dixon, I'm going to head over to Lathrop. I mean, we like to explore Northern California because Lathrop is where River Islands is. And the city of Lathrop has just been named one of America's fastest growing cities, #1 in the state. And River Islands, which is in Lathrop, is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. So it's no surprise that 90% of the people who become islanders move over the Altamont from the Bay Area. I've done the tour. I went out to the boathouse, had a great lunch, ice cold beer, ball games, tunes, lakes. It's an attractive lifestyle along the San Joaquin River. Lakes, parks, and miles of trails. Walk into a lakefront restaurant like the Boathouse, cycling over to Islanders Field for some ball. This summer and all through the fall, River Island's bringing on a new number of new home neighborhoods, more outdoor places to picnic and play, readying the campus for the grand opening of River Islands High School. How about that? You can start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? And hey, I'll meet you at the Boathouse.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's that Urban Cowboy soundtrack. We were talking about Mechanical Bulls earlier today because Elliot Ramos and them were featured in the pregame riding Mechanical Bulls. Thank you, Young Tone. Urban Cowboy made Mechanical Bulls very popular in the country way back when. The big song was Looking for Love from that album. Looking for love in all the wrong places. Looking for love in too many faces. We'll get that later on. All right, Ned Colletti, who's actually over in the UK, not hearing country music from Texas there. He, of course, was with the Giants for 11 years, and Ned's got so many talents, whether it was building the Giants with Brian Sabian, or whether it was going down to L.A. and doing his thing, or, of course, working for the Sharks as a scout, and, of course, now a professor at Pepperdine and actually doing some stuff overseas. The always interesting Ned Colletti. Ned, it's great to steal you on the morning show. I know you always go on in the afternoons. It's great to have you. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, Ned?
Hey, morning, Ned.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. You know what? I'm always on in the afternoon. You're right. And where I'm sitting right now, it is 5 minutes to 5. So same old story for me.
I know.
Different for you guys. Thanks for having me on.
No, it's great to have you, Ned. It's funny. We do have streaming listeners, and they check in from Europe. They're like, you're not a morning drive show. You're an afternoon drive show. So it's great.
Exactly.
Oh, man. There's no baseball in England, Ned. What are you doing?
Well, I teach at Pepperdine. I've been teaching there about 6-7 years, and I teach different classes when I'm in Malibu in the States. But here, I teach a globalization of sport. How does the NBA have such a great global reach? How'd that happen? 92 Dream Team, a huge thing. How does baseball globalize? So some baseball out here. Played another. Had a game here a little while back with Philly and New York. How does hockey globalize? The NFL. We're going to go see the NFL a while. Also, how does European football? We spent some time up at Manchester City and Liverpool last week. And we've got a couple more little trips coming up. Cricket, we're going to go talk to them about how they try to globalize. Obviously, might be the forerunner to baseball. But that's what I teach here. I teach it for the month of July every other year, and it's been an honor and a blessing to be able to do it.
That's pretty awesome. Hey, before we get into questions about the trade deadline, what is the prospects of baseball ever getting global? Listen, we know the NFL's done it, and, I mean, we know it. It's the fact. We know the NBA in Asia. It's gigantic. And also all the players from Eastern Europe. But baseball is one of those sports that just seems to be so native to the North America and Central America and even South America, Venezuela, et cetera, that it just hasn't cracked the European. I know they've gone over and played there, but it's just like, is there going to be a disconnect that the Europeans never really buy into baseball because it's too foreign of a sport?
Well, I don't think it'll have the reach of, say, the NBA. I think one of the reasons is and baseball is global. They do play here. They play obviously in Asia. And so many players come from outside the U.S. now from Latin America. But your point about Europe and baseball is well taken. I think that's why they play a few games here lately. I was here in 19, the first time the Yankees and Red Sox, any team ever played in this country. When you think about playing baseball or practicing baseball versus, let's say, basketball, you could play basketball with a ball, a hoop, and yourself. You could practice it. You could become pretty good at it without competition, or play one-on-one, or play two-on-two, or play three-on-three. Baseball's not designed like that. You need a big space typically, and you need more than yourself to practice or compete. I guess you go to a batting cage or things like that. But the actual competition pieces of it are better done in a team environment. Plus, I had somebody in class a couple of years ago who runs a federation, I won't give you the country, but a European country that runs their team for the WBC. And they said, the way culture is in most of Europe, if you're 12 or 13 years old and you are the last player on I'll call it soccer because I'm talking to you guys, on a football team here, soccer team there, same sport. If you're the last player, you would almost, the culture says you're better off being the last player and hardly ever playing football, soccer, than being one of the best players in baseball. because people say, hey, if you can't play soccer, what are you doing here? So as a young person, the pressure is kind of on you not to really expand your sports until they're really cool for everybody to do it. Hence, basketball's grown like crazy from the David Stern era and then what Kobe and Iverson did with China and things like that. Baseball, it's just tougher to do it. It's just tougher to do it. You need more people, and you've got the football emphasis / soccer that prevails over almost any other sport outside of baseball, outside of basketball.
Yeah, and Ned, I think we're seeing some of that global growth. You saw it in the MLB draft this past Sunday. Travis Bazzana out of Oregon State was originally born in Australia. Chase Burns out of Wake Forest was originally born in Italy. So it's cool to see that international influence even reach the college level. But since we are talking about the MLB draft, what is the difference between the approach? We saw the Giants take a couple college players with their first couple of draft picks. What is that difference between scouting college players versus high school players? And what do you think the overall thought process is there?
Great question. I think, and I'm not speaking specific to the Giants, I'm just speaking in general. When I would take college players, it was because I needed an infusion of talent at that position soon, or maybe now. Okay, when you take a high school player, with rare exception, it's going to take them a while to get there. Think about ourselves when we were 17, 18 years old, or when we were 21, 22 years old. A lot of changes between 18 and 22. How you think, your physical maturity, how you take things a little bit more seriously, perhaps. You've already maybe been away from home for the first time for an extended period of time. So there's a difference between the two age groups and the players. High school players have more development typically that they're going to need to go through. College players, especially if you played at a big time university, you've had a lot of experience playing against high level players. So it's two different philosophies. If I had some time to build something, or if there was an extreme player, i.e. a high school player out of Highland Park, Texas, in the 06 draft, a guy named Clayton Kershaw, came up pretty quickly. But I also knew that he was a special talent. But we took him over a couple of college pitchers, one named Tim Lincecum and one named Max Scherzer. So in different years, it's different ways you look at it. But just in general, if you need an infusion of players soon at a particular position, you're going to go to college route. One thing about the college route, though, for pitching, college is a lot about winning. Not that high school isn't, but really college is a lot about winning. So whenever I would draft college pitching, I would make sure our medical people and our scouts had really evaluated the usage of that pitcher, especially down the stretch, especially if they're going to the College World Series or trying to get there. Because there's a lot of times a college pitcher will show up after you draft him, and there'll be something that might be wrong physically because of overuse. Just a couple thoughts that I'd always be thinking about.
Ned Colletti is the voice you hear, longtime friend of KNBR, and of course, it was all those years that Brian Sabian, who just went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. It was great. And of course, now Ned's doing many things, including working for the Sharks and teaching for Pepperdine, which has him out in the UK teaching, which is awesome. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So now just bringing it back to San Francisco, Ned, you're 3 games under 500. You have 13 days before the trade deadline. You have theoretically some good prospects that may be your window of contention in a couple of years, whether it's Elliot Ramos or Luis Matos or Brett Wisely or Hayden Birdsong or Carson Wisenhunt or Kyle Harrison or any of these guys. And yet you also have this sort of mandate from ownership to be competitive and try to fill the park. So you got a lot of things in front of you. How do you approach the trade deadline if you're Farhan Zaidi, Pete Patilla in the front office?
Well, it's you're really in I think a multi-thought process position, because you're in the wild card race. I think there might be 3 games back going in today, but it's not like they're the next team. You've got the Mets, I think. You've got AZ, San Diego, teams in their own division, plus the Pirates who have played well, Cincinnati, and the Cubs they're all kind of hanging together there within a very short period of time. If that has value to you, then I think you have to make some type of move, okay, if you can get into the wild card. This is a team that was built really, I think, with a look to the second half. When you think how many of their better starting pitchers and pitching was going to take some time to get healthy and get active. So they were probably kind of on a big second half. That you sit 3 games under 500, to me, that kind of tells you who you are. You played almost 100 games already. There's only 162. It's only 64, 65 left. So that kind of tells you where you're at in competition. And for me, the thought process was the first thing we got to do is be over 500 and 10 over and 20 over. And we've got to really master our division. We've got to play excellent games against our division and have a winning record against that. I don't know. I don't watch the Giants every day. I'm not going to comment on really where they're at. You and your listeners see them all the time. So whatever my thoughts are worth, you can peg them to your club there. But I think it's a tough spot to be in. I don't think I would trade, and no matter what publications there are saying somebody's a great player, somebody's so, the teams know the players far better than any publication. So if I'm sitting there and I'm kind of in, but I'm kind of on the outskirts, I think I'm looking to see, okay, there's X number of prospects in my system. I'm not moving this year. I am not moving unless somebody comes to me with a player that we'll have 2 or 3 years of control over. That's a stud player. That's going to be as one of the best. I'm not moving anybody of that caliber. You get down a caliber or 2, you know the player, maybe their ranking, maybe scouts like them on other teams more than you really like them. And again, nobody knows a player better. In this case, nobody knows the Giants farm system better than the Giants. They know their guys inside and out. There may be somebody out there that a team wanted to draft 2 or 3 years ago that wished they had drafted. And the Giants have had their eyes on that player for 2 or 3 years. They know the player. More importantly, they know the person. And maybe they think, hey, you know what, this player will play in the big leagues, but not going to be on a championship-type club, not going to really help you win. Enough talent to get there. But somebody else may really covet that player. In that case, if you got a chance to help your team right now, you do that type of thing. But I think you got to look at every deal individually, and you got to figure out what's the cost today and tomorrow. Unless they believe that they're going to make a run at a deep playoff run, if they think that that's how they're built and that's how it's going to match up despite, where Atlanta's at and where Phillies are at and where the hated Dodgers are at and all of that, then you cut into that upper echelon a little bit. But when you're 3 games under and you got a load of teams trying to get to the wild card, and you've kind of played half and half, you lose a little bit more than you win. There's probably some players I deem untouchable, but it's not just the talent; it's who they are and how they compete and what they're going to mean to the organization when they get to the big leagues, get established, and start to be able to compete at the highest level.
Ned, sticking to the topic of buying or selling at this year's trade deadline, how big of an impact do you think that third wildcard spot has had on the overall landscape of the trade deadline when it comes to buyers and sellers?
Well, I think it does have impact on it. I think it probably clouds it some because there's probably some teams that really feel, hey, look, we're not going to be able to, even if we get in, we're going to be out in a minute. But they feel like they have to get in. So I think that it for the competitiveness of the sport, it's been great. For many more franchises / fan bases to think their team has a chance, it's great. As you look at the reality of, well, how far can we really go, it may shade it somewhat. Also, like, maybe you haven't been to the playoffs for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. So even getting there with a team that barely gets there, plays as hard as it can, gets there, excites the fans, and you don't think it's going to have a lot of staying power, it still might be worth you getting there and paying to do it. But it's so hard for me to really trade elite prospects for just a chance to get in. Because with the additional wild cards, you have more games. So you've got, while it's easier to get in, so to speak, it's harder to advance. Once you get in, it's more complicated. It's not like you've got, years ago you had 3 division winners and 1 wild card team. You had 3 series, including the World Series, so that was easier. You don't have that now. More teams can get in, but your path there is more complicated than it was before it got expanded to who gets in. For some teams, it's invaluable because they haven't been there. For teams that are not in that position, you got to be wise with the choices you make, because paying for something that's going to be over by the 15th of October, and you're going to watch some talent you just sent to somebody play into the next 10 Octobers, that's a tough watch for you. So you got to be wise with your choices, knowing your players better than anybody.
It's funny you say that, Ned. I know we've gone long. We're going to let you go, and we got to go just real quick, though. But I know you weren't with the Giants for the Carlos Beltran, Zach Wheeler trade, which, by the way, I still endorse it because they were going for it. But you talk about seeing a guy 10 years later. If Sabes could do it all over again, would he do it, you think?
Well, and I know Sabes like a brother. We've been still close. But, there's I guess it's an old adage. If you believe in your team and you've got a chance to make a run, then you got to do something like that. You've got to do that. And, they paid heavy. There's no doubt. But knowing how he thinks and knowing where that team was at, they had to think that it was going to happen. Last thing I'll say before I run is players know what's going on. So when you have somebody like Carlos walk in that room, it's difference making. People pay attention. You owe it to your team if they have played hard and they're giving you everything they've got and they've got a chance. You need somebody to walk into that room when you get to the end of July that they know, and they go, yes. Now we know ownership. Now we know the front office is paying attention to what we've been through and what we're doing through. That can also add a jolt to the team.
Good stuff, Ned. Always great catching up. Longtime friend of KNBR. You enjoy the UK. Go get you got your happy hour. It's time to go get the evening pint.
It's 5 o'clock now.
All right, guys. Hey, thanks for thinking of me, and thanks for having me on. All the best.
Ned Colletti.
Thanks,
that was
Ned.
awesome. So basically, it was a long week talking. Sell. Yeah, it's like it comes down.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, don't do your 3 games under. There's a long road. You got prospects.
Yeah, and it's the realistic expectations if you're going to win a World Series this year.
Let's kick that around next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brandon Aiyuk has officially requested a trade to get out of San Francisco. We'll talk to David Lombardi about it next on The Sports Leader.
All right, it is Wednesday morning, and we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve's always out here to help, and he wants to tell us about what to do with unfiled tax returns.
Call us and let's talk about it. The number one reason people don't file returns is because they don't have the money to pay it. If that's your case, no problem. We want to cut a sweet deal for you with the IRS. What if you say to Steve, I don't have my records? No problem. We'll go to the IRS in the state and get all the records they have on you. What if you say, Steve, I have my records, but I keep them in a trash bag in the corner of the garage. Bookkeeping really isn't my thing. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department to handle that for you. The bottom line is there is no good excuse for not filing a return. And don't let one of these new IRS agents ruin your life, your business, your marriage. just talk to us. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll just go ahead and do everything for you. We don't even have to talk to the IRS. The bottom line is, let us take your tax problem away from you, and then you can just enjoy your life.
Sounds pretty good to me. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, 49ers. Always on the front burner here. And as they get ready for training camp next week and welcome the rookies, they deal with the Brandon Aiyuk situation. Requesting a trade. They say they're not going to trade him. Drama continues. Perfect time to talk to David Lombardi. Staff writer for The Athletic, covers the Niners. It's getting to be that time. His summer vacation is over. He's getting back to work. David, good morning. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, David.
Hey, good morning. How's it going?
Well, it's going good. The Niners, Brandon Aiyuk's given us pretty much a topic a week for the last 5 months, but we'll get into that. I do have sort of a more pressing short-term question, and that is I was surprised to see Ricky Pearsall show up on the non-football injury list. I don't know if you know anything about that.
My understanding is that it's not a serious injury. I think it's important to note that the non-football injury list is a bit of a misnomer and that you can get hurt doing football activities, but you go on that list if you got hurt away from the facility. And obviously I think Brandon Aiyuk actually has been around the facility. He's been working out there this summer, but Ricky Pearsall hasn't. Ricky Pearsall's been working out in Arizona. So say that he suffered this injury on one of those practice fields in Arizona, working out on his own. I think Deebo Samuel's also out there working out with him sometimes. But say that the injury happened there, that forces the 49ers to put him on the non-football injury list, just as a procedural thing the day that he reports, and the rookies reported yesterday.
David, you mentioned Brandon Aiyuk being around Levi's Stadium. We're less than a week away from veterans reporting to training camp. Do you expect Brandon Aiyuk to be there with the in kind of person holdout, or do you expect him to be away from the team?
Well, I would, as of right now, I don't think that you request the trade if you're planning to be there. So if the status quo is the status quo next week, then I wouldn't expect Brandon Aiyuk to be there. I think that's a way for him to signal that he's at least willing to play a little bit of hardball with a holdout at this point. So I wouldn't expect to see him at the very start, but I heard you guys playing that Mike Silver clip before we came in. I do think that the 49ers own a lot of the leverage here, but Mike is right. There are ways for Brandon Aiyuk to make the 49ers uncomfortable in this situation because they are in a win-now window and they don't want distractions. Nick Bosa held out last year over training camp, and he did acknowledge that it negatively affected his play. So I think that Brandon Aiyuk in many ways is testing the waters here. It doesn't have a whole lot of leverage, but he can rock the boat, see if the 49ers might be willing to sweeten their offer to avoid a holdout, to see how much that's worth to the 49ers. And the timing of this trade request shouldn't be lost on people. It came the week before the start of training camp, which is essentially the soft deadline, the first soft deadline to get something done. So if you're Brandon Aiyuk and you want to see movement, then why not rock the boat at this point?
The art of the deal. Here we go. Negotiations. We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. I mean, Dave, just for fun, if you're John Lynch, what trade offer would appeal to you? Is it a first rounder? Or is it just nothing? I'm not even taking the call. I'm not doing that. But I don't know. Is somebody going to offer something like that?
The 49ers take every call. I think that's been one of the strong suits of this front office. And we've heard some crazy rumors over the years, right? The Aaron Rodgers rumor back in 2021, which was the morning that they drafted Trey Lance. Odell Beckham Jr. seemed to always be in trade rumors of the 49ers before then. So they'd be foolish to not explore every single option. That's how you stay a good front office, that you make sure that you're informed of all the possibilities. But the truth of the matter is that it seems to be like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole right now for the 49ers, because the ultimate goal, and this is the one that you cannot compromise on, is that you have to, every single move you make has to make you better for 2024. That's just where the 49ers are at. This is like the 1994 team that was coming off of the 2 NFC championship game losses to Dallas. You have to figure out a way to kick down the door and win the Super Bowl. So you're not in the business of collecting future assets while you let a very, very good present-day asset in Brandon Aiyuk walk out of the door. So the NFL draft has passed. That means that you're not going to be able to get any sort of draft compensation that can help you get better for 2024, which means that the only type of trade that fits the parameters what the 49ers need to accomplish is a player-for-player swap. It could involve draft picks too, but at a core level, it's going to have to include player compensation that can help the 49ers immediately. And those types of deals are so rare in the NFL, especially at a high level, because, I mean, you're dealing with a high-level talent in Brandon Aiyuk, and you need a high-level talent coming back in the 49ers direction. Those types of swaps are so rare that's why, the 49ers, through Adam Schefter, you heard yesterday that they're saying no to trades right now because it's very, very unlikely that they'll find something that satisfies what they're looking for.
David, circling back to Mike Silver's comments yesterday during his interview on KNBR, he also warned against the route of Brandon Aiyuk turning into T.O. with the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, I don't think we might go down that path, but do you think there could be potential problems in the locker room? Juwan Jennings went on social media yesterday, clarified his comments this morning, and said that he was not talking about Brandon Aiyuk. But do you think that there could be some issues specifically in that wide receiver room?
These guys, we see it right now, that in these situations, teams hold the cards. It's not favorable to players in the NFL. The 49ers have the threat of the franchise tag they could slap on Brandon Aiyuk after this season. So that's 2 years of discounted play, under team control, that Brandon Aiyuk essentially wouldn't have a choice if the 49ers rescinded their contract offer. That's 2 seasons worth of underpay for Brandon Aiyuk relative to his production on the field. So that just illustrates that players are not in a great boat, and I think that players understand that, and they understand when one of their peers is trying to take advantage of his potential opportunity to take a bite out of that apple and make some money. So it's a business. I don't see any resentment from that. Now, where this could start to become an issue is if this bleeds into the regular season, Aiyuk isn't there, and it starts hurting the 49ers. That's when you could start talking about his teammates having a problem with this. But these guys are all on the same team proverbially as well, not just the same team as the 49ers, but they're on the same team as far as trying to make a living, earn the most they can, and it's a negotiation against owners, against teams, and I think other guys understand the situation that Brandon Aiyuk is in from that business perspective.
David Lombardi of The Athletic getting ready for the training camp drama that will start in about a week. Just non-Aiyuk. It's all we talk about. What are you most intrigued about going into camp in a non-Aiyuk situation?
Well, I can't wait to see Brock Purdy because he's had a full offseason under his belt. And even if Aiyuk isn't there, even if Ricky Pearsall is going to miss a few practices to begin training camp, the 49ers have so many good players that Brock Purdy is throwing to. So it'll be fun just to watch him and his command now with that full offseason past him of the offense. And he's going to be the main draw for the 49ers this season. He's taken the league by storm over his first season and a half, and now age 24, he's going to be the leader of a team that has the Super Bowl or bust expectations written all over it. But you head into training camp with the 49ers, and you're going to see a group of rookies that has, by and large, a lot of college experience under its belt. It has to be that way because they're really deep. And they also are in that win now scenario that I was talking about. So you need guys that will be able to contribute sooner rather than later, maybe immediately in some situations. So I'm really excited to see players like Malik Mustafa, the safety out of Wake Forest. He's a ball of muscle, looks like a mini linebacker, but plays that safety position, should be pretty versatile. I think he has the profile of a guy that can contribute sooner rather than later based on the college experience. Renardo Green, the cornerback, maybe we get to see him going up against some of these 49ers receivers and Brock Purdy early on. He was a multiple-year starter over there at Florida State. Obviously, Ricky Pearsall, we'll see what the injury looks like, but seeing him try to beat press man coverage for the first time at the NFL level, that's going to be the big test, because if he can, well, then all of a sudden you got another dependable weapon if you're the 49ers. He can do everything else. He can separate. He can catch the ball. We just haven't seen him beat press at the NFL level. We saw him beat it at the college level, so that's the kind of stuff that I want to see here moving forward in training camp.
It was really refreshing to talk non-Aiyuk there for a couple of minutes. I want to thank you for that, David. So we'll look forward to more of that. We'll look forward to your coverage in The Athletic. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, David.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
I mean, dude, can we talk non-Aiyuk for a second?
Yeah, for a second, but then John Joe Curley's going to come in here with a stapler and throw it at you.
Oh, man. Now you're ripping open old wounds there. Hey, very good, Mark. I got you hot, maybe between Jeff Kent, that, and the Rhode Island coach. You're my sound idol today, buddy. Better than frickin' young Tony playing Jose Iglesias.
Oh, and enjoying the hell out of it.
And doing this with his hand. Doing this with his hand.
Seems like he's fist pumping right in your face, Murph.
The only thing worse would have been last night if in Dixon, California, when the last hour was recorded, that came over the loudspeaker.
Oh, what if it was like the 6th inning, and next thing you know, Napa has our closer coming to the game, and he walks into, oh my God.
I'd have headed to the parking lot, right? You know what? I would have gotten in the car and driven to Bud's and had a beer under the antler heads, or driven out to Rustaller Farm and sat on a hay bale and had a cold beer. All right, guys. We told you guys Ned Colletti brought up some interesting stuff about the Giants. What do you do? We'll kick that around. But first, John Joe Curley said if we talk one more second of Aiyuk, he can give away tickets to the Outlaw Fest.
Ooh, let's talk more Aiyuk.
So, Willie Nelson, who inspired Dandy Don Meredith, and I came in singing to the boys today after our crushing late night loss in Dixon.
Turn out the lights, the party's over.
Yeah, good voice.
They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over. And tomorrow and next year starts the same old thing again.
I tell you, man, we need more Dandy Don Meredith in our lives, don't we?
Sounds good.
415-896-KNBR if you want to see Mellencamp, Dillon, and Nelson. Who doesn't want to see that? August 3rd at Shoreline. I'll be back east, otherwise I'd be there. 415-896-KNBR, August 3rd. Call John Joe Curley. Tell him what you want to talk about on the radio, and get your tickets to the Outlaw Music Festival, 415-896-KNBR. Should the Giants sell or buy? Ned Colletti had words. Next on the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Webb delivers. Simeon sends one into right field. That's going to get down and in for a hit. That is ball 4. Kwan will take his base. Down to second base goes Simeon. Here's the Yankees' Juan Soto. First pitch, he sends this one up the middle. It's going to get through into center field. It will score Simeon. It will score Kwan. Soto digs for second. He's in there with a double. Full count pitch. Swing, and that one is into left field. It's a good one. Going to get down. Fielded by the left fielder. Profar. His throw home is not in time, and we are tied 3-3 as Soto beats it without a slide. Pinch hit RBI single for David Fry of the Guardians, and we're knotted up at 3 as he hit it into left field on one hop. Elliot Ramos swing and a miss, and he's pounding the strike zone. Kirby Yates. Next one to Ramos, and he pulls that foul on the 1-2. Swing and a miss. 94, Kirby Yates.
All right, little Beyonce. She's from Houston, though, not Dallas, but hey, she's talking about Texas.
Whoa, this ain't hold on.
This is on the playlist.
Whoa.
For sure. Fun. All-Star game, terrible uniforms.
Awful uniforms.
Better national anthem. Adrian Beltre, a stagecoach? Is that what it was?
I mean, they were going
like a covered wagon
full-blown
or something?
Texas on us. I told you about the cold open where we had Glenn Campbell's Rhinestone Cowboy.
Hell yeah.
With a bunch of MLB superstars riding a mechanical bull, a list of MLB superstars that included Elliot Ramos.
We didn't ask young Tony if he's ridden a mechanical bull.
Ooh, I bet you Tony's been on that bull.
Have you?
I have not. There was actually a beer fest in Slow, the Slow Beer Fest, and they had one there to, if anybody wanted to partake.
You gotta do it.
I declined.
gotta do it.
Not enough beer, Tony.
I'm like Marcus. I like to watch more than I like to ride.
Shout out Deborah Winger.
I understand.
Urban Cowboy. Became very popular. But anyway.
Yeah, you got to try it at least once, Tony.
Sure, a couple times. And again, shout out to Saddle Rack in San Jose, where I might have been there the same night as Marcus's brother and dad.
Yeah, shout out to Saddle Rack. Shout out to Old Pro in Palo Alto.
Which had a mechanical bull.
No mechanical bulls up in Mill Valley, huh?
Sad to say no. Isn't there one in the marina?
Oh, there is up at Westwood. I've been out there a couple times up in that bar.
You meet some new friends there.
Yeah, hey now.
Right.
I got friends in lonely places.
You got to do your thing. You got to get one and find the mechanical bull in Potrero Hill.
Hey now.
So, Logan Webb, Elliot Ramos, they got in the game. That's cool, right? Did anybody not get in the game, by the way?
No, I think they did their best to try to get everybody into the game because there were pitching changes every 2 outs in the back end of this baseball game.
Yeah, and so the American League wins it. It's funny because we had, our tragic loss, tie game in the 6th inning. We lose. Napa Americans going on in NorCal as we go home. And we're getting to the after a long post game. And shout out Casey Willard and the great people at Dixon. Took pictures with them, got olive oil, the whole deal. I'll always consider Dixon a second home and all that stuff. We walk out to the parking lot in the dark and putting stuff in the trunk. And Rory looks at us and goes, Daddy, there's more bad news. I go, what? He goes, the National League lost the All-Star game.
Oh, the innocence.
Because I had told him, we're National League fans. He's like, oh, okay. Yeah, we're National League fans. So anyway, so the Giants.
By the way, what was the 12-year-old review of the All-Star uniforms?
They didn't see him because we were in Dixon.
You got to show off a couple photos. Yeah. I need a review tomorrow morning because that's who they're doing this for. They're doing it for the kids.
They might like them.
They might.
They really might. They really honestly
Can we just wear white pants? What's up with all these colored pants? Got the Dodgers wearing Dodger blue pants. They had tan pants on yesterday.
If it's too loud, you're too old, buddy.
I guess so. I'm old as hell. I mean, they look like adult league softball uniforms.
Paul Skeens, Max Fried, Logan Webb, Shota Imanaga, Hunter Green, somebody named Sanchez, Ronaldo Lopez.
What are you just naming off guys younger than me?
Sanchez, my guy that shut out the Giants, I think, not too long ago.
Put some respect
Suarez,
on his name.
Strom, Scott, Hoff, and they pitched 11 guys.
Ooh.
In the National League. American League, Corbin Burns, Tarek Skubal. Skubal didn't start, huh?
No. Corbin Burns got the start, but Skubal's filthy, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Left side, that changeup hit 97, 98.
Tanner Hoke, Crochet, Miller, Mason Miller with a great inning.
Oh, shout out to Mason Miller, man.
Raggins, Lugo, Kirby Yates, Clase. So that's 9. So they pitched 20 guys. Time of game was, what was it? I just can't find it here.
Felt long.
I can't find it. 228.
National game 2 with longer breaks. That was something that I noticed.
228's
Yeah,
really
228's not
short
bad
for
at all, actually.
an All-Star game. So anyway, Logan Webb, 1 inning, 3 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned. And I'm just kidding. We got a little history lesson here. Giants pitchers have had some tough times at All-Star games, dating back to Atlee Hammaker in 1983, surrendering a grand slam to Freddie Lynn, the only grand slam at that point in time in All-Star history. Then 5 years later, Rick Russell with Ronald Reagan in the booth. That's right, a sitting president did the first inning of the All-Star game in '88 down in Anaheim. And Big Daddy Rick Russell was starting. It was so exciting. Oh, my God, we got the All-Star starter. And he gave up a tank to Bo Jackson. Monster tank, too, just like a gigantic tank. Like a shameful tank. Like a guy hit it so far, it like damaged the Giants franchise. That was in '88. Jeff Brantley lost in 1990. John Burkett lost in 1993. Sean Estes had a bad one. Rob Nen. So there's a tradition. Matt Cain, though, got the win in 2012.
And Logan Webb, I don't want to sit here and sound like the ultimate homer and defend Webb. I thought he had a beautiful changeup that he struck out Jose Ramirez with the end of inning. But he's also in a tough spot. But he's an all-star. So you got to face the all-star lineup. But after Marcus Semien got that leadoff hit, he then has a 4-pitch walk to Stephen Kwan. And Murph, there I am, sitting on my couch, screaming at the TV, no free 90s.
I know.
Especially when the next two batters are Juan Soto and Aaron Judge. Soto gets the RBI double up the middle, 2 RBI double, excuse me. He does get Aaron Judge to roll over and ground out, which is something I did not know happened until you told me off air that Logan Webb and Aaron Judge were actually texting before the game yesterday and texting after the game. I didn't know Logan Webb and Aaron Judge were text buddies.
Yeah, neither did I. And it makes me think even more pissed about the whole phony baloney Aaron Judge.
Well, you know Webb's had to be on that recruiting trip.
Yeah, and he's like, let's text away, but I'm still not coming. Like, is it true? Is Logan Webb, I'm just riffing here, guys, so don't. Is Logan Webb Aaron Judge's simp? Is that what they call it? Simp? Is that what it is?
No, Murph.
Like, you can use me and text me whenever you want. I'll be there for you. Whatever.
You wanted Logan Webb to hit Aaron Judge with a new phone. Who dis?
How about
lose my number, Arson?
Yeah, it turns out they were texting.
New
how
phone.
About that?
Who dis?
Yeah, how about that? They were texting each other, and Judge said to him, "I'll probably ground out," and then hit him after the game. Said, I told
well, he did get Judge to ground out, but yeah, it was too little, too late. Juan Soto with the 2 RBIs, David Fry with an RBI, and then ends the inning on a high note, at least with that strikeout of Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, 415 text in says Logan Webb, are we worried?
No, I'm not worried.
Okay. I mean,
Logan Webb is probably the person I'm most confident about when I look at the entire 53-man roster. 40-man roster, excuse me.
Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415 says, my 16-year-old, 13-year-old, 9-year-old boys all hated the All-Star uniforms.
Ooh, so even the kids have turned on the adult league softball
There's one right there. By the way, Logan Webb did do a hit with Jake Peavy. We found this useful for a couple of reasons here. Jake Peavy, MLB Network, interviewing Logan Webb at the All-Star game prior to the game, part of the pregame coverage here.
Guys, I'm here with right-hander Logan Webb, one of my faves in the game. Logan, how's the All-Star experience been?
It's been awesome. It's been great to meet all these guys and the other guys I've been playing against, so it's been really fun.
Question I got, did you get your rest last night? Are you ready? Are you active and live tonight?
I'm ready. I did not get rest, but I'm ready to go out there. Hopefully the adrenaline kicks in and everything will be all right.
You guys know I have heartstrings to San Francisco. Tell me why the San Francisco Giants get in.
Get in the playoff? Yeah. Man, we got a good team. We got a lot of really good young guys. You know, Ramos is one of those guys. And a lot of good veterans. So we just got to catch fire at the right time, and I think we're starting to play good baseball. We're starting to play good baseball before the break, so we're excited to get back.
In a world where they say you can't face the lineup 3 times, I know some guys who do it. You're looking at one. Logan Webb, we appreciate you, my man.
Oh, man, we got a big kick out of that because Logan Webb said, and he said, tell me why you can get in. Webb goes, get in the playoffs?
Yeah, in where?
Like he was like, really?
Tell me why the San Francisco Giants get in.
Get in the playoffs?
I mean, dude, I was sipping coffee. I was in a spit take right there. I was sipping coffee.
I mean, it might be easier for Logan Webb and the Giants.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it might be easier for Logan Webb and the Giants to get into Sweetwater to see Jake Peavy perform again.
August 10th, I'd recommend
getting back into the playoffs.
I'd highly recommend it. It's a great gig.
Go ahead.
But I would say this. It's not exactly Jim Mora, but it's like on the family tree, like playoffs. Are you serious?
We in the playoffs?
Yeah.
We're talking playoffs. Playoffs?
We're just having some fun, guys. We're having a couple of chuckles. By the way, he said to make sure you get your rest. And Logan's like, no, I didn't get my rest. Well, you're at the All-Star game. You probably got to go out, right?
Yeah, what do you give me for Logan Webb at the All-Star game and Murph doing the show this morning?
Jeez, dude.
Not a lot of rest.
How am I doing?
31 pitches in that third segment. Just like Logan last night.
Seriously.
I'm riffing, Logan. I'm riffing.
I am. It has been tough, man.
Light the beam.
But, yeah, so, I mean, what are you going to do? No, we're not worried about Logan Webb. I know he had a bad outing before the All-Star break, and then he had a rough inning at the All-Star game. You're handing him the ball. And, by the way, we talked to Mike Kukoc about how you set up the rotation. We'll talk more about this Thursday and Friday. But he said he would start Blake Snell right away.
I think you got to get as much out of Blake Snell as you possibly can.
Yeah.
And that would line him up for a Friday start against Colorado.
And then are you trading him?
And then you see what he does against the Dodgers, and then you see where you are in 2 weeks at that trade deadline.
You could probably net something nice for him, don't you think?
Absolutely, man.
Yeah. If he's dealing, and again, Ned Colletti joined us earlier and just basically said it was a long conversation, so we can't really distill it to one soundbite. But he basically said, you got to think long and hard that not only are you 3 games under, but there's a lot of teams between you and that third wild card. And when you get in, you got to win, 3 series just to get to the series. So that's the counter to you could be the Arizona Diamondbacks and get to the World. His counter is, or you could not be the Arizona Diamondbacks and you've sold prospects.
Yeah, and then you're mortgaging the future for a year or two of you getting knocked out of the first round of the playoffs.
Do not. All right? Mm-hmm. Do not. I've been waiting for them forever to just to sell something valuable. Like, what's their most valuable? Like, even a Doval. Listen, I know if it's fashionable to be down on Doval right now. I'm not saying this as like I'm an anti-Doval guy. I'm just looking to acquire talent for the future, and I feel like they could find another closer. I know it sounds kind of stupid because closers are hard to find, but they kind of aren't. You know what I mean? Can Ryan Walker do it? Can Randy Rodriguez do it? Either one of those guys.
Yeah, and the question is how valuable a closer is when you have a losing record.
And how good of a closer is he?
Yeah. So, I mean, hell, we were just talking Mason Miller earlier this morning and how he might be shipped out in the next week to a different team. He's lighting the world on fire, but don't think the A's are going to look twice about moving him at the deadline.
All right. I wonder where he ends up.
He looked good in pinstripes.
Oh, wow. You guys interested?
Yeah, they need a strikeout guy. I think the Yankees, Brian Sabian might be calling up the Giants about coming over the ball.
All right.
I think that's an option out there.
I thought you were my Mason Miller.
I'm talking both.
Okay.
I think the Yankees will be calling up to both sides of the bay.
All good, baby. It's 9:45. Is it Carlos C. Ram and Johnny? Carlos Ramirez?
Yep, one more day.
And we did give away those tickets for the Outlaw Fest. Yeah. Who got them? Let's give them some love. Give them some love. Come on now. Who we got?
We'll get it on the other side.
All right. And what did Young Tone learn today? And a health report on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Tell me why the San Francisco Giants get in the playoffs?
The playoffs?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, there you go. We're keeping our Texas theme going here after the All-Star game. Well, you're putting me in a mood here, buddy. This is hitting a certain generation in a certain spot. All-Star game in Texas, Mechanical Bulls, Ropers. We played Beyonce, Rhinestone Cowboy, and then I told you two, I said the Mechanical Bull that they had in the opening said kind of became, in my mind, famous with the movie Urban Cowboy starring John Travolta and Deborah Winger. And that soundtrack was like number one, and this song was it. What do you want? Summer in Lake Tahoe in 1980? Take me there, baby. Take me there. Let's go to the char pit.
And this is the original right here.
This is...
or is it a cover?
No, this is the original.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you know it?
Well, I've definitely heard the lyrics, looking for love in all the wrong places.
Yeah, two-step to this.
But I don't know if I've heard this version.
Yeah, this is Johnny Lee's the original. I want to say Frank and Mike, on this very time slot, Frank and Mike, who used to play music, it wasn't an all-sports station, used to play sort of like the adult contemporary pop hits, and this was like, this might have gone to number one.
I'll take it.
Back in the day.
Well, shout out to the Urban Cowboy, and shout out to the literal Urban Cowboy, our guy Bruce Bochy getting the win at the All-Star game last night.
How was he looking? I didn't get a chance. I didn't get a chance to see him. How was he looking?
Bochy was looking better than everybody else in those uniforms. I'll say that. I don't need to see my guy Bochy out there in the tan pants, but like I said, the coolest part of the home run derby to me, or one of the coolest parts, was seeing Bruce Bochy with his granddaughter, just kind of enjoying the festivities.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it was
very
super cute.
Yeah. Trying to find out if Looking for Love made it to number one here. I'll look it up while you do the doctor in baseball.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Okay, it might be the All-Star break, but there are no days off with our Giants Health updates. And yesterday we gave you a little bit of an update on Robbie Ray, recapping his Sunday start down in San Jose, where he struck out 9 batters and only gave up 1 hit and 1 walk in 5 scoreless innings. Today's update, my guy Young Tony just picked him up in the KNBR Fantasy Baseball League. Yeah, that does nothing for you, but stay tuned to the Sports Leader for all of your Robbie Ray updates, because as always, our Giants Sutter Health update is sponsored from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
All righty, getting closer. By the way, Looking for Love was number one on the country singles 3 weeks in a row, and it reached number 5 on the Billboard Top Hot 100. So that's how we rolled back in the day. All right, let's end it with what y'all are saying out there on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Yes, that's right. For all you remember, Eddie Murphy's Gumby, he made fun of the song Looking for Love. But that's a little too deep of a pull. And I want to thank everybody, by the way, who checked in, who was at the game in Dixon last night. A fair number of listeners. God bless them. God, it's pretty cool.
We are the Dixon leader.
Well, I'm telling you, the reach is out there. It really is. I mean, if you need to know if KNBR is alive and well in Dixon, it is. And so thanks, everybody who wrote in. And it seemed like a lot of people. So the guy, this is one listener, Mike from Vacaville, right? So he showed up on the Friday when it was 107.
Ooh, that's a gamer.
And he was just sitting there by himself. And, I recognized all our parents and everything. And he was just looking at me and he said, Murph. I said, yeah. He goes, Mike from Vacaville, I'm a listener. I said, oh. He goes, I heard about the game, thought I'd come out. I was like, oh, it's really nice, Mike, thank you. Well, guess what? We played Friday. Mike was there, 107. He had a cold towel on his head by the end of the game. Saturday, we played an elimination game. Mike was there. Sunday, we played an elimination game. Mike was there.
Okay.
Monday, we played an elimination game at night. Mike was there.
Keep going.
Last night, we played in the section championship game. Mike was there. Now, had we won the section, the NorCals are in Madera, California, down, and shout out to Napa American and all the other teams that are going there, is in Madera, California. And so he waited. We did a long post game. We hugged it out. Came out about 30 minutes later, and Mike was standing outside the dugout. Dude, I go, look at you. He goes,
what a guy.
He goes, Murph, it was a really, really fun week. And he goes, I'm just saying, I'm sad I didn't get to go to Madera.
Wow.
He was going to go down to Madera.
Dude, and I don't think Mike was going to stop at Madera, by the way. As far as you would have gone, Mike would have been with you. I mean, we could have got Mike from Vacaville sleeping in a bed with Murph with his shoes on out at Williamsport. That's what we got taken away from us.
That's pretty funny. So thanks to the just people get on little adventures and little you know, just little side trips on a summer. It's like his summer road trip. So anyway, it'll be fun to watch that whole thing play out, and then we'll see the kids in Williamsport going, couple of bounces. Who would have known? And you were going to go, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you were
100%. You thought Mike from Vacaville was
Guys,
dedicated. I would have been on that bird.
We really weren't that far because Napa American's now in the final 7 in NorCal. And once you get there, it's like, you kidding me? Bounce here or bounce there. You're on to San Bernardino. Then there's only 4 teams there. Now, Southern California and Hawaii are traditionally strong, but hey, you roll it out and take your chances.
Yeah,
you know
let's
what I mean?
go NorCal.
Next thing you know, you're all the way out in Pennsylvania. And that would, by the way, Rory actually said yesterday, he goes, does that bleed into the school year? He didn't say bleed. His dad, the dates, does that go into the school year? I'm like, yeah. And he got this big grin. He's like, all right.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm trying to go win some games.
The school starts so early now. You know, it starts like mid-August. And the Little League World Series goes to late August. So, yeah. I mean, traditionally, we used to start our school day after Labor Day. How about you guys?
Traditionally, Murph. I don't know. I never showed up to school even when it started.
Oh,
you know how I roll.
C's get degrees. Do you remember when your school would start? You're from Kentucky. You probably started after Labor Day, huh?
Yeah, it was starting late, and I will say even college, it started in September for us.
Well, the quarter system for this semester, yeah. UCLA, Cal Poly, very late September. But traditionally in America, you always started school the day after Labor Day. I think America began its slow decline when they starting school in August.
That's the issue with America.
It is the number one issue. The number one issue. Young Tony, let's do it. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
Yeah, by the way, everybody caught me. I misspoke because I'm exhausted. It wasn't Gumby, it was buckwheat, of course. Eddie Murphy's buckwheat. So my bad. My bad on that. Well, we talked about Urban Cowboy. Now you're intrigued and you'll see the flick, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I'll have to add it to the list just like Waterboy.
That's also, Rhinestone Cowboy, Glenn Campbell was new for you today, right?
No, I'd heard that, and I heard that on the open, and I was like, dude, I know that because I've now worked on the Murph and Marcus show, and we discussed.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, I was actually showing them the music video to Rhinestone Cowboy.
That's right. It was kind of vintage. I love how you've embraced that.
Dude, ever since we went down in Scottsdale, I know I had a lot of beers, but it felt like every single bar I went to was playing Rhinestone Cowboy, and it sounded great every single time.
So good. All right, well, that's good then. Shout out Deborah Winger riding a mechanical bull. All right, that's what we got. And what else we got, buddy? Oh, we got one other thing.
When you walked in this morning, you were singing some weird song.
Yes,
I was like, what is that?
So, when our run came to an end, I said, I thought I'll double dip. I'll sing for Tony and see if he knows this.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over. And tomorrow and next year starts the same old thing again.
Perfect way to end the show. Shout out Dandy Don. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Tell me why the San Francisco Giants get in the playoffs?
The playoffs? Do you have a fire walkout yet?
I don't think that's going to happen. They said the lights might not come back on.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Brandon Aiyuk has officially requested a trade after he and the 49ers have been unable to get an extension done, according to our NFL Network insider, Mike Garafolo. The 49ers receiver is under contract for a little more than $14 million this season. Garafolo adds that the former 2020 first-round pick is asking out after the Niners have been unwilling to engage in negotiations on a long-term extension since May. Aiyuk has 27 total touchdowns in 4 seasons in San Francisco. He had 1,342 yards and 7 touchdowns receiving last season.
Yeah, I've laid this out previously, and to me, this is part of the overall landscape. Obviously, him letting it be known publicly that he has requested a trade is an escalation on his part, but we've kind of seen the disconnect between the two sides, and I still think it's a very fluid situation that we don't know how it's going to play out. 2 years ago, Deepa Samuel, earlier on in the process, publicly requested a trade. They hung tough. They threw money at the problem. It worked out. He's here, although that could change too in a heartbeat.
Yes, thanks for joining us, John Lund, Carlos Ramirez. It is awesome to have Carlos once again in the house as we get you ready for a ton of things today. Did we resolve anything at all with this whole Brandon Aiyuk situation yesterday? Because about 10 minutes into the show, we were all set to talk Giants. And then all of a sudden it was like, Walter sends me a text. I look up, and we go from talking about Carlos's hair, which looks wonderful, by the way, to...
Thank you. I have a question, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where are you? Why am I here
I know,
by myself?
Well,
we talked about this yesterday, John.
We talked about it at length,
and now I feel you did it on purpose because you want to get away from me. Or it's either that, or since it's my final fill-in for now, you wanted to give me the full Papa and Len experience.
No,
Is that it?
I feel really bad. I have a procedure today, and my doctor moved my procedure up.
Okay.
And it's nothing major. It's just before football season, you got to get all these things done because you don't have any time. And so they called me yesterday afternoon and said, can you actually make it a half hour earlier? And I'm like, oh. And so it's out by me. I couldn't have made it with all the traffic. And so I felt really bad because you and I, during the break yesterday, had a very long conversation about it because I like it. I'd much rather be in the studio and hang out with you. But if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, I'm in my dungeon studio, and
which is lovely, by the way. It's lovely.
It's got some stuff. But by the way, we both got haircuts yesterday. Mine went a little short. Yours is amazing.
Thank you.
It looks very nice.
Thank you.
Very nice. We had a long conversation.
My brother's at Hyde Street Barbershop in Hyde Street.
And that's where you get it done?
That's where I go, yeah.
That's very nice.
My guy Ray, my guy Alan Meneses, it's all the crew. It's a great barbershop.
So they just is it a barbershop in the truest sense where you all chop it up? You guys chop it up and hang out? And
yes. We have beer, we have monitors going, we have the conversation, the trash talking happening.
Really?
It's what every movie that depicts a barbershop looks like. It's the same thing.
Oh, I miss that.
It's amazing.
And again, my hairstylist could be listening. She's a woman and she's done a great job, and I've gone to her for years,
right?
Because there's not a lot to work with. It's just not good, and so she does the best she can. But I do hearken for the days because I did back in the day go to a barbershop, and it is nice. You just kind of chop it up a little bit.
It's so nice that I live an hour 20 from them, and I haven't moved, and I won't move.
That is nice. That is nice. All right, we have a ton to get to today. We're going to get to the Giants. We're going to get to the All-Star game. We're going to talk to Andrew Brandt at 10:30 to kick things off. He was part of the Green Bay front office for years and years and years with Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre and others. And so he can give us some insight into this Brandon Aiyuk situation. But before we jump to the All-Star game, and we're not going to talk about it as much as we did yesterday because it seems like we spent the whole day on Brandon Aiyuk. But
right.
We had Mike Silver on. Matt Mayoko came out in the afternoon show. I was listening to Tolbert and Copes coming home, getting his viewpoint. And everybody seemed to talk about it. After all this, it seems like that we're back where we were. Brandon Aiyuk said, trade me. 49ers said no, and here we are. Did we accomplish anything yesterday? Anything new?
Well, I think, who do you mean by we?
The situation. I guess not we.
Yeah, the situation.
But the situation.
Well, I think Brandon accomplished media pressure, which is what I would think the measure was destined to accomplish, is to bring the problem forward, to give it more coverage, social media exposure, television, radio talk. We talked about it.
Yeah.
Tolbert and Copes talked about it. Other stations did, TV, national. So it became a topic. So if that was his target, he hit the bullseye. If the target was to speed up the conversation or to accelerate the process of him getting a new contract or getting traded, I don't think so, because the Niners were pretty adamant via Adam Schefter that, guess what? We pretty much are not going to budge. And why would they? They have the stick in their hand. They have control over the situation. So why would they be inclined to oblige? Mm-hmm. What happened yesterday has no effect. Do you think Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch lost sleep over what happened. And I mean that in a good way. I don't mean like they don't care. They do care. It's a player. They love him. They want to have him with them. But I'm pretty sure they're like, okay, we pretty much knew this was happening. They have been through this before, John, several times.
Right.
So,
and they've always been able to outweight the player. And we've talked about this when guys have signed, either July, August. And the one thing I'll always go back to, because at the beginning of this whole thing, I kept saying this. Now, I don't know if this is going to be the case now. Buckner was a guy they traded to the Colts. They didn't draft him. But any player that John and Kyle has drafted and wanted to keep and extend, they have. And even if it has taken a long time, they have kept every player that they've attempted to re-sign that they drafted that was a homegrown pick. And that would include Brandon Aiyuk if this can get done. And I'm not going to plow over the land that we did yesterday because we went over a ton of it. But the one thing I did look up this morning was there's a few different places, Over the Cap or Spot Rack or any of those places that you want to go on, and you can see guys' contracts now. Well, Spot Rack did a thing where they analyzed what Brandon Aiyuk is worth, and they came to 4-104 with $66 million up front. Now, the only reason I bring that up is because ESPN, whether you want to believe it or not, because most people are mad because Brock Purdy's not a top 10 in their rankings, but they did rankings of wide receivers, and they put Brandon Aiyuk 10th. Okay. Based on what Spot Rack did, 4-104 with 66 guaranteed, that makes him the 8th highest paid wide receiver in the league. That seems fair to me. That's $26.7 million per season for Brandon Aiyuk. Apparently, he's wanting about $30 million, but the guys ahead of him will be Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tyreek Hill, and then guys who are unsigned that I'm assuming are going to get more money, which are going to be guys like, Jamar Chase in Cincinnati, right? And
right.
Guys like that who haven't gotten there's a couple other guys out there, but that puts him in the mix of a top 10 wide receiver. Now, I understand why his agent wants 30 because Amon-Ra St. Brown, and that's what we're hearing now. They were close to a deal, then the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal came down at 30 per, and they went, whoa. He's as good as that guy. He could do the things that guy does. So I understand it, but if the 49ers are offering something like that, 26.7, and it sounds like they probably are because
that's fair. That's fair money.
And they offered Debo got 23.8, but that was a long time ago. So you're giving him a bit of a bump. You're giving him $66 million, and that puts him about 7-8 in the league, which is about what Cooper Kupp makes. I mean, I think that's a fair deal. And if most people are going, well, what's the difference between 27 and 30? When you're as tight up against the cap as the 49ers are going to be with Brock Purdy's deal and all the guys they need to re-sign, that money is absolutely a big deal and a sticking point, obviously, because that's where we are right now. 30 is what he wants. The Niners are probably more in the 26 to 27 range.
Right. Yeah. So what do you think is going to happen? And I would love to hear the thoughts and read the thoughts of the fans and you people listening to us. By the way, via the text line, the love is really appreciated, especially this early in the morning. I'm not a morning person. I've turned into one, and I love this version of myself. Someone on the text line says, Carlos looks so young. His voice plays older. Is that you?
No, I didn't put that.
Was that you?
That's not my number. That is a 415 number, and I do have a 415 number,
okay.
But that is not me.
All right.
That's not me.
Okay, whoever texted that, thank you.
Good.
Thank you,
well,
thank you.
For those who don't know, because I know you won't say it, you get up, 5:30.
Yep.
Even though you say you're not a morning person,
nope.
You work out before the show.
Yep.
Just to let people know, and I hope the bosses aren't listening. They probably aren't. 10 o'clock is the perfect show time. 10 to 2, like the drive times get all the, the accolades. They're like New York and LA. Ooh, morning drive. Ooh, afternoon drive. But the thing is that if you're doing morning drive, you got to get up at like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. No thanks. And if you're doing drive time, you never see your family really because they've eaten by the time you get home at they get off at 6. You probably get home at 7. Not that that's late. It's not bad. But 10 to 2 is great. You still got half the day. Happy hour starts at 3. I mean, there's just, but 10 o'clock is not too early, but not too late. You can, like you do, you can get a workout in. You look rested. Let's be honest. Murph and Marcus look haggard. I mean, getting up at 3, 4 in the morning, I don't care how young you are, man. It takes years off your life.
I did that shift in Venezuela for like 7 years.
It takes years off your life.
But here's the thing. Your day is over quickly.
Yeah, that's
true. At 10 a.m., you're done.
Yeah.
You are done. You can do whatever you want. You can go swimming, golfing, shopping, drinking if that's your thing. You can go work out then. It's not too late to work out because, I mean, at 10 o'clock.
But you're always tired. Are you not always tired?
But it depends. If you go to bed at 9 or 10, you're good. Like if you go to bed at 9 and wake up at 5, that's a good 6 hours sleep. 6, more.
Yeah.
8 hours sleep.
Did you like doing mornings?
Yes.
You did?
So here's the thing. I wasn't a morning person in college because I started working really young at 19, and I understood sports is a late night business because sports happens at night. Baseball, soccer, whatever, it happens at night.
So you have to watch it.
No, that's the thing. You have to watch the game. It ends late and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I became a nocturnal creature. Not that I was one already, but my profession drove me towards the night. Yeah. I became a sports vampire. And then in college.
And then you had to get up early.
Right. And then I get my big break on radio, and it's, hey, do you want to do the 6 o'clock show? Not really, but I know what it means.
You're not going to say, no.
No, I'd rather sleep. No, I'll do it. So for 7 years, I woke up at 4:30 in the morning. But and here's the thing. I had to go do radio from 6 to 10. Then I would do TV from noon to 1 in the same building because the station I worked for and the radio were the same company. So it was perfect. I would do TV from 12 to 1, and then I had a second radio show from 1 to 3.
My God, man.
I would do AM radio, sports radio, 6 to 10, TV 12 to 1, and then radio 1 to 3. By 3, my day was over, unless I had to call a game, which I a lot of times did. But I was in my 20s, 30s, so I had my battery was running high. I had no issues.
Yeah, right.
Right.
What about now? You have a ton of energy.
It's still high. Still a lot of.
Absolutely.
I mean, the battery's got juice. I'm good.
Yeah, but you work out every day. I mean, you eat well. I was in the studio. I was watching you. You're like bars and smart things, drinking a lot of water. I mean,
Thank you.
There's something to that.
Thank you.
There's something to that.
So going back to Brandon Aiyuk, what do you think? We took a Papa tangent here.
Well, no, you read the text about how good you look. And so
thank you. It was my fault.
We went on a tangent.
It was my fault.
Yeah,
it was my fault.
No, it's not your fault. Were you saying something about Aiyuk? Who?
No.
Who?
You asked me if I thought what happened yesterday, did it move it forward or did it stuck a needle in the process for the worse? Did it deflate the situation for the worse? What do you think happened?
I don't think anything happened. I think that we talked a lot about it. But I think at the end of the day, I think you hit it right on the head, which is John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, through Adam Schefter said our stance hasn't changed. Now, but here's the thing. As weird as that sounds, that could mean one of what it really means is, well, no, it can mean one of two things. A, what they said, we're not trading them, nothing's changed. Or B, what it most likely means is we haven't gotten an offer near to what we want.
Right.
I mean, a lot of times that's what it is because there are no untouchables. The Warriors would trade Steph Curry if they got a crazy offer. The Giants would trade anybody on their roster. There's no Giants that are untradeable. There are very few players in all of sports that are untradeable if you give enough assets going the other way. So Brandon Aiyuk is not untradeable. It's just they haven't come up with the right offer yet. Right? I mean, that's what I think is probably more the situation.
Yes, I would agree. That if someone came up to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and gave them what they want or more, I think it would take more. They wouldn't be satisfied losing a player like Brandon Aiyuk for just, hey, we think he's worth A plus B. They would want A plus B plus C.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would be what my uneducated guess.
The great Carlos Ramirez is in. It's been awesome to have Carlos around. So
the text line has been really good to me today.
I'm telling you,
are you seeing this?
Man. Yeah, I'm looking right at it.
I wasn't a huge fan. Someone texted the 747. I wasn't a huge fan early on TV. I wasn't a huge Carlos fan early on TV, but he's been awesome filling in the last couple of weeks and last year. Thank you.
Good stuff.
Thank you for that. It really means a lot. Thank you.
You got to be careful with the text line. Just take the good with the
bad. I know. There's going to be some bad. I know. It's the world. I don't pretend to be perfect. Whatever. I get it.
Though they ground you when lots of good things come in and you read lots of good things, then the bad people come out. Then there's lots of bad things. You read that, then the good people come out. It's just a weird cycle.
It's a cycle. Someone said it explained why I was so much in touch with my feminine side. He thought I would take it as a bad thing. No, I take it as a really good thing.
You said that yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the All-Star game. From the uniforms to Logan Webb giving up 3 runs to, we did get the at-bats we wanted. Mason Miller was great, as was Paul Skeens. So we'll get into all those things, which will lead us to Giants conversations. We'll do all that coming up next. And remember, Andrew Brandt to explain from a former front office exec what's going on in the Brandon Aiyuk situation. All that to come. Carlos Ramirez with us, Papa in London, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Ned Colletti, of course, former Giants and Dodgers exec. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, explained why he thinks the Giants should sell at the trade deadline. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Well, if there is a holdout, it does get pretty interesting. And obviously for Brandon Aiyuk, the most important thing, take care of the business side, take care of yourself. Make sure that whatever you're doing, you are getting the money you deserve. But if he is not there, it certainly does open opportunity for someone like Ricky Pearsall to step in and at least make an argument for snaps. And this draft pick...
That's Ian Rappaport Rap Sheet. They went crazy with the Aiyuk news, the story that never seems to end. And we'll talk to Andrew Brandt, former front office exec with the Green Bay Packers, about that whole situation. By the way, Carlos, I and Carlos Ramirez was with us, and we will get to the All-Star game and everything that happened last night. I was looking the career earnings because you and I were saying would Brandon Aiyuk sit out, and I did find out that an accrued season is 6 weeks, so he could come in conceivably at week 11. He could accrue 6 weeks, and that's a full year.
Okay.
So 6 weeks is the accrued number. But he's made $12 million in his career to this point in his first 4 years, and he would make $14 million this year, which, again, is half of what he probably feels like he's worth. That's $780,000 per week that he would lose. It's an 18-week season. They don't not pay you on the bye week. So it's $780,000 approximate per week that he would lose, or about $9 million if he were going to sit out up until week 11, so then he could get his accrued 6. So if I'm the 49ers, and then we'll talk to Andrew Brown about this, if he doesn't want to come in, okay, you don't come in, but you're going to lose $9 million. I would make the bet that a guy who's made 12 in his career is not going to lose $9 million. So he may sit out all the way up until week 1, kind of like what Bosa did. Bosa got it done, then he played week 1 against the Steelers. And that's a big game, week 1, and you and I discussed it yesterday against the Jets. But I don't think Brandon Aiyuk's going to lose $9 million sitting out. I think you might try to make the point in sitting out in camp, but when then the big money starts happening, about $780,000 a week for a guy who's made $12 million to this point, do you really think he's going to sit out and lose it? I don't either.
No, he's not. Why would he?
Nah.
Again, and I want to make the point that I made yesterday very clear. For those who weren't listening and those who were and maybe, misunderstood what I was trying to say, John. I firmly believe in Brandon Aiyuk's talent. I think he's a remarkable football player. I think he is a difference maker to a degree. I don't think he is Randy Moss or Jerry Rice or Tyreek Hill, even Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. I think he's really good, a very good wide receiver. But in the mix of our Marvel Cinematic Universe,
that was amazing what you did.
Thank you. He has to know where he lands in the Avengers. He might be the Falcon. He might be Hawkeye in this team. If he goes to the Patriots, he is Iron Man. He is Black Panther. He is Captain America.
He's worth that money to them.
Yes, he is that kind of Avenger in that football cinematic universe. In the 49ers version of the Avengers, where Kyle Shanahan is Nick Fury, he is, at best, Falcon. But here's the thing. I thought about this working out this morning. Mm-hmm. You might know this. You might not.
Okay.
Who did the Falcon turn into when his time came? Do you or do you know this?
No, I don't know.
Do you?
I don't know.
Ronan? No, that's Hawkeye. Good guess. Falcon. Who did the Falcon? Captain America. Captain America.
Did?
Yes.
He did? How do I not know
yes,
that?
Anthony Mackie and his character, the Falcon, just became Captain America. The new Captain America trailer came out last week.
Uh-huh.
It is Captain America, Brave New World, I think it's the name.
Mm-hmm.
So if Brandon Aiyuk is patient in this team, he will eventually become a higher degree of Avenger because Debo will get traded or whatever.
Yeah, right.
That's my point.
Yeah,
I just love how Marvel gives me football comps.
No, I think you bring up a great point in that they're not going to keep them both, but maybe it's just because I've been watching a bunch of receiver, because they got Kittle and Debo on there, and they very rarely will. It's not that they won't show Aiyuk; it's just Aiyuk. I don't think to the point I've watched 5 or 6 episodes, he hasn't spoken. So, Debo is so unique, and I know most will probably disagree with me on this, but I think it's easier to find an Aiyuk than a Debo. And if I were to choose between the two, I'd take Debo. And then I think Pearsall can be more Aiyuk. Pearsall certainly isn't Debo, So I just think from a unique standpoint, I think Debo's more unique. And I know he's not the route runner. They're totally different guys, but I think you can find an Aiyuk easier than you can a Debo. So I would keep Debo. But I don't think that's how the 49ers think. I think they'd rather keep Aiyuk, especially for Purdy, than they would Debo. But, man, I keep watching Debo highlights, and it's like, the run after the catch and what he did against the Rams and all these, and it's, in Philly and all these different things on that tunnel screen, and I'm thinking to myself, if I had to choose between the two, I mean, I'm probably in the minority, right?
Yep.
Most people would want Aiyuk,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Yeah.
But, all right.
So just thinking about this, I'll just do this real quick. Next year's projected draft via ESPN.
They already have it up?
But yeah, Matt Miller has July 2nd NFL draft projection, right? So they have the Giants taking Carson Beck from Georgia, number 1. They have the Raiders trading up and getting Shadur Sanders, number 2.
Wow.
Then they have a cornerback from Michigan, an edge rusher from Tennessee, an offensive tackle, 2 offensive tackles, a D tackle, and then they have Luther Burton III from Missouri, a wideout, going to the Panthers. They have Travis Hunter, the wideout / cornerback from my Buffaloes, going 9th, to the Cardinals. And then they have another wideout in Arizona, Tetaroa McMillan, going 11th.
Arizona.
That's 3. So you have 3 wideouts in the top 15. Then you have another one. Then you have another one going 18. You have another one going in the. I mean, it's the same thing every year.
And the point is that there's a bunch of them coming out every year. That's what I mean. I don't think that the 49ers value it. I wouldn't value it. We'll get more into it. But let's talk to Andrew Brandt. He's got experience in these kind of things, worked in the front offices for the Green Bay Packers, and he knows all when it comes to this kind of stuff. So how does he think this whole thing is going to play out? After that, we'll get into some All-Star game. John Lund, Carlos Ramirez, only here on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We were all set to talk Giants and baseball yesterday about this time, and then it comes out that Brandon Aiyuk and his side had finally requested a trade, and it's kind of part of this process nowadays. You take the team's stuff off your social media. You do Ryan Clark's podcast, The Pivot, and you bring Jaden Daniels with you, all this kind of stuff, and finally to the point where they're asking for a trade. But let's talk to Andrew Brandt about this because, of course, many years in the front office for the Green Bay Packers and other great stuff. Executive Director, Morad Center at Villanova, so he's probably a Knicks fan. All sorts of great stuff. But we're going to talk to him about how front offices are taking this kind of stuff, and he joins us courtesy of the Aim with Gas line. Andrew, it is always our pleasure. How are you?
Hey, guys. Always good to be with you. And I think, we'll start there. I think fans and media make a lot more of these kind of things than the teams actually do. And I experienced this in the front office and even as an agent where these things happen. You have contract disputes, you have player disputes, but front offices know that at the end of the day, the player's going to be there. It's not like the players got options. Players can't trade themselves. Sometimes people don't realize that. Now, every now and then you do get a superstar who can leverage his way out, but that happens tremendously more in basketball than it does in football because, listen, there are 80, 90 players are showing up next week. Teams don't have time to worry about one situation. They're trying to get a whole thing together there. So this, like you said, the playbook, social media, agent requests, not happy. My feeling looking, again, I'm not there, but looking at it from afar, it's like if he was going to get traded, he would have been traded. If he was going to get a new contract, he would have gotten a new contract. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the 49ers would like him around, maybe not long term, but they need him this year. They've got him under contract. They don't need to do a new contract. And they obviously drafted a number one receiver who may not be ready this year, but hopefully ready next year when he can step right in. I mean, it seems like that's what's telegraphed out there.
Yeah, Andrew, Carlos Ramirez here. Glad to talk to you. You had a very poignant, brief, but accurate tweet yesterday where you said, and I quote, Brandon Aiyuk, I want to be traded. 49ers, that's cute. See you at camp. So your point being is he has no leverage, which I agree with. My question to you is, it might not make any sense, but why now? Why do you think either Brandon or his agent or his inner circle advised him to do this now?
Again, only speaking from experience with the playbook, it's usually the last resort. It's usually a result of being told, whether subtly or not so subtly, nothing's changing. And there are two things that he seems like he wants to change, his contract and his location. Those are combined. I don't know if Brandon Aiyuk would not want to trade if he was getting paid.
Right.
And I don't know if he'd want to go somewhere else if he was not getting paid. But you have to think about this. If someone's going to trade for Brandon Aiyuk, there's the trade compensation, which we can speculate about, but there's the contract. That makes it difficult. You're not going to give up much for a player that's under contract for 18 more games. Like that's not a great asset. So he would want a new contract. The wide receiver market, as everyone knows, has exploded. And 49ers, from what I've seen, are kind of saying, we're stopping. We paid our other receiver, and that's where we are.
Andrew, just to widen the lens out a little bit, the thing I guess that's confusing to me, and it's not that these guys don't deserve the money. It's just there's been this kind of seismic shift in the value of the position. All these guys making $30 million, and I know that across the board in all the sports, guys are getting paid more than ever. But like the running back position hasn't reached that, the tight end position hasn't. But now we're looking at a handful of guys that are $30+ million. Receivers, when you see 7 of them picked in the first round this year, a lot of, you get guys in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, hell, free agent type guys. Puka Nacua was awesome last year out of the 5th round.
Yeah.
It's not like quarterbacks where you better grab one because, if you don't have one, it's the situation Miami finds themselves in, or Dallas with Dak or whatever. Even if you have a good one, you got to pay them, and they don't have to be great. But with receivers, I think part of the problem for Brandon Aiyuk is you've got to give up compensation and you got to give him $30 million a year when you could just go out and you can draft one, and there's opportunities in later rounds to even get really good ones. So I look at a supply and demand. I understand it from the quarterback position. I guess I just don't understand it from a position of wide receiver. I get Justin Jefferson. I get CeeDee Lamb. I get Jamar Chase. But now we're getting into the range of I really like Brandon Aiyuk. But I don't know that the 49ers have the philosophy that they're going to have 2 $25+ million receivers on the roster. That doesn't seem like a Kyle Shanahan way to build a team.
It's traditionally been one of those positions that you can always get, just like you talked about. And in my day with the Packers, you never thought of that position being up there near, only 2nd or 3rd behind quarterback. But it's happened. And I think this is the summer of 21 or maybe it was 22, where Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams get traded. And just like we're talking about with Aiyuk, with the trade came simultaneous massive contracts. And then it exploded. Then they had to re-up Cooper Kupp and then A.J. Brown and then all these other guys. And then this year with Justin Jefferson leading the way and Amon-Ra St. Brown, all these guys. I don't know if it's great value, but, I look at the Eagles signing Saquon Barkley for $12 million. Everyone says, oh, man, that's so much for a running back.
Mm-hmm.
Less than half of top receivers.
Right.
It seemed to me that they got great value on Barkley, even though he's the highest paid running back besides McCaffrey. So this is a new way to look at receivers. I will say this, the Adams contract, the Tyreek Hill contract, and maybe others, they have these blow-up numbers in later years that are not guaranteed. So I don't know if the number's really $25 million a year.
Andrew Brandt joining us here on the show. Andrew, let's put you back on the seat, on the front office seat. What do you think is a fair compensation for Brandon Aiyuk at this point in time?
Talking money, or are you talking draft?
Both. Players, draft. What? Go nuts. What do you think is the appropriate haul that the 49ers should get if they decide to trade Brandon Aiyuk today? Draft, players, whatever.
The trade comp, you look at other comps, but, I'm not a scout. If I compare Brandon Aiyuk to Devontae Adams, got a 1 and a 2. Tyreek Hill got a 1 and a high 2. I mean, A.J. Brown got a 1 and a 3.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's at that level. I don't think you can get that. And then the big contracts. Like, is he going to get paid what Justin Jefferson got paid? I doubt it. Will he get paid in the 2nd tier, the Amon-Ra St. Brown and those other deals? Maybe. Which, depending on how you look at it, 24, 25, 26 million a year. But as I started, I don't see the 49ers doing either.
I would agree. And plus, and here's the big thing, and then this is, it's great to have you on because you know all this stuff, but that you were there for Favre and Rodgers and all this kind of stuff. And so they've got this guy who, whether it's 50, whether it's 60, whatever the number he's going to get the largest raise in the history of the league because he's making less than $1 million now. So you put on top of this that they're such a top-heavy team with the highest paid running back, the highest paid tight end, one of the highest paid receivers. Warner's highly paid. Bosa's highly paid. At some point you have to say, especially with Purdy getting the money he's going to get, and I know the chess game or you know a lot better than I do, the chess game you can play with the cap, but that's a lot of money they're going to give Purdy. So at some point you have to say, right, we just can't value everybody, and maybe the buck does stop at Aiyuk.
Yeah, that's a great point about the quarterback. Everyone in Wisconsin keeps asking me about when are they going to get Jordan Love's deal done.
Yep.
And Jordan Love's going to pick a number, 45, 50, 55 million a year. But you know what? Their entire receiving core makes about $10 million.
Yep.
They've got the youngest receiving core in the league. They're all on rookie contracts, and they're productive. So the Packers are an example of, wow, you can slow play the position financially. You've got to pay the quarterback, as every team does. And, I think to bring home your point, you've got a player there in Purdy who's the most underpaid player in the league for 3 straight years, all because of the CBA. The CBA does not allow teams to renegotiate for 3 years. And that is extremely disadvantageous to him. Like, there's no player in the league. This guy's playing for $1 million, $2 billion a year when his peers are making 25 times that. So they have this ability to do extraordinary things cap-wise and cash-wise. But even with that, they're not just going to throw money at Aiyuk.
Andrew Brandt with us here on the show. I've been making the point since yesterday, Andrew, that I think Aiyuk might be a victim of both circumstance and his surroundings. What I mean by that is timing, I think, in life, like in football, is everything. Had he been in the position that Debo was a couple of years ago when Brock Purdy hadn't exploded and the team had a different salary structure and contracts and they hadn't done the Bosa deal, maybe he has more leverage and or salary cap to play with, or the 49ers make a different choice. And when you see the structure of the team, and we've been making this Avengers comp since yesterday, if you go down the list, you got Captain America and Brock Purdy, and the Hulk is Nick Bosa, and George Kittle is, Iron Man, and so on and so forth, and Christian McCaffrey is, Doctor Strange, whatever. And then you have Aiyuk, who might be, the Falcon or Ant-Man or Hawkeye. He's nice, he's a great. But if he goes to a different team like the Patriots or the Broncos, then he becomes their Captain America or their Iron Man. So do you see him being sort of a victim of, timing plus situation, surroundings, and whatever the people around him are telling him?
Yeah, I think he's got a message from the 49ers through his agent or through directly to him that he's obviously not pleased with. And these are tough things for the front offices. I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to be professional. You're trying to be tactful. But in so many words, you're saying, we don't think you're as valuable as you do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hard.
Right.
That's why so many people, I say this all the time when I speak, when I talk about my experiences. People think it's just numbers and cap and calculators, and that's part of it too. But the real key in any business is the same in football. It's people. And it's tough. I don't blame John Lynch. I just think this is really tough to manage. You've got a player that's very, very good, but they're not acting or transacting in the way that he thinks they should. And that creates some real problems. But, and back to my tweet, he's got no alternative.
Right.
So he's got to get in line.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that was my point. But my follow-up question is, how do you see this playing out?
Well, I keep mentioning the CBA. It is not good for holdouts. I don't know exactly, but the punishments are worse than they were before. So I don't see any other alternative than being there. Now, people bring up the hold in, where he fakes an injury or he's a pain in the butt, and that may have some, that has worked in the past for some players. But you guys know better than I do whether he would resort to something like that. And the last thing I'll say is when I was in Green Bay, my mentor, Ron Wolf, used to tell me, Andrew, I don't care how players feel about us in August. I just care how they feel about us in December. So,
that's a great point.
Yeah, that's a quote.
Yeah.
Well, Andrew, just your point real quick, and I know we got to let you run, and we really appreciate the insight. Brandon Aiyuk's made $12 million in his career, which is nice. And even though he's going to make, on this last year of his contract because he was a first rounder, he's going to make $14 million. If he sat out until the accrued year, which you need 6 weeks for the accrued year, that's about $800,000 a week. So he's going to lose $9 million. He's not. He's going to make $14 million. He's going to be disgruntled. He may come in right before week 1. But like you said, from a financial standpoint, if he wants to make a point and miss some camp time, that's $50,000 a day. So, like you said, he's really in a tough spot as much as he wants to kick up dirt and ask for things and act certain ways on social media. Like you said, the way that it's written, he just kind of has no other choice but to come in at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about this from an agent point of view. Number one, I would never advise him to stay out for all the reasons you just mentioned. Number two, I guess this requires, and I don't know if it's happened already, a real come to Jesus meeting with the front office. Like, is your plan to let him go next year? Because, I mean, this was Aaron Rodgers, right? The Aaron Rodgers wanted out that first year. The Packers kind of said the same thing. We'll see you at camp. And, of course, he played that year. And then Jordan Love was ready a year later. This first-round pick you have, you draft a first-round pick, he's going to play. He's going to play a lot. Maybe not right away, but he will play. He will be a frontline player for you just where he was picked. So where's that going to be? It seems like it's going to be in Aiyuk's spot. Not this year, but next year. So if I'm the agent, I just want to hear that. And I know front offices have a hard time saying those things, but yeah.
That's great stuff. Andrew, thank you so much for your time. We always appreciate it. You always make things so much more clear for us and give us a great angle from the front office. Thanks so much, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, guys. People are asking about the newsletter. Go to Andrew. I'm sorry. Go to mysunday7.com, and you get my Sunday newsletter. And then I do these reels about this stuff on Instagram. So I'm at Andrew Brandt 2 on the gram, as they call it.
Absolutely great stuff. Thank you, Andrew. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
He is the best. At Andrew Brandt. Again, make sure you subscribe to the newsletter as well. Sunday 7 is the newsletter, Sunday 7, and hit up his Instagram, Andrew Brandt 2. He does these reels and tells you about all these different things going on. He's got, as you can tell, he's got the great experience on the gram. That's what John Miller calls it, too, the gram. There you go. Great stuff from Andrew Brandt. Let's talk about that. Let's get into the All-Star game. We have not yet hit that up, and because of the Brandon Aiyuk talk yesterday, we didn't get to as much as we'd like, so we'll do that coming up next. By the way, thoughts on anything Andrew Brandt said right there? Basically said the 49ers have all the leverage. Give us your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line and call-in line is the same. We'd love for you to hit us up. Love to get your thoughts. 415-808-5627, 415-808 KNBR. Carlos is with us today, hanging out again. It is awesome. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Bubba and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think fans and media make a lot more of these kind of things than teams actually do. And I experienced this in the front office and even as an agent where these things happen. You have contract disputes, you have player disputes, but front offices know that at the end of the day, the player's going to be there. You know, it's not like the player's got options. Players can't trade themselves. Sometimes people don't realize that. Now, every now and then, you do get a superstar who can leverage his way out, but that happens tremendously more in basketball than it does in football because, listen, their 80, 90 players are showing up next week. Teams don't have time to worry about one situation. They're trying to get a whole thing together there.
That is Andrew Brandt, who for many, many years was in the front office for the Green Bay Packers, giving us some insight into Brandon Aiyuk. We'll get to the All-Star game next. We just want to wrap this up and react to what Andrew said there. John Lund, Carlos Ramirez, we appreciate you hanging out with us today. He painted a picture, and you and I have talked about it, but often listeners, viewers, depending on if you're listening in one of the many ways that you can on many of our platforms or watching on YouTube or Twitch. I mean, he just painted the picture right there that essentially said exactly what he tweeted out, and you quoted the tweet to him, Carlos, which is, hey, man, great. You want to trade. See you at camp. He's going to play on the $14 million. He's made $12 million in the first 4 years. He's going to make $14 this year. Well, that's half of what he wants. He's not going to accrue, first of all, $50,000 a day in training camp plus about $800,000 a week in pay that he would get up until week 11 when he'd have to accrue those 6 weeks to get a year so that he can be a free agent. If he doesn't come in ever, he's not going to be a free agent because he doesn't accrue the year.
Right.
So I don't want to overmath people, but the bottom line to it is he's not happy making the $14 million because he should be making more. Nobody questions that. But he's going to come in at some point. I believe it's going to be right before week 1, which isn't the best situation for the Niners. But if I had to guess what was going to happen, and you asked Andrew Brandt this, if I had to guess at this point what was going to happen, I would guess that he's going to miss training camp. He's going to come in before week 1. He's going to play for the $14 million. And then at the end of the year, as Andrew Brandt continued to say, he used a Packer comparison, which was they knew that Rodgers was done. They knew Aaron Rodgers was done, but they needed to keep, let's see if Jordan Love is ready. Jordan Love is ready. Okay, Jordan Love is ready. They let Rodgers go. They trade Rodgers to the Jets. He comes in. Ricky Pearsall is a first-round pick. And I keep saying this, wide receivers, you can get them. You got 7 in the first round. The Niners got one. There's going to be, as you pointed out in the first segment of the show, there's going to be 7 or 10 taken again this year. You can get him in the 3rd and 4th round. Puka Nacua was a Pro Bowler and over 1,500 yards. He was taken in the 5th round at BYU last year.
Right.
You can find these guys. Brandon Aiyuk, as good as he is, does not have the leverage. Minnesota has to have Justin Jefferson. They don't have anybody else. Jamar Chase to Cincinnati. You've talked about the Avengers and made a great comparison with that. He's not one of those guys to the 49ers. Now, I still think it's going to come down to Debo or Aiyuk. But if I had to guess at this point, I think that Brandon Aiyuk is going to play on the $14 million. The Niners are going to kick the can down the road, see if Ricky Pearsall is something, and they'll deal with it at a later time.
Let's play this game. Do we have any game show themed music?
Oh, I'm sure.
For this one, do we have one?
Yeah, Danny's good. He'll find it.
Danny, let's go. Let's play this game.
What's the game?
The game is the salary good or bad? Let's salary good, salary bad. How about that?
Okay.
All right. So I'm going by average salary, average, not total, because it's different. I think the fair one.
AAV. Are you going by AAV years per or salary per year?
Yes,
AAV.
AAV. We're going. Let's do that.
Average annual value.
Let's go to rank your wideout on KNBR with John Lund. We are ranking salary with your favorite wideouts.
I like that. I like your game show voice.
Thank you. Number 1 at making $35 million is Justin Jefferson. Is that accurate? Do you agree or disagree, John?
No, that's good. That's good. He's worth it. Best receiver in the game.
Number 2, coming in at $32 million a year is A.J. Brown. Do you agree or disagree? Do you buy or sell?
I like him, but not at that number. No, I think he's no.
Number 3, making $30 million. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Overrated. Really solid, really solid, really solid. But Brandon Aiyuk, that's the hiccup. This is the holdup in the whole thing is when Amon-Ra St. Brown signed for 30, that's when Brandon Aiyuk wanted 30.
We keep going down the list, making $30 million a year. Number 4 is Tyreek Hill. Do you agree or disagree?
Worth it. Although you made this point yesterday, Kansas City traded him and still won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but he's worth it, right?
Yeah, he's
We keep going.
He's the best deep threat in the game.
We keep going, John.
Yeah.
Number 5, the tandem from South Florida, making $28 million a year.
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle.
Nah, no, I don't think so.
It's a
very
pass
fast,
for you.
very, very good, but no.
Fast but not furious. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 6. You can play at home.
Yeah.
This is Rank Your Wideout. Making $28 million a year. Number 6, Devontae Adams.
Boy, he's turned me off watching a receiver. You'll watch this in Miami and you'll see what I'm saying. Now, there's some rumors today that some people are like Devontae Adams for Brandon Aiyuk. The Raiders aren't doing that deal, all right? You can love Brandon Aiyuk all you want. The Raiders aren't doing that deal.
Coming in at number 7, John. $26 million. 26.7 to be accurate.
Yeah.
From the hated Los Angeles Rams, it's Cooper Kupp.
I would say he's worth it, but then remembering he was out, Puka Nacua came in, 5th-round pick, right? So I'll say yes, but he's not irreplaceable.
At number 8, making a round number. This is $25 million. Remember, we're playing Rank Your Wideout. From the Philadelphia Eagles, Devontae Smith.
No, he dropped it. And I'm just saying, I'm still not over it. Kyle, you should have challenged it. He dropped it. No, he's not worth it.
Coming in at number 9, making $24.2 million a year. From your Houston Texans, it's Nico Collins.
Who? No way. Come on. I'm not giving Nico Collins $24 million. I like C.J. Stroud.
He just signed it, though.
I know.
That's
too much.
Closing your top 10. We're going to go top 10. Closing your top 10, average salary per year in the wideout market, making $24 million.
Yeah.
From the ill-fated, really hated Seattle Seahawks, it's DK Metcalf.
Come on, he's overrated, man. What's he ever done? Win anything. Makes plays. Great body. Very fast.
All right. If you're wondering where Deebo Samuel ranks, that would be number 11.
Yeah, next.
$23.8 million a year.
Okay, so as a whole, that's what I'm saying. And we were talking to Andrew Brandt about this. The position is overvalued.
Yeah,
it's not. It's not like quarterbacks. He was saying that it's jumped so much. Keep this music on because it's great.
You'll never guess who's number 12. You will never guess who's number 12.
But
never.
Like left quarterback, I understand. Left tackle, I understand. Corner, I understand. Edge, pass rushers, all that kind of stuff. We value certain positions. You can get wide receivers all the time. Nacua, 5th round. Cooper Kupp, 3rd round. Debo, 2nd round. Like, go on down the line. Free agents. I mean, great receiver. You can get them all over the place. They don't have to be first rounders. And a bunch of them come into the league every single year and are effective right out of the gate. Part of the problem with Aiyuk, Carlos, is that somebody's got to pay him $30 million a year and give the Niners the going rate, like a 1st and a 3rd, when they could just draft one.
Very good. Tremendous tangent, John Lund. You'll never guess who's number 12. Can you guess who is number 12?
No, who's number 12?
Michael Pittman Jr. making $23 million. Then you go Calvin Ridley, Terry McLaurin, Stephon Diggs, T. Higgins, DJ Moore, Mike Evans, Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper.
And they're all over $20 million.
Yeah,
they're all over 20.
The $20 million line is set at Amari Cooper and Chris Godwin at $20 million each.
Look, I don't know.
And listen, and you're missing here CeeDee Lamb. You're missing Jamar Chase.
They're going to be over 30.
Right.
Those two guys are going to be over 30.
But,
Easy.
I mean, I can see this from both sides. If I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I'm saying,
if the music's going, you have to do the voice.
If I'm let's play now. Be Brandon Aiyuk.
Okay, you can turn the music off.
Thank you. I can see this.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dude, I'm telling you, if like Ryan Seacrest fails at
I can do this gig.
You can be a talk show host in a second.
Okay, Drew Carey, watch out.
Oh, you kill
Price is right. All right.
He's due to be replaced.
If you're Brandon Aiyuk, you could see, John, why he would want more money than Metcalf, Nico Collins, Devontae Smith. He's younger than Devontae Adams, not better. You can see it. I can understand it. Again, the point is where he plays, who he plays with, and who's up next. And who is up next is Brock Purdy, and he's going to make a bunch of money. So it's unfortunate for him because he deserves this kind of money, not in this team, period.
So let me ask you this, because you asked me this. How do you think it's going to turn out?
I think he's going to play this season, and I mean, I hope they figure it out, but I just don't see how.
Do you think they'll get a contract done, or do you think he's going to? Because I think a trade is out. Okay, from this standpoint, the 49ers are a win-now team. They want to win a Super Bowl.
If there's no injuries, yes. If there's an injury, if there's a team that needs a wideout,
because somebody's going to get hurt in camp, it always happens.
Right. If that happens, I can see that's the only caveat I would put in to this whole Brandon Aiyuk situation. If a team desperately needs a wideout because someone gets hurt, they will knock on the door of John Lynch and give them whatever he wants to fill that role. And then they will pull the trigger because they're going to get a haul.
Right. But I guess my thing is that the 49ers are looking at this season and maybe next season, we've talked about this a million times, is maybe the final 2 or 3 opportunities to win a Super Bowl. So if there's not, in my mind, the way I think they're thinking is that if they're long-term, trading Brandon Aiyuk is a better long-term move, but it certainly isn't a better short-term move. So if you're in win-now mode, how does trading Brandon Aiyuk help you this year?
Here's what I think the 49ers, and again, this is an opinion. I haven't talked to anyone. This is not information. This is my opinion, my gut feeling. I firmly believe what the 49ers would like to do is convince Brandon to play this year under his current contract. Convince him to wait the year. They will give him what he wants next year when they trade Debo. I think they're much more comfortable going longer with a player like Aiyuk with the injury history that Debo has, moving off of him in that contract and sticking with Aiyuk and Pearsall, having signed McCaffrey who can do what Debo does. That's what I think they're trying to convince Brandon of. And I'm Brandon, and I'm thinking, why am I going to do that?
Now you're saying hell no, because what if he gets hurt?
That's the point. That's right. He doesn't want to risk that, or a bad year for that matter.
If he has a bad year, if he rips a knee, or heaven forbid an Achilles or something like that, then
he's toast.
Right, and that's the whole point here is you can play on, 1-year deals, you can play on top 5 receiver money, all that kind of stuff. But these guys want, like we talked about this before. Spot Rack said 4,104 was 66 guaranteed. His mind is on the 66 guaranteed because then he could take take care of generations of his family. That's what these guys are all trying to do. So look, we've said this. I understand the Aiyuk side. I understand the 49er side. The new information, if you're just tuning in going, didn't you guys talk about this yesterday, is that Andrew Brandt just joined us and explained how a lot of this works. He used to be in the front office for the Packers for years. He doesn't have any leverage because the only leverage he has is to withhold services. If he withholds services, it's $50,000 a day for missing camp. It's about $800,000 per week during the year.
Yep.
And to put that in perspective, he's made $12 million in 4 years. He can make $14 million if he plays this year, which is probably half of what he's worth. But if he doesn't come in until week 11, he needs 6 weeks to get accrued so he can be a free agent. I don't want to go too deep into this and make people's head spins. But he's missing $800,000 a week. That's $9 million that he's going to lose before he gets the 6 weeks he needs to be accrued. How's he going to make that money back at some point?
He's not. And again, if you look at Debo's deal, John, there's a potential out for the 49ers in 25. So that's what I would think the Niners are trying to convince Brandon to do. Listen, BA, play this. We can't lose. The Bay Area cannot lose another iconic number 11. Clay just left.
I never thought about that.
We cannot have another number 11 debacle in the Bay Area. Now, I'm being funny about it. That's not what they said. It's called sarcasm. What I think they're saying is, BA, please play this out. Brock is due next season. Deep, we can get from under Debo's deal next season. We'll remake it if you want to stay with him. If he is healthy and he is being productive, we'll find a way to make it work for both and the team. But if not, they're going to have no issues cutting ties with Debo and giving him a long-term extension. but I don't know if he's going to go for it. But I don't know if he has any options.
I just think he doesn't have any options. And the thing that's made him frustrated at this point is an unprecedented offseason in which all these receivers got paid. And if the 49ers say to him, and this is probably what they have said to him, just wait some more, his head's going to blow off. And but he doesn't have a choice. Well, as Andrew Brandt told us, he really is sitting here. Oh, poor guy. Has to play for $14 million. But the bottom line is he really doesn't have a choice unless he wants to lose all that money by sitting out. And even his agent would probably sit there and say, hey, no. We can't sit here and lose sorry, Brandon, you got to play on the 14 because you're going to sit out and lose $800,000 a week. We can't make that up.
There's someone on the text line who was suggesting a trade that if this were to be suggested, even as a whiff of this were to come via John Lynch's way, I think he would pull the trigger. Let's debate it after the break. What do you think?
All right, then let's get into some. Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
And then let's get into the All-Star game. We haven't talked much about that. A forgettable experience, even though I'm sure that he's happy that he went. Logan Webb gives up a few runs. The National League loses again. Plus, Walter came up with a great idea today. We'll do that at 11:30. That has to do with the Giants. We haven't given out awards this week. The first half awards,
yes,
and look ahead to the second half of the season. So we got to get into some Giants too. We'll do it all coming up next. Carlos Ramirez with us, Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mr. Sunshine, Ray Ratto, he joined Chilbert and Copes yesterday, discussed Brandon Aiyuk's trade request, and gave his thoughts on the Warriors' offseason moves. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. Shut up.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Webb delivers. Simeon sends one into right field. That's going to get down and in for a hit. That is ball 4. Kwan will take his base. Down to second base goes Simeon. Here's the Yankees' Juan Soto. First pitch, he sends this one up the middle. It's going to get through into center field. It will score Simeon. It will score Kwan. Soto digs for second. He's in there with the double. Full count pitch. Swing, and that one is into left field. It's a good one. Going to get down. Fielded by the left fielder. Profar. His throw home is not in time, and we are tied 3-3 as Soto beats it without a slide. Pinch hit RBI single for David Fry of the Guardians, and we're knotted up at 3 as he hit it into left field on one hop. Elliot Ramos, swing and a miss, and he's pounding the strike zone. Kirby Yates. Next one to Ramos, and he pulls that foul on the 1-2. Swing and a miss. 94, Kirby Yates.
Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund. Great to have Carlos Ramirez here, by the way. You can always hit us up. We just got done with a long conversation with Brandon Aiyuk. Hit us up if you want to get in any of that. Andrew Brandt gave us some great insight. Used to be in the front office for the Green Bay Packers. If you missed that, go to KNBR.com. Hit us up at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Also on YouTube and Twitch. So you can see both of our new haircuts, and you can opine on that if you would like to as well. All-Star game was last night. Here and there, Elliot Ramos strikes out. Not the greatest performance by Logan Webb. He gives up a few as well, and the American League once again continues their dominance over the National League 5-3. It doesn't mean anything, though, like it used to. Oh, that's home field advantage. Paul Skeens starts the game. We do get an Aaron Judge at bat, which we liked. Mason Miller throws the hardest pitch ever in Major League All-Star history. He was pretty good last night as well. Strikes out Shohei Ohtani, and the uniforms, well, the American League looked like Pepto-Bismol. And,
you don't like them?
Oh,
I'm guessing not.
I don't want to be that guy that's like, bring back the old uniforms. I did like that, and that's how I grew up. So I'm okay with doing something else. I'm not gonna jump on that bandwagon.
Okay.
Maybe I'm 100% wrong in this. I'm gonna widen this out a little bit, which is most things, and I understand they're not marketing to me, but most uniforms that are made, whether they be the City Connects, I like the Giants City Connects. The Cubs have a decent one. There's a few teams, but by and large, I don't think they're great. The All-Star uniforms, especially the American League, I thought were hideous. I guess I just don't know who the fashion consultant is for this. And again, this is ironic, given most people know how I dress, which isn't the greatest. So, I probably shouldn't be giving fashion advice, but I am.
You're a great dresser, John. You're a great dresser.
No, you're a very good dresser, by the way. But I guess that I would defer to you and just saying, and I'm not just following the sheep here. I just don't. I didn't like it. I didn't like it, and I wanted to like it. I thought it was like, man, is that Pepto-Bismol? Do I need to change the tint on my TV? Like, what color exactly is that?
So what was it that ticked you off? The colors, the what?
I don't.
You just don't want to see them in their classic traditional uniforms.
No,
that's it.
And I understand. Well, and I also understand that Major League Baseball has to market, right? Now, I don't know how many people are going to buy the Pepto-Bismol American League uniforms from last night or the National League uniforms or whatever. Maybe people are and they just don't know. Maybe it's worth millions and millions of dollars. I don't know. But I think that there's better ideas, like, make it more traditional, like Texas. By the way, if you ever go to Texas, people hate when you wear cowboy hats, and everybody was wearing cowboy hats and stuff. They hate it, especially Dallas. Now, if you're in Fort Worth, that's more of a cow town, and you can wear a cowboy hat there. But Dallas itself, and the game was in Arlington, and it was a big deal. So the Dallas side, they think they're hip and cool and that kind of stuff, and they hate when when they have like a national game or something, they show people in cowboy hats. They hate that because that's an old stereotype of Texas, so they don't like it. People in Dallas don't like it, but whatever. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
But everybody had like cowboy hats, was doing that thing. But I guess I just didn't get the tie to Texas. Like, if you're going to do it, I like throwback, do some throwback uniforms or do some, I don't know. There's got to be something better than what they did. And my question continued to be as I watched it, is someone, tell me if I'm wrong, 415-808-5627. Are people going to run out and buy a Ramos All-Star jersey or a Webb All-Star jersey or that Giants hat?
Why not?
I'm asking because I just, again, I'm not on the edge of fashion. I understand that. I will readily admit it. I wear comfort. But the fact is that I just don't see, and I don't see this through like ballparks past all-star jerseys, things. I don't see very many of those.
Right.
I see a lot of Giants jerseys.
Okay.
I see a lot of throwback jerseys, all sorts of Giants hats.
It's a collector's item is what it is.
Yeah, I guess.
It's
but
I mean, I'm not.
You put it on your wall. You put it
but
in your
I'm not
closet?
naive.
Do you wear it?
I know it's a money grab. I'm not naive. I know Listen, when I grew up, and I'm 41, but when I grew up, soccer teams had 2 jerseys, home and away. Now they have home, away, alternate, retro, Father's Day, Mother's Day, Pride, whatever. Any Chinese
Anything to sell.
Chinese
Anything to
year,
sell, right?
Yes, anything. Chinese New Year. I'm being serious. Like anything for you to spend more money, they will put out.
Yeah.
And idiots like me buy it. So they make it for people like me.
Are you a big jersey wearer? Because yesterday you had a really cool
I have
jersey.
over 250 jerseys.
Do you really?
Yes.
Okay, you're the perfect guy to talk to about this.
Yes.
So would you buy the American League jersey from last night?
No, I would buy if I were to buy one. Like if there's a play, so I'm a player jersey guy. Like I'm more than teams, right? Like I own a Luka Doncic. You know when they did the U.S. versus World young players, like on the All-Star weekend, I love Luka Doncic. He's my favorite player in the NBA right now, with alongside Stephen Curry.
Right.
So I bought the World jersey that says Doncic 77 because he would never wear that again because he would be over the second year. It's a rookie or sophomore game, so it was the only time he would wear that jersey. So that's the kind of thing that I like buying, like special jerseys. I have a bunch of like Warriors, Curry, Clay, all that stuff. So
okay,
yes.
so last night, and then the National League had like the black jersey with the blue, and would you buy like a Ramos or a Webb in that?
Yes. If I were to buy, I want to find significance in the piece, and in Webb's and Ramos's case, it does because it was their first ever All-Star game. So if I'm a big Webb or Ramos guy, I would buy it because I would want to have their first ever All-Star game jersey. If they just wear their Giants jersey, I already have that. I don't need one. I'll just buy the patch and sew it. Yeah. Right? It's a unique. I'm a fan of unique things. I like it.
You're perfect to talk to because I don't know why this is such a weird conversation, but it is. But a lot of people older men have a philosophy of, well, I'm not going to wear a jersey with another man's name on the back, all this kind of stuff. A lot of people have you should be, it's a certain age that you stop wearing jerseys. That's not what I am. I don't think that at all. I go to, not on a regular basis, but I'll collect, certain jerseys. I have a lot of, old classics. What's the company in Philadelphia? I'm blanking right now. That it has all the all the classic stuff.
No. I know what you're talking about.
Why am I blanking? My kid has a bunch of their jerseys.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, point is that like I like that kind of stuff, and I'll collect old ones. I don't know that I'll wear them a whole lot. I will wear some throwbacks.
Mitchell and Ness.
Mitchell and Ness.
Yes.
So I have Pete Roses and Reggie Jacksons and all these. I have an old Willie McCovey.
I have one tattooed.
Do you really?
Yes.
That's cool.
I have the retro Sacramento Kings Jason Williams jersey tattooed in my back.
One of your favorites. One of your favorite players, right?
He was my favorite player.
Got to be.
It was Jordan and white chocolate.
So see, I'm not anti-jersey. I'm not that at all. I'm not anti-jersey guy. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is last night, and you got all these people who are supposedly smart, and I know it's a money grab, but I just don't know how many people are buying the jersey versus, let's say they did a jersey that was, I don't know, a throwback or some sort of, it's the Rangers last night. The Rangers have one of the best throwbacks ever. When there was an era in the 70s or 80s, whenever it was, remember the Twins had a light blue and the Phillies had a light blue and the Rangers had a light blue.
And the Blue Jays had a light blue.
Right, the Blue Jay. That was a killer jersey. Something along those lines. Okay, you're having it in Texas. Take your best jersey in your history and reenact that for the National American. Something that pays homage to.
But your
best uniform.
Yeah, but I think
how hard is that?
No, it's not. It's not. It's a good point. I think it also goes with the culture of the team, like the Yankees.
Yeah, Mitchell and Ness. Thank you, people. By the way.
Yeah,
make sure
the Yankees. Mm-hmm. They have one uniform, pinstripes. Two uniforms, gray. It says New York. That's it. But that's with their culture. If you're Tampa and you have to come up with different things. I'm not being mean.
No, you're right. Tampa doesn't really have a
Tampa. For instance, the Yankees will not participate in the City Connect initiative. They don't want that. They're out. Even though they would sell, if there's a team that would sell a massive amount of jerseys with the City Connect initiative, would be the Yankees. They're out. They will not let you wear facial hair, and they will not sell other jerseys that are not pinstripes and gray that says New York. That's fine. I'm fine with that. But I'm also fine with what the Giants do. They innovate. They understand their audience and their fan base. And I remember people. I just got here when they put the last names on the back of the jerseys, and people lost their minds.
Yeah, right.
Lost it. What happened now?
People love it.
Seriously, what happened? People love it. People love it. When City Connect got here,
they won in those jerseys, or else people would not like them.
This thing. And now there's such a thing as City Connect magic on Tuesdays.
But if they had lost in those things, they'd already be gone. But for some reason, they win in them. They got a great record.
That's the thing. So it's also luck, right? Yeah. But I don't know. Like, for instance, I own one of my most prized possessions is the 1993 Mitchell & Ness Michael Jordan All-Star Game jersey, the blue one.
That's sweet.
That's what you said. Like, I have the Bulls one. I wanted the All-Star one. That's a different thing.
Yeah. No, that's sweet. But again, you have to. I think you have to get the classics. But whatever. I mean, again, I'm not a fashionista, and I'm not going to tell people how to dress. And I'm not trying to follow the sheep because everybody's bitching and moaning and complaining about the All-Star uniforms. And at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal.
I like them.
But I'm just saying, as a whole, in all of sports, I think they could do a lot better. I think they need to get new fashion consultants, and I think they could do a lot better, and they could be a lot more creative.
That's fair.
Get a bunch of young people in there, sit around the table, because if you're doing it for marketing purposes, which they are, and I don't know how many millions they make, then they got to be better. I just thought last night was ridiculous. Anyway, all right. Walter came up with a great idea before the show, which is we're going to give out the superlatives from the first half for the Giants, and we're going to look ahead to the second half. And this is your kind of thing. I know it is, because you and I actually were talking about this in the studio for the last couple of days. So we're going to do that coming up next. I want to get your participation in it, whether you like our choices or not. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for joining us. Is this our award show music?
Is it? It sounds like Olympics, though.
It is a little bit like
Olympics. The gold medal goes to Danny in the topless curling competition.
I was just going to say, what would Danny be in?
You like curling, Danny? Do you enjoy? Do you partake? Would you?
No.
No. That's what
you like curling, Danny?
George Kittle said that's the Olympic sport he would like to participate on.
Really?
Yeah, he said curling.
I don't want to go on a tangent, but at some point today, because the reason why we have this a very important music Olympic-ish is because we're going to give out superlatives for the first half of the Giants and look ahead to the second half as well. You can participate and are encouraged to, whether it be the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line or call in at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. But at some point, before you get out of here today, because you've talked about what it's like to watch soccer in Venezuela, call games, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
I think we are severely lacking in patriotism when it comes to the Olympics. I think people around
here
so? In our country can take it or leave it. If something happens to be on and they're flipping channels and they're mildly interested, they'll watch. And I'm not talking about basketball, some of the main things that people will watch, but I think other countries get much more patriotic than we do, and I don't know why. I mean, it even goes back to like the Ryder Cup and all these different things, which I've covered personally, and I just don't think we get into it as much as other countries. In fact, I know we don't. But anyway, we'll do that a little bit later. All right, let's start here. It very simple, because I know that in award shows, because they're 4 or 5 hours long, they wait till the end to do the biggest one. But I'm going to start with the biggest one.
Oh, really? Okay.
Let's just start with the biggest one.
Okay.
Who would you say? And you give me, in your explanation, you can throw a couple out there, 2, 3 ones that you would debate. But let's just start with the big one. Who would be the MVP of the Giants' first half to you?
So you want my 3 finalists and then my winner?
Yeah, do it like that.
Okay.
However you wish. MVP of the Giants' first half.
Okay, so my 3 finalists are Logan Webb.
Yep.
Elliot Ramos.
Yep.
And my third would be Ryan Walker.
Wow. So we have 2 of the 3 that are the same. So go ahead.
So Logan Webb has been the stabilizing force in a rotation that is 23rd in ERA in baseball. That has seen Blake Snell go down, Keaton Wynn go down, Kyle Harrison get hurt, and a guy who was a closer until last season be their second best starter. He has been the rock. He has been a guy who has pitched 124.1 innings. That is 124 in the third. The next guy up is 95. So that's 30 more innings than the next guy, who has only 1 start less than Logan Webb. Let that sink in.
That's amazing.
Logan Webb has pitched 30 more innings than the next starter, who has only 1 start less, and that's Jordan Hicks. So for that, and carrying the load of the rotation and giving them a chance to win every single day with a 3.47 ERA, he would be in my top 3.
Okay, so are you leading up? Are you saying Logan Webb is your MVP?
No. I'm just giving you my explanation of each.
Okay, go ahead.
Then Elliot Ramos.
Yeah.
I mean, it's self-explanatory. I mean, the guy filled in for their center. When Jung Ho Lee went down, this city went into a funk. Mm-hmm. The amount of pouting and tears and just heartbreak that San Francisco went through when Jung Ho Lee went down, there was no answer on site until here comes number 17 from Sacramento and just makes us all forget that Jung Ho Lee went down, to the point that he's an all-star. He has been their best hitter, their most consistent hitter, playing at a premier position on defense, Elliot Ramos. And then the guy who has been an absolute workhorse, 28 years old, his longest season yet. He has pitched 48 games, 50 innings out of the pen, leading the pen in innings pitched so far when they have needed him the most, with a stark 2.32 ERA, Ryan Walker. That's my 3 finalists.
Those are good, too, because I think Walker, the pen has been such a key. And even though they've been disappointed at this point in the season, if they don't have this bullpen, where would they be? And it's been totally overworked, and Ryan Walker's been the best piece of it. You and I are the same on Ramos and Webb. I have Ramos and Webb. The only one we differ on is I put Bailey, and I would put him in order: Bailey, Webb. I'd put Ramos 1.
Okay.
And that's a hard one because, like you said, without Webb's innings, all the innings that Webb has thrown, where would this team be? I mean, they've already burned the pen. And so maybe I could, put I think it's 1A and 1B. One's a pitcher, one's a hitter. Ramos has absolutely saved them offensively, and Webb from a pitching standpoint. The only reason I put Bailey in there is because I think he's a stabilizing force with the pitching staff. And it's too bad that they were so stacked in the National League catching-wise, because you've put these numbers out before.
Yep.
From a standpoint of when they were having so much trouble in catching base runners, it wasn't his fault. It was the pitching staff not holding these guys on for the most part. And he was trying to throw sideways and all these ways to get the ball off faster because he wasn't getting a chance against these guys. And then he's been one of the better offensive catchers in all of the league. And, on Saturday it bothered me that he got robbed with that home run, but whatever. But I think Bailey, Webb, and Ramos, and just because I don't want to be somebody who's sitting on the fence, I'll put Ramos just slightly ahead of Webb.
Okay.
Just because the story is so amazing that he comes up on May 8th for the very reason that you said. They lose Jung-Hoo Lee, and for those who forget, I mean, they're chanting his name. Even though his hard ball hit rate was better than what his numbers actually said. He was a very good defensive center fielder, and it was a horrible loss. And to have Ramos come up and do what he's done, and to almost inexplicably make the All-Star game and see him there last night, I still couldn't believe it when he was at bat. I'm like, that's Elliot Ramos, and he's in the All-Star game.
That's amazing.
It was surreal. So I'm going to go Ramos for the MVP in a long-winded way of saying it. Of your three, who would you say?
Logan Webb.
No, okay,
I think
I can't fight with that.
I think pitching is the name of the game, and this everyone is agreeing this team needs their pitchers to step up. And if there's been one thing, if there's been one absolute constant that the Giants have been able to trust from day one, is that when number 62 walks on the mound, they can win the game. He will give them a chance to win the game. And you know this, and for you at home who don't, I hate the win and loss stat for a pitcher. It does nothing. For me, a stat should be a descriptive number of what a player does or does not do. Wins and losses does not describe in any way, shape, or form what a pitcher does on the mound. He can go out there and pitch 9 shutout innings and lose the game. Or he can go out there and pitch 5 terrible innings and win the game. So he is, despite the fact he is 7-7, that doesn't say what he has been this year for the Giants. For me, my MVP would be Mr. Sacramento's own Logan Webb.
Yeah, he's been great. All right, so that's the MVP, 4 and 5, 808-5627. Did we miss anyone? Who would you put in your top 3, and who would you ultimately say was the first half MVP for the Giants? So that's the big one.
I should say Rockland's own, sorry. Rockland.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so let's go from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum.
Okay.
So that's your MVP.
Yep.
From a standpoint, and there are a lot of choices here.
Yep.
Give me your most disappointing of the first half. Most disappointing of the first half, and unfortunately, there are many.
Yeah.
Would you like me to go? Do you need to think about it for a minute?
No, I'm good. You go.
Okay.
Let's go back and forth.
Well, I agree with you on Logan Webb. I think there are 2 disappointings to me. You mentioned the first one, and it's not his fault. Jung-Hoo Lee getting hurt was incredibly disappointing.
All right, that's different, though.
It is, and so I'm not going to call. I'm not calling him.
It's not performance driven.
I'm not calling him disappointing. I just wonder what this team would look like if he were in center and Ramos were in left, and whatever the case may be.
Maybe we don't get Ramos,
and maybe we don't. But there's been so many other injuries that we probably would have seen Ramos now. Would he have gotten the opportunity that he has gotten? Maybe not. So maybe it's kind of a blessing in disguise in a weird way, but that is disappointing to lose him. But I would say, by and large, what did you say the starting pitching ERA was for the Giants?
Oh, 23rd in baseball.
Okay, so to put that in perspective, this is the best park in baseball to pitch in. So half of your games are in the best park in the world to pitch in.
The most favorable.
Right, most favorable.
Yes.
And you have the 23rd ranked starting pitching ERA, so that goes. And if you want to make, like, you put Ryan Walker in the MVP discussion, I think
it's a 4.49 starting pitching ERA.
It's ridiculous. And I know they've had injuries, but look at the Dodgers. The Dodgers have an all-star team of pitchers on the injured list, so you can't use that excuse. And if I had to single one out, it's obviously Blake Snell. And I'm very encouraged by what he did last time out. But the reality is he's 0-3 with a 6.52 in the first half, and you're paying that guy all that money. That's the most disappointing player on the team And second place really isn't even close.
Yeah, plus he's the reigning Cy Young.
Right.
I mean, he came with such credentials and such pomp and circumstance because of what the Giants did in the offseason. To me, it's not even close. And he went back and forth about how he was used, and he thought they were throwing him out there when he wasn't ready. And I think the whole way it was managed by both the team, the player, going on media, saying what they said, what they didn't say. It was all a mess. But I'm with you. I think it's not even close. Second one, I would go with Soler.
Yeah.
Because of what he is as a hitter, what we know he can do. He's had up and downs. He's hit 10 home runs. We know he can do better. He knows he can do better. And to a degree, I think this one is disappointing because what we saw last season, I don't know if he's hurt. I don't know what's happening. I'm really I don't know if disappointing is the right word, to be honest, but the year Wilmer Flores has had, to his standards, to what he got us accustomed to. Listen, just go back to last season. Wilmer hit 284, 355 OBP, and a 509 slugging percentage. OPS plus, which is an all-encompassing stat, everything above 100, you're that much better percentage-wise than league average. That's why I love that stat. Plus, it's park adjusted. Last year, Wilmer Flores had a 137 OPS plus. That means he was 37% better than league average. This year, John, he is 72. That's 28% worse. So it's a 60% decrease from last season. That's disappointing.
Well, the other thing too was I was crowing a ton about just give him at bats, get him at bats, get him at bats, get him at bats. And he did get a number of at-bats after the injury to Lamont Wade Jr. And I thought to myself, well, he can hit righties, he can hit lefties. He did it last year. You look at his career numbers. He can just take over for Lamont Wade Jr., and there's not going to be a ton of drop-off. He got the opportunity. He couldn't do it. I mean, they're playing Trenton Brooks over there. And I like what David – I've been thinking about, do they need to DFA Wilmer Flores and bring up David Villar, who in a brief period of time did well up here? Always tears it up at AAA. I'm thinking, geez, I'm going to DFA him and bring up VR. Like, that's how far he's fallen off. So I agree with you. If it wasn't for Blake Snell, I'd be scratching my head going, and I like Wilmer Flores. It's 23 home runs last year to lead the team. He's nowhere near. And when they start to get a roster crunch, Carlos, coming up here, when they start bringing back some of this pitching, and maybe they're going to trade for somebody at the deadline, I don't see how Wilmer Flores survives.
Only 3 players, John, had a lower OPS plus than Wilmer Flores and had 100-plus at-bats. Only 3. 2 of them are not in the team. Austin Slater is one. Mm-hmm. Nick Ahmed was the other one. The third one is Luis Matos. They're the 3 only Giants with 100-plus ABs and a lower OPS than Wilmer Flores.
All right, we only got through MVP.
OPS plus, sorry.
We only got through MVP and disappointments. We'll come back. We got most likely to be traded. We've got biggest upside player for the second half, biggest story of the second half. We'll get into all those conversations as well. If you have a question or something that you want to hit up for the second half as well, we'll do it next. Carlos Ramirez in. We're looking at the Giants, both looking back and looking ahead. We'll continue next. Participate at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Yes. John Lund here, your old friend. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the entire state of California. That's ridiculous. And that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, the weather is beautiful. Summertime. So motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm, and they've secured more than a billion with a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements. Thank you on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing. I don't know how they do it, but you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. What a concept. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Am I up? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, you're here. You're good.
Okay, just checking. I was just talking to Danny about the break.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah,
check.
All right, so here's what we've done so far: superlatives, and then we'll look to the second half. I got Elliot Ramos as MVP. You have Logan Webb. I think they're you could flip flop them and be good on that one. We went straight from the best to the worst. Disappointment: Snell, Flores pitching, starting pitching in general. The fact that we thought we might see Cobb early, and then it's gotten pushed and pushed and pushed. You could put Estrada on that list probably. At times, you could put a lot of different guys on that list. But that's what we came up with. You have others, 415-808 KNBR. All right, and we didn't talk about this a lot yesterday because we got embroiled in the Brandon Aiyuk talk, but we are now 13 days away from the deadline. So I don't know if Walter wrote this. I put this one in there. How about most likely to be traded? Ooh. Who's most likely to be traded in 13 days or less? Most likely to be traded. Do you want me to go first? If you need time, I got a list.
Yeah, go.
Okay. Even though Susan Slusser told us
I know where you're going
that the Giants don't need to shed money to add money, I'm not sure that that's the case. She knows a hell of a lot more than I do. But logic just tells me that a guy like Conforto, he was hot, then he got hurt, and then he's been kind of up and down. And I like Conforto. There's nothing wrong with him. I just think because he makes about $18 million, so half that, and we're only 65 games, so you're still talking $7-8 million for Conforto. I think they may have to move his contract, and Matos is still with the Giants, and I thought he was going to get a little bit of a run, and he hasn't. And even though he's a righty and Conforto's a lefty, I could just see them moving because Conforto, they have some ready players, and he makes that much money. So I think the front office would be really, really happy. The guys around the big mahogany table that write the checks. Hey, I got rid of Conforto's, $7 or $8 million that's left on his deal, so how about I can add, you and I think are a little bit obsessed, even though he's having a down year, of like a Bo Bichette, somebody like that.
Yep.
I just have a feeling that they have to do that. So I think Conforto could be a guy. Duvall over the last couple of days, there's been talk of that. Susan told us maybe he would be a guy that would be there. I could see Estrada, who's having a down year with the way Wisely's swinging the bat.
Yep.
That if somebody likes Estrada, he started off well, but he's been stuck on about 41 RBIs and 9 home runs for seemingly a month or two. So those are just a few names. But if I had to just name one, I'd say Conforto, potentially because of what he makes.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, all those names make sense because of what you just said. So you're just going Conforto?
Yeah, if I had to pick one, I'd say Conforto, just because they have outfielders.
Yeah.
And I feel like, you're not going to, Estrada, I don't know that he's going to get traded because he doesn't make much. For them to be able to shed, $7 or $8 million left.
If they have Wisely playing short, if they don't get a shortstop, Estrada's your second baseman, Wisely's your shortstop with Fitzgerald, so you need him.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense. I'll back you up. I'll double you up with Michael Conforto.
Okay, are we on the same page? Speaking of trades, even though this isn't a question, but I just want to ask you this. Would Bichette be your number one target? Would Bichette, because they really need a shortstop, don't they?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
That's what I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you mentioned the other names.
Number two, I mean.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I think Bichette would be number one because of the offensive prowess he has demonstrated before this season. This season he has not been good. I think my number two, but I don't see a clearer path to him than the one I see to Bichette would be any combination of Nico Horner or Ha-Seong Kim. But I don't see either happening. Kim has a mutual option with the Padres. Horner has significant club control for the Cubs, and they're in fight mode. If the Cubs tank, or their schedule is not easy coming out of the break, if they just go south and everything just plummets before July 30th, if somehow Farhan can get his hands to Nico Horner, that would be a tremendous piece. I think he's a better I know he's a better defensive shortstop than what Bo Bichette is, but I think Bichette, and he can play second or short, but I think Bichette is a better hitter. So, but I would say Bichette. Makes more sense.
It's so confounding, and I because this has been the main, every time we talk about Bichette, this has been kind of the main thing from people both on the text line, calling line, through social media and everything. Bichette's having a terrible year. I mean, I think we were talking to Jesse Rogers yesterday. I mean, his OPS this year is 596. He's hitting 222. I don't know what's going on with him, but he's only 26. He's a two-time All-Star. You mentioned this before. In 2021, he had 191 hits, led the American League. In 2022, he had 189, led the American League. He's been top 15 in the MVP vote 3 times in his career. This is his 6th season in baseball. I mean, this is absolutely the outlier. So can he rediscover the magic? I would imagine. I mean, he's having a 596 OPS.
But that's fine.
Horrible.
But he's 26.
Yeah.
So if again, I go back to the back of the baseball card.
Right.
That's what I do, and what I think fans should do. Go to the back of the baseball card. What does the sample size say he is? And so far, and again, this is perhaps to some of you is a new stat, but trust me, this is the most accurate stat to describe a hitter. It is called WRC plus. It is weighted runs created plus. It tells you how much above league average a hitter is and how much below league average a hitter is. It takes into consideration average, power, park, everything, right? It's park adjusted. That's what the plus means. And weighted means that every hit you get is properly weighted to if it's a single, double, triple, or a home run. So last 5 seasons, John, of Bo Bichette, weighted runs created plus. Remember, 100 is league average. Every point over 100, you're 1% better than league average. So Bichette has been 143 in 2019. So 43% better than league average. That is really good. 143, 120, 122, 130, 125, 69. What is he? He's at 125, 130.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's going on this year. Obviously, we're not close to the team. We don't cover the team. I don't know if it's injuries. I don't know if there's a mental thing. I don't know if he has a family issue. I have no idea what's going on with Bo Bichette.
He might be depressed.
All right, whatever it is, he's absolutely fallen off a cliff, and kind of similar to what you said about Flores. I mean, his numbers have just fallen off in that much of a fashion. I mean, even last year had 176 hits and had over a 300 batting average. I mean, the guy he's a hitter. I mean, that's what he's done his whole career. So look, you've got to be betting on the fact that this just isn't him, and he's got him enough of a track record to say, yeah, he's going to bounce back. So he just needs to change the scenery.
Here are a couple of things that really entice me and let me know that he should go back to what he is. His walk percentage is up from last season, 6.1%. So he's walking more. And his strikeout rate is the same as last season and lower than 2022 and 21. So he's not striking out more. He's walking more. So because if those two were up and down respectively, you would be, there's a problem here. He's not being disciplined. That's not the case. So, okay.
I believe in him.
Okay.
I believe in him, and I think if they made that move, and we've talked about the lineup with him, I think, again, it would depend. I mean, I think you catch a bit of a break because I'm sure that Toronto's going to be saying, look, this is the outlier this year. Look at all these other numbers. We're not going to give you a discount on them. You have to give us a discount on them.
Right.
I mean, you just do. So, if it costs Luciano, if it costs a pitching prospect, I think that would be okay. Yesterday, you and I were talking about they've got a bunch of shortstops and middle infielders in the lower minors that are highly thought of. Maybe it takes one of those guys as well.
Was this a superlative? Like what most likely player to get traded? Was that?
Yeah, well, I did kind of we did most likely to be traded, then we kind of morphed into this whole thing. Okay. By the way, on the text line, 415-808-5627, biggest disappointment, Luciano not being on team, one says.
That's a good one.
415 says biggest disappointment, Farhan. What about the Farhan anger? Because you get it too on TV.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I don't.
What do you think of it?
I don't. I understand it because fans want to win, but this season, I get it. They didn't get Yamamoto, who's hurt by the way, or Ohtani. I understand the frustration, but if you're being logical. This was a top-notch offseason for Farhan Zaidi. And this season so far, the farm system, people make fun of the farmhand system is what they call it. Some people, when they text and stuff.
Yeah.
This season, look at what Randy Rodriguez has turned into. Look at what Ryan Walker has turned into. Brett Wisely, Elliot Ramos, Fitzgerald. They have all been called up. Sean Jelly. Called up and improved. He changed the manager. He got a manager that people love and respect here. I get why people are frustrated. The team is not winning. But guess what? He doesn't pitch or catch or hit. He doesn't. So I think he did the best job possible getting the best free agents possible aside from the bigger fish, meaning Yamamoto and Ohtani. But I also understand why fans are frustrated. I get they want to win. And the biggest target for them to aim at is the GM/president of baseball operations. Not just here, anywhere. I get it.
Yeah. And look, I endorsed a lot of these moves, and so people can get on me about it, and they have. I like, and a lot of them were late, but I liked the Soler signing at the time. I liked the Chapman signing, which, by the way, I think has been proven to be a positive. The way that he defends, I know he struggled to play at times, but a lot of times he's been fairly hot. And we have to. You mentioned this early in the week, and you're so great with the numbers. People have to get batting average out of their mind.
Yes,
because
please.
It's not a stat that is emphasized anymore. The game has changed and evolved, whether you like it or not.
Yep.
I understand people don't like strikeouts and everything else. But right now, with Matt Chapman hitting around 240, league average is 230. When I was growing up, league average was like 260. And so if a guy was hitting like 240, he was like a soft-hitting shortstop. Well, that's not the way it is anymore. It's based on, as you've talked about, it's based on OPS, it's based on slugging, it's based on what you do when you get bat on ball. That's just the way that it is. And so batting average is an overrated statistic. So when people look at a guy hitting 210, 220, 230.
But I want to explain why. I want to explain why.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's a great debate, and I'll be quick. Batting average does not tell you, the fan, what a player is, aside from he got X amount of hits and X amount of at-bats. And what I mean by that is, if a guy hits 4 home runs in 10 at-bats, and a guy hits 4 singles in 10 at-bats, their average is the same. However, their offensive impact is drastically different. But average does not differentiate the kind of hit you got. That's why many people in the industry have poo-pooed average. They push it aside because it doesn't tell you what kind of hit you got. And it matters because if you hit 4 home runs in 10 at-bats, aside from hitting 400, you're getting me 4 runs plus whoever people you had on base. If you're giving me 4 singles, you're getting on base, but maybe you're not getting me 4 or how many ever runs you get. That's the main flaw of the average stat.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people look at the batting average of the Giants and go, oh, they stink. But if you look at the game right now, that's just not what is being emphasized. Now, I know there's a Luis Ariz and there's a few guys like that. To me, even though he didn't play in the All-Star game, he was going to be in the All-Star game. Yeah. Luis Ariz was not an All-Star to me. I know the way he's hitting. I know it's impressive, but it's an old school approach to it. And if you're not putting the ball in the seats, if you're not hitting for power, if you're not hitting for extra base hits, if you're not driving in runs, if you're not doing those kind of things, and he isn't, then people don't. It's just that's the way the game has evolved.
And don't get me wrong, there is a value for a player like Luis Ariz. There absolutely is a place in the game now for that kind of hitting with the new rules, with no shifting. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But that's the main flaw of the average stat.
Well, it's kind of, and look, I love Lamont Wade Jr., but in the second half, he needs to be more productive. And I know that he was hurt, but what I'm saying is getting on base is awesome. I love that he gets on base, but it's not like an old Ricky Henderson gets on base and all of a sudden he's on third base. He steals second, he steals third. We saw Ellie Delacruz with 46 stolen bases at this point. Right. He might steal 100. But when Ellie Delacruz gets on, he's on third base before you know it. There's value in that because it's like the guy hit a double or a triple. Right. If Lamont Wade Jr. is getting on base, and I think it's great, and he's having a great year, but he's got to up the power numbers, knock in some runs. Sometimes I almost think he's not aggressive enough at the plate. You're hitting in the 2-hole, which that's a run scoring or that's
Aaron Judge that's Aaron Judge in the Yankees.
So you got to produce.
That's Shohei Ohtani in the Dodgers.
Look, earlier in the year, I don't know that it's to this level. I mean, his on base percentage was like .480, and it's impressive. I love it, but not at the expense of, at the time, you're one of the team's better hitters. You better drive in some runs. And at times I thought he was maybe too selective, as weird as that sounds.
Okay.
Anyway.
Anymore.
Yeah, let's do this one coming up next, and I'll give you a tease to it because I think it is the key to the second half, which is obviously the biggest player, and you kind of brought this up the other day, biggest player and biggest storyline for the second half for the
love it,
or most important, I should say,
love
player.
it.
Most important player and biggest storyline for the second half for the Giants. Again, you can help us out 415-808-5627, 415-808 KNBR, either on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line or the call-in line. Give us your thoughts, and I'll ask Carlos those 2 key ones for the second half of the Giants. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Greg Silver's dad, Mike, joined the show yesterday. That would be Mike Silver of the Chronicle. Gave his thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk requesting a trade for the Niners. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. Oh, it is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. You see, he has the answers to all of your tax issues. And his birthday was yesterday, so you could still send him birthday wishes if you would like. But I digress. Today, Steve, we're talking unfiled tax returns. What do people do in that situation?
They should call us to take care of it. You know, a major reason people don't file tax returns is just plain old simple, they don't have the money to pay it. If that's your case, no problem. We want to cut you a sweet deal with the IRS. What if you say, but Steve, I don't have my records? No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. What if you say, Steve, I have my records, but I keep them all in the trash bag in the corner of my garage, and bookkeeping was never my thing? No problem. We have a whole department in our firm that can do your bookkeeping. The bottom line is this: there is no good excuse for not filing returns. It's only going to cause you a problem.
You got to call. No, go ahead, Steve.
Don't wait until one of these new IRS agents comes knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Call us for a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you, all your rights, all your options. And if you want us to, we'll go ahead and do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, anything to do with them. What we want to do is take this tax problem away from you and just let you move forward and enjoy your life.
Perfect. You got to call Steve today, though. Just say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me? Unfiled tax returns or other tax issues? Steve has the answers. 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto's always been, when it's right, why wait until the middle of a cold, dark night? Making obvious, working up my appetite, looking forward to a little afternoon delight. Rubbing sticks and stones together, making sparks ignite, and the thought of loving you is getting so exciting. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. Whoop. You guys have it, I think. Afternoon delight.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, John Lund, Carlos Ramirez from NBC Sports Bay Area. We appreciate you hanging out. We're looking at superlatives, positive, negatives from the first half, or we're going to get into the second half in a second. Go right ahead. Yes. Yes.
I think people need to cut some slack sometimes.
Why?
On the text line, 5110. Mm-hmm. Just adding random free agents doesn't mean to get the job. I'm reading. Your job is to build a team.
Doesn't sound like you're reading.
It's just adding random FAs doesn't mean to get the job. Your job is to build a team. Ask the Mets, ask the Padres. The acceptance and defense of mediocrity on this station. Okay, he doesn't like it. Whatever. How can you call signing the reigning Cy Young a random free agent? Or a guy who hits 30-plus bombs a year like Soler a random free agent? Or a multiple Gold Glove winner on third base a random free agent?
That person's saying they don't like any of they didn't like any of the signings before they happened. So in other words, when a guy who hit 36 home runs in Miami last year and been screaming for power decides, you know what, hell, I'll go to San Francisco.
But I'm saying A.J. Pollock was a random free agent last season.
I agree with that.
Soler and Chapman and Snell are not random free agents. Jung-Ho Lee was not a random free agent. We got to be fair here.
Well, and here's the thing. And look, I know that people struggle with Farhan. And look, outside of 2021, in which I don't know how they won 107 games. I don't. But basically, to that point, they've been mediocre. But what they did this offseason, I don't think you can put on Farhan. I don't.
Me either.
And, because I've always had this philosophy, players play, coaches coach. Essentially what they did was they got Soler, who hit 36 home runs when a power hitter wouldn't come here. Matt Chapman has been as advertised. If you thought Matt Chapman was going to hit 320, you were sorely mistaken. Go, as you said, look at the back of the baseball card. He's going to hit 24, 25 home runs, knock in 70, 80 runs, and play great defense at third. That's what his numbers say he's going to do.
Do you know what
That's
his career batting average is?
250.
240.
In that range, yeah.
240.
And that's what he's hitting. And that's about what he's hitting.
That's what he's hitting, 240.
So Chapman's been fine. Soler's been a disappointment, no doubt. Blake Snell has been the biggest disappointment of the first half. I don't think that's on Farhan. Now, could you have said, and if you want to, I get it because this is what people are saying, well, he should have known, right? Well, do you think Bob Melvin and Brian Price, Bob Melvin, his manager last year in San Diego, and Brian Price, who wasn't the pitching coach but oversaw the pitching for the Padres,
right?
They absolutely rubber stamped that. So you can get mad at them too, or whatever the case. But it's on Blake Snell to me. That whole thing. Robbie Ray, we haven't seen yet. Alex Cobb's been a disappointment. I'm not saying it's not on Farhan.
So let me put it this way.
Yeah, go ahead.
What if in the second half of the season, Blake Snell is Blake Snell, Soler hits 20 bombs, Robbie Ray comes back and shoves?
Then they're probably in the playoffs, right?
Right, but then what are we saying about Farhan? He did a great job. He did the same thing.
Yeah.
The only thing I think is a fair criticism of Farhan Zaidi and the front office is they haven't fixed the shortstop position. That is a fair assessment. They need to fix it. They haven't. They tried with Ahmed, didn't work. They thought Luciano was the answer. It was not. They swung and whiffed with Correa. That is a fair criticism. Don't you think?
Correa is kind of a weird one because the injuries.
I'm saying they haven't
but,
fixed it.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I would say on the whole, what I struggle with them sometimes is I just think they're organizationally maybe their philosophy is a bit wrong, which is, and they did this in the draft. You draft the power hitters, you sign the hitters, you do all that, and then you can sign pitching time after time after time. I think that their draft should be all hitters because hitters won't come here. The Rockies have decided on the opposite end of the spectrum, they don't even really draft pitching, especially early anymore. They just are going to mash you. So they just decided we're going to mash. We've tried to get pitching in here, it doesn't work. So I think an organizational philosophy of more athletes, more line drive hitters, sign a bunch of pitching. You're not going to hit the ball out of this ballpark. So I do think that they need to kind of adjust some things. But in terms of most people are criticizing Farhan for this offseason. If you want to criticize him for last offseason, when it was Ross Stripling, who we knew was going to stink, and Mitch Haniger, who did stink, and I didn't like it, they didn't get the big prize.
Right.
And so what they did was they got desperate and they went out and just had to spend the money, and it was poor money spent. This year, Soler and Chapman and Snell and the guys that they got, you may not like the performances of the majority of those guys to this point, but the thought process behind bringing those guys in, even though they brought them in late, everybody I know and all the social media and all the people on the text line at the time were thrilled with what he did, and now it's his fault because they haven't worked out. It's on the players.
But yeah, by the way, I just realized we left a tease like an hour ago and didn't address it.
What?
A potential trade spot for Brandon Aiyuk. Well, we'll get to it. I promise. The show's not over.
Upset. Okay.
I don't want to leave teases hanging, but we can do it later. We're in the middle of the superlatives.
All right, let's finish up, and this is the biggest thing in the second half. And again, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. People can participate. Love to hear from you.
I have a ton of texts, by the way.
All right, so we got biggest story of the second half, which is different from the most important player of the second half. So I'm going to leave this to you. Would you like to go biggest story or most important player of the second half? Which do you want to start with?
I want to start with player.
Okay, because you a couple of days ago, you actually asked this question, and I don't think we ever got to it. I think we were talking to a guest or something. So let's go most important player if the Giants want to end up in the playoffs. Who would be the most important player to you?
Blake Snell.
Oh, okay. All right.
Blake Snell. I think Logan Webb needs help. I think Jordan Hicks is up to 95 innings. I think his workload will go down. Then you have behind him a couple of rookies in Harrison and Birdsong, who should not be the ones carrying the load before or after Logan Webb. I think we don't know what Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb will be. And I know. If this team will make a run, they need pitching. And they need Blake Snell. So if over any hitter, this team is built, for me, on the basis of pitching and defense. And that means your number 1B guy behind your 1A, that is Logan Webb, needs to be Blake Snell. And we saw 2 starts from him that are vintage Blake Snell. Even better, his last start is unlike anything we've seen lately from Blake Snell in terms of effectiveness, in terms of pitching with economical displays per inning. Few pitches per inning is not something you should expect from Blake Snell, and he did that. So if we can get Cy Young second half, Blake Snell, the Giants will then decrease the pressure on Harrison to perform, on Birdsong to perform. They'll have easier matchups ahead. Same with Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb. So to me, is Blake Snell.
I think that's a great one. I think because if we assume that, not the guy that we saw in the All-Star game, that Webb's going to be Webb, if you have Webb and Snell at the top, and then I don't know. I mean, I'm a big Birdsong guy, but it's probably a year early. I like Harrison, but like you said, he's going to be up and down, and then he's going to be at that inning limit in no time as well. So he's probably going to be a 5-and-fly guy in the second half. And Cobb, I think he's a total bonus if he indeed pitches at all. And then as much as he's a great name and a former Cy Young Award winner, what are we going to expect out of Robbie Ray when it was so hard for Blake Snell to get started? You know, I mean, that's the whole question in the second half. And I guess what I'm encapsulating here is the whole pitching staff, is the starters. Because for them to get to the playoffs, they can't be 23rd in starting pitching ERA. I thought, you know, foolishly, I thought this was going to be a top 5 staff. And maybe I got caught up in the names. Oh, Snell will be fine. He came in late, no problem. And I looked at Harrison and thought there was going to be a lot of growth. And there's been a good amount, but, you know, maybe not like number 3 starter. It would probably behoove him to be maybe, you know, down in the rotation a little bit. Maybe Robbie Ray can surprise us and you know, go after Snell and after Webb. Maybe he can be the 3 guy. But the starting pitching in general, and I got another one, but just to your point, the starting pitching has to be like a top 10 rotation in the second half.
Yep.
That's the way this ballpark is built. It's built for the pitching. It's got to dominate.
That's how they won World Series, John.
Right. And I'm fine. The pen is fine. I don't think Jackson's going to make it. I think with all these guys coming back, I think they're going to DFA Jackson like everybody's asking about. The majority of these guys have been really, really good. I know Jelly's leaking a little bit of oil. I just think he needs a little bit of a rest. But the starting pitching has got to not only be good, it's got to dominate.
Yep.
I mean, that's how I see it, because that's how this park is.
So you're just going rotation over a single guy.
Yeah, I mean, but
that's kind of cheating on you.
No,
you're cheating.
No, I'm not. That's not my one. But I'm just kind of taking off your point of. Okay. I agree with you on Snell, but the one guy I would say is the most important guy for the second half. Ramos has got to continue to be this guy. You know, it's 200 at bats. It's a heck of a lot of pressure to put on a guy that got cut early in spring training, a 24-year-old guy. But there was a reason why, obviously, he was an all-star and was the Giants' first all-star outfielder since 1986 in Chili Davis, which is he was that dominant and has been that dominant. And they don't have, for how many years have you and I sat here and talked about the Giants and said, where's their star? Where's their star hitter? Well, he's it. He's a star hitter. He's a guy in the middle of that lineup, whether he's hitting 2, 3, or 4, where you say, okay, what do we do about that guy? And it changes everything in your lineup. Other guys see better pitches when you have a star in the lineup, when they fear somebody. The Giants over the last few years, they haven't, and they won 107 games, so there was feared guys in that lineup. But they haven't had a guy like, if he was here the entire year, Ramos would be on a 30 home run pace. You'd have to look at him and say, what are we going to do about that certain guy? How do we pitch other guys? Does this guy see more fastballs because we got Ramos? If he continues to be that type of presence in the middle of this order, and maybe they can get a
Let me give you a name. Let me give you a name.
Go ahead.
Let me give you a name that I think, because we've talked about the first and second half faces of Blake Snell, right? The Jekyll and Hyde nature of Blake Snell. First half, not good. Second half, tremendous.
Right.
There's another guy who is the hitting version of what we just described. And his name is Jorge Soler. Jorge Soler's career numbers, first half, his OPS plus is 88. Second half, 126. That is a 40% increase. He has 1,100 career fewer at-bats in the second half of his career. Are you following?
Yeah.
And he's hit 20 home runs less. He's got 76 home runs in second halves with 1,100 and fewer at-bats than the first halves of his career. So his batting average, for those who like it, first half, 230. Second half, 267. OBP, 313, 357. Slugging, we care about that. 424, 540. So if Jorge Soler, or like I like to call him, Jorge Soler, goes off in the second half like he does career-wise, John, look out.
All right, that's a good one. All right, what do you think? We've got on the pitching side, I said whole staff, that's cheating. You said Blake Snell. On the hitting side, you said Soler. I said Ramos continues to do what he does. The key player in the second half, and then we'll get into some storylines.
Like
then we got to bring up Brandon Aiyuk again. And oh, by the way, anytime you bring up Farhan, the text line goes absolutely bonkers. So I'll read some of the best / worst of those next. Carlos Ramirez in for Pop. It's Pop in London, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Napolitana in North Beach. Napolitana. Here we go.
Thanks for joining us. Pop will be back Monday. It's great to have Carlos Ramirez. Of course, you see him before and after A's, Giants, Niners, NBC Sports Bay Area. He is great. You're going to hear him and see him during the Olympics. Oh, tonight, Apple TV, right? Am I correct? Oh, he's coming back. Hang on. I was just giving Carlos all these accolades, and he wasn't even there to hear it. Never mind. I'm not going to do it again. I'll tell you that right now. All right, storylines.
I'm here. Go, please do it again, please. Do it again.
I was giving you accolades. I was
like
saying.
What? Like what?
Well, I was just, they played some cuts from Greg, which I'm going to explain in a second, then we'll finish up our discussion about the Giants. And, of course, there's a bunch of stuff on the text line, because you do know that if we're ever slow around here, we can just say Farhan and the text line will go crazy, and then we'll just it doesn't even matter. We just say Farhan and then it'll just go crazy.
Yep.
But I was just saying that not only your work before and after A's, Giants, and Niners, but you're doing soccer on Apple tonight, right?
Yes, I got the San Jose Earthquakes and the Houston Dynamo on Apple TV this fine evening.
Yeah, so that, and then Olympic coverage. You're going to be on that.
Yes.
Right? You're going to do all that stuff. So Carlos is everywhere. So
Thank you,
we're
man.
glad to have you for a few hours this week. Well, every day this week.
Listen, I love this. I've been really happy. I'm thankful to everyone here at KNBR who gave me the shot to be with you and fill in for Papa. I've done radio. I did radio for 15 years, not every single day since October 10th, 2002 until January 16th, January 30th, January 29th. 30th was Saturday. January 29th, 2017. So for 15 years, I did radio sports talk every single day in Venezuela. And that's something I would love to get back to here, and just if only for 5 days with you. I've had a blast. I love working with you. You're a great professional. So is Greg. Everyone here's treated me with so much love and kindness, and just I'm really, really happy, thankful, and grateful for this chance. And I hope to do it again and more often. And I love it.
No, it's been awesome. In the as you can see on the text line, the response has been amazing. So it's absolutely been a great time. I've told you that all week long. It's been a lot of fun.
And we're friends, which is, to me, the most important thing.
Absolutely. By the way, so we played some cuts of and we do this all the time. We just keep it in the system. And, you do live reads, and sometimes you don't get them exactly perfect. And so we play them of Greg. Do you think that's fair? Like when we just save all this stuff and then just he didn't know it was going to be aired, but we just air our flubs.
Napolitana?
He's having a cocktail in Santorini. He doesn't care.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I haven't looked where he is today.
Where in the world is Greg Papa?
I don't know if his
Carmen San Diego
person has posted today, but yeah, I've been keeping track of his comings and goings, and it's so funny because he'll be like, "How did you know where I was?" And I'll be like, "Well, yeah, I haven't."
Are you stalking me?
Yeah. Santorini, still there. Well, we haven't. They haven't. Or this person hasn't posted since then. So, and that was a couple days ago. So maybe they're somewhere else. Anyway, that is latest. All right. So we got through everything. The MVP, the LVP. We talked about a lot of different topics when it comes to the Giants. But to you, what are going to be the storylines in the second half that are going to define the second half? So we got the players. We got you talked about Snell, and I talked about continuance of Ramos and starting pitching, and you talked about Solaire's second half numbers. But what do you think are going to be the storylines for the Giants in the second half? What are you going to be watching?
The first thing that I think will have, I think is the key, one of the, if not the key piece of the domino effect that the Giants could see, experience or live in the second half, John, is trade deadline.
Boom. That's exactly where I was going.
Trade deadline. If Farhan Zaidi goes out and lands Bo Bichette, we're cooking with gas. Mm-hmm. If he secures the shortstop of the present and future for the Giants, and his name is Bo Bichette, now we're talking. Now we're having a guy who's a career 130 OPS plus hitter, who has been a two-time All-Star in the prime of his career, 26 years old. Granted, with 1 year club control, but he can. I would assume that would come with some sort of as much guarantee as you can have on a trade. That to me is everything, because that would stabilize the infield. That would give you another solid bat. Again, we know it's a tough year, down year for him, but I think he can bounce back because his career says he is a much better hitter. If he goes out and gets you that piece, John, then the entire second half feels so much different, doesn't it?
Well, I think hopefully people learn their lesson. They get better at their job. And just because, and it's going to sound like I'm defending Farhan and people are going to get really mad at me on this whole thing, but people get better at their job. I mean, I think that's a fair general statement that when you first started and I first started at whatever we do for a living, after a few years and then a few years after that, and a few years after that, because you've been through those experiences, you get better. One thing I think Farhan is going to learn from last year is he let his clubhouse down last year.
Yeah.
A.J. Pollock was like a big popped balloon. Like, these guys were all waiting and we're in the middle of this race and what are we going to do? And
it was a nothing burger.
And it was worse than that, because if you do nothing, maybe you just couldn't get something done, right? But what he told the team was, hey, here's A.J. Pollock. And at times, and this is where the frustration with Farhan, I understand it with the fans, which is stop shopping at garage sales, man. Stop going to Marshall's and look what I found. I'm the smartest guy in the block. I mean, sometimes that's how it comes across.
Yeah.
I always want to find, like, the Niners found Warner in the 3rd round and they found Kittle in the 5th round, and that's like found money. And it seems sometimes to me that Farhan Zaidi would rather impress his friends. Look at this free agent I found out of nowhere, and they're always trying to shuffle this guy into the roster and that guy off the roster and this, and they want to find that guy.
But
right?
I think that changed. I think that changed this year with Bob Melvin, with Snell, with Chapman, Soler, and Jung Hoo Lee.
But I hope that he learned a lesson from, he let down last year with A.J. Pollock. Basically, like you said, it was a slap in the face to the fan base, to the clubhouse, to management, to everybody associated with the Giants to say, that's it? And I realize, Mike Dunleavy, trades are hard. They are. But you know what? You're the GM, and you get paid a lot of money.
That's
and
your
other
job.
Teams, right, and other teams seem to do it. So at the end of the deadline, if there's an A.J. Pollock-ish move, or if there's no move, I don't want to hear that, you know what, God, there just wasn't a lot of trades. And, only the Marlins and the Rockies are only – look, teams get it done. The Dodgers seem to add a big piece every single year. They just do. And very rarely, if ever, do they give up a prospect that they have regret over later. The better teams in this league get what they need to get things done. I think that the Orioles need a starter. They're going to do it. The Dodgers are decimated by starting pitching injuries. I don't know that they're going to get Crochet or Skubal or any of the top guys, but they'll get somebody. So the excuses and those things, I don't blame him for the offseason stuff, whoever hasn't come through, because I was okay with all of those moves. But at the deadline, if you've learned a lesson and you're going to get better at your job, there can be no A.J. Pollocks, because you're going to let down everyone associated with the Giants again if there is. So learn your lesson.
Yeah, to me, that to me is the big story. Period. End. Because I think everything will stem from what happens at the trade deadline.
I agree with you.
We can talk about Snell, and they're here. They're here. Whatever they get from Robbie Ray and Cobb will be found money. They're here. But you can change the destiny of the team in this year and going forward if you go out and solve your foundational problem, the crack that you have in your building, that is the shortstop spot. If you go out, this might sound bonkers, but if you ask me, would you rather them get Vladdy or Bo? I would say Bo. Even though I understand Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is a four-time consecutive All-Star, first baseman, power hitter, right? I get it. You need a shortstop.
Yeah,
it's a
glaring.
need.
It's glaring.
It's a
right
problem.
now.
You need it. That's why you tried almost get Correa last season. You need a shortstop.
I love how you just emphasize that last part. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, second half storylines. Trade deadline is what I had first on my list. Second is obviously going to be the injured pitchers, right?
Right.
And I'll even put Snell back on that just because I know we've seen him already, but he got injured twice, same injury in the first half twice. So Snell being effective, what are they getting out of Robbie Ray? Will they get anything out of Alex Cobb? I think other than in potentially getting an impact person at the deadline, I think that's going to tell the tale in the second half. And so let me ask you it this way. Are we other than Snell, are we overvaluing based on name value Cobb and Ray? Because really, I mean, look, Ray hasn't pitched all year. He's coming off Tommy John. We really don't know what's wrong with Cobb. It's been a number of different things. He thought there was optimism in spring training. He'd be back by May, and now we're sitting here, and now we're talking about August for him. So when we think Cobb and Ray especially, do you think that they're additions to the team, as Farhan has called, those are trade deadline moves, which I don't buy that?
No,
but
they're not.
But are we overrating those two guys just because of the name on the back of the jersey, even though we don't know what we're going to get?
But if you hear KNBR daily, which I know people do, you hear what Dwayne Kuiper said yesterday, what Mike Krukow has said the entire month or the season. You cannot expect a guy coming off Tommy John surgery to just come and help and save the day. It's unrealistic. I don't care if your name is Robbie Ray or Walker Buehler. It does not happen. It is. You have to be fair to the player and give him realistic levels of expectation. Same with Alex Cobb. So that's why I go back to when you asked me who the most important player is for the second half, I said Blake Snell. Because if Blake Snell, John, is effective, is Cy Young-ish, if he is your legit number 2 or 1A to your 1B or your 1B to your 1A, which is Logan Webb, then he decreases the pressure on Webb, on Cobb and Ray and Harrison and Birdsong because it's one less headache. Well, you don't need Cobb and Ray to be aspirin. You don't. Your medicine for your headache or whatever you take for headache, that's got to be Snell and Webb. These two guys need to be dessert. Like, hey, look, we got our steak, we got our salad, we got our soup. Now we get some dessert. Now we get some Robbie Ray and some Alex Cobb. If they end up pitching tremendously, well, that found money. Perfect. Great. We're golden. But you cannot expect these guys to come back and be, I mean, Robbie Ray's Cy Young year was, what, 2019, when he was with Toronto.
Right.
So it's been a couple of years now. And
yeah, look, he's been great, but like you said, if Blake Snell, the thing that opened my eyes the most is if Blake Snell is struggling the way he's struggling, and he was just late to didn't get any spring training. What's Robbie Ray going to be like after a year of not pitching? And I know he's pitching in the minors, but it's different. When he goes down there, one of the things that people have to understand is he's working on stuff.
Right.
So there might be an outing where he gives up 5 earned and people go, oh, he's not ready. Well, maybe that day was just a fastball day or a off-speed day or whatever the day. So I don't really take much into that. How many pitches is he throwing?
And here's the other thing.
Is he throwing 90? Now that excites me.
And here's the other thing about Robbie Ray. His Cy Young year was 2021, right?
Right.
We always go to the back of the baseball card, John. Robbie Ray's 2021 season, which was his Cy Young season, is the outlier.
Right.
He is not Verlander. He is not Scherzer. He is not peak Kershaw or peak Pedro. He is not that. His career ERA is 3.96. He has had one season with under 3 ERA. One season. So you go 3.52 when he was in 2015 with the D-backs. He had a 2.89 ERA season. He was an all-star with the D-backs. So he's had 2 below 3 ERA seasons in 10 years. One, he was hurt. So let's say 9. So 2021 and 2017 were outliers. He's a very good pitcher. But don't expect him to be, Logan Webb.
No, that's a good point. By the way, just to kind of illustrate the Farhan, what would I call it, distaste on the text line, just a simple line.
It blew up.
Did he say Farhan? That makes me angry.
I know.
I mean, it's just, we just even mention the name and people get angry. So, anyway, by the way, I'll just surmise because there's so much. Most people understand and are okay with the signings he made. Right. People are still upset about the A.J. Pollock from last year. There's a lot of people, and this I don't quite as much understand. There's a lot of just play the kids, don't need to make trades, this kind of stuff. Winning in the second half and just playing the kids are different things. That's not the same thing. When you say that just, I love Ramos, But people are saying guys like Schmidt and bring up Luciano and do all that kind of stuff.
Right.
That's what teams do when they're out of it. You know, you don't lose a 162 game season. You try to win every single year. There was something on the morning show the other day. I think it was a texter or something, said, we just need to be patient. Our year's supposed to be 2026.
Well, my question,
that's not how teams think. They don't think like that.
My question for those fans would be, are you willing to go through what the Baltimore Orioles went through for 5 years?
No way. Not this market.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I know they're not.
You want 10,000 people at the game?
They're not.
Go right ahead.
I know they're not. But that's the question you have to ask yourselves, because that's what it takes. How do you think that Baltimore, aside from having great scouting department, how do you think they got Mountcastle, Henderson, Holiday, and those dudes out of thin air? They sucked for 5 years.
Yeah.
They were horrible.
Well, it's the same. And most teams aren't willing to do this because they know their fan base will leave them, and this is one of the places they will.
Right.
Is you look at Houston, they did it. You look at the Cubs, they did it. But if you look at those teams, like the Cubs, their fans for so long they're out there for the party, and then all of a sudden they're like, okay, we're good, but they tanked forever. Houston won 50-something games. When Matt Cain got the perfect game, that Houston team was absolutely horrendous. That won't work here. We won't go through the turnstiles. We won't go just because the park is so great. We won't go just because of the garlic fries. We won't. And it's being shown. Like, if you win, and you talked about this the other day, around here, you have to win, and you have to win with stars. Now, maybe not like in L.A.
or
stars,
homegrown players like in 10, 12, and 14. But it takes time, and that's the other thing. You can't realistically. That's like expecting that the Warriors are going to get Steph, Clay, and Dre in the next 10 years through the draft again.
Yeah.
Look, that's unrealistic. You're not going to get Kane and Madbum and Lincecum and Pablo and Crawford and all these guys again in a same batch. That doesn't happen. I mean, it does, but it's for a same team to have that happen. Like what the Packers do with their quarterback room is insane. To go from Favre to Rodgers to now Love, that doesn't happen. It does happen, but it's rare.
From the 916, Farhan puts ketchup on his steak. From the 415, we can't suck for 5 years because Farhan can't rebuild. I'm just giving you a taste of it. It's just, you just bring up the name, man, and they just flow in. Anyway, there you go.
Right.
Farhan puts ketchup.
What
on
a topic,
his steak.
man.
I don't know if you don't put ketchup.
Oh,
on his steak.
shut up. How dare you?
No, Patrick Mahomes does. People seem to be fine with that.
Well,
I think
no.
parlayed that into some sort of an endorsement deal.
That's like putting ketchup on pasta.
I don't like ketchup on anything. I'm not a ketchup
I do.
guy.
I like a burger or a hot dog. I'll do that. But ketchup on pasta should be a crime. That should be prison time worthy.
I think my kid did it when he was like 3 or something.
If you're a kid, that's
to
fine.
me, like ketchup, I don't put it on a dog. But by the way, if you want to, you do you. Like, I'm not one of those people that say you don't do this. If you like pineapple on a pizza, if you like, I don't care. Like, you do you. Anything that would be ketchup, I'll put salsa on. Anything that would be ketchup, I'd put hot sauce on. So I'm not a ketchup guy, but everybody can do whatever they want. But I would definitely not put ketchup on a steak. And if you're putting ketchup on a steak, then it's like a Swanson dinner or something like that. Like, you're not like if you're at a nice steakhouse. Again, you do you. You shouldn't even do a steak.
But here's the thing:
like well done.
If the steak needs ketchup, the steak's not good. So you return the steak, get a new steak, and then don't add the ketchup.
Yeah, I don't even think a good steak needs anything. But
that's my point.
You do you. All right, 1 o'clock hour is on the way. We have a foreplay for you, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. If you want to continue to opine on Farhan, you can, or any of the things. Superlatives in the first half, MVP, LVP, plus look ahead to the second half, key player, and topics you're going to be watching, any of those things that you didn't get a chance to hit us up on, 415-808-5627. We'll do that, plus your foreplay. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Ned Colletti, of course, former Giants and Dodgers exec. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, explained why he thinks the Giants should sell at the trade deadline. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's me, the groove, and my friends are going to try to move your feet. You see, I am Wonder Mike, and I'd like to say hello. That's enough.
What a legend. Dude, we got like 1 million text messages.
We do?
Yeah.
What do they say?
I don't know.
I'm putting foreplay together. I got to get one more on a baseball side.
You want me to read some text messages?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do this?
Yeah, I've got one more to put in, so go ahead. What do you got? What are the best ones?
Farhan and Balky destroying San Francisco teams. Shaking hands.
When Balky leaves, then Farhan comes and everybody, I guess that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, 408 says, we do not rebuild here in the Bay Area. We have everything in line for a big second half. If we can land Bichette, that would be the final piece we need to get back on track. Well, I disagree with the first part. The 49ers did rebuild when they got Lynch and Shanahan. I mean, sometimes you need, like the Warriors are on the verge of rebuild because they whiffed on the Wiseman pick.
Yeah.
Listen, I know what he's trying to say. We're a big market and we should not need to rebuild, but sometimes life happens.
I think
sometimes you swing and miss and you need to rebuild.
I think what, again, I'm going to try to interpret this and I could be wrong in this, but I think willingly, I think would be the thing because nobody likes to use that word. It's honestly, it's like cursing in our business. It's like dropping an F-bomb in our business. Using the word rebuild, it's a really bad word because what you're telling your fan base is, hey, we're going to charge you as much or more. No prices are going down, but we're just not going to be as good.
Right.
You know, they like to use retool or all these different words that mean rebuild. But I think what that person is saying is because there are so many, there's so much competition for your dollar that you look around here and you say, look, if the Giants, because to a lot of people and most people, we live on the West Coast. The Giants are entertainment. The Warriors are entertainment. The Niners are entertainment. I mean, you're into it. Don't get me wrong. It's just if they're not going to be any good, there's a lot of like the Rolling Stones are at Levi's tonight, right?
Oh my
Rolling
goodness.
Stones are at Levi's tonight.
Yep.
So to me, me personally, some people aren't like this. You know, it might be that you're either going to buy a Niners ticket or a Giants ticket or something like that, or you're going to go to see the Stones because, look, the Stones are worth it. I've seen it a couple of times. I saw them at a big stadium, and I saw them at Giant Stadium in New York. They're great, but it's going to probably cost you $1,000 to get in or something tonight. So unless you've got disposable income upon disposable income, and some people here obviously do, but you may have to make a decision. And if the Giants, if you were tonight making a decision, now the Giants aren't playing, but let's hypothetically, and you said, hey, the Dodgers are in town, or you can go see the Rolling Stones, one or the other. Now, maybe you'd go see the Stones, but certainly you're not going to see the Giants and the Dodgers. The Giants stink. But if they have, if they're the old Giants at 10, 12, and 14 and you're battling, or if this is 2021 and you're battling, you might go see the Dodgers, but maybe you can't see both. So when we say rebuild, it just means that teams around here, they don't like to tear down on purpose. Whereas, to be honest with you, just because you've been all over the country and all over the world too, there are certain pockets in this country, the Midwest, the Northeast, where, you know what, they'll just go through it. The Southeast in football, they'll go through it. We won't. If you win 60 games, if the Giants go 60-102, we're going to see the Stones. That's just how it is.
Yep. I understand. Yeah, 100%. I lived in San Diego for a year and a half. I lived one of the infinite rebuilds that the Friars went through. And people went, not like they go now when they changed course and went all in with the Stars, but when they were in their, let's go with the young kids and the draft system and the farm, all that stuff, people were like,
you're going to the beach.
I'll go to the beach.
Yeah, you're going to the beach.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Oceanside. I'll go look at the seals, go to the zoo, I'll surf, whatever.
No, it's just, baseball's great. It's my favorite sport because I love being outside and I love watching. I love all the sports, but going outside, it's summertime. I like that. So the atmosphere is conducive to go into the game, but you have to give us a reason to go to the game. And we're not the type of a fan base, there's hardcore people in the fan base. I'm not saying that. But the majority of people, which takes, even the casual fans to fill a 40,000-seat stadium, as great as Oracle is and the views and the different things you can do and go, whatever. But to get that casual fan, you got to win. And you got to have stars, and that's the way it is.
And here's the thing. Maybe you agree or disagree. Let's hear it on the text line. Baseball is the toughest sport to rebuild in. It's the one that takes the longest.
Oh, right, for sure.
And the one that is the hardest. I'll give you Exhibit A, the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans were 4-12 in 2020, 4-13 in 2021, 3-13 in 2022. They drafted C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, and got DeMeco Ryans and went from 3-13 to 10-7.
Quarterback changes everything.
Right.
You can get one player in the NBA, LeBron James, Steph Curry, whatever.
Right. And they were trying to be
your fortunes.
And they went to and they had high draft picks every single year before that. They nailed 2 spots, the most important ones, quarterback and pass rusher. What happens? They flipped it over, right?
Yeah.
You can't do that. I mean, the Paul Skeens thing where you draft a guy one year and he comes in the next and he becomes your ace after a year, that is a unicorn. That does not happen. Baseball has so many variables. It's so many games. You have so many farm system levels to go through. It's the toughest sport to rebuild in because of the dynamics of the sport.
Well, the other thing, too, and we just saw this on Wednesday, and then we'll get to the foreplay, the draft in baseball is the biggest crapshoot of them all. I mean, it's just I watched it for a while just because I'm curious. I don't know who any of these kids are. Yeah, and you're seeing more and more teams try to go with more college players. You're not seeing as many high school players taken because you're trying to project an 18-year-old kid to the pros. And unless he's Griffey or A-Rod or Bryce Harper, somebody who's absolutely obvious, you're going with college guys because you have less projection there. And even then, it's like, that was you're seeing guys get picked at the top. I mean, go back just randomly. Go to Google and put in 2014 MLB draft. There'll be a few guys in there that are really, really good. The majority of the draft is horrible. It's the most inexact science of them all. So, like you said, even if you're bad year after year after year after year, it doesn't mean that your draft is going to save you.
Number one pick, Brady Aiken.
Of 2014?
Yeah, by the Astros. Number 2, Tyler Kolek by the Marlins.
It's unbelievable.
Then it gets kind of good. Number 3, Rodon.
There you go.
To the White Sox.
Solid.
Number 4, Schwarber.
Cubs.
Number 5, Nick Gordon. Who?
Yeah.
Then, Nola to the Phillies.
Yeah.
Cal Freeland Conforto, number 10.
That's right, Mets.
Trey Turner, number 13. He got traded.
Wow.
The Padres traded him.
That's right. He was a Padre.
Yeah.
That's right.
So even if you get him, some people will just, you know what? I'm going to trade him. Matt Chapman by the A's, number 25 overall.
There you go. But, I mean, you have international pool and all that kind of stuff. And then
And that's a point. That's a great point because unlike football and NBA, John, in baseball, there's so much money and stock placed in international players that have things like culture, language, education level, adaptation that affects their play. One bad international pick or round can derail your team for a couple of years.
All right, let's get to the foreplay. We'll play a couple here. We'll play a couple at 1:15 as well. Let's get to it, the sound you need to hear today. Let's start with Andrew Brandt. He was on earlier, of course, many, many years in the front office for the Green Bay Packers. And Brandon Aiyuk, we talked about it a lot yesterday, asking for a trade. So does that change anything in the Niners front office? Here is Andrew Brandt, many years in the Packers front office, on his opinion now that Brandon Aiyuk has asked for a trade.
So this, like you said, the playbook, social media, agent requests, not happy. My feeling looking, again, I'm not there, but looking at it from afar, it's like if he was going to get traded, he would have been traded. If he was going to get a new contract, he would have gotten a new contract. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the 49ers would like him around, maybe not long term, but they need him this year. They've got him under contract. They don't need to do a new contract. And they obviously drafted a number 1 receiver who may not be ready this year, but hopefully ready next year when he can step right in. I mean, it seems like that's what's telegraphed out there.
He made a great point, and he made a comp later, Carlos, in the answer, which was, the Packers knew they didn't want Aaron Rodgers anymore, but they had to be sure that Jordan Love was ready. So by kicking the can down the road, making Aiyuk play on the $14 million this year, which he's under contract for, it's basically saying, can Ricky Pearsall play or not? If he can't, Aiyuk gets leverage. If he can, Aiyuk or Debo are out the door. There's no question about it. Next year.
Yep. Absolutely.
Guy's smart. I'm glad we had him on.
Yes. He made us and you better. You, the fan.
Exactly. Here is David Lombardi. He was on with Murph and Marcus this morning on what trade offers. Now, I know that Andrew Brandt just said if they were going to trade him, they would have traded him. But everybody loves playing the game of what if. Here's what David Lombardi said.
The 49ers take every call. I think that's been one of the strong suits of this front office. And we've heard some crazy rumors over the years, right? The Aaron Rodgers rumor back in 2021, which was the morning that they drafted Trey Lance. Odell Beckham Jr. seemed to always be in trade rumors with the 49ers before then. So they'd be foolish to not explore every single option. That's how you stay a good front office, that you make sure that you're informed of all the possibilities. But the truth of the matter is that it seems to be like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole right now for the 49ers, because the ultimate goal, and this is the one that you cannot compromise on, is that you have to, every single move you make has to make you better for 2024. That's just where the 49ers are at. This is like the 1994 team that was coming off of the 2 NFC championship game losses to Dallas. You have to figure out a way to kick down the door and win the Super Bowl. So you're not in the business of collecting future assets while you let a very, very good present-day asset in Brandon Aiyuk walk out of the doors.
Carlos, I think that's a great point by David, because if they were a different team, if they're a 4-win team, 5-win team, middle-of-the-road team, they could trade Brandon Aiyuk and think to themselves, well, we got to get better anyway, so we'll trade this asset, we'll get more assets that can make us better. That's not the boat the 49ers are in. They're in win or bust mode, and so they're thinking to themselves, unless you can give me something right now that can make me better, which you brought this up yesterday, which is why if they were going to trade him, they would have liked to have before the draft so they could have that asset now and not later.
Yeah, and to close up the tease that we did a couple of hours ago, someone on the text line, it's a good moment to bring it up.
Well done.
Someone on the text line said, how about Brandon Aiyuk to Denver for Pat Surtain? And
oh, man.
But now, I mean,
I'd do that in a second.
That's a pipe dream.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
It's positional value. And this is what I was talking about with Andrew Brandt when he came on, was I don't think the 49ers do, because you're seeing them draft Pearsall, you're seeing them sign Jennings, you're seeing them do all these different things that leads you down this belief of they don't value the position like a lot of teams are valuing the position right now. And
do you think if that happens, that Lynch would pull the trigger
in a second?
Right.
Because to me, that the value of corner, he's a number one corner, period. There's no doubt about it. He's a number one corner. That has higher value in the NFL than a top 10 wide receiver, because again, especially with the 49ers who want to defend. And here's the other thing it does. Ward's a free agent next offseason. Diamador Lenore is a free agent next offseason. You get Surtain done. Now you've got one of those corner spots.
That's not going to happen.
No, because Denver's not doing that.
He's 24. He's cheaper. The money, I mean, he does make 20.
But it's a more important position
25.
to me.
But not, I mean, and fans, if you don't think we're right, go back and painfully watch the tape of the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. I was there in person. I wish I wasn't.
Yep. Yeah, it was that.
What happened? And listen, and this might be a point, I don't know, but this might be a point that the Niners front office is bringing up to Aiyuk when they discuss his value or lack thereof. The second Steve Spagnuolo changed his defense and went man heavy, when he relied heavily on man-to-man coverage in the Super Bowl, what happened? Deebo Samuel wasn't able to separate. Brandon Aiyuk wasn't able to separate. And the entire offense suffered from that in the second half. So, again, you're not going to just judge him based on just one game, but we're talking about value. And, of course, that would be a tremendous trade value. And I'm pretty sure that if at some point, that the trade that someone suggested, on the text line, I'm absolutely positive that the Niners will pull the trigger on a Pat Surtain for Brandon Aiyuk 1-for-1 trade. It's just not realistic. The Broncos, even though they're in full rebuild mode, there would be riots in Denver if they trade away their best defensive, scratch defense, their best overall player in Patrick Surtain II for Brandon Aiyuk, even though Aiyuk is a tremendous wideout. I just don't see it. Quick break here on the show on KNBR. We'll be right back with more Papa and Lund, so do not go anywhere.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mr. Sunshine, Ray Ratto, he joined Children Copes yesterday, discussed Brandon Aiyuk's trade request, and gave his thoughts on the Warriors' offseason moves. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Hi, buddy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
You're really in I think, a multi-thought process position. Because you're in the wild card race. I think there might be 3 games back going in today, but it's not like they're the next team. You've got the Mets, I think. You've got AZ, San Diego, teams in their own division, plus the Pirates who will play well, Cincinnati, and the Cubs. They're all kind of hanging together there within a very short period of time. If that has value to you, then I think you have to make some type of move, okay, if you can get into the wild card. This is a team that was built really, I think, with a look to the second half. When you think how many of their better starting pitchers and pitching was going to take some time to get healthy and get active. So they were probably on a big second half. That you sit 3 games under 500, to me, that kind of tells you who you are. You played almost 100 games already. There's only 162. There's only 64, 65 left. So that kind of tells you where you're at in competition.
That's Ned Colletti, of course, former executive of the Giants and the Dodgers. He was on with Murph and Marcus this morning. And that kind of leads us into, and again, anytime we bring up Farhan, people go crazy. So the text line is open, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. And again, we're talking about superlatives from the first half and looking ahead to the second half, key player, big storylines. Give us your thoughts at 415-808-5627. So we'll continue that. The other thing I thought of, Carlos, is that before we get out of here, I always do this with people who are hosting, especially as many days as you have, because people have asked you a bunch of questions. If you have questions for Carlos, because we're going to have Mike Silver on the next 2 days, and then you're going to be off to Olympics and doing all the stuff. So ask Carlos anything at all. I forgot to do this, and so we got to do it before 2 o'clock. 415-808-5627, either through the call-in line or through the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. Yeah, ask Carlos anything at all. One thing, and then we'll get back to the Giants, I promise, but one thing somebody did text a little bit earlier was Venezuelan food in the Bay Area. Does it exist? I don't even know if it does. Does it?
It does. But
you sound down though.
Yeah, because it's not bad. It's just not good enough.
Okay.
It's not. I mean, when I'm really picky with my country's food. I think everyone is with their country's food.
Oh yeah.
But if you go to Miami, which is like the North American hub for Venezuelan culture, you're gonna have it's like you're in Venezuela pretty much.
Yeah.
Like the food, the flavors, everything is really good. but there are a couple of places here. They're good, and they're good. They're not horrible. They're not quite there. There is a place. There's a business that is they cater. So if you have a party and stuff, I forgot their name. I'm going to get it and tweet it out. They are really, that's the best food I've had. Venezuelan food here in the Bay. I forgot Caracas something. Caracas, it's something with Caracas, but I forgot. That's the only one. That's a really good. The other ones have a Mexican flavor to it, which is not, I mean, our food does taste nothing like Mexican food. Nothing.
Okay. No, I'm just asking. Somebody asked that earlier.
And they asked me about the Cuban joint that I recommended, Soler.
Yeah,
so I went to the barbershop yesterday, and the restaurant is right across the street from my barbershop in Heights Street. It is called Cha Cha Cha.
It is?
Yeah, Cha Cha Cha.
Cha Cha Cha.
Yeah, Cha Cha Cha. Oh, my God, so good.
No, I'm just,
Really good.
Did you ever get back? I forgot. Did he ever get back?
No, I haven't talked to him. I got to ask him again.
Okay. Let's see. Don't read the text from 747. Let's see what else. All right, we'll keep going. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked you any A's questions. Somebody texted in for the 619 and said the A's weren't turned down on purpose. The A's are different. The A's situation is different.
Wait. Sorry.
The thing that bothers me about that is because I used to do A's and pre and post game years and years ago when I first got here. I love the fans. The fans are some of the best in baseball, and this national narrative that's on them about not supporting the team couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, I applaud them, and I've said this throughout my career, that why would you go to a game? You would never go. You just mentioned restaurants. You would never go to a restaurant that said, hey, if you keep coming, this horse meat that we're serving is going to be top-notch grade A steak, but you got to keep coming. And you got to keep eating the horse meat and support us. And then when we get some money in here, then we're going to go in and we're going to put really good food on the menu. You either put good stuff and then the fans will come, or you don't. And for many, many years, the A's have disrespected their fans in every way, shape, or form. And therefore, even though my son is an A's fan and has been since he's moved here 15 years ago, I don't spend a dime in that place because I just don't like John Fisher and I don't like the way he does things. So that has nothing to do with the fans. They're awesome. It's the owner of that team. So when people try to comp the A's to anything else going on in sports, they're not a comp because of their owner. They're not a comp.
I understand that point, and I empathize. I'm an A's fan. You know this. I grew up in Venezuela being an A's fan because the first baseball games that I remember watching on the tube with my dad were the 1998 and 1988 and 89 and 90 World Series. I mean, we watched Venezuelan baseball, but that's winter ball. I remember vividly sitting down with my dad watching the A's, the Ack and Ricky and Stu and Carney and all those teams, and Jose and Mark and those teams just, beat everyone. So that's how I became an A's fan. Having said that, and I understand everything you just said. I get it. I have also seen fan bases in other sports go down with the ship, in especially soccer. I have seen teams that get demoted from first division to second division.
That's wild, isn't it?
And second to third. And not only do they keep going to the stadium, they go more. Like attendance goes up because they understand we have to support the team. It's us. We are the beating heart of this franchise or club or whatever. We cannot let this happen. And if it does, we're sinking with you and we're sticking with you and we're going to come back stronger and we're going to pay the ticket and we're going to come back. I've seen it.
Do you think that's the way fandom should be?
No, I don't tell fans how to react. I'm just saying for every A's scenario, there's a Deportivo La Coruña scenario in Spain or a Nottingham Forest. And there are many clubs that have seen get demoted, but the stadium is packed because they don't want to quit. They don't want to jump ship. So I don't think each is better than the other. I just think there's different ways of interpretation of what fandom is.
Look, and normally I am all for, you stay with your team, you stay with your team, you stay with your team. Again, live and let live, do you. People can do whatever they want. I'm not going to tell them how they should eat their food, how they should cut it, what they should put on it. I'm not going to tell them how they should be a fan. But I don't think the A's are a comp just because what the ownership has done. I think that, like, if your team's bad for years and years and years and you jump ship, again, do whatever you want. But I would stay with my team. That's just because they're bad. That's part of the cycle of it. Now there are certain teams like the Clippers or something who just they just seem to be incompetent.
I don't understand that concept. Like a friend of mine, his wife told him, when our boy grows up, he's going to change teams because the team he roots for now sucks. Like, that's not how it works.
Now, normally under normal, quote unquote, normal circumstances, you stick with your team, and that's just what you do. What the A's have done to their fans, and again, they're still A's fans. Like, my son is going to be an A's fan no matter where they go. It's just he's green and gold. He wishes they would stay here, but the fact is that, again, I don't think they're a comp to most normal teams. If your team is, and again, having said that, though, if a team has gross incompetence, like when Donald Sterling owned the Clippers, and then he's, all the things that he was doing, racist, sexist.
But it's like the Knicks. Do you think Knicks fans are not Knicks fans because of Dolan?
James Dolan.
They're Knicks fans.
You're right. But I do think in different regions of the country, that's the way it is, and you're going to be a Knicks fan. But yeah, because it's hard to jump ship. Like, we've had this conversation. I mean, just because the Raiders left the Bay Area doesn't mean all of a sudden because the Niners are local and you're a Raiders fan, you're going to be a Niners fan. It just doesn't work that way. Now, maybe your kids would be.
Exactly.
And that's what happened the first time the Raiders left was, well, they weren't even here. So that was the local team. You became a fan of that team, and that's just kind of how it was. But my dad grew up in Chicago. He was a Cubs fan from the day he was born to the day that he died. And and they gave him no reason to hope, none whatsoever. And he passed away before they won the World Series. So, he never got anything out of the Cubs, but he never would have switched teams.
Right.
I just think the A's are at a different level because it's almost like every time, and look, here's the other thing I admire about A's fans. They know the deal. This last part has been worse and the worst, but they know that once a player gets good, they're not going to sign him. They're not going to extend him. I mean, that goes back to Charlie Finley. That's been going on for generations of A's fans, and they still stick with their team. But this last part is kind of the final, kick in the groinal region. It's like, okay, man.
You got any texts? Did anyone ask me anything? Do you have it?
Lots of horse meat type of things.
Okay.
They serve horse meat in most restaurants in Iceland. People love it. All right.
We should ask John Miller about it. He just went to Iceland.
Did he?
Yeah.
I mean,
he talked about the saunas and the pools and the whole thermal baths of Iceland.
I've never been there. You've been to a lot more. I mean, I've been to Europe and plenty of places, but I've never been to Iceland. And if they did serve that, I'd probably, again, I wouldn't be down. But the example I think works, which is in the restaurant business, whatever comparison you want to make, if it's terrible food, you might give it one chance, you might give it two, maybe the service is bad or whatever. My max is 2 times to a restaurant, and if it's still bad, then I'm done with it. Yeah. Yep. But sports don't work that way. Like if you have a terrible experience and the team stinks and everything, but they keep telling you if you keep coming, then we'll get some money and we'll spend on the team. I mean, that's crazy. That's not going to work. Although your soccer comparison is amazing because could you imagine in U.S. sports if teams got downgraded, if teams got booted into a different? Hey, sorry, man, you lost 100 games again. You're going to be Midland. You're going to go to Double A.
Well, that's what happens in world soccer. I mean, except from MLS in Mexico now, pretty much every major soccer league in the world has demotion and promotion, relegation and promotion.
So how does that? I understand how it works, but does that motivate a team to say, "Man, we got to get better. We got to get back up there"?
Yeah, I had this conversation with Christian Espinoza. He is a winger for the Quakes.
Right.
And he played in Argentina and Spain. And I asked him, do you think if MLS had relegation promotion, I mean, if this league had relegation, the Quakes would be already relegated, pretty much.
Yeah, right.
So do you think that sense of urgency would kickstart something within the club? And he said, maybe. I mean, I've been in those races, and it's like the whole city it's a whole thing. Like we can't. One of the biggest clubs in Argentina, River Plate, went down like 10 years ago or something.
Right.
And a former Quakes coach, Matias Almeida, brought him back. It was imagine the 49ers going down, like to whatever lower tier football league would exist, like the XFL. Imagine if you're the last place team and you go down and you play the XFL. That would be the equivalent.
Well, the other thing too is and the revenue along with it, right? Like if you go out of the Premier League and you get knocked down, your team's not getting the revenue that you would get if you were at the higher league, right?
But there have been recent examples. That's one. River Plate in Argentina, Juventus in Italy recently, of massive teams getting relegated and their fan base sticking with them. And Juventus was because of bribery. It wasn't the team being bad. They just did illegal stuff and got relegated, and the fans stuck with them.
That's such a wild concept,
It is.
man. Can you imagine your team's just incompetent. They stink. They go through a few bad. Like the Niners. I mean, when they had Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly as coaches, they'd have been relegated, man. They'd have been in the XFL or whatever. At least for a few years. All right, there you go. All right, if you missed Andrew Brandt, we're going to let you hear what Andrew had to say about Brandon Aiyuk situation because we spent the majority of the show yesterday talking about it, and he lent quite a bit of light into this whole situation because he was in the front offices of the Green Bay Packers, and what he would do, would he trade him, what would he do, some real insight rather than speculation. We'll do that next only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We were all set to talk Giants and baseball yesterday about this time, and then it comes out that Brandon Aiyuk and his side had finally requested a trade, and it's kind of part of this process nowadays. You take the team stuff off your social media. You do Ryan Clark's podcast, The Pivot, and you bring Jaden Daniels with you, all this kind of stuff, and finally to the point where they're asking for a trade. But let's talk to Andrew Brandt about this because, of course, many years in the front office for the Green Bay Packers and other great stuff. Executive Director, Morad Center at Villanova, so he's probably a Knicks fan. All sorts of great stuff. But we're going to talk to him about how front offices are taking this kind of stuff, and he joins us courtesy of the Inwood Gas Line. Andrew, it is always our pleasure. How are you?
Hey, guys, always good to be with you. And I think, we'll start there. I think fans and media make a lot more of these kind of things than the teams actually do. And I experienced this in the front office and even as an agent where these things happen. You have contract disputes, you have player disputes, but front offices know that at the end of the day, the player's going to be there. It's not like the players got options. Players can't trade themselves. Sometimes people don't realize that. Now, every now and then, you do get a superstar who can leverage his way out, but that happens tremendously more in basketball than it does in football because, listen, there are 80, 90 players are showing up next week. Teams don't have time to worry about one situation. They're trying to get a whole thing together there. So this, like you said, the playbook, social media, agent requests, not happy. My feeling looking, again, I'm not there, but looking at it from afar, it's like if he was going to get traded, he would have been traded. If he was going to get a new contract, he would have gotten a new contract. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the 49ers would like him around, maybe not long term, but they need him this year. They've got him under contract. They don't need to do a new contract. And they obviously drafted a number one receiver who may not be ready this year, but hopefully ready next year when he can step right in. I mean, it seems like that's what's telegraphed out there.
Yeah, Andrew, Carlos Ramirez here. Glad to talk to you. You had a very poignant, brief, but accurate tweet yesterday where you said, and I quote, Brandon Aiyuk, I want to be traded. 49ers, that's cute. See you at camp. So your point being is he has no leverage, which I agree with. My question to you is, it might not make any sense, but why now? Why do you think either Brandon or his agent or his inner circle advised him to do this now?
Again, only speaking from experience with the playbook, it's usually the last resort. It's usually a result of being told, whether subtly or not so subtly, nothing's changing. And there are two things that he seems like he wants to change, his contract and his location. Those are combined. I don't know if Brandon Aiyuk would not want to trade if he was getting paid.
Right.
And I don't know if he'd want to go somewhere else if he was not getting paid. But you have to think about this. If someone's going to trade for Brandon Aiyuk, there's the trade compensation, which we can speculate about, but there's the contract. That makes it difficult. You're not going to give up much for a player that's under contract for 18 more games. Like, that's not a great asset. So he would want a new contract. The wide receiver market, as everyone knows, has exploded. And 49ers, from what I've seen, are kind of saying, we're stopping. We paid our other receiver, and that's where we are.
Andrew, just to widen the lens out a little bit, the thing I guess that's confusing to me, and it's not that these guys don't deserve the money. It's just there's been this kind of seismic shift in the value of the position. All these guys making $30 million, and I know that across the board in all the sports, guys are getting paid more than ever. But like the running back position hasn't reached that, the tight end position hasn't. But now we're looking at a handful of guys that are $30+ million. Receivers, when you see 7 of them picked in the first round this year, a lot of, you get guys in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, hell, free agent type guys. Puka Nacua was awesome last year out of the 5th round.
Yeah.
It's not like quarterbacks where you better grab one because, if you don't have one, it's the situation Miami finds themselves in or Dallas with Dak or whatever. Even if you have a good one, you got to pay them, and they don't have to be great. But with receivers, I think part of the problem for Brandon Aiyuk is you've got to give up compensation and you got to give him $30 million a year when you could just go out and you can draft one, and there's opportunities in later rounds to even get really good ones. So I look at a supply and demand. I understand it from the quarterback position. I guess I just don't understand it from a position of wide receiver. I get Justin Jefferson. I get CeeDee Lamb. I get Jamar Chase. But now we're getting into the range of I really like Brandon Aiyuk. But I don't know that the 49ers have the philosophy that they're going to have two $25+ million receivers on the roster. That doesn't seem like a Kyle Shanahan way to build a team.
It's traditionally been one of those positions that you can always get, just like you talked about. And in my day with the Packers, you never thought of that position being up there near, only second or third behind quarterback. But it's happened. And I think this is the summer of 21 or maybe it was 22, where Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams get traded. And just like we're talking about with Aiyuk, with the trade came simultaneous massive contracts. And then it exploded. Then they had to re-up Cooper Kupp and then A.J. Brown and then all these other guys. And then this year with Justin Jefferson leading the way and Amon-Ra St. Brown, all these guys. I don't know if it's great value, but I look at the Eagles signing Saquon Barkley for $12 million. Everyone says, "Oh man, that's so much for a running back." Mm-hmm. Less than half of top receivers.
Right.
It seemed to me that they got great value on Barkley, even though he's the highest paid running back besides McCaffrey. So this is a new way to look at receivers. I will say this: the Adams contract, the Tyreek Hill contract, and maybe others, they have these blow-up numbers in later years that are not guaranteed. So I don't know if the number is really $25 million a year.
Andrew Brand joining us here on the show. Andrew, let's put you back on the seat, on the front office seat. What do you think is a fair compensation for Brandon Aiyuk at this point in time?
You talking money or are you talking draft?
Both. Players, draft. What? Go nuts. What do you think is the appropriate haul that the 49ers should get if they decide to trade Brandon Aiyuk today? Draft, players, whatever.
The trade comp, you look at other comps, but, I'm not a scout. If I compare Brandon Aiyuk to Devontae Adams got a 1 and a 2. Tyreek Hill got a 1 and a high 2. I mean, A.J. Brown got a 1 and a 3.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's at that level. I don't think you can get that. And then the big contracts, is he going to get paid what Justin Jefferson got paid? I doubt it. Will he get paid in the second tier, the Amon-Ra St. Brown and those other deals? Maybe, which, depending on how you look at it, 24, 25, 26 million a year. But as I started, I don't see the 49ers doing either.
I would agree. And plus, and here's the big thing, and then it's great to have you on because you know all this stuff, but, you were there for Favre and Rodgers and all this kind of stuff, and so they've got this guy who, whether it's 50, whether it's 60, whatever the number he's going to get the largest raise in the history of the league because he's making less than $1 million now. So you put on top of this that there's such a top-heavy team with the highest-paid running back, the highest-paid tight end, one of the highest-paid receivers. Warner's highly paid. Bosa's highly paid. At some point you have to say, especially with Purdy getting the money he's going to get, and I know the chess game or you know a lot better than I do, the chess game you can play with the cap, but that's a lot of money they're going to give Purdy. So at some point you have to say, right, we just can't value everybody, and maybe the buck does stop at Aiyuk.
Yeah, that's a great point about the quarterback. Everyone in Wisconsin keeps asking me about when are they going to get Jordan Love's deal done.
Yeah.
And Jordan Love's going to pick a number, 45, 50, 55 million a year. But you know what? Their entire receiving core makes about $10 million.
Yep.
They've got the youngest receiving core in the league. They're all on rookie contracts, and they're productive. So the Packers are an example of, wow, You can slow play the position financially. You've got to pay the quarterback, as every team does. And, I think to bring home your point, you've got a player there in Purdy who's the most underpaid player in the league for 3 straight years, all because of the CBA. The CBA does not allow teams to renegotiate for 3 years. And that is extremely disadvantageous to him. Like, there's no player in the league. This guy's playing for $1 million, $2 billion a year when his peers are making 25 times that. So they have this ability to do extraordinary things cap-wise and cash-wise. But even with that, they're not just going to throw money at Aiyuk.
Andrew Brandt with us here on the show. I've been making the point since yesterday, Andrew, that I think Aiyuk might be a victim of both circumstance and his surroundings. What I mean by that is timing, I think, in life, like in football, is everything. Had he been in the position that Debo was a couple of years ago when Brock Purdy hadn't exploded and the team had a different salary structure and contracts and they hadn't done the Bosa deal, maybe he has more leverage and or salary cap to play with, or the 49ers make a different choice. And when you see the structure of the team, and we've been making this Avengers comp since yesterday, if you go down the list, you got Captain America and Brock Purdy, and the Hulk is Nick Bosa, and George Kittle is, Iron Man, and so on and so forth, and Christian McCaffrey is, Doctor Strange, whatever. And then you have Aiyuk, who might be, the Falcon or Ant-Man or Hawkeye. He's nice. He's a great. But if he goes to a different team like the Patriots or the Broncos, then he becomes their Captain America or their Iron Man. So do you see him being sort of a victim of, timing plus situation, surroundings, and whatever the people around him are telling him?
Yeah, I think he's got a message from the 49ers through his agent or through directly to him that he's obviously not pleased with. And these are tough things for the front offices. I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to be professional. You're trying to be tactful. But in so many words, you're saying, we don't think you're as valuable as you do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hard.
Right.
That's why so many people, I say this all the time when I speak, when I talk about my experiences. People think it's just numbers and cap and calculators, and that's part of it too. But the real key in any business is the same in football. It's people. And it's tough. I don't blame John Lynch. I just think this is really tough to manage. You've got a player that's very, very good, but they're not acting or transacting in the way that he thinks they should. And that creates some real problems. But, and back to my tweet, he's got no alternative.
Right.
So he's got to get in line.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that was my point. My follow-up question is, how do you see this playing out?
Well, I keep mentioning the CBA. It is not good for holdouts. I don't know exactly, but the punishments are worse than they were before. So I don't see any other alternative than being there. Now, people bring up the hold in, where he fakes an injury or he's a pain in the butt, and that may have some, that has worked in the past for some players. But you guys know better than I do whether he would resort to something like that. And the last thing I'll say is when I was in Green Bay, my mentor, Ron Wolf, used to tell me, Andrew, I don't care how players feel about us in August. I just care how they feel about us in December. So,
that's a great point.
Yeah, that's a quote.
Yeah.
Absolutely great stuff. Thank you, Andrew. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
He is the best. At Andrew Brandt. Again, make sure you subscribe to the newsletter as well. Sunday 7 is the newsletter, Sunday 7, and hit up his Instagram, Andrew Brandt 2. He does these reels and tells you about all these different things going on. He's got, as you can tell, he's got the great experience on the gram. That's what John Miller calls it, too, the gram. There you go. Great stuff from Andrew Brandt. Yes. John Lund here, your old friend. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based in the Bay Area. Some are not even based in the entire state of California. That's ridiculous. And that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, the weather is beautiful. Summertime. So motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm, and they've secured more than a billion with a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements. Thank you on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing. I don't know how they do it, but you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. What a concept. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Welcome back, Papa and Lund with Carlos Ramirez. And sadly, this is our last show together. Before we get to that, this segment is sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. So we'll be seeing you tonight, right, on Apple TV?
Yes.
Soccer?
Yes.
Correct?
San Jose Earthquakes face the Houston Dynamo on Apple TV. I'll be doing the Spanish broadcast of the game.
I'll be looking forward to that.
Thank
and
you.
then all your Olympic coverage. But I got to tell you, man, you and I have talked a lot off the air and in the studio and all these kind of things, and we've both been doing this a long time. It's been my pleasure all week long. As you said earlier on the show, we've been friends for a long time. We've covered Super Bowls and a lot of events, and I know you're a really fun guy, and I really enjoy your friendship, your knowledge, your work ethic, all those different things. But I hadn't done a full show with you until this week, and we did a few shows. And just had a ball, just had a great time, and really enjoyed it, man. So thank you so much for making this week great, man. You were incredible.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the words. You know, I echo the sentiment. You're a great professional. I am lucky, blessed, thankful, grateful to have been able to do 5 shows with you a couple of weeks ago, too, and then this week 3 shows. To fill in for a legend like Papa is not easy. I hope I did him, I hope I made him proud and you comfortable. The fans have been amazing. The text line has been really complimentary and just I feel blessed. This is home to me. I was born 3,800 miles away from here in a beautiful city named Caracas, Venezuela, but I've lived here for almost 6 years. The Bay Area is my home. My second daughter was born here. I feel at home here at KNBR with you, with Greg, with everyone. There have been nothing but nice things for me, and I hope to do it soon again. I love it, and just I have nothing but great things to say to you and the people at KNBR and the station and the fans. Just thank you, and I love it.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Thanks to Carlos Ramirez. Again, he's got a bunch of stuff coming up. Watch soccer tonight on Apple, and, of course, the Olympics and A's and all the great stuff he does at NBC Sports BR. Pleasure to have him here. If you missed any of the interviews or any of their stuff, just go to knbr.com. Thanks, as always, to our guys, to Walter and Danny for doing a great job as well. Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Copes and Tolbert with you. Be with you till 6. Franny, Kevin Franz is going to join us in about an hour. 2:50. Mark Spears, 3:50. And Susan Slusser at 4:50. We'll find out what's going on with the Giants for the second half. What's happening?
Today's the day. No sports. No baseball.
What are you talking about?
No baseball tomorrow.
WNBA game already in the books.
Is our game already over?
Already over.
I missed it.
Already over.
Quakes play tonight?
Don't know.
Like I said, it's Quakes over KNBR 1050. But
Caitlin Clark.
or is it over on 810? I think it's on 810 the bread.
Caitlin Clark rolling tonight. Yeah, we already had the links over the dream.
There you go. Is that their thing? Are they playing day hoop now?
I don't know. They played day yesterday too. I don't know why.
Is it MLK Day?
Tonight it's Fever Wings. Yeah, I don't think so. Is it?
Is it the second MLK Day?
I think we've overshot that by a couple months.
Actually, we did another one exactly like 6 months later.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they throw in random day games. Let me see if it's where it was played. Yeah, it was played in Minnesota, so they just throw in a day game. Yeah, let's throw in a day game.
Probably at a concert tonight.
See what happens.
Right?
Probably, yeah.
Wedge it in.
Yeah, they probably had some sort of trying to think what kind of festival would they have in Minnesota. I was going to say country, but it wouldn't really be country.
We're at rodeo season right now.
Is it
I know,
rodeo season?
The PBR's down in in Salinas this weekend, maybe today.
Is it?
Yeah, pro bull riding. That's pretty sick.
I know I know it's
stuff.
big in Vegas.
Yeah,
they have like the big.
Well,
one,
that's like a championship, but I think
Vegas.
this is still part of it. This is this part of the circuit, I believe.
Is it?
But they do like the rodeo. I didn't even realize that the rodeo is. I looked it up a couple of weeks back, like the one in Salinas. Cause I had no idea what it was. I'd never really been to one. I was like, what do they do, dude? It's like a whole 3-day event, and they've got all these different. The one that gets me, maybe people can check in on this. They do a thing called mutton riding.
Oh yeah, it's like sheep.
Yeah, they get little kids.
I've seen that out at the fair.
They throw a helmet on them, and dude, they got a race on the mutton. They do another one which is called is it calf dressing?
Never heard of that one.
Where here's what they do: you can't injure the calf. There's like a calf in a pit, and there's 2 guys or maybe it's 3 guys. I don't know how many.
Yep.
Anyway, KNBR let us know about calf dressing. But apparently, what they do is they've got a T-shirt and some pants, and they got to get the T-shirt and the pants onto the calf, dude.
Never heard of that one.
My friend was like, "Yeah, you meet people after, and they got the ribbon on. You're like, are you a real cowboy or are you a calf dresser?"
I think I'd go dress on that one. It'd be easier to get on.
Yeah.
Just slip that thing right
Can't
on.
injure it. There's different ways
Boom.
you got to put it down, to try to get the pants. Imagine trying to get to put slacks on one of those things,
I can think of worse things if you're a rodeo animal to have to put up with.
Yeah.
Just get dressed. It's like being
I'm wearing clothes.
It's like being a dog with a little kid, right? They always want to put hats on you and clothes on you. The dog's probably like. That's what I always said when we take Lou out. Every once in a while, I'll put her vest on, but it's never that cold. And it was funny because Lori would say, well, why don't you put her sweater on? Why don't you put this on? I'm like, well, she already has a fur coat on. I go, I think she's probably going to be okay.
Yeah.
I go, dogs that have fur probably are cool. And then when you put when you dress them up, I always wondered if other dogs make fun of them. They're walking and going, pfft. Look at that stupid Argyle thing you got on.
It'd be like you wearing 3 T-shirts.
Yeah, what are you
You're
doing?
walking, I'm like, what's this idiot doing? Like you're wearing 3 T-shirts on
You
top
already
of
have
each other.
fur on.
You already have
What
fur.
are we doing
You had
here?
one shirt.
Yeah.
Put another one on?
I'm good. I don't need it. It's like drizzling. You're putting this on me. It's ridiculous. Although, I will say, I used to think the same thing of the little booties that they put on dogs. I was like, that's
I
just
endorse
dumb.
those now because of the heat.
The heat, the heat. Now those make sense to me. Those make sense to me.
Now rain
it
boots,
gets
I'm
hot.
out. You throw rain boots on them,
Rain
I'm
boots,
out.
no. Galoshes, dog galosh.
Even the rain coat is a little self-serving.
Yeah.
Because you're like, I'm doing that for me, so I don't have to deal with the wet dog smell.
How many things do we do for ourselves to make ourselves feel better?
Oh, everything.
Don't you think
95% of our lives, 98% of our lives?
Our eulogy is just all about making ourselves feel yeah. I want to let everybody know how much I love this. It makes me feel better for giving a really nice eulogy.
Because at the end, people come up to you and you're like, dude, that was a great eulogy.
Yeah, exactly.
Great eulogy.
You're like, yeah. Guess how much
weddings, best man speeches?
Yes.
You kidding?
Guess how much the person that died appreciates it? They don't. They're dead. They're dead. I don't care at this point. That's what I tell people. Let them die. You do what you want. I don't care. I can tell you where to put my ashes. At that point, I really don't care.
It's a Louis C.K. joke.
Yeah,
where he's
flush them.
like,
Have you ever been a best man? Yes, I have been a best man. It was the worst. I won't say worst experience, but it was a rough one. I was going through a bad back phase. My back was an absolute mess. And it was one of those Catholic 3-hour weddings.
Is it broken?
Oh, no, my back sometimes will just go out. And I walk all crooked. It just takes me about a week to kind of get back straightened up again. So Catholic weddings, anybody ever been to a Catholic wedding? I mean, you're up, you're down, you're up, you're down. I mean, you're up and down more than a porn star.
And you better bring a book. I mean, that thing's going to be a while.
It's ridiculous. I really didn't need the gong, but thank you.
Yeah.
So finally, I guess it was a priest. I'm not really sure.
Maybe
I know it wasn't a
Monsignor.
rabbi, but I'm pretty sure it was a priest. He finally comes over because he saw me just struggling.
Spinal.
And he says, "Hey, you want to just sit over here so you don't gotta up and down all the time?" And I go, "God, that would be great." And I walk over there and he puts me in this chair. It was like a throne. I'm sitting there. I felt like I needed a scepter.
Yeah.
Like a just scepter and go, "Oh, hail." I was in the precinct or something, and everybody's doing the whole
man,
I have no idea how to do this whole thing. Like, I think it's like
you're pretty good at it for not knowing that.
Well, I watch enough shows that do it, right? You watch Vikings and all that. They're all doing the Catholic thing.
Oh, they're Catholic, the Vikings?
I'm thinking, well, they converted. Remember, they're pagans. And then
remember? I don't remember.
was like, oh, you don't?
I don't know
you
about
remember Shaggy, but you don't remember the Vikings.
Get out of here, dude.
So,
Stop. I took this. Come on. Took this to the streets.
So
yesterday.
they went from they're big time pagans, right? And then a lot of them, when they invaded England, went to Christianity. So there was like a big battle between Christianity, like trying to move everything towards Christianity, get rid of paganism, and like the pagans were rough, man. The pagans were Odin was their god and Thor and all that kind of stuff. But the pagans, man, they had no problem sacrificing something for like anything. Oh, have you seen so-and-so the last couple of days? The boat's a little late. Hey, let's sacrifice something for them to make sure they get home on.
Let's do it for the rain. The crops are dry right now. We're going to sacrifice something. Yeah.
If you're livestock in the pagan community, it's coming at some point. And then if it's really serious, like they really need some help, then it's just like human. People volunteer.
Well, it's like
and back then they're like, oh, I get to go see Odin. Cool, I'm good with it.
Yeah, sure.
You go and kill
we're
me.
Going to Valhalla?
We're good.
Kick with the gods?
Exactly.
Yeah, we're good, dude.
Yeah, I'm good.
I mean,
perfect.
You remember the Red Woman in Game of Thrones, dude?
Yes.
She was roasting people like every chance she got.
Yep.
And never helped anything.
Yeah,
never been. Everybody kept doing it.
They had no problem with that. That's why I always tell people, AIDS, cancer, bubonic plague, whatever. Religion's killed more people than any disease times 1,000. Religion has no problem wasting people in the name of or just sacrifices. Like, hey, you want to deal? I'm good. I'll sacrifice myself. I'll go chill with Odin.
Well, this took a turn,
and Thor.
Yeah. So back to your best man story.
It went from Catholicism to kind of that. But I get, you give the speech and you move on and you try to make it. Here's what I always say to people that give speeches. No one is going to be upset with brevity.
No.
Nobody. No matter how good your speech is, no matter how good you think it is, no matter how great you want it to be, you're doing it for your best friend and you want it to be perfect. If you're short, everyone's happy with you. It doesn't matter what you say. Doesn't matter if it's poignant or not poignant. Doesn't matter if it's funny or not funny. I mean, no, you get bonus for those. But brevity, above all, is what people want. They don't want to sit there and listen to you pontificate. They just want to get back to drinking, dancing, and doing what they're doing. So take it from me, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. If you're giving a best man speech or if you're a maid of honor, what's that? I don't even know what the maid of honor is. Is that what the best woman is?
Yeah.
Maid of honor?
Yeah. Like the first gentleman.
There you go. And you're speaking, keep it short. Just keep it short. You're gold. You're gold. What's that?
Yeah, I've been a best man one time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when my dad married my stepmom, they're not together anymore. I'm 0 for 1.
Wow. Wow.
Tim's done it 6 times.
6 times?
Jesus, dude.
You got that speech down pat then, don't you?
Like that movie 27 Dresses.
Do you have a go-to? I remember that. I didn't see it, but I remember
Always
it.
the bridesmaid, never the bride, huh, Timmy?
Now, was that with
Katherine Heigl?
Oh, it's a different one.
That's Heigl and
what was the
James Marsden?
What was the J-Lo McConaughey one? Weren't they in one of those kind of goofy?
Wedding Tomahawk. That's the Wedding Planner. No, it's
Wedding
not
Tomahawk?
No, it's not. It's a Wedding Planner, I believe.
Wedding Tomahawk. Yeah. Where they take the bride, they scalp her, and then what they do.
Yeah, you got to get to the cave scene. It's a whole thing.
Oh, it's brutal.
What do you got, Tim? You've done it.
You don't
6
see
times?
it coming in Wedding Planner either. It's like well, where that took a weird turn.
Like relative to Bone Tomahawk, it makes more sense there than in the Wedding Planner.
Yes, it definitely does. Definitely does. So 6 times, like who? Family members, friends,
family members. You're right. Keep it short. Make them laugh. Get out of the way.
Get out. One good. If you have one good zinger, boom, that's it. Leave on a high note and move on, okay? You're not Benny Henman up there.
Tip your bartender.
Or Youngman or any other Benny that I know.
Tim, you ever fall flat on a joke? You ever just cricket a room?
You know, I always like to go second so that you can riff on whoever goes first.
Yep.
So you like let the bridesmaid, let the maid of honor go first so that you sound better?
See, I always
stand-up guy, Tim. Way to go.
See,
Great for riffs.
Here's another tip for you. If you have a joke that you're not sure which way it's going to go, bring a pencil and a little note card with you. Keep it in your pocket. And then if you hear crickets, just stop for a second. take the card out, take the pencil out,
Dab it on your tongue.
dab it on your tongue, and go. And just cross it out.
Pretend like that joke didn't work.
Exactly, and then put it back in your then put it back in your pocket, and then just move on.
Tom's working vaudeville bits now. Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon.
I'm done with that one.
Let's see where this one goes.
And then tell them about Bone Tomahawk. And then you're going to be great after that. Go, hey, have I told you about this new movie that I saw? It's old, but it's incredible.
Greg Silver on the YouTube chat. Oh, he's sitting in there. He said Tim Pulls. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Number to call, number to text. Have you been? Well, how about this? Best and worst experiences with speeches at a wedding. I
like that.
Best and worst experiences with speeches at a wedding. And even better if you got a bad eulogy story, I'll take it.
Oh, we love bad eulogy stories. Those are the best. If you've ever seen anybody vomit on themselves giving a speech.
All right, I mean,
well, not vomit. Like I don't
that
mean
was covered
literally.
In the umbrella of
I
bad,
mean figuratively.
Yeah.
Like just somebody bomb up there. And if you have a good bomb, like a eulogy, guys, bombs at a eulogy, even better.
Yeah, if a guy tried to work a bit and it didn't work.
Work a bit at a eulogy. Now, that's what, if you can pull that one off, then you should go pro.
Yeah, Tolbert and Copes with you. KNBR, if you got any of that. YouTube, KNBR.com, the KNBR app. You can check us out streaming there. We are going to catch up a little bit later in the show with who's going to join us first. Kevin Franzen joins us at 2:50. Mark Spears at 3:50. And then a little bit later in the show, 4:50, Susan Slush when we come on back. A little bit on last night's All-Star game. Kind of a fun game, but Logan Webb struggled. That's back-to-back now outings. If you include the All-Star game and his final tune-up before the game, that he does not look good. We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader. The Athletics' David Lombardi joined Murph and Marcus to discuss Brandon Aiyuk's trade requests and the potential impact on the 49ers. You can find that podcast and more at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
to the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
And this is the guy that will take the extra base if he puts it in play. And this one may be out of play. He smacks one to right, and it is way out of here. Jaron Duran about 25 rows up, right center field, a 2-run home run. And now the American League is on top. 5-3, a no-doubter that traveled 413 feet.
Tolbert and Cubs in the Wednesday afternoon. American League beats the National League yesterday. Jaron Duran wins the MVP after that go-ahead home run. And we'll get into some of the notes and facts of this game. If you haven't had a chance and you're a subscriber to The Athletic, check out Jason Stark's piece today. He does the weird and wild notes column periodically, and he had a bunch of good ones from yesterday. We'll get into some of that. But really, Logan Webb, if you're looking for the Giants' performances in this game. And again, I don't look into much for a performance in an all-star game ever, except when a guy like Atlee Hammaker or Johnny Cueto goes into the all-star game as the starter and has been great in the first half, and then it kind of snake bites him in the second half after they blow up. Logan Webb coming off a bad outing to end the first half. Not a big deal in the all-star game, but 3 runs, 3 hits, and a walk. Elliot Ramos 0 for 1 with a strikeout by Kirby Yates in the 8th. I'm more mad that it just happened at the hands of Yates, you know?
Why?
It's fine. He's having one of the best years of his career, but I'll look back and be like, man, that guy was an all-star that year? Kirby Yates? Rangers? I didn't even know, by the way, this is the other thing that pissed me off. I didn't even know what team he was on, really. Because I know he'd bounced around. He was on Atlanta last couple of years. He was a Padre for a while. He came up with the Rays. And so I was like, is he still in Atlanta? No, he's on the American League. So who's he pitched with? Is it Seattle? Like, we were bouncing around. Those uniforms are awful.
Awful.
Yeah, like, let me know what team the guy's on. It's not the NBA where we know where everybody is.
Patch on the sleeve. You got to, like,
terrible.
look for it.
Bad.
It's like, I don't want to look for it. Just put his hat on.
What's the point of uniforms if I have to look for what team they're
Just let them wear their team unis. That's the best. That was the best. But they got to be able to sell more merchandise.
Yeah.
Come up with some sort of whatever the reject was for the City Connect. Let them wear that. It's a team uni, but something that they don't wear.
We sure that wasn't? You mean like last night's unis?
That couldn't have
been. The reject for the City. It wasn't really, but they're just, like you said,
the
they're
only
like
one that's kind of cream like that. When the Giants kind of have a cream home, but that's our home uni. The Angels City Connect's kind of like that.
Oh, yeah, they have that.
It's kind of little creamy. I figured you'd like that, too. You'll like this even better. When Duran hit that home run and it was 5-3, is that where the game kind of came undone for the National League? Oh, nobody got that one. I'm sorry.
I was
trying to work a Duran joke. Yeah, that's okay.
That's a proper gong.
That's a proper gong. I'll accept that. I'll accept that gong and move on. Most of them I won't. That one I will.
How about some of the Paul Skeens stuff in the game? Some of the wild stuff here. So
I don't have it. Yeah, I don't have a Duran bit for Paul Skeens.
No, I didn't think so.
No,
I hope not. He faced. Everybody thought he might strike. It was like big talk. Is he going to strike out the side in the first inning? First of all, only 2 guys ever have struck out the side in the first inning in an All-Star game. Pedro and Brad Penny in 2006.
Did he really?
That's the other one.
Wow.
I didn't see who the hitters were, but
big torso.
Forever Giant.
Big torso, Brad Penny. Big torso. Long torso.
He's eating some Boch innings back there, like 08, something like that. Paul Skeens, he faced 4 hitters. He did he walk Soto? Is that what happened? He didn't allow a hit.
Yeah, he walked Soto and then got judged to ground out a third.
How about this? 0 strikeouts, though, for Skeens.
Yeah.
Now, the reason that's unique is he's made 11 regular season starts. Only 1 time has he gone through a first inning without a strikeout. It was June 17th against the Reds. In the other 10 starts, 30 outs recorded in the first inning, 18 of them by K.
Wow.
Didn't record one yesterday. And here's the other impressive thing. Stephen Kwan, who's hitting like 357 or 350 something right now. Huge bat-to-ball guy. Was the leadoff hitter from Cleveland, out of the East Bay, out of Washington High School in Fremont. He doesn't swing and miss like ever. That's like something that they keep track of is how few swings and misses he has. He hasn't swung and missed at a pitch at 98 miles or harder all season long. He hasn't. He's only swung and missed at one pitch at 100 or more in the last 3 years. And that was, by the way, Jordan Hicks back in 2023. He threw a 102.7 mile an hour fastball.
Wow.
That he swung and missed. Yesterday, he fouled off a 98.2, and then he swung and missed at a splinter. And then he popped up. So he swung and missed for the first time at a pitch that hard this season. Pretty incredible.
Now, when Pedro struck out the side, didn't he strike out 5 out of 6?
Yeah, it was something nuts.
He might have struck out all 6. I'm not sure. I know there was a base runner in the second inning. I don't know if he hit somebody or walked somebody or whatever, but I know he struck out the side. I want to say he struck out at least 5.
You want to hit somebody for fun, Pedro.
Pedro will do that. He hit the Bambino in the ass. He was wake up the Bambino. Hit him in the ass too. Oh, Pedro was awesome. Probably wasn't awesome if you're facing him, but no. Paul Skeens is look. He's like the next face of baseball. I think. And I think we talked about it yesterday that Major League Baseball did a great job of not only naming him the starter, but naming him the starter 4 or 5 days before the game so everybody kind of get hyped about watching this guy because he's the real deal. Like, he's a guy that if you're baseball, and that's the one thing baseball's had a real hard time doing is marketing its stars. That's the one thing basketball does great. They market their stars. Like, it sometimes over team, which I'm not crazy about, but I get it from a business standpoint. Football's all about team. Like, it's not stars. They're not going to market stars. There's a few here and there, but, hey, they're wearing helmets, and it's about team. Baseball should be about marketing their stars, and they're doing a good job with Ohtani and Judge. But, Trout was a star, the star of stars for probably 8 years in baseball. I could probably go to the mall. Nobody knows who that guy is. Cabrera?
No.
I mean, he's great. Nobody really knew. I mean, baseball just had a hard time marketing their stars. But that's a guy that they should try to get on when they're showing a game of the week. They should try to show the Pirates when he's pitching. Or put him on national TV, whether it be, I'm not sure if ESPN even shows baseball anymore, but FS1 shows a lot of baseball.
I think they have a Sunday game. Does ESPN still a 4:30 Sunday game or something?
They do. That's right. I don't know if they have Monday anymore. But I mean, anytime you get him, like in a rotation where you think he's going to pitch, that would be a great time to put the Pirates on national TV because he's worth watching. Like, I don't really watch the Pirates, but when he's pitching, I watch because he's worth watching. Like, he's that good, and he's what you want in a pitcher like that. You want someone that throws hard, gets strikeouts, and is like Lincecum was a guy. Like, every time Lincecum pitched, I would want him on national TV if I was baseball. Just everything about him drew your eyes to the set, from his size to his windup to his filthy stuff. It was just fun to watch, the hair going everywhere, and he was fun to watch pitch.
His story is incredible, too. For those who don't know, like 2 years ago, he was a catcher at Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
And he left Air Force to go to LSU. He
didn't even want to leave Air Force. They told him. The coaches at Air Force said, no, you got to leave, because if you stay one more year, then you're committed to the Air Force for like 2 years after you graduate. And, like, he's that type of guy. Like,
he's a
honor, this and that. Like, he took it seriously being at Air Force. I read a story in The Athletic, I think I've told before.
He took it seriously.
What kind of resonated with me, where he's on the baseball field, and I guess at 4 o'clock every day, they do some sort of salute. I don't know if they lower the flags or whatever, and I'm not sure exactly what it's for, but everybody in the baseball field stops, take your hats off and stand there and show respect. And he noticed there was a couple guys up on some hill. They were like football guys, like trainers or whatever, guys that worked with the football team. And they were kind of messing around. So he gets done with practice, walks up on the hill, and just dresses those guys down for not standing and, showing respect or standing at attention when they're doing their thing at 4 o'clock. I forget what time of day it was, but it was like, oh, damn, this guy's like serious. Like, he is serious about the whole thing that goes along with work and the Air Force Academy, all that stuff. So he was going to stay, but the coaches at Air Force said, Paul, you got to leave, man. You stay here. You're going to be committed to the Air Force. Like, you're going to be a top draft pick. You're too good to stay here. So I don't know if it was him that just said, I want to leave. It was more like, hey, you got to go. So he goes to LSU, and the rest is history.
707 says Air Force was 5 years after University.
5? Whew. Yeah, I would say that was probably a good move.
By the way, he's the first player ever in baseball history to start an All-Star game the year after he was drafted.
Wow.
Not just as a pitcher, anybody. Nobody does that. And by the way, I like in that same Jason Stark article, he had looked it up because he's like, the only sport I can imagine that happens more frequently in is basketball. And in the NBA, there's got to be like 40 or 50 of those.
Yep.
There's only 16 guys who have started an All-Star game in the NBA the year after they were drafted.
Really?
Isn't that incredible?
Wow.
It's like Yao, Grant Hill, Shaq. Like
Shaq.
It's a lot of Hall of Famers. So he was saying that as like we don't see this type of stuff in baseball ever.
Yeah.
Where a guy goes last year in college, this year starting the All-Star game. Like that's NBA type stuff.
No, it's exciting to have somebody like that in baseball. Because how many guys right now? I mean, I'm not talking stuff, because there's a number of guys in baseball that have stuff, but how many guys in baseball right now, if they're pitching, do you say, I want to watch him pitch? Like I have to. I really want to watch that guy pitch. Ohtani, when he's pitching, is one of them. Skeens is another one. I'm trying to think. Is there any? I don't think there's any in outside of Ohtani.
There's guys I really like, but I don't know if they're not. Like Jared Jones, I love to watch, but I don't know if that's as big. Like baseball,
he's not a national guy. Like he's not somebody you look at and go, "Oh, I really got to watch him. I got to watch him pitch." I'm trying to get the rosters, not the rosters, but just the teams, and see if anybody kind of
stands out to you as like a freak. Like Tim Lincecum was must see pitching. Corbin Burns having a great year, but he's not like national must see.
He's not must see. Yankees, Cole. I mean, he's fun to watch pitch. Red Sox, nobody. I don't know the Rays. Do they have anybody?
Come on, they didn't even have starters, do they?
Exactly. Skubal is fun to watch, but he's not
a terrible team.
Right, he's not on that level where you're like, oh man, I need to watch a Skubal start. He's good though. There's no doubt. He's really good. Twins. I can't think of anybody.
Sonny Gray's having a good year. He's with St. Louis now, actually. Never mind.
Yes. Royals, Tigers, Skubal, White Sox. Crochet's fun. But I mean,
Dodgers may get him. They're talking.
Yeah, they said though that he's already reached he might be one of those guys that you trade for, and you're not sure how many more innings you're going to get out of him, because he's one of those guys who are not
Sounds
sure.
Perfect for the Dodgers.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what they need.
Exactly. Mariners, Astros. I mean, Verlander used to be one of those guys. Scherzer used to be one of those. DeGrom was one of those guys. Well, they're not anymore because, well, either they don't pitch or they're getting a little bit older now. Angels, Athletics, Miller, who looked really good last night, but he's a closer. You're not going to wait around the whole game and go, I can't watch what.
Mason Miller got the win last night for the American League, and so he's the final All-Star game win for the Oakland A's, and Jason Starr came with this note too. And it's a little specific, but teams have moved before. No player has ever recorded a win in the All-Star game the year that his team was in their final season before relocation. Pretty specific.
Very specific.
Like if a team's going to leave, no, I mean, usually it's a I mean, again, he's the only All-Star from the team. Picked it up in the 5th.
Strider.
Just matter.
But I would say Strider, when he's healthy,
yeah,
he's a guy that I want to watch pitch. Like
he's swinging miss stuff.
He's fun to watch pitch, man.
15 strikeout a game potential.
And then, Dodgers, Diamondbacks. I mean, Gallen's good, but I don't, it's not like I have to. Cease, really good pitcher, but he doesn't draw me to the TV set. So there's only maybe 5 or 6 of those guys in the league. Maybe. Skeens is one of them. Like, he's one of those ones that if you're baseball, it's like, let's get this guy out there as much as possible so people can see, hey, this is what we have. Come watch this, because he's fun to watch. I mean, I bet you a lot of people watch the first couple innings and go, okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. I got to watch Skeens. I got to watch
Logan give up 3 and then got
to watch Ohtani hit a 3-run jack.
Well, let's get into that. You said the other guy you'd want to watch pitch, Shohei Ohtani.
Yes.
He hits a 3-run home run yesterday. And again, he's now on a list with nobody else. He did something else now that nobody in the history of baseball after that home run has ever done. How much longer do we go before we start talking about this guy as the greatest baseball player of all time? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Houck's next pitch on the way. Ohtani drives this one to right. Soto doesn't move. He looks over his shoulder, and 12 rows deep it lands. A 3-run home run for the superstar Shohei Ohtani.
I mean, it's that simple. 415-808 KNBR, 808-5627. Is Shohei Ohtani the greatest player of all time? I mean, we were like statistically, when it's all said and done, it won't be the case. Maybe in any category, but nobody's ever achieved at this level what he's achieved. Now, he's not pitching anymore right now. Or he's not pitching right now. I do wonder what the value of that deal is if he doesn't pitch. You know what I mean? Like, if what happens with him as a pitcher? Or if it goes away for a while, and what if they sit him down for a minute as a pitcher and he comes back in like 2 years? 3 years, starts pitching again. Oh, hey, what's up? I'm back. I'm throwing again. 3-run home run yesterday. You heard that? Give that back crack again.
His back crack is different.
Houck's next pitch on the way. Ohtani drives this one to right.
I mean, it's just you can play all the back. It's very much like listening to Van Halen. And as soon as a drum gets hit, you're like, oh, that's Van Halen. That's Van Halen. I recognize that drum. Like, oh, that's AC/DC. That's Ohtani.
Oh, unless you're who was on with us yet? Bill Martin. He didn't recognize the AC/DC guitar. He's a Kid Rock man.
And he's a Twisted Tea guy. But no, you listen to a bunch of back cracks. Oh, but you'd be able to pick Ohtani's out easy.
Give me that back crack again, Tim.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
So, I mean, everything he does, it seems like he's the first guy ever to do it. Nobody's ever done. It almost gets tiresome because it just happens over and over. Well, All-Star game now stuff. Remember, he started an All-Star game, led off.
Mm-hmm.
He recorded a win in an All-Star game, had not homered in an All-Star game before yesterday. He's the first player ever now to have homered in an All-Star game and recorded a win. In fact, he's the only player in All-Star game history to have hit a home run and thrown a pitch in an All-Star game, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I was wondering, I was thinking about this today. Are we watching the greatest baseball player of all time? Because he's doing things that have never been done before. And then I started thinking, okay, well, Babe Ruth did it. And people will say, yeah, but Ohtani pitches and hits at the same time, where Babe Ruth was a pitcher, then he transitioned into a hitter. I don't know how well or if he hit when he pitched.
He did as a crossover for a couple of years, I think, or a season or two. Because he hit, I want to say, I'd have to look at his numbers. I want to say he hit like 28 or 29 homers his first like full year
Pitching?
Pitching and hitting, he might have done that, but I think even he said it was exhausting. There's a quote to him.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I think Ohtani's probably in better shape.
Yeah.
I think Ohtani's a better athlete. Now, Ohtani's an incredible athlete, but so I was thinking,
fast.
Because it's not like Ohtani has done maybe Babe Ruth has done as much pitching and hitting at the same time as Ohtani, because let's remember, Ohtani hasn't pitched and hit a lot at the same time because he's usually hurt. He's been hurt a lot as a pitcher. So that one's kind of still on the table. But we've never seen anybody like this. The guy that can pitch, a guy that can hit, a guy that's the athlete he is. So I started thinking, is this the greatest player of all time? Like, is he going to be up there? And I here's what I'll throw out to the listeners. Can you consider someone the greatest player of all time if they're a DH? Do you have to play a position? Like, is Ohtani's worth more than, let's say, Willie Mays, who was the greatest defensive center fielder at all time, also hit 660 home runs, and also is one of the smartest players? Like, Ohtani might be one of the smartest players we've ever seen, but it's hard to do. You can't really justify it because he's never out there. He's not, like, moving outfielders around. He's not doing this, not doing that.
Based on the finances from the last offseason, I'm not sure I think he's the smartest player of all time. But you're right, because it doesn't happen. You don't get to feel a player know where to throw on a base. Or remember, Omar Vizquel could do things that you were like, man, he beat the other team with his mind because he knew what to do. Baseball's all about being in the right position, and he never has to do any of that. I mean, I don't know how good of an outfielder he'd be. I imagine
you would think he'd be good. I mean, right? He's an athlete.
Yeah.
But he's pitching too. Well, sometimes when he's healthy. But I think if he played the outfield, then you could start having that conversation. You might still be able to have that conversation depending on how his pitching career goes the rest of the way. Because hitting, I think they said already at 200 home runs. And what is he, 29? He's not that old, 29, 30? Right around there. I'll say 29, but he's probably
he just turned 30 on July 5th.
Okay, so he's probably got another good 8 years left. This guy's cracking 40, 50 a whack, so he's going to be over 500. He might get to 600 home runs possibly, and that's with,
he's at 200 even.
Yep.
Yeah, that's wild.
So he could get to 500 easy, and maybe more, and who knows, he may be he's going to be the only guy ever. If you have, I don't know how many wins Babe Ruth has, but as soon as he passes Babe Ruth, then however many home runs he hits, he's going to be the first guy ever with that many home runs and that amount of wins, that amount of wins pitching. Now, it's going to be hard to catch Babe Ruth as far as 714
Babe Ruth has 94 wins.
Does he really? Okay, so Tony's got a little ways to go on that one. I mean, that's still pretty impressive. 94 wins, 714 home runs.
So the Babe in 1919. In 1918 and 1919, he played full-time, it seems like, in the field. He led the league in 1918 with 11 home runs. Led all baseball. And then the next year led it with 29. In 1918, he made 20 appearances as a pitcher, a 2.22 ERA with a 13-7 record.
Okay.
1919, 15 starts, 17 appearances, 9-5 with a 2.97, hit 29 homers, and then basically stopped. The next year, he throws 4 innings for the Yankees. The next year, 9 innings total. This is my favorite thing. In 1930... and in 1933, the New York Yankees at age 35 and then at age 38 ran Babe Ruth out there for a 9-inning start. And he won both of them. One he gave up 5 runs, one he gave up 3, and he won. 1930 and 1933, Babe Ruth came out and he made 2 more starts. That's incredible.
Hey, Babe, still got it?
CG.
Yeah. I can give you 9.
He didn't strike out S, by the way, when he was a pitcher.
He didn't?
No, one year he threw like 166 innings. And he struck out 40 guys.
Oh, soft contact. He pitched to soft contact.
So let me ask you this. If Shohei Ohtani never threw another inning, would you feel the same way about this argument? Because that's what we're basing this on. I mean, Babe Ruth, by the way, 94 career wins, 94 and 46.
No, then I don't think there's any way if he's strictly a DH, you could ever put a DH.
Babe was in the field.
Yeah, Babe, and I don't know what type of right fielder he was, but there's no way I could put him ahead of Babe Ruth, ahead of Willie Mays, ahead of, Ted Williams. You can start naming guys now that you got to play. There's defense and offense, and if you're only offense, then it's hard for me to include you into the conversation as far as greatest players of all time. But if he pitches, then you got to ask yourself, okay, what's worth more? I mean, I'm taking Willie Mays as an example because Willie Mays is one of the greatest players ever, and he was the greatest center fielder ever. Like he was incredible offensively and defensively. So if Ohtani pitches, and let's say he's a dominant pitcher for another 7 years, which would be a lot.
I don't know if he'd catch Babe and wins that. Babe's at 94 wins. Ohtani's career wins 38-19.
Yeah, he's got a ways to go.
By the way, the Babe threw 1,200 career innings.
But what would equate what Willie was able to do in center field, like pitching wise? Like that's hard to.
It's once every 5.
It's hard to quantify. Like, okay, he had 7 really good years as a pitcher, versus Willie Mays, who had damn near 20 years as an elite outfielder. I don't know when he started tailing off as an outfielder, but you're talking about a guy who patrolled center field and was the best ever at it, arguably. I don't know how to quantify those two. And that's if Ohtani reaches those milestones in terms of home runs and average, OPS, all that kind of stuff. Like right now, you could say in this 4 or 5 year run, because he has pitched, it's one of the greatest, if not the greatest 5-year run in the history of baseball.
Sure.
But when we're talking greatest players of all time, that's 10, 15, maybe even 20 years of production you're looking at. Obviously, he's not there yet. That's why I threw that out there. Are we watching the greatest ball player of all time? Do you think he can even get there? What numbers would he have to get as a pitcher? And how much is a pitcher worth compared to a everyday fielder that plays 150 games?
Well, that's my point. Is nobody
the guy that starts 30.
What we're saying in our list is you're going like Willie Mays and all that. And who that would be, and the greatest player of all time, and maybe it is Mays, maybe it's Ruth because of the home runs and the numbers pitching. But nobody ever considers just a pitcher the greatest baseball player of all time.
No.
It's more about it's so unique and it's so out of this world that nobody's ever done it at this rate, even Babe Ruth when he did it.
Yep.
It was home runs were even so new that he went from 11 to 29 and led the league in both seasons. And then he said it was too exhausting. He had also, by the way, thrown 1,200 innings nearly at that point in his career.
Did he really?
Yeah, he had 3 years where he threw like 300 or more innings. He's throwing like every other day.
That's crazy.
That's insane, dude. And he's probably like crushing hot dogs and beers and whatever. Just one. That's even more impressive, maybe, than what Ohtani's doing. Kevin Franz is going to join us. We can get into this with him. And I want to get into some more Hall of Fame stuff, too. We'll come back to some of this conversation. We'll get to more of your calls. I saw Sean was waiting in Vacaville. Sean, we will get to your call a little bit later, or give us a call back, 808 KNBR. Kevin Franz joins us next on the Sports Leader. Ned Colletti joined Murph and Marcus with thoughts on whether the Giants should be buyers or sellers ahead of the MLB trade deadline. Find that and all our podcasts on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
What's shaking?
It's always fun to hook up with our friend calling games now for the Nats and former Giant, former Angel, former a lot of things. Also former National, Kevin Franzen. What's going on, Franny?
What's up, bro?
Oh man. We're still here in Texas. The fam's here. Great Fort Worth. I hadn't been here in like 23 years because that's where, when TCU was in the WAC was just fantastic. So there's a lot of growth here. Let's just say that. My goodness.
TCU in the WAC. Jeez, we're going way back.
Dude, TCU, we had TCU, Rice, La Tech, Hawaii. Like we ranged the entire U.S., but yes, we were the Western Athletic Conference.
Yeah, like the ACC now, like the new ACC.
Yeah, dude, isn't that unbelievable? Like I can't. They were having the SEC meetings were here at the same time as the All-Star game. Just so happened to be that timing, and the people around here just talking about how it's just straight free agency now. And I just can't believe that's the world that we've gotten to in college sports. Is like, I get it. I get the money part. I get, at some point they're going to try to address it. I didn't think they were going to go this route where it's just going to be every year, new team. Every year, new team.
All right. We'll give you, since we started there, we'll give you a little quiz right off the bat.
Don't even do it.
Let's see if you can name two WAC basketball teams.
Right now?
That are in the WAC right now.
Grand Canyon.
Didn't they just leave?
I thought they left.
I think Grand Canyon left. I think they might have left.
Leave? My God, New Mexico State.
But you are right about Grand Canyon was in there last year. I'll give you partial credit for that.
Last year.
New Mexico State is a clank.
Dude, this is I don't even know what's going on now, like with it, because with with the Beavers and Cougars having their own little soiree for their media days. The Pac-2 is amazing. But how do you? I mean, like, how does the Beavers and the Cougars just together is amazing.
You gotta love it.
It's like a barbecue in the backyard.
Yeah. You forgot about
a barbecue in the backyard.
You forgot about Tarleton State.
Yeah, I didn't even know they existed.
Seattle U.
Oh yeah. Wasn't that one Seattle Pacific?
I have no idea.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, shout out Spolstra.
I know they're the Red Hawks. Stephen F. Austin, Abilene Christian,
Seriously?
California Baptist.
Oh my God! Dude, I knew Abilene Christian because that was like it's always the first team on college football when you're making a player back in the day.
Yeah.
Or Madden.
Yeah. So they always they make you being from Stephen F.
Abilene
Austin.
Christian.
And I was like, that's a guy. Abilene Christian. Like, that's a guy. What is that?
Yeah. I was like Abilene Christian. I was like, no, my
this?
name is No. Anyway.
Rio Grande Valley.
That's the stuff. Ooh, yeah, I totally didn't know that one either.
UTRGV.
Exactly.
We're just thinking about it. It was like mostly the Mountain West Conference, right? Like when we were there, and then it went to Conference USA, Mountain West, and one other. That's where the WAC kind of split up, but then the WAC stayed apart. We're like, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
Let's start with Skeens. I want to start with Skeens. And I want to ask you, because I said I thought baseball did a great job not only naming him the starter, but naming him 4 or 5 days out so everybody knew. Like they could say, I want to watch this dude. I want to watch this dude pitch. How does baseball get more of that? Because basketball, that's the one thing they do really well is promote their stars. Baseball hasn't done it as much. Ohtani is a guy that I think most people know. Judge, that's the two most recognizable players in baseball now. And Skeens may be that next guy that they need to try to like get out there and show him on Sunday Night Baseball or Saturday Night Fox, whatever it may be. How does baseball go about doing that? Like trying to get like a young star like him and make him one of the faces of baseball. I don't know if it's too early because he hasn't accomplished as much, but you want to get people in on this on the ground floor so they know who he is.
Well, I like to yell at the old guard on this one because most of the guys were saying he doesn't have enough dirt in his spikes to do this. I'm like, who does? Who does have enough? Like, he's one of the best pitchers in the game. Like, it is easy to see.
Yeah.
Like, when you watch him go on the mound and he dominates, like, it is easy to see. So, we had Manfred on yesterday, the commissioner, on our doing the All-Star game coverage on the field. And that was, like, one of my questions. I was like, look, the NFL and the NBA has done, like, the best job possible at, like, grappling and taking a hold of a youngster and riding them as much as they can. How can we do that with this? And he's like, well, we're still looking into it. I'm like, that's the problem. We're still looking into it.
Blue ribbon committee.
Like, that's right. But that's the thing is that like we are so far behind the times that it is like you look at the guys that hate the game now, right? Like because it's not the game it was. Like who cares? Like it's the game.
Yep.
Like that's what holds us back. That thought process holds us back all the time because when you're trying to grow the game, you're trying to think of new, innovative ways to do it. And if you're getting away from the old school way, people are going to hate on it. So you got to get away from that. You got to be able to understand that these young kids, look at how many youngsters are out there. Paul Skeens is the first ever to be drafted the year before to be in an all-star game, and let alone he's starting it, right? So, I mean, like that's the way that Torey Lovello like did it with Dan Patrick, right? He announced it on there. I was like, I mean, Torey's grown up in the Hollywood area. His dad was Howdy Doody and all that stuff, was one of the actors and producers of that show. And so he knows the Hollywood way. Well, that was a perfect Hollywood thing to do. Put out Paul Skeens right there. You knew that whole thing was going to happen. I'm so fired up that Juan Soto walked in that because what I wanted was I wanted him to point at Juan Soto and just point to first because he wanted to judge. That's what I wanted. Like just to do that. That would have been even better in an all-star game. But I think we're still learning, and which sucks is we're still learning. We're still trying to figure out ways. Guys like Skeens, like think about it. I think 11 starts now in the big leagues. I want to say it's 6 or 7 of them have been in day games. Over half of them have been in day games. So you're not getting that national coverage on a night game nightly. And that's a struggle, and trying to time it up and do all that, because no one knows, like, he's not every fifth day. He's every sixth day, maybe a seventh day. So I think that's a part of it. Not understanding the schedules of what the teams are going to do, because you don't want to give away your hand. So I think that's a part of it. I mean, there's so many excuses to have there instead of being like, just promote them. Like, this is great. We need all these youngsters in there because our game is so youthful and so athletic, and we just need to really grasp a hold of that and run with it.
Talking to Kevin Franzen here on the UMA guest line. Was on coverage for SiriusXM for All-Star Game and Home Run Derby. We were talking about Shohei Ohtani and the home run last night.
Yeah.
Becomes the first player ever to even throw a pitch, let alone get a win and hit a home run in an All-Star Game in his career, which is pretty incredible.
Hey, speaking of which, how fitting is it that Mason Miller, the last time an Oakland Athletic is ever going to be in an All-Star Game, which is the saddest thing we know, is the winning pitcher, though. That's even better. I was like, yes, good, solidify that. But his uniform should have been on the damn mound. Never mind. Those uniforms are awful.
They're terrible. I was like, I forgot what team Kirby Yates was on. I was like, what team is this guy on?
Right.
Then I was all pissed. He struck out Ramos. I was like, damn, I didn't even know what team this guy's on. He's an all-star. He's paying Ramos.
How are we doing that to Ramos without like letting him show off his quads? You know what I mean? Like, the way he wears his pants already, he wants to show off the quads. He couldn't show off the quads last night in the Navy outfits. So,
Freddie wants unis and quads, dude. Bring unis and quads back to the All-Star game. We were talking about what Ohtani's place in history is. Not just like, can you call him the greatest player of all time, even if he keeps pitching, if he only ever DHs?
No. I think he needs it sucks. He needs a couple more years of like the pitching part, but at what level, as a starter or as a reliever, right? Like, even if he relieved, I'd be like, yeah, for sure. Because I mean, like, he's doing things that we haven't seen. Like, we haven't seen this. We didn't have the technology to see any of the other stuff with like the Babe Ruth that everyone wants to call, go about. We've talked about this before. Like, he's already faced like 3 times as many guys as Babe Ruth has ever faced, right? Like, different pitchers. Like, you're looking at that, he's almost at 1,000 different pitchers that he's faced.
He's facing Farhan's Giants. You know what I mean?
Right.
Cycling through this. Can I riff? I'm just riffing. They had like 90 guys on the team a couple years ago. I'm just kidding. Just messing around.
Sorry, he lost my train of thought. But yeah, can he be considered the MVP? That's what everyone's problem is this year. Like, oh, he can't be. I'm like, I mean, we've never seen a DH do it, but like, he's doing things at the DH level. Like, he's stealing bases. He's making an impact offensively, on the base paths that we haven't seen in a while. Yeah, I love the true aspect of a full baseball player, right? Being able to go play in the outfield, infield, whatever it may be a catcher to do it is a special thing. But like, okay, why have pitchers won it before? Like, why have pitchers won the MVP? They're only pitching. Oh, they hit 2. Yeah, they hit like maybe what? Have like 50 at-bats in a year to change anything? No, they never did that. So why were they winning it?
I disagree with that. I actually don't agree with that. I think there's an award for that. I don't think they should be giving pitchers MVPs. Yeah, I'm with you.
I've always thought that was crap. Yeah. I was like, come on, man. Like, let alone. So anyway, the fact that they've done that, it's already a precedent that you could do it. You could give it to a DH because he's actually provided more value every day, playing every day, right? Like, giving you almost 600-700 plate appearances, or for, in his case, probably closer to 750-800 plate appearances this year.
That was my argument when I was thinking about this last night, Franny, and I was using Willie Mays as an example because he's one of the best players of all time. It's usually him and Ruth that people want to debate. So let's say we're watching, and I was thinking, are we watching right now the greatest ball player of all time because of what he's able to do? He's got to stay healthy. He's got to pitch more. But let's say he does pitch more, and he's got a long way to go as far as numbers, like what Mays had. I mean, he's got a long ways to go. He could get there, but let's say he does get there, just for argument's sake. How much is a pitcher worth versus what Willie Mays was worth out in center field? Because you're talking about the greatest center fielder, defensive center fielder of all time. So sure, you have an impact 30 times a year more than any fielder because you have the ball in your hands. But if you're talking about a guy like Willie Mays, who was out there 150 plus games a year, patrolling the outfield, kind of controlling the outfield, all the things that allowed him to be Willie Mays, not just athletic ability, but intellect as well. Like, how do you kind of equate that with what a pitcher does? Like, because if you're going to be the best of all time, I mean, Babe Ruth, I'm sure, wasn't a great right fielder, but he was out there. I mean, he had to be out there in right field. Right. He played a position. So how do you equate that? Like, can we even have the discussion about a DH being the greatest of all time? And again, he's not there yet. I just wondered this when I was watching the game, thinking, God, this guy, could we be watching the greatest of all time? Like, where are you with that? Because I'm just wondering what the value is of a pitcher who pitches 30 times a game versus a guy who's a great outfielder or even, let's say, a great shortstop that impacts the game 150 times a year.
Yeah, it's the question that I think we all keep asking because we don't know. We truly don't know, because I think the 30 games that he impacts as a pitcher obviously gives you great value, but what kind of value? Like, if we're talking about a guy that's giving you 5 innings, that's not to me, that's not value, right? Like, what we've seen from him, we've seen 6 and 7 innings, that's value. And then you add in, like what I don't think you can equate it, because I feel like the defensive center fielders that you see, like Willie Mays, the guys that let's go to like like Kevin Kiermaier, what does he make his pitchers have got to feel a sense of like relief that they know that they have a guy that's going to make up for it in center field, right? Like, guys like that don't just the value doesn't just go about their play, it's what they do to everybody else. And I think that's something. And I think that if we saw Shohei in the outfield a couple times a year to go along with maybe the pitching part, to go along with the hitting part, I don't think people question anything. And I feel like he's going to do it.
Because then he's playing baseball.
Yeah.
He's doing all of it.
Right. But at the same time, it's like, he's rehabbing from this whole thing, and you're going, okay, could he do the outfield thing? Absolutely. You could watch him run around in the outfield, shag fly balls, and it's easy. Like, I almost want to just see him do it just so he can shut everybody down. And I'd be like, what else do you need to know? What, you need me to go Mark Kotze at Fullerton and start throwing bullpens out in the outfield to come out close the ninth? Is that what you need me to do? I'll do that. But I think what Shohei does is, like, he gives you that sense of, like, you're back in Little League, other than the fact that he's not in the field right now. But when he's doing the pitching part, you're a Little Leaguer again. You're like, that's the greatest Little Leaguer that we've ever seen. Like, he's doing it on the big league diamond. And I think that's like the aura that he's brought. Now, the value part, as far as the everyday center field, I don't think we could ever put a value on that. Yeah. Right? Because the Willies of the world, there's nothing that you can compare it to. And so the value is beyond just the numbers. It goes to the teammate part and what they do to elevate you. And I feel like talking to so many of the guys, talking to Freddie Freeman about Shohei, I'm like, what does he do? He goes, man, he makes me like want to be better, because it's like, I can't hit a ball harder than him. I know who I am. I'm not trying to do it, but he's like, I try to strive to get to that one day. And you're going, wait, but there's no way I could do that. You know what I mean? But it creates that competition within. So there's that part. I mean, what's a value on that?
Oh, it was funny. You're talking about Freddie Freeman talking about hitting the ball hard. Yeah. We play that clip of his home run last night. I know you heard it, but I said, Tim, I equated it to Van Halen. Like, you don't know right off the bat, maybe if it's Van Halen, if you don't know all the Van Halen songs, but as soon as they start drumming, as soon as Alex Van Halen starts drumming, you're like, that's Van Halen. Like, that's Van Halen. Yes. And I made that analogy with Shohei Ohtani, how his home runs sound. Like, you can listen to a bunch of home runs, and then you hear this sound.
Houck's next pitch on the way. Ohtani drives this one to right.
Come on, dude.
I mean, it's like, all I need to do is hear the crack of the bat, and I can go, oh, that's Ohtani. Yeah. That's his crack of the bat.
Like most of the time, it's a thwack, right? Like the THW. That one just like, no, that's just different. Like, all you just say is it's different. You can't describe it. It's like, that's Ohtani. He had one against us this year in Washington. He hit it 119 off the bat. And he top spun.
What? 119?
Guys, he top
kill somebody.
Yes. Luckily we had like a few seats that were open in the right field stands, you know what I'm saying? Like a wink. And it hit off that pretty hard, but you're going like, dude, he didn't even backspin it. He got it. It was like, it didn't carry it as far as you thought it would. But he hit 119 and you heard it. And the field mics, like at our place, are great. Like our people set it up awesome. And it's like ESPN's I think, a little bit dumbed down. Like, it actually makes it feel real. Like, ESPN makes it, like, I would have loved to have played during these Sunday night baseball games.
Oh, they enhance all the sound.
Oh, dude, jam shots sound like they are the best hits on earth.
I know.
So, like,
I think every bat breaks.
I'm like, oh, that's a rocket. Oh, pop up to short.
No, 65. Oh, my God. But, like, he hit it, and it was one of those where we're going, did you hear that? Like, did you, like, it's unbelievable. And you ask Kabert or Riley Adams, our catchers, about it, and they're like, yeah, it's you don't want to sit there and fanboy about it, but you're going, that's louder than anything you've heard.
Well, the one that got me was a couple years ago in the All-Star game. They caught we're talking to Kevin Friends on the Uma guest line. They had Bryce. I think they have mics everywhere, but Bryce was mic'd up, and I think Trout scored on like a base hit from second or something like that. And then Bryce was like, dude, I can't get over how loud his running is from the dugout. He's like, you can hear his run. Like, Trout runs like a horse.
Yeah.
You can hear him coming.
So when Giancarlo was playing and I was playing first and Trout, only two guys, I take it back, Puig. So Puig, Stanton, and Trout were the loudest runners down the line. And everyone that had been around in the 80s to see Bo said Trout is the only one that they could hear from the dugout since Bo.
Wow.
When he was running down the first base line, you heard every step. And it was like, come on. And you heard the Trout, like when Trout would run down the line, you're like, damn. Like, that's with the full house. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's some different power that you're going, like, I don't know. I would love to know what that feels like, to understand, like, to hit a ball that far, but to run like that with that much, behind it would be incredible.
Talking to Kevin Franzen, nice enough to join us. He was at the All-Star game yesterday, home run derby the day before. Let's get a Giant question in, and just were you with the Giants right now? Because I keep saying, look, if their pitching is what we think it might be, Snell's starting to pitch better. Webb had a rough outing right before the All-Star game, and Robbie Ray's coming back, Cobb's coming back. They got some of the young guys. I still think they're in pretty good shape, just because it's kind of a mess in the middle, and I don't know that anybody's running away with it. I think it's Cardinals Mets right now. They're in the top two spots. You guys are in on it. The Cubs are there. The Diamondbacks, the Padres. The Giants have one thing nobody else has. They have like 6 starters, maybe even 7, and they have like 2 Cy Youngs and a guy that was a runner-up for Cy Young. If they pitch well, I think they can be right there and are going to have a good shot once it comes middle of September. How do you look at their team?
Just look at the last start by Snell, and I'm like, that if you can get that, and I'm not saying it's going to be like that every start, but I mean, we've seen the runs that he's gone on before. They're in good shape because you can add in, Logan can kind of find his way throughout it, and I think he will. I think guys like, you see the Blake Snells of the world go on runs like that and someone follows, right? Because it just it enhances their game. We were just talking about that, like with Freddie and Ohtani, and it just, you get behind that stuff. So the Birdsong thing is like watching him pitch. My God, what is that? Like that thing, he's something that I'm like, this could be a really, really, really solid 3 for you, or it could be one of those guys in the pen that goes to the pen later on, like in the postseason run, and becomes just that just dominant. Who is this guy? Like, he just comes in, faces 9 guys, punches out 7 of them. Like, he just feels like he has that about him. So, the Robbie Rays of the world. I think he is really good. But when you've been off that long, you got to see it.
Yeah.
But if you're going to get the Blake Snells of the world, like you did just the other day, that was that's not fun. Like, for any hitter, you don't want that. And I think what happens for the Giants, I think, coming out of the break, I think they go to Colorado, right?
Yes.
Yep.
They start in Colorado. And I think that's a huge thing, because they go to Colorado, Dodgers. I was
then
talking
Colorado
about it yesterday, and then Colorado again. And I think this is a stretch where you have to get the Dodgers, right? Like, you have to at least take 2 or 3 at Dodger Stadium.
It's 4 of them.
Because of, or
it's 4 at Dodger Stadium. You want to split it.
You have to go 3. You have to go 3 or 4 against them, because to me, you have to go against a team that's struggling right now. Like, they are. They're limping in the break. They still don't. They're not going to be full strength, and I think that is a huge factor, and you got to take advantage of those. So, are they in it? Absolutely. I think you look at the schedule that they have. I think it's very winnable. I think there's a lot of things that they could do, but it's like everybody else. Everybody's going to be looking for pitching. They're not going to be looking for like the high end pitching. I think maybe, man, I was trying to think about who they would go get. There's no shortstops available, right? Like there's not a lot of guys that
They probably need an outfielder or a pitcher.
Yeah.
The Elliot Ramos and Matos, if they let him go, they let him cook a little bit. That'd be nice. What is Yaz? What is Lamont? What is are we going to get late night Lamont like what he was before he got hurt? Because that was stupid. That was an all-star already, right? Like they would have had 3 had he not gotten hurt. So I think they're in a good spot. I think the Padres I don't know, man. They're different. They're different than they were when they were a better team with Juan Soto last year. They're not a better team though. They're a better team right now. And I think that's it's going to be a dogfight at the end because the Diamondbacks have been playing well.
Mm-hmm.
Corbin Carroll finally started going about the last week of that first half, quote unquote first half, game 96. Doesn't matter. It's one of those things that you're looking at Corbin Carroll like he's a game changer. Christian Walker's been on fire. There's a lot of things. It's who takes care of business against the Colorado Rockies at the end. We all know that it's the last place team that everyone has to beat up on. Who does it the most? And at the end of the day, that of those 3, that's who's going to be in it. And so they're in a good spot. I like it. I like what I've seen from them of late because it wasn't great early. We know that.
Real quick before we run, I asked you about Skeens and marketing and all that kind of stuff. Who else in Major League Baseball right now? If you were
Bobby Witt Jr.
Who?
Bobby Witt Jr.
I was going to say Bobby Witt Jr. and Gunnar Henderson. Those are like the 2 guys that I'd be like wanting to get out there and show the public. Like I know not a lot of Oriole games have been on. They are recently. Royals not as much, but Bobby Witt Jr. is obviously worth the price of admission. If those 2 are guys, and you already said Bobby Witt Jr., if you agree with Gunnar Henderson, who else is out there right now that's young that you say, hey, this is somebody who Major League Baseball should try to get out there so people know who they are?
I mean, they're doing a better job of CJ Abrams, who's our shortstop.
Yeah, he's very good.
He's a flat out stud and being so young. You go up and down the league. There's so many first timers. You know who's not going to get enough love? Who is like he's going to be a damn superstar? Is Jackson Merrill?
He's been really good.
Fielder from the Padres for 20 years old, dude. Come on, like he's doing things that you're going. The fact that like of all the Jacksons that were 20-year-olds and coming up for the first time this year, he's the one that stood out more than anything. And so you got that going. You can still push Judge even more. I think you need to.
Yep.
I think you can't sit on the fact that like, oh, Aaron Judge, he's still doing it. It's like, yes, but you got to continue on and pushing it. That is the problem. I think we get too stale because we feel like everyone, we're okay. They're okay. No, I feel like the NBA does such a good job at pushing Steph, and Steph gets out there, and they got to have the people that are willing. That's the other side of this. The players have to be willing to go out and do it, not just be asked, can you do this for us? Like, be like, I want to do this. Bryce is another part of that, where he has done such a damn good job of marketing himself, but allowing them to be, in the Phillies, allowing him to be marketable. And it's such a great thing for the game. Keep going. Don't stop with it, and don't get comfortable with it.
Isn't it funny? I know we got to run, but I was just thinking, you mentioned Bryce, and I was thinking, isn't it funny, like, you look back, like, the kind of the evolution of Bryce Harper. He first comes to the league. He's brash, the ridiculous
voted the most overrated player by the league.
Ridiculous
or the
gold cleats, I'm the man attitude, turning his teammates off because of some of the stuff he did. Yeah. And now he's like the wise sage, like the veteran. Like I mean, I love watching him play. I think he loves baseball. He's an at bat you don't want to miss when you're watching a Philly game. Like he is pay-per-view. Like he's the guy you want to watch. But he seems to have like embraced like where he's at right now. I don't know how much he would say he's changed, but we've all changed. From the time you're 18 to the time you're 30, you mature, and you look back and go, yeah, I probably wouldn't do that now. I'd probably just going to go ahead and do this. But it's interesting watching him and the maturation process from like an 18, 19-year-old to where he is now. Because I think you're right. He embraces all that stuff, and he does it in a way that benefits baseball and the Phillies.
Well, I think it would. I told him the other day we had a conversation about this, and I said, "You realize that you're you are the reason why these young kids are who they are and allowed to play like this, because you fought. Like you took it on the chin for a lot of people. And he did, because he played with a lot of passion. He played with a lot of, followers that were like, was he trying a little bit, but not always? I mean, it was like he was a lightning rod for everything. And he took it on the chin to allow all these players to play like this, I feel like. And that's a good thing. And, the one thing that I will say is he's grown up. He's grown up considerably, but he's also been allowed to grow up. I would say he was protected so much in Washington that it played against him. He was not allowed to be a kid, right? He was forced to be someone that he wasn't technically wanting to be. You know what I mean? Like, and it kind of turned him off to certain things and certain people. And I think when he was allowed to get away from that, he just was able to be himself and be involved in things that he wanted to be in, talk to who he wanted to talk to, and not feel like he had to force everyone away and do this. You know what I'm saying? And I think that there was a maturity that happened based on just being able to let his wings out and fly, man.
Yeah.
Like, I think he was, and the Nats did a lot of favors for him in a good way too, because they tried to protect him. They were trying to do the best thing for him, but maybe that wasn't at the time. And at the end of the day, I mean, he's in a great spot. He is in a great spot, and he's playing his butt off.
Yeah. All right, brother. We'll let you go. We appreciate you joining us. Go have fun with the kids, and we'll catch up with you down the road somewhere.
Later, bro.
Yeah, 95 here at like 5 o'clock at night. It's perfect.
Dude,
amazing.
You got a pool?
Yeah, we already went in.
Oh,
yeah.
Going again?
The eyes are hurting right now. Kids have goggles.
Get those goggles on. Get those goggles
in
on.
Australia, man. I couldn't see for like 6 hours. It was unbelievable.
I was going scuba gear,
No, that was the beer you were drinking, Cubs. Wasn't the
No,
water.
it really was not, dude. It was the particles in the water that were disgusting. All right, Freddie, catch you later, man.
All right, boys.
See you, Franny.
Kevin Franz, and we've gone way over. We'll take a quick break, get into some of what Franny said. Also, we got to get into where the Giants are in the second half. It's Tolbert and Coates Wednesday afternoon on the Sports Leader. Logan Webb's all-star debut was a bit rocky, surrendering 3 runs and a 5-3 AL victory. Why do Giants pitchers seem to always struggle in the mid-season classic? It's called the Midsummer Classic, Tim. You wrote that wrong. Tell us on our socials all day at KNBR, Twitch, YouTube, and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. All-Star game last night. No All-Star game or baseball today. No baseball tomorrow either. Giants back in action on Friday against the Colorado Rockies. We are still going to catch up with Susan Slusser. Covers the Giants for the Chronicle. She joins us at 4:50. Mark Spears joins us at 3:50. Talking some basketball. By the way, no basketball today. No NBA basketball. WNBA hoops, I guess, already underway today, says Tom. We talked to Franny a little bit about what happened over the All-Star game and the Home Run Derby. But let's get into some Giants baseball. We'll take a quick break when we come on back. Your level of confidence that the Giants can get. Here's what I'm saying. Can the Giants get to 86 wins? 86 wins is my number that keeps you in contention. Some people might think that's ridiculous. $230 million payroll you got to get in. Do they have enough to get to 86 wins in the second half? They're 47-50, 65 to play. We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
But now, when you're getting down to the short hairs of the season, you know, you can't have a glaring deficiency. You got to be firing on all pistons. And so it's going to be very important as to how they set the rotation up. And I really don't know what they're going to do. Question marks with Hicks and Harrison as to how many innings they're going to throw. A lot of this hedges on how good of a contribution, how big of a contribution Cobb and Ray can make. I mean, if they can make a healthy contribution, then they're sitting in high cotton. If not, then it's going to be more of what we've seen, a lot of scramble. So I hope that some consistency in their rotation that takes enormous pressure off the bullpen. If you can do that, you're going to contend.
Over it comes Wednesday afternoon. Mark Spears joins us in about 20 minutes at 3:50. We'll get into some basketball, maybe some Olympic stuff with him as well. That was Mike Krukow, obviously, with the Murph and Marcus Morning Show. You can hear the full interview, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The reason I'm saying 86 is that's about where the third wildcard team has been each of the last couple of years.
Okay.
Right? Giants finished, I think it was 4 back or 5 back each of the last 2 years, behind the team that eventually won the National League pennant at like 85 and 86 wins. I know the Giants fans don't feel happy about having a payroll where it's at, saying you shouldn't just be in the mix there. I agree. If you're spending the money they're spending, you want to make sure it's spent correctly. They've invested a lot in this team. I'm of the belief that they should be better off also. But then you look at the talent around the league and you go, they weren't ready to compete really prior to this year. So going out and buying an opportunity to compete is always going to work differently. So they're 47-50, 86 wins, 86 and 76, but I think puts you right in the mix. I think you'd be playing pretty damn close to playoff baseball. 39 and 26 is where you'd have to go to get to 86 wins. That's
like 13. I said, 86 doesn't sound like much, but then when you break it down like that, you're like, oh, damn, they got to play 13 games over 500 in the second half of the season.
And you know how many days they were 500 or better in the first half?
Not many.
Four.
Like when you say it that way, it's like, ooh, it's going to be a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be. A lot tougher. Do I hear an 84?
Yeah,
do I hear an 84? 86 might be tough. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they can get on that kind of roll. Look, I'm not usually pretty good in math. I'm not that good, though. So 39 and 26, that's 39 divided by 75. That wasn't.
You get me a win percentage? You did it backwards.
Yeah, I'm trying to get what the win percentage would have to be.
Be smarter than us.
Let's see.
I mean, the percentage.
There would be no math.
Yeah, the percentage isn't quite as significant to me as much as 13 games better than they've played right now.
Yeah.
And the question I have is, does anybody believe, based on what we saw in the first half, or is it all banked on things that we have never seen from any of these guys in Giants uniforms? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you're a team like the 2021 Giants who's like, we got to be buyers, let's go get Chris Bryant, because look at this team. This team is clicking in a way that we weren't anticipating. They continue to click in that way. We're still waiting for the Giants to click in the way they had on their baseball cards prior to putting on these uniforms. A lot of these guys. And a lot of it is unknown due to injury. Franny wasn't too confident in Robbie Ray. It wasn't lack of confidence. It was he's good when he's on, but he hasn't pitched in a year plus, right?
Yeah.
Tommy John's a big thing. Blake Snell now is finally looking like he's clicking. Logan Webb, I've got confidence he'll be the guy. Still, there's question marks in the rotation. The offense is not anywhere near where it needs to be. I mean, they're averaging about league average of 4 and change a game in terms of run production. I mean, you're talking about needing the... He said, you're not going to get that from Blake Snell, Franny did every time out. I went, I'd like 6 perfect every time. That may be at times what this team needs. I'm not that confident in the ability to go 13 over. We'd have to see stuff we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. My calculator didn't work. I'm trying to figure it out in my head. So if they play 53 ball, right? That's 5.3, 4.7, 53%. And that's how many games they have? 76?
65.
So it's 7 times 5.2, 35, 1.4, 36.4.
Are you asking for what, 39? What
so
percent?
You're gonna need about, you're gonna have to play about 53 ball, 53, 54% ball is what you're gonna have to play. Which, when I say that way, that didn't sound all that tough. Like, they're not going to have to play 600 ball.
Are you asking what percentage is 39 of 65?
No, it'd be 39 of 75. Because that's how many games they have left,
75
right?
left.
Yeah, 75 left. I think it's like 53%. Yeah. Like 53%, which didn't sound like that.
This is bad. It's 52%. This is bad.
52?
We're just sitting here trying to figure out a percentage.
Well, 52. That's, yeah, exactly. Well, I would have figured it out, but my calculator was all messed up. So I knew I was close, 52, 53. So to put that in terms that none of us can understand, right now, I'll give you an idea of who's playing ball at like 53%. The Royals are. God, that still sounds like 13 games. That's got to be. That's got to be wrong.
Teams? How about some NL teams?
That's got to be wrong though. It has to be. Because the Mets are playing 51%, they're 49 and 46. It's only 3 games over. I'm screwing this up somehow.
It's because your number's off.
Is it?
Yeah. We shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, let's not do it. I'm usually pretty good with math, but I'm messing this one up.
You jumped to 75. It's 65. That's why. You got to play 600 ball.
That's what it is. Okay, 70. Where did I get 75
I don't know.
from?
You threw me off. I was like, I did all this before the show, and then you threw me off with your numbers. The Giants would have to play like
600 ball. Let me tell you who's playing 600 ball right now in the National League.
There you go.
Phillies?
It's like the best team in baseball.
And the Phillies.
Yeah.
That's it. Dodgers are playing 5-7-7. Brewers 5-6-7. Braves 5-5-8. American League.
Phillies have 8 All-Stars, by the way.
Who's playing 600 ball? Let's play. Who's playing 600 ball? Orioles, Yankees are close, 5-9-2. Guardians are. That's it.
Yeah.
So when we're talking 39 and 26 to get to 86 wins, I would say no. Like that's hard. I think that number is going to have to come down. Like hopefully the wild card is going to be 83. Because when you look at games back, you're like, oh, that doesn't look like that bad. And look, with the games back, what are the Mets at right now? Mets are at 49 and 46.
Just text the text line, dude. The text line was like 40 texts. Like, dude, it's 600%, man.
Yeah, thank you.
925 says, holy effing S, boys.
Yeah, look. I'm usually pretty good with math, okay? I
tried to get us out. I tried to pull the rip. I was like,
well, because I couldn't even add. I couldn't even get to the division part because I couldn't add.
You were just trying to see
I kept going 75. There's not 75 games left, so that I was an idiot.
You were trying to comp what they would have to play to what a team had played in the first half of ball.
Correct. Because if you're looking at 86, that means the Mets right now 49 and 46. So they're going to have to win, what is that, 37 more games? That's it. And so 27 more games. Forget it. I'm done with math. I'm done. I'm done.
Brett's in
My
Walnut
math
Creek.
brain isn't working right now.
Brett, help
and
us.
It's pathetic.
Brett,
I'm pathetic.
Brett in Walnut Creek.
I'm pathetic. I
Are the Giants' chances in the second half better than Tom? Better than Tom figuring out basic arithmetic here on the sports?
Can I hit myself with something?
Yeah. I think it might be a sad state of how much time in my hands, but the Giants' chances of going even 10 games over 500 in the second half are limited. Since 2017, the Giants have averaged 9.6 games under 500 since the All-Star break. And what's even worse is in August and September alone, they're 9.2 games under. So basically it says they hover around 500 until they hit August, and then they just tank it and go 10 games under. They've had 1 month between August and September since 2017, taking out the anomaly that was 2021, where they went over 500, and that was by 1 game.
Bummer.
Yeah, bummer.
Come on, Giants. Yeah, like Brett, I guess what I hear when I think when I hear that is, I mean, what happened last year and the year before, none of that is really relevant to what
past
this
results, not a guarantee of future.
It's not a guarantee of
earnings
future results,
or
which is
whatever.
funny because that's how baseball teams are built, which is like how they've designed this team, right? I guess what I look at is they've invested so much here. This is a much different team than Farhan's built in the past. I think they kind of have to be committed buyers.
Oh, no, I think I actually like where they are relative to past years, and the fact that indirectly their pitching staff is actually going to be pretty rested, you could argue, going to the second half of the season. If Ray comes back anything, and Cobb and Snell, I mean, he's not going to do what he does. We've got a little bit younger roster, so maybe they're not as tired when they hit August and September. And the reality is also in the first half, we were 5-5 in extra inning games. I think we're 14-12 in one-run games. So, you flip 3 games, and then we're 50-47. And that's all of a sudden a huge difference because you're 50-47. Now maybe you only need to win 34 games. So I think, win the close games. Don't blow a 3-run inning in the 9th anymore. Don't make errors. And I think they got enough bats, and their pitching can, if their pitching goes, half a run down in their ERA and their runs bump up a quarter, I think we might be able to go 10 games over. I think 13's unreasonable.
Yeah, I agree with you. Thanks for the phone call. Here's the thing, though, because we're all going off because of what you said. 86 wins. That's generally what it's been to get there.
It's my segment.
I'm not sure. Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure if you're going to need that this year, because the Mets have the third wild card spot right now. They'd have to go 37-30. While not 600 ball, I mean, that's a pretty good clip. That's in the mid 500s. So, I mean, they're going to have to play much better than they have played to get to that. Now, the Cardinals have a decent chance to get to that 86 number. They're going to need 36-30. Again, that would be better than they've played so far through 96 games. So, if someone's going to jump up and do it, I guess, to me, the Giants could be a team. Here's the problem you're running into, though, is there are 1, 2, 3, 4 teams, 3 teams are tied with the Reds that are right there, and the Cubs are a half game back. I mean, you're battling against all these teams now. So you got to find a way to jump the Reds and then jump the Pirates. You can't have all these teams because you get down to the last month of the season, you're going to get into a situation where you're not going to be able to gain ground on everybody on any given night because they're going to start playing one another. The Diamondbacks will play the Padres, and the Pirates will play the Cardinals. And the Mets.
You want remaining strength of schedules?
Yeah, sure. What the hell? Let's do it.
Just so people know,
What the hell?
entering the second half against remaining opponents, the Giants have the second easiest schedule in baseball.
Okay.
65 games, and it says it right here. We should just look. 479 opponent winning percentage for the rest of the season.
Okay.
The Pirates have the fourth hardest.
So we said the Giants need to play 600 ball to get to 86. Divide that by 479 with their strength of schedule. I think you come out to 57.3 or something like that, and then that means they're in.
If you had figured out, then a three-man sack race will be held on consecutive Sundays until a champion is
I feel
crowned.
like we're playing a stupid shell game where there's like no ball underneath. We just keep doing the shells and lifting it up, and nothing's
The
under
worst
there.
part about
We're
doing
good to
verbal
go.
math like that is I didn't know where you were going and what you were getting at. And I was
Neither
like,
did I, obviously.
Yeah, I was just like,
obviously, I didn't either.
You try to help.
I mean,
and
it's nice when you try to get a number to have all the numbers correctly that you're doing before you start trying to get an answer. Like if you have the numbers wrong to begin with, you're screwed. I was probably screwed anyway. I got to be honest with you.
Coming up next segment, Tom tries to figure out war.
Yeah, let me do war for you. Let me do war.
What's it good for?
And let me do what else can I do? Vorp?
Babip.
Can I do that? Babip? Let me figure that one out for you. Look, I'm still learning how to do slugging, okay? It's been like 40 years, so give me a break.
Yeah, slugging's tough too.
Golly.
You get 2 for a single, is that right?
I just
200.
But my takeaway is that one, I'm dumb today, and 2, I don't think 86 is going to be the number. I think it's going to be 84
to get into the playoffs.
Yes, I think it's going to be 80. I think it'd be 84 and 78. So I think 6 games over, the third wild card spot's going to get you in.
Cincinnati's got a winning percentage of remaining opponents of over 500, just over their 15th toughest. So these are just some of the teams you're paying attention to. They do get the Reds head-to-head still. By the way, the Giants do in the first week of
Those are
August.
important. The national game, that's that week too. Nationals, that's going to be an important road trip. I talked about that in that this upcoming stretch will be really, really important because Ray should be back. Sounded like Cobb may be back hopefully by the end of the month or either early August. But you have Rockies twice, a hobbled Dodger team, A's, Reds, Nationals. Like that's important. These next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 series, so roughly 20 games. You'd like to rip off a 13-7 and get this thing going and get yourself over 500. And I don't think that's impossible. I don't. I mean, look, if they're the team that they want to be, if they're the team, and I can't take seriously when people say, well, they should be in the playoffs. Look at the payroll. Well, a lot of the payroll went to Lee, gone. A lot of the payroll is sunk into Ray. We knew he wouldn't be back until this time of the year. Some of the payroll is Cobb. He's been out. Some of the payroll has been, now, yeah, I can't blame injury on this, but he hasn't been healthy or good. Snell. That's a lot of the payroll. So it's not like they got these guys and they've all just been awful. They misspent the money. I mean, what are you going to do with Lee? Runs into the damn wall. I mean, it's not like, oh, he didn't train hard enough. He pulled a hamstring. He's been out all year. He ran into a damn wall. Then Snell's the one you could say, okay, kind of maybe we saw that one coming. But everybody knew that nobody knew Cobb would be out this long. But everybody knew Ray was going to be out. But that's like, I think, $25 million. So that's part of the payroll. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, they did spend. And you would expect with that type of spending, you're going to get to the playoffs. But it's not like they've just had bad years and they spent poorly. We've never really gotten a chance to see what this team could do. Although, if you want a silver lining, if Lee doesn't go down, maybe Ramos doesn't come up, and maybe we don't get a chance to see him in an all-star game and see what he's doing. So you have that, which is nice. But I still think it's hard to say, well, they've spent, so they should. This is not the team. Not that the Dodgers ain't crying. They got a massive payroll, and look what's happened to their payroll.
Dude, they're missing like 8 and 9
Every
guys.
pitcher they have is like literally.
Third of their lineup, 3/5 of their rotation, 3 of their back-end bullpen guys. And to that I say, bummer.
Yeah, bummer.
Bummer, man.
And they're still in first.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, that's what having that type of talent will do for you. But, yeah, I think, you start talking about 84 wins. Then you start thinking, okay, I think the Giants can get to 84. But the next 20 games, this 20-game stretch, can they get minimum 12? but can they get 12, 13, maybe even 14?
Tom just went, now he wants
They catch
13 and
a
20.
heater.
That's 650 ball.
Yeah, I know.
You need a heater.
Well, they're going to have one of those stretches.
They're going to have to.
Because they're going to have another stretch over a couple weeks where they're probably a game or two under 500.
84 is so delicate because you're a week away from 77.
Exactly.
And that's where you're like, damn, that's a fragile area to be in.
Yep. And you look, and I don't know if they have another stretch quite like this one, where I don't want to say it's easy, but it's pretty soft.
They get Oakland and the White Sox in mid-August, back-to-back series.
Yeah.
That's a 5-game stretch.
And then right off that, after the Nationals, they're at home against the Tigers. So, and then after that, you got Braves for 4.
Probably mop them up.
Athletics again, White Sox, at Mariners, at Brewers, Marlins at home, D-backs. And you start getting into like the toughest road trip they're going to have coming up is September. We're going to know a lot by then anyway. That's at Orioles, at Royals, at Diamondbacks. That's not easy. And then they finish up against Cardinals. It's a crazy schedule. Do you realize? Does everybody realize? You're going to realize it in a minute because I'm going to tell you. After September 15th, they play one divisional opponent. That is it. September 15th concludes a 3-game set against the Padres. The rest of the year after that is Orioles.
It's 2 interleague series.
Royals, Diamondbacks, Cardinals. So you better hope you're in good shape at that point.
Honestly, those D-backs Cardinal series could be stressful.
Stressful.
In Arizona and then back home.
Yes, and Cardinals are going to be big because they'll probably still be in the wild card.
Let's hope they're stressful.
So same with Arizona. But you're not going to be able to pick up a lot of ground on the other teams in your division. Well, hey, look.
Padres are only at 51.
I will say this. That actually, to me, sets up pretty good for them. Because they're not catching the Dodgers anyway. But the Diamondbacks and Cardinals are 2 teams they're going to be competing with, and the Padres, who they play on the 15th. So they're going to have a crack at it if they can hang in there. Thank you, Tim. Right till mid-September. Then they're going to have a shot against 3 teams, providing they're still in it, to make up some ground against those teams. So actually, to me, it works out better. It works out better they don't play the last 3 games against the Dodgers or something like that, where the Dodgers may be like, hey, you know what, we need to win these for seeding. So they don't, get rid of the Dodgers. Don't need the Dodgers. Dodgers are a headache. You don't need to play them. They got the Brewers, but those are at home. They do get to play the Padres 6 times.
Yeah.
In September.
Again, they've got the second easiest schedule remaining in baseball.
And the Diamondbacks 6 times in September. So the teams that they're competing with right now anyway for the wild card in September, they get 3 games, 6 games, 9 games, 12 games, 15 games against those teams. 2 series against the Diamondbacks, 2 series against the Padres, 1 against the Cardinals, and the last one against the Cardinals is at home. So there you go.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon.
6:52.
We'll come back into more baseball and math. By the way, nobody told Derek this happened. Okay, everybody's in on this. Everybody heard this. He's not here. Just nobody worry about the math segment. Okay? Just don't tell Derek this happened. Please, nobody tell him. I do not want to hear about it.
Sprechen.
He was checking in too. He's like, I saw the Bill Martin interview. I listened to it. I was like, why don't you take a week off and go
exactly.
away? Why don't you go buy a horse and live in the mountains and don't bother anybody? All right, Mark Spears, ESPN and Landscape.com. He's going to join us next. Susan Slusser at 4:50. Let's get into, a little bit of hoops. Talk more Summer League. The number 2 overall pick in the draft last night went 0 of 15 from the floor.
Ooh.
Talk about it next on the Sports Leader. The Athletics' David Lombardi joined Murph and Marcus to discuss Brendan Aiyuk's trade requests and the potential impact on the 49ers. You can find that podcast and more at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Dub Nation, time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. We do it every week with our buddy Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. Kind of a dead week in general, but the WNBA was going on earlier today. They had a day game today. I know Mark's going to be at the WNBA All-Star festivities this week. What's up, Mark? How are you, man?
Good, man. Yeah, and also, actually, I've been spending a lot of time gearing up for the Olympics. You know, was at USA Basketball's exhibition game last week against Canada, and looking forward to. I actually got to spend a week in Lille, as odd as that might sound, because the preliminary games for men's and women's basketball are in Lille and not in Paris. And I was talking to somebody from France about it, and they said, I might be wrong by this, but they said that badminton's in Paris during that time because the venue in Lille is bigger and they're going to sell more seats in Lille. So USA basketball, all the other basketball teams got to take a train for an hour to go play games in a bigger venue to sell more tickets before they could actually play games in Paris. So the preliminary, the teams that don't make it to the, to the knockout round won't get to play one game in Paris.
Ah, that's trouble. Could be trouble for the American squad. Who's going to be more dominant, men's or women? I got to imagine them women, right?
I think they're going to be both dominant, but probably the women, because I do think the women got less competition. I don't know that the world and the women's side is, in a large part, caught up or at least made it challenging. USA beat up on Serbia today. They beat up on Canada. To me, like if you said that Canada was the most, the team that was going to give them the most trouble, for them to beat up Canada the way they did, I think said a lot. And the one thing I'll give Grant Hill and USA Basketball big credit for is the team that lost in the World Cup last year. Grant Hill was telling me that actually offensively, they were the most effective team offensively in USA Basketball history. They also were the worst defensive team in USA Basketball history.
Wow.
And so the big problem was a lack of size, a lack of rebounding. I don't know that they had a team that gave up more rebounds on a, offensive glass than them. And, they had some size, I think they would have won pretty easily. And ultimately having Embiid, having Anthony Davis, who was playing really well, I think, having Bam Adebayo, and LeBron James is 275. There's just too much size. And then ultimately when you go to the second team, a lot of the better teams do have NBA players, and then they went to the second team. It's like, oh man, this guy's playing in second division Serbia.
Yeah. He's a good player.
Yeah.
He's got a full-time job besides that, right?
Yeah. I mean, if there is a team that I'm curious about, it is France, because they do have Wembanyama and they do have Gobert, and I do think they're going to run a 3-2 zone, which could be quite interesting with 2 7-footers by the basket.
No, that'll be interesting to watch. But you're right. I mean, look, here's what it's going to take to beat the USA team. You're going to have to hope you outshoot them from three. Like the USA has a cold 3-point shooting night. And sometimes, like Australia, they dice USA up on the interior. Like some of that quick passing stuff you're not used to in the NBA, but a lot of the international teams do it where the ball just pops. I mean, it's just hopping all over the place. But they're going to have to score some in transition. But really what it's going to come down to, Mark, is you're just going to have to hope that the USA doesn't shoot well and that you hit 12 to 15 threes. I think it's possible. Unlikely, but possible.
And did you watch Steph today?
Yeah.
He's getting the easiest shots of his life.
No, well, of course he is.
And they're closer.
Look who's setting the picks.
Right, yeah.
And look who else is on the court. And they're closer.
Thanks,
Exactly.
Thanks, Anthony. Thanks, LeBron. Golly, man. He's doing that 17 in the first half today?
24 on 6 and 9.
Yep. That's efficient.
I'm sorry, first quarter he had 17.
Yeah. Almost 3 points a shot.
I mean, I'm curious just because he's such a great 3-point shooter, and maybe you guys can pull it up. I saw Spencer Haywood last week, and he was lamenting about Kevin Durant breaking his scoring average with USA Basketball. And I'm trying to remember what Durant's is. maybe you guys could pull it up real quick. Maybe Greg can pull it up real quick. But if Steph
Greg,
is
do some
shooting
work in there.
threes, yeah, if Steph is shooting threes at this volume and he's getting to go off these mammoth screens and he's getting to get these wide open threes, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Steph not only leads USA in scoring, that he's the most outstanding player at the Olympics, and that he challenges the scoring record.
Yeah, I mean, look, I could see just about anything. You talk me into anything with the USA team. I mean, Embiid could lead the team in scoring too. There's a lot of guys out there that look at it and go, that guy. No, it's an incredible team, and I fully expect them to win. If they don't shoot well one game, then maybe somebody could get them. While you mentioned the Warriors, what are your thoughts? What do you hear about Lauri Markkanen? Because my whole thing, Mark, is I think Danny Ainge is like, no, we want to keep him, but if you're going to overpay, then I'll listen to you. But this isn't something that we want to get rid of this guy. Like, we want to sign him. We want him to be like one of our guys on this team moving forward. But if you're going to give me a ton of draft picks and really overpay for him, then yeah, I might trade him. How do you read it from Utah's perspective?
Now, I probably said this 1,000 times on this show that I covered the Celtics when they won in 2008, right? Danny Ainge, I got to spend some very quality time with Danny Ainge. I wouldn't trade lunches with Danny Ainge. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what does he know? What's he know about his lunch?
You ever
Right.
get a lunch and you're like, oh, man, what you got kind of look better than I still wouldn't trade it, man. Danny knows something about the chef and what their specialties are that, I'd be really careful making a trade with him more so than anybody else in the league. Like, if you look at the trade that they made with the Nets, right?
Yep.
They trade an aging Paul Pierce, an aging Kevin Garnett, because they were, like, desperate to win in Brooklyn, to New Jersey. They get all these first-round picks from Boston, to Boston. They end up being Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Like, you know what I mean? So Danny's going to wait till you're at your desperate moment and then pull the trigger on it. And he knows that the Warriors are in a desperate situation in which you want to keep Steph happy. You want to give him the, as greatest talent as you could possibly can around him. So I think the way Danny's looking at it is, we don't need to do this. You guys need to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to, the demand for the Warriors is greater than the demand for the Jazz. Like, you're basically, Danny's probably like, this is our best player. And he's like 26, 27, 7 foot, shoots threes and rebounds well. It's exactly what you guys need. Open the farm for us, and you could have them. And so, ultimately, whether it's Brandon, whether it's Kuminga, one of them gone, and I think they're going to have a ton of picks, several picks to go with it. But to me, the value of Steph Curry in his final years and giving him the best around him to succeed, man, I'd probably be one of the guys that'd be like, all right, Danny, I'll do it. You could have my lunch. You know what I mean? Like, I just want, if I'm the Warriors, Steph to have his best talent possible. Because in the back of my mind, I'm not a fool to think that if you don't put a great team around him, that he won't change his mind on the franchise. And I just think we're a fool to think that he's just going to be okay with mediocrity the rest of his days.
Here's my question, though. Let's say they did get Markkanen, and let's say they had to give up Podziemski and maybe Kuminga for him. Where does that put them in the landscape of the West without those two?
Better are they? Right.
And with Markkanen, does that even put them in the top four? Does it put them again? Does it put them ahead of Dallas? Does it put them at not OKC? They're not going to be better than OKC. I don't think they're going to be better than Minnesota, even if they got Markkanen. So you're really taking a gamble here. But for how much of a reward are you going to get?
I like Markkanen, man.
So do I. Bear down.
And the one thing that I also like about him, as opposed to if it was DeRozan, who I love, or if it was Jimmy Butler, is you got a guy in his 20s. So if you're going to lose Podziemski, if you're going to lose Kuminga, and I don't know that it would take both of them to do it, at least you're getting a guy back that could be in the franchise for another 10 years, who could be there past Steph Curry. If it's DeRozan, if it's Jimmy Butler, then they're basically, to me, on the same line as Steph Curry. So I think getting somebody that at least is, I don't even know if he's hit his prime yet, to me, that takes away the pain a little bit more. And then, I don't know, man. I don't know that I value, look, I love those two players. They ain't all-stars. Like,
no.
Are we overvaluing them and their talent and their potential? Like, can you tell me right now, without a shadow of a doubt,
no, I can't,
that Brandon or Jonathan are going to be all-stars in this league?
No.
And if that's not the case, then I make the trade. Because I know this guy's 7 feet. He can shoot threes. He can rebound. He's 26, 27. I think he's 26. Man, like, you better stop overplaying your hand.
Well, don't forget about the draft picks you'd have to give up too.
Like all of them.
Man, look, I'm fighting with Steph until the last breath, and I'll figure the rest out later. If that means that there's going to be, I'd rather let Steph go out guns blazing than try to fight with him and some rocks, right?
I mean, I feel you. I'm just
have some downtime after Steph leaves, then I don't know. I wish you could do a poll. Like, I think Warriors fans would rather go guns blazing with Steph in uniform, and whatever happens afterwards, than give him some mediocrity to play with and him potentially leaving.
No, I get what you're saying, but Dad, look, since you used the guns analogy, I'm saying if you make this trade, my question is, how full is your clip? It still only might be half full.
There's a John Moran bit in here somewhere.
And they might be better too.
It's a big move, man. I think marketing, I don't know, man. I like him a lot, and
so do I. Bear down.
He's worn. He did his best basketball in a Jazz jersey that we don't really appreciate how good he is. But when he comes on the floor, I notice him. Like, if you look at his numbers, they're elite numbers.
You want me to give you, Mark? You want me to give you one red flag?
Sure.
Someone's got to put up points and rebounds for a bad team. Never overvalue someone's numbers when they play for a bad team, because those might not translate to a good team.
Well, I mean, so if you play bad on a bad team, that means you're better than you are?
No, it means you're out of the league on a good team. It means you probably should be in the G League.
To me, it shows me you're motivated.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. I've seen the dude play. He's nice to me.
No, I like marketing. Bear down. I mean, I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
But I just said be careful with the numbers when it comes to a guy on a bad team. Because guess what? Everybody's getting 100 points. Someone has to score and get rebounds on a bad team.
I guess the thing is this. Time is like, there's still a lot of time before the start of the regular season, right? Trades are made in the preseason. Like, we saw Harden, and we saw, we've seen other guys get traded, Jimmy, but like in the beginning of the season, right? But like, what other options do they have? Like, to me, that's like the best option.
No, you're right. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see what they decide.
I don't know what else there is to conjure up.
There isn't. I don't think there is. Hey, we got to run, and I know you got to go, but I want to ask you this. What do you know about Kawhi Leonard being dismissed isn't quite the right word, but being left off the USA team? Because when they did it, I thought, oh, okay. But then Lawrence Frank, the GM of the Clippers, said they were disappointed to find out that he was let go and that he wouldn't be joining the USA team overseas, which I thought was really weird because Ty Lue was there during camp. Like, Ty Lue's
Yeah,
part
right.
of the USA program. So I'm like,
Ty Lue's not going to protect him?
yeah, I'm like, what?
Come on, man.
But that's a whole thing. So what do you think? What went on there? Because that was a weird deal.
I think Lawrence is, given a very interesting company line to protect this guy.
Okay,
But
okay.
I know for a fact that 2 days before Kawhi walked away, that USA Basketball got a call from somebody in his camp asking to have a conversation.
Oh, interesting.
It wasn't. So I know that for a fact. That don't sound like Grant Hill and companies reaching out to him for help.
Yeah.
I mean for departure.
Yeah.
They reached out and said we need to have a conversation. So
Okay.
I'm not going with Lawrence on that.
Oh, okay. I didn't put that together. I get what you're saying now. Okay.
I think he's just trying to protect this guy.
Protect Kawhi.
Like, why they shouldn't have picked him in the first place. That's the thing. Like, he didn't even finish typically a guy that didn't even play in the playoffs or in the end of the regular season, if their team didn't play in the playoffs, you're not going to join Team USA. Like, that looks bad. Right? I mean, the Clippers fans probably should be mad about that, right? And now you lose Paul George. I think the Clippers are just trying to present a narrative that I'm not buying.
Now,
It's like calling out sick and then showing up to the dance. You know what I mean? Being sick at school and then being like, well, I'm good for the dance now. I'm good to
Or
go.
being on vacation.
Yeah, right.
Like
Yeah.
you called in sick and then, why'd you put that on Instagram? Why'd you do that? Well, you thought you got fired.
Oh, no, I'm good now.
I think
I got better before the vacation.
Exactly.
It made me feel better.
Well, of
It's
course, it's
crazy.
going to be better
Yeah,
by the
dude.
vacation.
It's a beach, you kidding?
Absolutely. Real quick, let me add a real quick to my real quick. So what'd you find out? Why Derek White? Why not Jaylen Brown?
I think they had made that decision a month earlier, just in case, kind of had him prepared for it. Somebody got to be the last guy in the bench. I don't think Jaylen is a last guy in the bench guy. So, because you're getting them late. I know Jalen's upset and certainly has reason to be upset. But Grant Hill gave me an interesting quote where he said, for a piano recital, you need piano players, piano movers, and piano tuners. And everybody can't be a piano player. And I don't think that, with extreme respect to Jaylen Brown, he's a piano player. And I think they need more piano tuners and movers.
Yeah, well, it's a lot easier to get a piano player to be a piano mover than a piano mover to be a piano player.
Exactly.
Have a good night.
Exactly.
Thanks, Mark. We'll talk to you.
Down, baby.
Bear down. Talk to you
Bear
next
down.
week.
All right.
Oh, my God.
Already comes to the Wednesday
I think
afternoon.
I got one. No, maybe I didn't.
I don't know. Mark was making a pretty strong
Is that
case
out
there
or
for
not?
Laurie
I'm
Marketing.
not sure. Yeah, he was.
He was like, I don't know. Like he made some points. A couple people on the text line too saying the same thing. Like, hey man, he sold me. Like I'm down for that.
He sold
Somebody
me.
said this,
I'm good. He sold me.
Somebody else, I gotta find that. 707 said, dude convinced me make that trade. Out JK and Pods. Yeah, I was feeling good about that.
And again, I don't know if it'd take both of them, but I think that's what Danny Ainge is going to want because Danny Ainge isn't looking to get rid of him. I've been pretty consistent with this over the last month or so. Don't do anything desperate. Don't be desperate. Don't be the desperate team where you're like, okay, screw it. Let's just do it. What do you want? Take it. Because I do. I think I've said it 4 times now. I love Laurie Marketing. Of course I do.
Bear down.
I did bear down, but I don't know. I don't know where he gets you. I don't know if you say, okay, we're immediately a top 4 team. Because if you're going to be the 5th team, well, then what are we doing? What are we doing? We're giving up, and Mark made a really good point. I'm not sure Podziemski or Kuminga will ever be all-stars.
You trying to tell me Kuminga can't hit a curveball?
I'm not sure they're not, though. I mean, Podziemski's pretty damn good.
I don't know if he's an all-star.
He might not be, but that was his rookie year. I mean, he's going to get better. So what does he end up being? So what if he's not an all-star? What if he ends up being Derek White?
Oh, he's an Olympian.
That's pretty good. Yeah, you're an Olympian. You're not an all-star. You're
an Olympian and a world champ.
And I don't think Derek White's ever been an all-star team, but I mean, like that type of player. If he's a really good player,
You need those players
on a championship type team. Like he can play that. Like, so this isn't just, hey, let's go get him and we'll give up what we have to give up. And he's right about Danny Ainge. You trade with Danny Ainge, you got to make sure you get your wallet locked up.
It's funny that's Ainge's like MO because it's only worked once. I mean, he has one title, doesn't he, as a general manager?
Yep. Good on trades, not so
He
much
wasn't
on
even there to
titles.
use the picks that he got, the Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum they used for, and they won a title without him.
Yep.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. We've got time for a sound soiree coming up next. Jake Peavy checked in with Elliot Ramos and Logan Webb at the All-Star game. Paul Skeens was talking a little NBA or lack thereof. We got some Steph Curry highlights from earlier today, and LeBron called Bam Adebayo the new Splash Brother. That sounds... Well, we'll hear it next. Sounds soiree. Tolbert and Copes, the sports leader. Ned Colletti joined Murph and Marcus with thoughts on whether the Giants should be buyers or sellers ahead of the MLB trade deadline. Find that and all our podcasts on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for the good people over at Kugelman Law, Tax, Crypto, and Estate Planning. Help you with all those and more. Don't be swayed by advertisements or advertisements, if you will, with promos guaranteeing to solve your tax issues for pennies on the dollar. Like there are certain things, and taxes being one of them, that I might even pay a little bit more for. I'm not saying you have to, but I would, because I want to make sure it gets done right, and it gets done right the first time. Now, you set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman or a member of the Kugelman Law team, and they'll lay it all out for you. Very transparent, what the cost is going to be, what they can do for you. If you don't have any tax issues, they can set everything up for you. It's all customized to your specific needs. If you do have issues, like reporting cryptocurrency, late filings, even criminal charges, they can address those as well. This is what they do. You're not supposed to understand tax law. They are. Let them handle it. You have issues, let them handle the stress, the bag full of stress. Just hand it off to them. Here, you take it. I'll pay you to deal with it. I just want to be square. I want to be square with Uncle Sammy. That's all I want. And if you don't have issues, the best way to keep from having issues is to let them handle it. You don't have to worry about it. You just like, here, you take it. I don't got to worry about it. I don't got to worry about Uncle Sam calling me, sending me mail, showing up at my boat, showing up at my door. So set up the consultation with Alex Kugelman, and they'll let you know what they can do, what it's going to cost, and then you decide what road you would like to travel. So go ahead and choose Kugelman Law, your trusted partner in tax resolution. Visit sftaxteam.com today. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tampa Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
It's Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Cope's Wednesday afternoon is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help you with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. The Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you may not have heard. What does that mean for this week? For the best sounds from across the sports world.
I don't know.
Greg Silver in today as Derek Papa out this week. Thank the heavens. We're going to start Sound Soiree with some Team USA sound. Anthony Edwards. I think Anthony Edwards is a funny soundbite. Funny way about it.
Can be.
Yeah. They asked him about competing in a swimming event against his Team USA basketball teammates. How would he fare? Here it is.
If you could swim in an event at the Olympics, what event would be yours?
Freestyle. I'm fast too, though.
You're probably the fastest swimmer.
On the team?
On the team.
For sure. They ain't no swimmers.
Just look at that.
You got Joe, Big MB, you got AD, and Bam. They ain't swimming fast. Bron, he ain't swimming fast. KD, Kawhi, Tatum, they not swimming fast at all. Yeah. So my only challenges are Book when he might not know how to swim. Drew, he might drown. And Halliburton, oh my God. If Halliburton beat me, then I just need to never touch a water.
I like this. He's got a confidence about him, Anthony Edwards.
Bring gas.
Bring gas.
Oh my gosh! I never thought about that.
I like that he had thought about it. Oh, freestyle. I'm good. I'm fast too.
Who would be the good swimmers?
Book when he might not know how to swim.
Might not know how to swim.
Think about it, if anybody big knows how to swim, they can cover a lot of ground. It's like running. It's like Michael Phelps said. He was like bigger than a lot of swimmers, right? Like,
Drew,
he was enormous.
Yeah.
He might drown.
He had like flippers for feet, Michael Phelps.
Yeah.
And he was getting ripped, and he was still peeling off gold medals.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing it'd be a lousy swim team, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. That's why they're playing hoops.
You didn't mention Steph. No. Maybe Steph.
Well, I wonder if he's just like doing this by what he thinks, or if he's actually seen any of these guys in a pool. That's the other thing.
Or if he's actually a good swimmer.
Tim says Mark Few would win.
We don't even know if he's a good swimmer.
Tim's thinking Mark Few to win.
Bring gas.
There we go. Moving on to the Sound Soiree, Jake Peavy, former Giant, interviewed Elliot Ramos and Logan Webb before the All-Star game, and he asked them why the Giants will make the playoffs.
All right, fellas, I'm here with Mr. Ramos of the San Francisco Giants. How's the first All-Star game been, buddy?
It's been fun. It's been amazing. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. What batting practice groups have you been in? Who you been hanging out with?
I've been hanging out a little bit with Marcelo Zuna, with Eli De La Cruz right there, with CJ Abrams, a couple of guys.
Tell me why to believe in the San Francisco Giants in the second half.
We're going to come stronger. We just need the guys to be healthy, everybody to be healthy, and we're going to be great.
Logan, how's the All-Star experience been?
It's been awesome. It's been great to meet all these guys and the other guys I've been playing against, so it's been really fun.
Question I got, did you get your rest last night? Are you ready? Are you active and live tonight?
I'm ready. I did not get rest, but I'm ready to go out there. Hopefully the adrenaline kicks in and everything will be all right.
You guys know I have heartstrings to San Francisco. Tell me why the San Francisco Giants get in 2024.
Man, we got a good team. We have a lot of really good young guys. You know, Ramos is one of those guys. We're kind of a lot of good veterans. So we just got to catch fire at the right time. And I think we're starting to play good baseball. We started to play good baseball before the break, so we're excited to get back.
If there was a voiceover guy who would have said, the adrenaline did not kick in.
Yeah, I'm ready.
And then they would have showed balls getting sprayed.
Hey, Phil, tonight, you good? You ready?
If they have a life story of Jake Peavy, Jeremy Renner.
Dude, shut out of a cannon. Can we just get the first question to Ramos again?
All right, fellas, I'm here with Mr. Ramos of the San Francisco Giants.
He was like Big Papi in the dugout.
Yeah, dude. It's like a 70s game show.
Did you realize,
fellas, I'm here with Mr. Ramos of the San Francisco Giants.
Everybody Big Papi talked to? My man. I was watching it. I don't know why we had an FS1 all day the day before the All-Star game, and it was him, A-Rod, Jeter talking and everything. They would have players come up and
just
talk.
milk the hell out of those guys.
And Big Papi would tell everyone that came up the same thing. My boy loves you. He loves you. He goes, you're my dog. And then he'd give him a T-shirt. My dog, a Big Papi, my dog T-shirt. He'd give him all a T-shirt. Man, I love watching you play. My kids love watching you play. Here, man. You're my dog. Here, take this T-shirt. I go, who doesn't he watch play? This guy loves watching everybody play.
Big Poppy.
It's like you think you're special. You get the T-shirt, and Big Poppy's kids love watching you play. Until he told everybody that. You're my dog. Here, take this T-shirt.
You're my dog.
I'm like, bro, how many T-shirts you got?
Everybody loves that guy.
Big Poppy's pretty funny, though. He's pretty good.
He doesn't ever really get pissed at anybody. He's like befriended everybody. He's maybe like, except for that guy who stabbed him that time in the DR, maybe the most likable guy going in baseball. Except he didn't bring a mitt to the yard. That's why I can't get behind him. One more piece of sound here in the sound soiree.
Bring a mitt, get a ball.
LeBron James checked in from Team USA. He's going to rub some people the wrong way. Quick soundbite here. He's talking about Bam Adebayo and his new nickname.
Splash Brother. Oh, my God. The new Splash Brother. Bam, bam, splash right there. Yeah, man.
If I can quote Steve Martin from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, oh, that's real humor. That's real humor. I mean, that was bad.
By the way, even he made 3 threes. Is that what happened? Oh.
You know, we call that all-star break sound.
Hey, the new Splash Brother.
Splash Brother. Oh, my God. The new Splash Brother. Bam, bam, splash right there.
Not going to be a Splash Brother. He can't even swim.
Thank you. Nice. By the way, Greg Silver in today. It's a light sound soiree, you know, and Greg wrote on the bottom, this is hysterical. He wrote this on my sheet. The sound itself isn't that great. Sorry, it's a dry week, but there was also a Steph and LeBron disagreement over Kendrick Lamar's song, Not Like Us. Steph says, quote, it's not the only song in America, while LeBron says, I love it. No clear audio on that.
What
that was the sounds for.
What does that mean for us?
If he's not, yeah. I love when they talk to us, not into any mic or anything behind the glass.
You know, I'm going to tell you, when they talk not into a mic, it's probably a better show contribution than if they were actually in our ear.
You can hear Greg's Takes tomorrow with his dad, Mike Silver, 10 to 2, right here on the Sports Leader.
4 hours of silence. It should be great.
4 hours of them talking behind the glass. That's your sound soiree for Wednesday, July 17th, 2024. When we come on back, well, we're actually going to talk to Susan.
Isn't that Matt Chapman's walk-up song, by the way?
Yeah.
Not Like Us?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a good song, but I agree with Steph. It's like, it seems like a little over at this point.
Yeah.
Although, look, I'm not famous, but if I was, like Steph is, bro, I'm not saying anything about that song. I'm saying I love that song.
I'd be careful if I was Steph.
I don't want that dude getting into me somehow.
I was like, careful, Steph. Down to Kendrick coming to, you know what I mean? He's gonna see what he did to Drake's. Like, dude, there's like guys who Drake like came out, like Lil Wayne. He's like ripping him and mocking him in his own songs. He's like yelling it on stage. Saw Drake's falling on hard times. His house got like destroyed. He's walking through his house, flooded to his knees in Florida after some storm, videoing himself. I was like, this is tough, man. He bet on Canada and lose. Slammed, he bet on Canada against Argentina. Is that right?
Yeah, then Argentina post Not Like Us.
That's the last dude I want.
It's our country soccer team is ripping him
The whole
down.
country came at you.
It's the last guy I want thinking about me when he's writing a song.
Drake's like pretty harmless,
we're
too,
good.
and then Kendrick just ended him.
If I hadn't heard his song, I'd be like, bro, that song's the best song I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
You kidding me? Get out of here.
Could have been the Shaggy song yesterday. You would have had no idea.
What?
You'd be like, I don't know what this is.
What?
How about this? How about this? We were talking Shohei Ohtani earlier. Could he be already in the running for greatest player of all time? Question they had at The Athletic and the New York Times. They asked this last week. How many current players in Major League Baseball are bona fide Hall of Famers?
Okay.
We'll get into that. We'll get into that next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to say one of some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just 15 bones a month, add new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead. You're going to stream some shows. You're going to binge watch stuff. You're going to maybe binge watch your shows and do your major. You got movies, you got shows. You get it all in one place. And you can save money all at the same time. That's nice. For more watching and less spending, yeah, you got it. X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, equipment taxes, fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. You love sports, you love high def, you love all your favorite streaming platforms in one place. You will love Xfinity.
Listen anywhere, anytime on the KNBR app. Now back to Tolbert and Kurps.
Tolbert, Kurps, how you guys doing, man?
Okay, dude.
On the Sports Leader.
Susan Slusser of the Chronicle joins us in about 10 minutes. Actually, 13 minutes at 4:50. The New York Times, who is they own The Athletic, but they put out an article The Athletic did, I guess. It was Jason Stark about a week ago, maybe about a week and a half ago. And they've done this every year once the Hall of Fame and Cooperstown ceremonies are coming around. So getting in this year, it's Adrian Beltre, Joe Mauer, Todd Helton, and Jim Leland. You good with all those?
Yep.
I'm good with all those.
Yep.
I always felt like Todd Helton was a Hall of Famer when I saw him play. Beltre, absolutely. Yep. Joe Mauer, gotta be.
Yep.
I mean, he was pretty good. Joe Mauer's the one, though, that if you get him in, that's where Posey, it's like, okay. The accolades, like the numbers over the longevity of years, maybe not quite the same, but Joe Mauer stopped catching later in his career.
Mm-hmm.
Buster, I want to say, hit for more power. I think Mauer won an MVP one year when he had 28 or 20-something. But he
might have won
not.
a batting title, too.
He might have won a few batting
titles.
Yeah, he was hitting like in the 370s at times, dude. He's one of those guys who never swung and missed.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable what Joe Mauer could do. Anyway, then the other one, Jim Leland.
Yeah, I like Leland. He did the reverse smoke.
Dude, he was
European grip. Try to hide it. Yeah. Get the cigarette like right in there. You're like, I wonder if he's smoking. Then he'd go, he's smoking.
Yeah.
Hiding he'd hide. Yeah, Timmy was drilling butts.
He'd be sitting there with his feet on his desk in his manager's office. I always think about him just drilling butts while he's answering questions, hats on the table.
I want to know who the last guy to smoke in a dugout was during a game.
Kapler? No.
Yeah, Kapler.
My body's a sanctuary.
No, he'd have been eating a tomato.
It's a temple.
He ate an apple.
Multiple times.
An apple during the game.
Crushing apples during the game.
But smoking, I wonder. Remember they had Dick Allen on the cover of Sports Illustrated smoking a cigarette. That's amazing.
Famous cover.
Amazing. But yeah, they had to do a 30 for 30 on that. Who was the last guy to smoke in a dugout during a game? I know Leland did, but I'm not sure if he was the last.
So the Hall of Fame landscape, I mean, even for those guys, right, it's changed a bit. Beltre is still kind of the old class. He's 3,000 hits. Manager's different. Joe Mauer, I think, is even of the new age. Would you agree?
Yep.
When it comes to numbers?
Yep.
It's really tough when you think about, especially pitching, and this is the one that's going to really, really change. But the entire new age of baseball, especially the guys who have been a part of the evolution of it, like we talked a lot about Bryce Harper earlier. He's going to have to probably have some work to do. But as of right now, the New York Times has only 4 active players.
Let me guess.
As bona fide Hall of Famers.
Trout for sure.
Trout's
automatic.
3 of them were on this list last year, and one of them was added this year.
I'm looking at teams here. Verlander?
Now, there's an injured list, too, and I'll give you the injured list after that are guaranteed in. There's my apologies. There's a total of 5 guys.
5 guys?
Yeah. Trout, Verlander, you're right.
This one I don't know about, but I'm gonna throw him on there. No, he's not on there, but I'll say him anyway. Scherzer?
Scherzer is. Yeah, Scherzer's on that list, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I didn't know how many
Verlander.
wins he had. I didn't know how many wins. I know he's dominant, but I wasn't sure. Cabrera's not playing anymore.
No,
so
he's
he
already retired.
And he's automatic.
He's one of the best right-handed hitters ever.
He's a given. So I'm just going through the team. Oh, Kershaw's got to be there. Are we looking at hitter?
It's one more. Well, here it is. It's Freddie Freeman, and he's the one they added this year. And they're saying absolutely he's in. And then they're saying a guy, and I don't think he's on a team right now still. Joey Votto is the other one.
Oh,
but
yeah.
he's not
I wouldn't have
retired.
thought of him.
That's why so there's actually 6, but I left him off because he's listed as an active player because he hasn't officially retired. But he's a Hall of Famer, too. So here's how they break it down. They give you the guys who are in right now. Then they say in the red zone, across the 50, moving the chains, get back to me in 5 years, let's talk next year, and so on and so forth, right? So
Bryce Harper's got to be in the red zone, doesn't he?
In the red zone, Mookie Betts.
Yeah, Mookie.
Paul Goldschmidt.
Okay.
Bryce Harper, Nolan Arenado, and Manny Machado.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Yep.
Across the 50.
A lot can happen still.
And a lot's
could be
changed.
the 49.
Lots changed for me on this guy, Aaron Judge. Like, he now in the last, 3 years has put himself at Hall of Fame status if he continues to do what he's done.
Yeah, the question for me for the Hall of Fame is always, were you one of the best players in the game for 7 years?
Yeah, that's an era, basically.
Yeah, 7, 8 years, something like that. And he's closing in on that.
For your prime, yeah.
Yep.
And now you got to put up the numbers, too. In baseball, you've always had to put up the numbers. Basketball might not be the same.
Yeah.
Football sort of, too. Aaron Judge, Shohei's on the across the 50.
Okay.
If you're in the NBA.
Is Soto across the 50 yet?
And Altuve is across the 50.
Oh, yeah, Altuve. Yeah.
Soto's very young.
He is young,
He's just
but
played on
man,
3
goodness, the
teams, and he's
numbers he's put up are ridiculous.
But relative to Hall of Fame numbers, they're early in his career.
He's on the track.
He's on the track.
Yes.
Moving the chains, Garrett Cole, Juan Soto, Jose Ramirez, Lindor. I don't know about this one. Carlos Correa? I'm out on that one.
Are you out on that one?
I don't think his numbers have been gaudy enough for me to think Hall of Fame.
I don't know. I haven't really paid much attention. I know he's really good, obviously. I never thought about him as a Hall of Famer yet. The other ones, yes, I had thought about. If I'm thinking about it, but I don't know. I haven't really dug into his numbers, but he's been pretty damn good. He was really good with the Astros. So
and had a lot of postseason success.
Yeah, exactly.
And he came up very young, number 1 overall pick. I mean, he's very good. There's a lot of great shortstops all the time. Is he? I'd love to see his numbers against Nomar.
Yeah.
But Nomar wasn't starting every All-Star game because he was playing against A-Rod. He was in the same league as Jeter and A-Rod. A year Miguel Tejada won the MVP.
Yep.
Omar Vizquel was there at one point. Hell, Ripken moved to 3rd.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Because there's too much going on there at short in the American League back then. The get back to me in 5 years guys are much younger. It's a bigger group.
Yep.
But the most intriguing one is Ronald Acuna.
Yeah.
Because he's the obvious
healthy.
absolute skill set guy. But he's had freak injuries, too.
Yep.
Like injuries that
2
baseball players
ACLs.
don't have.
Yeah, he's missing 2 years, and who knows when he'll get back next year. But he is the guy, as far as skills and as far as production when he's healthy. But can he stay healthy? And what's he going to be like again? It's amazing he came back as good as he was after the first ACL. He was nails, and then unfortunately does it again. So we'll see. But yes, I would say he's the one guy you look at and go, yeah, if he puts together a career, he's a Hall of Famer.
They go special categories for closers.
Okay.
And I'm down with that because closers are kind of a different, and he notes here even all these guys could be in and sending thank you cards to Billy Wagner if he gets in next January. Wagner's a guy who I always thought he was legit.
Yep.
And he was 5'9".
Yeah.
Like that, throwing 198, 99.
Yep.
He threw flames from the left side. Craig Kimbrell to me is absolutely in.
Yeah. He's no good anymore, but.
No.
But yes.
These career numbers are wild. Same with Kenley Jansen. They're pretty comparable.
Yes,
Those two
Kenley
guys in the
Jansen,
numbers.
yep.
I don't think these next two, Chapman and Hader.
No. I'm out on that.
He's better closer than that.
Yeah. What about Duvall?
Is he closing this year? The rest of the year? You know
don't
who we
know.
can talk about that with? Susan Slusser.
Yep.
Susan Slusser, the Chronicle, covers the Giants. We can get into what the Giants do in the second half with her Camilo Duvall status. She was on with somebody earlier this week on KNBR. I can't remember what show she was on with, but she was talking about Camilo Duvall, and she said, I don't want to call him a diva, but, when you need the lights on and you got to have the right save situation, walk like a diva, talk like a diva.
Yep.
Susan Slusser, not
Sounds
a diva.
like T.O.
She joins us next on The Sports Leader. Logan Webb's All-Star debut was a bit rocky, surrendering 3 runs in a 5-3 AL victory. Why do Giants pitchers seem to always struggle in the mid-season classic? It's called the Midsummer Classic, Tim. You wrote that wrong. Tell us on our socials all day at KNBR, Twitch, YouTube, and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, I know this is a bummer for some people, but they need your help. What happens if they've got unfiled tax returns?
We have the solutions to fix this problem. And it's amazing how many people have this situation, all walks of life. The number one reason people don't file returns is simply they don't have the money to pay. If that's you, no problem. We want to go to the IRS for you, make a sweet deal. What if you say, but you don't have your records? No problem. We'll go to the IRS and get all the records they have on you. What if you say, Steve, I have all my records, but they're in a trash bag in the corner of my garage, and bookkeeping is really not my thing? No problem. We have a whole department in our firm just to do bookkeeping. The bottom line is there is no good excuse for this. We want to take care of you. We have a free consultation. We'll explain all your rights, all your options, and how we can just do everything for you. We don't want you to have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. The only thing we want to do is take this tax problem off of your back so you can move forward and never have this problem bother you again. The only thing you have to do is pick up your telephone and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
Pick up the call, give Steve a call, 1-88-TAX-SEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. Always fun when we can catch up with one of our favorite people, Susan Slesser. She joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. She covers the Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle. But before Susan joins us, I should tell you that Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help you with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Equal housing lender. Susan, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing well. How's the All-Star break treating you?
Pretty good. It's been busy. You know, we keep writing right on through, you know, your kind of typical what happened in the first half, what's going to happen in the second half kind of stuff. So,
what did you predict?
Really fun story.
What's your crystal ball say?
TBD, I guess. It's almost like I feel like we should give them an incomplete for the first half, you know, with all the injuries, but, you know, subpar. So, room to improve. Yeah. A nice teacher would say.
You're doing like the new wave report cards. We don't want to crush their confidence with a letter grade.
It's not letters. It's more comments. Is what
it could stand improvement. Let's be easy on them.
Send out some demerits is what I want.
That's ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I came up with. Just I was kind of thinking about this, like things that I'm going to be looking for that I think are important for the Giants in the second half. And if you think they're important, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. But if you could rank them too. Pitching staff coming back. I mean, how's Cobb going to be? How's Ray going to be? Can they get a consistent, not effort, but production out of right field, whether it be Yaz, Matos, both of them? And then the closer role. Like, is it going to be Duvall? Is it going to be Walker? How do they kind of sort that whole thing out? Because that's become a little bit of an issue. But those were like three things that I looked at: health of pitching, closing, and then consistency out of right field.
I mean, I'd even go further with the closer thing. Do they move Duvall? Like, if he's a piece that might be needed in a trade deadline deal, would you move him? And then you've got Walker, you've got the Rogers brothers, you got plenty of people with some experience, and you know you're going to have a pretty full bullpen since Jordan Hicks probably within the next week and a half or so is likely to move into the bullpen. I think that's a valid question too. But yes, Cobb and Ray coming back is big, but you can't expect that they're going to be full bore, you know, Ray Cy Young self, Alex Cobb all-star self. They're probably going to be finding their way a little bit early. Their pitch counts will be a little bit limited. They both bring a lot of veteran savvy. They're both very smart guys. They know what they're doing. That's all great. But these aren't guys who are going to be pitching 6-7 innings initially. I can't imagine, you know, you know, barring something crazy. They both had pretty extensive rehab things. But, you know, it's going to take a while, especially for Ray with the full Tommy John and the flexor tendon repair. You know, there are even things like, you know, just the feel for the baseball can be a little bit different when you're coming back from Tommy John. So it might take him a little to find his stride. But these are both guys who I think will be fine. And you just hope that nobody has a setback and everything continues on. And if that's the case, they wind up with one of the better rotations theoretically in the game, and one that would really match up well in, say, a postseason series.
No doubt about it. So we heard what you said about Duvall, and we were kind of tossing that around a couple of days ago, and the lights, and the didn't want to pitch when it wasn't a safe situation, all that kind of stuff. And I was curious because we were talking about it, and I was like, what I'd really want to know is how his teammates feel about him. Like, Is he that guy that everybody says, look, it's been a tough year for him? And I always try to keep in mind with athletes, they are people. It is a job. You never know what's going on outside of the playing surface. You just never know what kind of issues someone's having. So I don't know. To the team, from what you're able to gather, is a team like, hey, this guy's a solid dude. He's struggling right now. There's probably some things he wishes he could take back, but we're behind him. Or is it, kind of roll your eyes type stuff? Like, yeah, this guy is one of those guys that, I'm not sure about. Like, I don't. Do you have any feel for that one way or the other?
I mean, just from what we see and just talking to a few guys here and there, I think this is a very kind, nice clubhouse.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And I mean, which always kind of reminds me of that Bill King, give me a bunch of, I'm going to go with jerks
yeah, exactly.
that can play. Yeah. But it really is. And, they've always loved Duvall's talent. He's come up through the system. He knows a lot of these guys really well. They know him well. I didn't like the lights thing because it does kind of set somebody apart when the bullpen's a unit, even when somebody's a closer. And it's not that kind of game. Baseball is not, it's not, it is an individual sport when you look at the individual moments of play. Yes, but you're still a team and the bullpen's a unit. And they're all asked to do so much, particularly this year. That Giants bullpen has been asked to do so much. Guys are pitching in weird roles. They're throwing tons of innings. You need a closer who's going to be on board with usage that might not just be a save situation. Yeah. I think that surprised some people. It was a little bit of a misstep, but I don't think anybody's going to hold that against him. The talent's just amazing, and he is a nice guy. I think he probably just didn't really understand. This is what's asked for you right now. You can't just be in there just for the save situations. Among other things, if you're just waiting for save situations in a bad stretch, you are not going to get enough work, and everybody else is getting overworked anyway. So that did surprise me. But more the interesting thing is, I reported a month or so ago that the Giants had talks with him last year about a long-term extension, and that didn't work out, which means he wasn't interested in the extension, or it wasn't enough. Anyway, they made the offer. So that's kind of, ultimately him not taking whatever their offer is, which is fine. That's great. But if you're the Giants, you might be thinking like, well, he doesn't have long-term plans to stay here. Maybe we can't get a long-term deal done. He's going to start to be expensive in arbitration. Maybe this is the time to move him. And there would be a lot of interest in him, even if he's down. It's just been a very brief dip. He's a tremendous closer.
Quick thing, I before we move on to other things, but did you notice at all, and it jumped out to me, and I have to go back and rewatch it to make sure I didn't see something, that's something different that happened that I saw. At the end of the Twins game when they take him out, and Melvin takes him out in the ninth inning and brings in Walker, Melvin walks out there and he got the ball out of Duvall's glove. Like, he didn't hand him the ball.
Yeah.
He left it in his glove and he had to reach into the glove. And I go, that's odd. That's kind of it's showing disdain, doing it quietly, but doing it nonetheless. I'm wondering if that, if anybody else kind of noticed, or that maybe it didn't mean as much as I thought it meant, but it just seemed odd to me to have your manager reach into your glove and take out the ball.
That's not the etiquette, for sure. It's not the etiquette. I'm sure it was noticed. I didn't hear about it. I didn't notice it, but okay. I'm sure it was noticed. He obviously has a little bit of a hissy fit on the bench and throws some things after a bad outing and a role that's not usually his. That stuff gets noticed. Again, I don't think anybody's holding this against him.
Okay.
He is a good dude, but I think he's a guy. If you were going to potentially have to move somebody who's a big league piece right now in any sort of bigger deal, and who knows, maybe they do nothing again.
Yeah.
But he would be a piece who's valuable and who you could fill in for with other guys. Ryan Walker, I think, would be good in that role. We know the Rogers guys can do it. Randy Rodriguez eventually, I think, will be a very good closer. They've got some options, and they've got some experience back there.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line, covers the Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle. So when we talked to Farhan last Thursday, we asked him about the buying and selling options post All-Star break, and he said really it's going to depend on how we play in the next couple of weeks, and he said whether that makes us buyers or sellers. I didn't really see that there was a place for them to sell from the roster. I guess you could stand pat and just play it out and then stick with some of your young guys and the guys you sign long-term into next year. But when we talk sellers, would it be maybe something like that? Even if they weren't in it, maybe moving somebody like that?
Potentially. I don't know why they would sell. They don't have any crazy contracts that they could really move right now.
Yeah.
There's no real need to, maybe a Conforto or something. I don't really know why you would.
It's a free agent at the end of the year. I don't know what it gets.
Yeah. I mean, he's the only one. He's a nice piece. He's played pretty well here. He gives you something. I heard some of that stuff too. They've been sending sort of mixed messages with some of the things that they've been doing. Obviously, the Slater trade, some of the other moves they've made. But when you've got guys coming back and you have this kind of rotation and you spend that kind of money this last off season, committing more than $300 million in payroll to the future, and including this year, of course, I don't see where you wind up selling at midseason when you are still in not a bad spot when it comes to the wild card race, and you've got those pitchers coming back. I just don't see why you would do that.
What are your thoughts, Flores, right now? I don't know if you see something we don't, or I don't. I don't know. It looks the same to me. The numbers obviously aren't the same, but is there something there that inside the numbers that he's not the same guy this year?
I've talked to Wilmer a few times, and he's not somebody that's going to give anything away if there's, say, an injury, if there's something bothering him. It's tough. Last year he got off to a little bit of a slow start, and I remember talking to him about, maybe a month in, and sort of the same thing, didn't give me very much. But he turned things around, and this year, after about the first month, I was like, oh, it's just another slow start. He'll be fine. But here we are, at the All-Star break, and he's not quite right. I don't know what it is. He's such a huge team leader, so important for things they've done in the past and still important in the clubhouse. They need to find a way to get him right. If there is some sort of injury, he probably needs an IL stint. If it's not that, if it's performance, I don't really know what you do. I can't see them say just moving on from Wilmer Flores. He is very valuable off the bench, and even when he's not playing well. But he has not been helping them, to the extent he usually does, and that is a surprise to me. Yeah. It's really surprising it's still happening.
Do we have any idea what the rotation looks like starting Friday? Are we getting five? Are we getting 5 starters in a row?
I think they're probably going to have to, yeah.
Is everybody okay with that?
Mind's blown. I suspect Robbie Ray is the only thing I could probably say with pretty good certainty is Robbie Ray is probably at the end of that rotation, so maybe the Tuesday in L.A. They were going to kind of gauge things with Webb and how much he pitched. Obviously, he did pitch. I would think they'd want to give him a little extra time. I hope so. He's a guy who throws an awful lot of innings. So theoretically, most of the time, you'd have him going first game out of the break. Why not leave him for that LA series? I think that would be kind of fun. You want Snell in that series, maybe too. So they've got they definitely have some interesting options there. And coming out there in Colorado, there'll be some matchup stuff. So, I'm saying with almost near certainty, Robbie Ray towards the end of the rotation.
What do you think?
And then mix and match.
What do you think they might be looking for position-wise come trade deadline, which is sneaking up on us now, about 2 weeks away?
I've been banging the drum pretty hard for Bo Bichette. Shortstop seems like the kind of, if you're going to add somebody, that seems like the place where you could, if you want to add some offense. And I love Brett Wisely. He's done a great job. This is absolutely not any sort of indication that Brett Wisely isn't doing a good job. He really is. But that is the one spot where you could then have Wisely, a left-handed bat moving around, playing other positions. He's very good as a utility guy, and have a guy who's a 2-time All-Star, but also he's probably getting him a little bit with the team filling low, and he's not a free agent until after next season. He's just, to me, seems like a good piece that maybe wouldn't cost quite as much, but I don't know. He's a big star in Toronto, so maybe not. I don't know where else he would go. If Lamont Wade had continued to have some injury problems, maybe you'd look at first base. But I think, from position player standpoint, they need more offense, but I'm not quite sure where you would put it besides shortstop.
I'm surprised you didn't sneak over to England during the All-Star break.
Are you there now?
Oh, I did that last month.
Oh, okay. Of
That's
course
right. You went
did.
to a show, didn't you? A couple of shows.
Do you have dual citizenship?
Oh, I wish. I can only stay there 6 months a year.
So she's got to come back in
Only
between.
6 months a year?
Good thing for baseball season.
If they're
Perfect.
paying attention. Yeah.
If they're paying attention.
Yeah, no, I went to see Taylor Swift in Liverpool last month. So
You
yeah,
did?
I'm set for a while. Yeah, that was phenomenal.
Wow, look at you. I mean,
I got COVID as a result, but it was totally worth it.
What's COVID?
Just like
It's the
Grandpa Joe,
flu.
he's got it
no
too.
No biggie. We got people around here that make it up. So what do you got?
Maybe catch an international flight. Yeah, that'll happen.
What are you talking about? Have you been to a soccer game over there?
Oh, I have many times. In fact, I saw Taylor Swift at Anfield because I'm a Liverpool fan. I've seen Liverpool at Anfield 3 or 4 times, and numerous others around in London. So yeah.
I know who to call when I'm going to England to figure out the good places to go. Susan's at the very top of the list. You probably have bartenders that know you by name, don't you?
Maybe not bartenders, but I know an awful lot of people at music venues who do, and people in crowds, because it's, I'm mostly going for the music scene.
People in crowds know me. I like that. Yeah, people in crowds wherever I go.
The rock photographers and stuff. I'm always up front, so.
That's awesome. Yeah. Who have you seen there?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I'll go with the big people that you've heard of. Besides Taylor Swift, I've seen Madonna there.
Okay.
I saw Madonna's tour there last year. That was phenomenal.
Okay.
But it's mostly smaller British bands.
Try Me. I know a lot of smallish British bands.
Do you? Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'll go for more of the rock bands. But I've seen Kasabian. I've seen the Fratellis. I've seen Kaiser Chiefs. What's that?
I know the Kaiser Chiefs. That one definitely brings. I know them.
Oh my gosh, Ricky Wilson was so drunk when I saw him 2 years ago at the O2. I've never seen anyone drunker in my life, just on the street, and he couldn't remember the lyrics. It was astonishing.
Boy,
headlining the O2.
That's not a great look.
That was entertaining.
You can't remember your own lyrics.
That was the early show.
That's rough.
Entertaining, wildly entertaining. I thought he was going to fall off the stage. That was the only thing that was worrisome. But yeah.
Susan, have you heard of Shaggy, the artist?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. What do you know Shaggy for? The song. Like what when you think only because this came up yesterday. Tom has never heard of Shaggy or the song Wasn't Me. We had to put out feelers. Ray Ratto came in and dunked on him. That's when I knew it was bad.
Wow.
Ratto said, "Dude, it's on a commercial."
Well, that's all you need to know right there.
Yeah. Well, I'm ashamed.
Well,
I'm ashamed.
You're Steve Young and Brent Jones didn't know, so you're good.
No, Steve Young did know. Brent Jones didn't know. So I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe I took a nap that year. I'm not sure what happened, but I don't know. I had no idea. The only Shaggy that I know is a Shaggy that everyone knows, and he's the only Shaggy as far as I'm concerned, is that Scooby-Doo Shaggy. That's the only one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Zoinks. Everybody knows Zoinks.
It came out 2000. I don't know what year you guys filmed Like Mike, but it came out 2000. Maybe you were filming. You were in Hollywood probably.
Yeah,
Tom was in Hollywood doing the slam ball and filming Like Mike. That's probably the issue.
Thank you. I appreciate
Must
that.
have missed it. Susan,
I'm guessing Murph in the Morning. I'm guessing has played a lot of Shaggy, and they're an awful lot of reggae in the morning. Some days.
Yeah, I would bet he played it like for his little league team.
I bet you he knows.
It's probably on
Shaggy.
like a mix. Yeah.
Yeah, Murph seems like
he seems like a Shaggy
I know
guy.
Shaggy type
Top
guy.
40 guy. Yeah.
Apparently everybody's an I know Shaggy type guy except for me, Susan. That's it. So
It's
what are you
number one
gonna do?
hit of like 2019.
Yeah, I didn't know. I'm sorry. What can I
Charted
do?
for weeks,
Well, sorry. I don't look at the charts.
Susan, have a great rest of the
Susan's
week.
like, we're done here.
Yeah, we're
Let
done
me
here. We will talk to you, I don't know, sometime soon. Susan, have a great rest of your week.
That's the plan. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, good deal. Susan Slusser covers the Giants.
The Shaggy
for
portion
the San
of the
Francisco
interview.
Chronicle. When we were going music, I was like, when she's asking
We didn't even
Kasabian.
ask Franny or Spears. I'm guessing that would have been a yes and a yes.
Oh, come on, dude. They would have known. Franny
Yeah,
would
they
have
would've
known for sure.
They would have known.
Even Kerry, who doesn't know anything about anything.
Wow, that's a high praise.
Kerry doesn't know anything
high
about
praise
nothing.
for a guy that's on from 6 to 9. Didn't know anything about anything, but listen to him.
Strong words from a strong man. Kerry even knew. I asked him yesterday down the line. I go, hey, have you ever heard of Shaggy? He goes, what, the artist? And then he named like 2 other songs that weren't even wasn't me. Well, Angel, that's one of them, and he might have said Bombastic too, but even Kerry knew. That's when I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
He doesn't know any pop culture.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Well, he doesn't know movies or TV. He's not bad with music, actually, Kerry.
Okay, yeah, he's terrible with movies and TV. Nothing. He probably wouldn't even know what Breaking Bad is.
He honestly, he would know, but he wouldn't have seen an episode. Not
one.
Not a wink.
Would know Walter White. Would know Better Call Saul. Would know Saul Goodman.
We still have a soup du jour coming up at 5:30. Is Kerry on tonight? Is it Kerry at 5:59? By the way, Tom out tomorrow. Kerry's in with me tomorrow.
Ooh.
No Bone Tomahawk talk tomorrow.
You guys can talk Shaggy. No Bone. He definitely hasn't seen Bone Tomahawk.
So,
I should get him. You know what? I should get him to watch that and try to. I'll tell him it's really. Yeah. Like Kerry goes to the movies, but I won't tell him about what happens at the end.
He won't sit and watch that.
You don't think so?
No, he won't do that. Tolbert and Copes with you when
Is
we come
he
on
Amish?
back. No, he's not Amish. When we come back, hey, the Athletic is classified.
Sounds like he's Amish.
It's classified which teams they think will be buyers, sellers, or trending towards either. They've classified the Giants. Fortunately, they're with other teams right near them: Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and the Mets. We'll tell you about it next on the Sports Leader. The Athletics' David Lombardi joined Murph and Marcus to discuss Brandon Aiyuk's trade requests and the potential impact on the 49ers. You can find that podcast and more, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Just caught up with Susan Slusser of the Chronicle. You can hear it over on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We also talked to Mark Spears, who, by the way, was adamant today that the Warriors make this trade for Lauri Markkanen. And he's like, what else are you going to do? He said, if you decide to put Podziemski and Kuminga are not potential all-star players, or are not going to be all-star players in the next year or two, it's a trade you have to make. I don't know that I agree with that line in the sand per se, because there's a bunch of if you believe this, then you got to do that. You can do that about anything.
Well,
but
of course, if you tell me what Kuminga and Podziemski will be in 3 years,
you're like, they're going to be all-stars, both of them. Well, then I'm not going to trade them.
That makes it really easy to do or not do the trade. That's part of it. We don't know. We don't even know what Markkanen. Like, we know what he is, but can he be a number one when Steph is retired? Or, like as Mark was saying, well, this is a guy that could be there for 10 years. He could. But what is he? Is he a 3? Is he even a 2? I don't think he's a 1, but who knows?
They need him to be a 3 and be a scorer and grab boards. The Warriors do.
Yeah, I think a Markkanen where you're third best player, I think you're in really, really, really good shape. Second best player, probably not bad, depending on which you have around him. If he's your best player, then I'm not sure where you are.
Then you're the Jazz.
Yeah, you're the Jazz. Exactly. Which is what I was saying. Be careful with saying, well, those are amazing stats for someone on a team that wins like 30 games.
31 and 51 this year, 12th. 10 teams make the play, and they were 12.
Yeah. So, again, I think it's intriguing. I'd love to have him on the team. I think it'd be great, but I'm not doing it out of desperation. I'm not saying, and you're almost by definition doing it out of desperation. If the other guy, Danny Ainge in this case, is saying, yeah, we really want to keep him, but hey, if you're going to make us a ridiculous offer, yeah, we could do it. We could do something like that. So, I mean, Danny Ainge ain't taking, he's not even taking 90 cents on the dollar. He wants $1.30 to the dollar. Like, he wants getting paid and interest.
Haggle him.
You're not the one that's getting the deal on this one. He's the one that's getting the deal. So how desperately do you want to make sure Steph Curry has a chance the last 2-3 years that he's viable? And maybe he's more viable more than that. Maybe it's 4 years. I don't know. But it's winding down.
You bring up a good point, too, and your counter to Mark was, well, what about the notion of a good player on a bad team? Somebody's got to get the points and score the points. I mean, I used to always think Alex Rodriguez would be the most likely guy to break the home run record after Barry, because if he had, well, this was early on, too. This is before Barry had done it, but I thought if somebody's going to pass Hank Aaron, Alex Rodriguez had a great chance when he signed that deal in Texas. So I was like, dude, they're losing like 7-2 in the 8th every game. They're throwing to him. Like, teams weren't even pitching to Barry in all of 2004, right? Like, A-Rod never had that happen. Then he went to the Yankees, and it's different because there was more talent around him. Still hit .696 and missed. Did he get suspended for like 140 games at one point?
Yeah.
That's probably passing Ruth.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, you're probably looking at least number 3 for A-Rod. But in terms of a guy like, he was a Hall of Fame talent anyway, so that's a little bit different. I'm trying to think of another player who looks great on a bad team. Like, a guy like Bradley Beal was somebody that I kind of thought of that way.
Yep.
He was the star on Washington. And it's tough because he was hurt a lot of this year, and Suns were just a disaster.
Yep.
But I'm trying to think of another example of that, where a guy shows out in a bad, like Antoine Jameson, great player for the Warriors when he was here.
Mm-hmm.
Was he an all-star? Borderline a little
bit.
But he was on such a bad team. And then he went elsewhere. He's a great role player for them.
Yep.
For other teams.
Well, I mean, you start looking at teams in the league. I mean, look at all the bad teams. I mean, I don't have them right off the top of my head, but, like, who are the bad teams and look at their best player. Like, how good is that player? And can they, now, I'm not saying they can't be good. I'm just saying it's dangerous to look and say, wow, this guy, look what he's doing on this team, because bad teams don't score 60 points. They score 100 also. And somebody has to get those points and rebounds. So, and they're easier. Trust me, they're easier to come by when you're on bad teams. The pressure isn't there to win, to play well every night, because you're not worried about it. You're just going out there and just like, hey, this is fun, just playing, having a good time, not really worried about the wins and losses because you're not winning a lot of games anyway. So you just go out there and play. So you got to look real closely at what a guy does to impact winning. And I talk about that a lot, what a guy does to impact winning. Well, you don't know what that guy does to impact winning because they don't win a lot. They don't win enough. You don't know enough about how he impacts winning. So, I mean, it wasn't like the Bulls were great when Markkanen was with the Bulls. So, I don't know. Again, I think he's a really good player. Obviously, I like him. I went to Arizona. I'm a fan. But I don't know. It's not like I'm not as strident as Mark saying you got to get him. Got to get him. You know, you got to give Steph. You owe it to yourself as an organization. Give yourself a chance to win while this guy's still really good. That's what they're doing with the Lakers. How's that worked out for them? They got one ring, but then again, so did the Warriors in 2022.
Another one right after, yeah.
Exactly, they got their fourth. So, I mean, if you're the Lakers in a year or two, like again, do you want to be the Lakers? Do you want to give yourself a decent shot at being a decent shot at giving yourself an outside shot, and then after that, kind of say, I don't know where we're going to be at. Well, you can recoup all your assets with no, you can't because you don't have a draft. You're not drafting hardly anybody. And you're not in a great position to draft anybody really good because you're good enough to where you're going to stay out of the lottery, but you're not bad enough to where you can get, if you're in the lottery, you can get into a top 5 position.
It's the worst no man's land to be in.
Yeah, it's terrible.
In the NBA.
It's awful.
Well, this year it wouldn't have mattered if you were number 2 pick. You were tough.
Yeah, this year's a bad year to have a high draft picks.
This past
Next year is supposed to be really good. Like, there's going to be some tanking going on.
Is Cooper Flagg this year?
Cooper Flagg. And by the way, I think I mentioned this a week ago.
You said the reports on him.
I asked Steve about him. I go, how is this guy? He goes, really good. He's the real deal. They said he is the
How tall is he?
real
Is he like
deal.
6'10"?
Like 6'8", 6'9".
Okay.
Small forward. He said he's really bouncy.
69.
Thank you. He said he's really bouncy, really fluid athlete. Gets the game.
Sneaky athleticism.
Yep, can shoot. Yeah, sneaky because he's white. You can't be an athlete when you're white. You got to be sneaky about it. So this is like the year apparently. Like you want to be in the top. You definitely want to be. If you win the lottery this year, you're golden. Like you have what I got out of that is you're gonna have a dude. You got a dude if you're drafting number 1 this year. So I mean that's not going to be the Warriors. But it is a better draft, and I think they do have a draft pick this year. So, I mean, how valuable are those? Do you want to start trading those away? Like, I don't know. I mean, if they hadn't won, or maybe if they have one, then I'd say, you know what, go ahead and sell it. Just sell out. Try to get another one while Steph's here. They got 4. They have 4 of them. They got a lot. It doesn't mean you're settling, but it does mean there is going to be life after Steph at one point. And you'd like to have this thing continue on instead of just die on the vine. Like Steph leaves, you leave. You also have to think about, does Steph want to be here if the team's not playing well? I mean, how many years did Kobe play with the Lakers when the Lakers weren't great? They didn't really have a great chance of winning a championship.
I mean, what was that, like 04 to...
Maybe like 4 years?
Like 4 or 5 years, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could go back and look at Kobe's last 4 years.
Not counting the end of it. I mean, the in-between years, you mean after Shaq left?
No, after the Gasol years, after they won.
The Gasol years.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, okay, because they didn't have they weren't in great position to win at that point. Like, at what point he stuck and he stuck it out. I mean, he wanted to be a Laker for life. Like, I guess the question is, how important is that to Steph? Like, we all know Steph wants to win. That's a given. How important is being a Warrior for your entire career to him? Is it important enough to stick out a couple, lean years and just say, you know what? I could ask for a trade. I could go somewhere else. But I want to be a Warrior my whole career. Or do you want to be that guy that kind of is, the fifth guy on a team or the fourth guy on a team where you're not great. You're so good. Maybe the third or fourth guy, you're like, but it's not your team, right? You go to a team to win a championship. Can you ever see Steph joining the Nuggets?
No.
I mean,
it wouldn't mean what this means to.
I mean, it'd be so weird to see him be the third best player on a team and really not his team. So I don't know those things, though. I don't know what's important to him. I think it's important to him to be here, but he's already said, I want to win. He's said that. He verbalized that. I want to win. That's the most important thing. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. My guess is he stays here, whether they're going to be competing for championships or not, as long as they try to put themselves in a position to do that or make the effort to do that. Again, it's hard. It is hard to stay at that level for that length of time. It's amazing they did what they did. If they can do it again and get another iteration of the Warriors and put them back in that position, that would be amazing. But it is not easy. That's why it's not done all the time. That's why teams that go up usually come down before they go back up again, because it's really damn hard to do.
By the way, Kobe played for 6 more years, but he was 31 at the age of their last title.
Okay.
So he was 31, and then the next year was the year when remember Bynum threw J.J. Barea on the ground.
Yes.
Went up for that was the Mavericks. I think that was the year the Mavericks won. Went and won it. Anyway, they were eliminated the conference semis, and then 3 years later, Kobe tore his ACL or tore his Achilles, and then 6 games that year, 35 the next, 66, and that was it.
So you said he was 31 when he won.
31 at the last title.
Well, what was Steph when he won his last title? 33?
Something like that.
32, I guess.
2 years ago?
32, yeah. So, we'll see. We'll see if he feels like, 4 is enough. My legacy's here. I'm a Warrior. I don't want to wear it.
Be a Warriors.
Yeah, thank you. It'd
be great if you quote him.
I tried to refrain.
I'm a Warriors. I'm always going to be a Warriors.
Do you want that? Do you want to have 2 jerseys that you've worn in your career? You go to your basketball reference page. It's going to have those 2 jerseys.
Oh, dude, it's got your little pinstripe Hornets up there, dude.
Yes, it
Tom's
does.
Hornets, man.
Yes, it does.
Tom's Magicians with the stripes.
Yep. So do you want that? I don't know. I mean, only he can answer that.
Clay did. Clay wanted the Mav stripes.
Yeah, he did.
Like the Mav pinstripes.
He absolutely did.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. Kerry Crowley coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. He's going to be with me tomorrow. Tom out tomorrow. Kerry in with me 2 to 6. When we come on back, big old pot of soup du jour. That's only here on the Sports Leader.
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just 15 bones a month, add new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead. You want to stream some shows? You're going to binge watch stuff? You're going to maybe binge watch your shows and do your you got movies, you got shows. You get it all in one place. And you can save money all at the same time. That's nice. For more watching and less spending, yeah, you got it. X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply, and an offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, equipment, taxes, fees, extra after promo, regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. You love sports, you love high def, you love all your favorite streaming platforms in one place. You will love Xfinity.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, I got a little pot of soup for you before we get Kerry Crowley in here and find out what he's got going on tonight up until 9 o'clock. It's an interesting one. I found this quite amusing. And we got doubled up on Florida stories today, by the way. And this one takes place on the water. Cops rolled up to a boat on the water. I guess there were some code violations going on with the boat. I'm not sure exactly what kind of code violations you have on the boat, but be that as it may, they pulled up to the boat.
You gotta have the right buoys and what. I used to have a boater's license. You gotta have the right lights on it. And all
you
that
did?
stuff. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You gotta do it if you're gonna be on the high seas.
Oh, did not know that.
Or the lakes.
Did not know you had a boater's license.
Well, it's probably expired now. But I probably gotta pay the California Boaters Association another like $45 or something.
That and PBR.
That and PBR.
So the cops pulled up to him, and him and his girlfriend didn't have any ID on him. So that was a little suspicious.
A little suspect.
Yeah, a little suspect. So he kept getting agitated. Always something. Always something. Is that my boat?
Is that my?
Is that my boat? Oh, I love.
They got pulled over.
I love the mom too. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh my gosh, they get pulled over.
Laying on the couch.
I don't know if you'd have to get pulled over. You just get the cops pulling up next to you, and they wanted to get some ID. Apparently, he was getting agitated for no apparent reason, and the cops said, "Well, usually when you get agitated, we notice people have warrants out for their arrest. They just get more and more agitated.
No idea. I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not bad
so my man did have a warrant out.
I got warrants.
This is the best part. This is the best part.
Oh, no.
He said, I'm going to jump overboard and swim home. Like he was going to escape from him swimming in the water. So he did. They wanted to open up his phone. His girlfriend wanted to open up his phone, too. And they go, she goes, let him open up your phone. He goes, I'm not letting him open up my phone. So my man jumps into the water, swims to shore.
Damages the phone, by the way.
This is going to be shocking. They were waiting for him. It was hard to believe they were waiting for him on shore. He just jumps over like he's going to escape.
How far was the swim?
7-minute swim.
It wasn't that far out there.
No, it wasn't that. What didn't matter? You're still not going to escape via.
You're like a rowboat next to him.
You're not escaping via swimming. They have a boat. Like, where are you going?
Brought a swim to a boat fight.
Where you going, bro? And yeah, he got arrested, and that's when they found out. Yeah, warrant. So there you go.
By the way, tack another charge on there too, evading arrest.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a lot of choice out on the water unless you're just going to take your boat and just go straight out into the ocean and hopefully get escape.
Killed to see that interaction. He's serving to see. He's like, oh no, and he just just leaps off. What's he think's going to happen?
I don't know. What's the best way to rob a Walmart? Go to the restroom. And then stay there until it closes.
Well, now you got to escape a Walmart.
Yeah, well,
that's an escape room.
He didn't think of that part.
Got a whole other task.
That part was like, I don't know if he really thought it out. But what happened was he went to the restroom at 9:30, and then they have video surveillance of him coming out at 2:42. Which my first question was, how's that restroom at Walgreens? Are we keeping up
Walmart?
Walmart? Are we keeping up with the cleaning of that? Or are we just kind of letting that? Are we kind of letting that? Yeah, we kind of letting it go. Kind of letting it go. I don't know. Someone was probably responsible for that. Didn't get to it. So my man rolled out at 2:42. Show him leaving the bathroom, and then decided he was going to treat himself. Treat himself to how about some Tostitos spinach dip?
Dude, that's what we waited for.
Reese's and Ghirardelli's chocolate, Dr. Pepper, and a pack of Newport Smokes.
Stop. Wait, so how long he came out at what time?
9:40. He went in there at 9:40. Came out at 2:42. So 5 hours.
He was in there for like 5 hours.
5 hours. He's chilling in the restroom. Oh my God!
What the hell? And that's all he jacked?
Well, he didn't really jack anything because he got caught.
It's like $38 worth of stuff.
Yeah, like $38. Got the smokes, It said, taking the pack of cigarettes from behind the counter. In body camera footage, the security alarms could be heard going off as an officer. Officers helped the man unlock the door from the inside.
That's great.
He's like, yeah, you guys want to come in? You guys need
Just
something?
let me out.
Yeah, we're all good. Arrested for burglary.
You're going to start scarfing the food as they start to unlock the door.
Unoccupied structure.
Burning the cigarettes.
And unfortunately for him, got a little unruly toward the end, was spitting on him as they were putting him in the back of the car.
Oh, come on, you just ate the dip.
Another charge. That's
assault, brother.
But that's one way to get what he do. Now, if he had thought about it, what he should have done is eaten the food, got the smokes, whatever, went back in to the restroom
and waited till
I'm not sure what would set the alarm off. I don't think him moving around, maybe getting the smokes, maybe going up there and getting.
Oh yeah, because you had to break into something.
Yeah, maybe getting the smokes. But if you'd have just got the spinach dip,
rode a little
some
bicycle
chocolates,
around,
maybe some Dr. Pepper, yeah, could have got some other stuff. Went to the restroom, hung out in the restroom in the morning, and then when they opened, just like walk out. That might have worked. Now, you'd have to ask yourself this question: for $50 for the product, is it worth spending the night in the Walmart restroom? Probably not. Not for me, anyway.
I'd say this guy lives in a different universe than we do.
Probably.
I'd say this guy thinks about things differently.
Yeah. I mean, you could hide in the trash can. Somebody walks in, you just pop out. Kind of like that character on Sesame Street. What's his name?
Oscar the Grouch?
Yeah, Oscar. Just pop out of the trash can.
Yeah. So he's pissed.
Hello.
Is that can?
I thought this was going to be online poker, by the way. Not online. Like online poker, I still wouldn't have understood it. But this is like just a game. Have you heard of Arcade?
No.
Neither have I. It's a video game. They both play Arcade. It's a medieval times. It's a medieval fantasy role-playing game online. I don't know if anybody else that's listening has ever played this, but it's not doing great. They're shutting it down. Shutting it down December 27th.
It looks kind of like it's like a World of Warcraft type game. I'm looking at images of it. It's like, yeah, RPG game. Came out in 2013.
Okay. So Edward Kang, somebody that plays this game, and apparently he was upset with somebody else that was playing the game. I don't know if you cheated or what they did. I don't know if they was on his team or not. He lives in Jersey. The guy that he was upset with lives in Florida.
Okay.
He was so upset with this man. He got on a plane and flew down there to beat the crap out of him.
Like knocked on his door?
He lives in Florida. He's charged with Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I didn't read that part. This isn't quite as funny as I thought it was.
What's this Mario thing behind us? There's nothing to do with anything here.
Wait a minute.
He rolled down from Jersey to Florida.
Tim goes, everything's fine. It's not that big a deal. Why was he charged with second-degree murder?
He didn't mean to kill him.
It said Edward Kang, 20, charged with, attempted. Okay, thank goodness. I was like, wow, this went dark.
That's an important word.
Attempted second-degree murder, armed burglary with a mask. He flew from Newark, New Jersey to Jacksonville. After telling his mom he was going to go visit a friend that he had met playing online video games. That part seems true. Officials didn't say how Kang learned where the victim lived. Upon arrival, Kang took an Uber to a hotel in Ferdinand Karangadang? Ferdinand Karangadang.
The music's playing behind that, too. That's crazy.
What's that?
the Mario music is playing behind
Ferdinand Karangadang. So he went to the hotel, then he went and bought a hammer at the local hardware store. Then he went to victim's beach home, unlocked, 2 a.m. Victim was walking around his bedroom when he was confronted by Kang. Can you imagine? You have no idea who this dude is. My man hit him in the head with a hammer. Just walked up to him, hit him in the head with a hammer. The two struggled. The victim called for help. Stepdad responded, blah, blah, blah. Victim suffered several head wounds that were not considered life-threatening.
This all came from a fight on this video game?
Yes. And once in custody, Kang told the investigators that the victim is a bad person online.
Yeah, well.
Bad person online. Bad person online.
You're a bad person in life.
He also asked deputies how much jail time people get for breaking and entering an assault. Hey, guys, just get curious. Ballpark this for me. I came down here and I came into the house. I broke in and I hit him in the head with a hammer. What's the ballpark on that, you think? Like, what am I looking at in terms of jail time? I would say Mr. Kang's going to be, I would say Mr. Kang's going to be a long time before you're playing video games again. Online court records didn't list an attorney for Mr. Kang.
I did.
Maybe he decided to handle it himself.
He's like, I'll just, I'll represent myself.
I got this. I got this one. Let me handle this one. Oh, my gosh. What is the quotes from the police?
I believe the police chief said, "This is a weird one."
Oh, yeah, that was earlier on when they were asking about it.
That's good.
He said, I just want to let you know, this is a weird one. Ferdinand Karangadang. Bad person online. My man was so upset. Like, I want to know what he did during Arcade. Like, what could he have possibly done during the game that would cause you to pay your own money to get put in jail? That's in essence, that's what you did. You paid money and took time out of your life to go to jail. I love that. What are we looking at here, you think? Hammer, a couple hammer shots.
I don't stay mad that long. Like to buy the plane ticket.
Yeah, he was still mad when he was there. Like,
and you got to pack a bag. Like, this guy waited in security checkpoint. You know what I mean? Like, he sat there. Maybe his flight was delayed. He stopped to buy a hammer at a Cole Hardware. They didn't mention if he got anything to eat. I imagine he had to stop.
Didn't. Maybe stop by a Walmart.
He stepped in a Walmart and waited
got some
overnight.
spinach dip. Who knows? That is impressive, though, to be able to hold on to that anger that long. Because you're right. You would think at some point you'd go, what am I doing?
You get there, you'd be like,
what am I doing?
You're not that bad of a dude.
Going back home.
What I mean? I know you are.
This guy said no.
Best part is that game doesn't even exist anymore. Since the time they took it offline. As of June 27th this year. Just gone.
I wish I knew what he did. You threw the wrong spell. I told you. It was an ice spell, you idiot.
You put a freeze spell, not the ice spell.
You know that monster eats ice? Like, they get stronger? Like, what's wrong with you?
I don't know.
And he said, shut up, jackass. I'll do my own spells. And he goes, oh, jackass, huh? All right.
Then he hears it echo in his head. Jackass, jackass, jackass. And he gets on this plane, dude.
I'll see you tomorrow.
What airline do you think he flew?
Spirit.
Yeah, jumps on did you think he flew like a
Spirit for $39?
Did he buy any drinks on the plane? You know what I mean?
Spirit's the best. You're like, oh, $39. Cool. It's going to be a cheap flight. And then you're like, oh, yeah, first bag's $82. So it's $117.
He gets that random security
Emirates man, right?
No, he's not Emirates.
Or so we're doing the Minnesota trip, Minnesota Detroit trip. And we're like, we need to get a flight from Detroit to Minnesota. And one of my buddies is going. Sent me the flights. They go, hey, they got a flight here, $39. I go, sweet. And they go, it's Sun Country Air. And I just told them, I go flat out, I don't fly wine coolers. I go, I'm not flying a wine cooler.
What's it called?
I go, Sun Country Airlines. I go, I'm sorry. I don't fly Bartles and James. I'm not flying Sun Country. I go, I don't know what I'm flying. I'm not flying Sun Country. Even if I have to pay extra, I'm not flying Sun Country. Just not happening.
Sounds to me like a conference that gets one bid to the tournament.
It might be.
The Sun Country Conference.
It might actually
be. The SCC, dude, yeah.
Ain't happening.
Yeah.
So
they play down in Missouri and Kansas. And
yeah, I'm not doing it. But that's the best. You get these flights now that I've noticed, and you're like, oh, that's a cheap one. Let's check that out. And then you end up paying, by the time you get done paying for your baggage, it's the same as the other flight you could have paid for. It's like, that's where they get you. They sneak that one in on you. Oh, cheap fare. $35 for your first bag. $50 for your first bag. It's like, what? What are we talking about here? Just here's what I want. I want airlines to tell me what the price is. Just assume I'm going to take a bag and a carry-on. That's it. Bag and a carry-on. And after that, if everything's extra, it's extra. But don't start adding stuff in on me. Like, because that's what they do. Right?
Well, they've changed that law as of, I think it was July 1st this year with tickets. Have you seen that? With not airplane tickets, but with concert tickets, things like that you'd buy on StubHub, Ticketmaster, places like that. It's now law in California. They must give you the price, including all the fees, before taxes. So now what you see is basically what you're paying before tax. So you don't get a bunch of...
That makes sense.
It's not a $50 ticket with $70 of fees, or $50 added on. It's now like a $70 ticket, and then you pay your tax on it.
You know who's classic for that? Vegas.
Oh, Kings.
Resort fees.
Resort.
It's like, oh, the room's only $1.99. That's not terrible. $50 a day resort fees. Like, that now we're $249. Hey, I don't want to go to the resort. You don't have any choice. You're paying resort fees. Like, okay, let's go. I don't want to go to the pool. I don't want to go to the resort. I just want to go to the casino and hang out. Nope, sorry. You're paying resort fees. Well, then if I have to pay resort fees, why don't you just include that in the price then? Why don't you say the price is $239 a night?
Well, sir, if we do that, then I have to have you step to the side here where I can kick you in your groin. It's one or the other, sir.
Well, if it's $239, then you go right through it. You don't even stop at us. But if it's $199, then you're like,
what the logic is. Yeah, I don't even know what the logic of the point is of doing all this. I'll tell you what, it's working.
Well, you know why here's my, I'm not a marketing major, but my guess is.
Why don't you give me half the money you were going to bet? Then we'll go out back, I'll kick you in the nuts, and we'll call it a day.
Beautiful.
That's basically what it is.
That's it.
Basically what it is. But it's the same as
Welcome to Caesars.
It's the same as why I stop on certain flights. I'm like, oh, that price is nice. But then you have to go through the process of finding out, okay, what is the real cost? They're like, some people might not want to go through the process of what's the real cost. We'll catch them by surprise, and they've already paid for the ticket, and then they find out they got the $35 for the bag. They're like, oh, crap, I got to pay for the bag? It's too late to change my flight. That's what they want to do. Hey, because they realize that they give you the whole price, you're going to be like, well, I don't want to pay that. That's too expensive. And that's what the resort fees are. Everybody does it. It's all the rage now. Everybody's doing it. Oh, man, I can get a ticket for $99. That's great. That's actually about $159, but,
You know who we got to talk to you about this? Kerry is coming up next. He's the guy who's, defeated air travel. Remember? I mean, he's the Air Malta guy.
Air Malta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kerry flew Air Malta or something?
I've never heard of Air Malta.
I don't think it exists. I think I made it up. I think when we riffed about him going to Malta, and he was going to fly on something else, and there was remember there was a strike, and he had to reroute his entire trip.
Yes, I do remember
Malta.
that.
But Kerry's he's good on his travel. We'll ask him about some of this stuff, taxes and fees. Kerry will know.
Kerry will know.
By the way, earlier, an hour ago, I said, Kerry doesn't know anything about anything. He knew Shaggy, and he knows about taxes and fees. Dude, a lot of people checking it now on the brutal fees. 650 says you can get taxed on the resort fees.
I know it's absolutely brutal, man. I did. I asked the first time I was there because that was the first time I heard of resort fees. I go, well, I don't want to go to the resort. They're like, sorry, you got to pay them anyway. I'm like, why don't you just include it then?
Yeah. No, sorry,
why don't you just tell me that, and I'll be like, okay, cool, I get it, but don't sneak up on me. All right, don't sneak up on me with the price hikes. Oh, he snuck up on you with a resort fee.
I'll kick you in the nuts, and we'll call it a day.
I mean, come on. Ridiculous.
That's so funny. Somebody checks in 209 on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line. Says, Tom, I watched Bone Tomahawk last night on your recommendation. All caps, amazing. I passed it up on Netflix for years. I followed up with one question. What'd you think of the cave scene?
Yeah.
That was brutal. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Oh, brutal.
Excellent, brutal.
Yeah, brutal. It was beyond brutal. I'll put it that. It was beyond brutal. That's what it was. But yeah, I love the movie. I thought it was good. But it's not an easy scene to watch. I'll tell you that right now. Don't watch it with kids, please. I mean, you shouldn't anyway, but don't watch that scene with kids.
Somebody on the text line says, Kerry is the airline guy. Tim is the mustard guy. When we come on back, Kerry Crowley will get you ready for Sports Phone KNBR 6 to 9 tonight. And he'll try to iron out some of this nonsense with fees for us. That's next.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Exciting stuff on the Sports Leader. Ned Colletti joined Murph and Marcus with thoughts on whether the Giants should be buyers or sellers ahead of the MLB trade deadline. Find that and all our podcasts on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. You can transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Call Greg O'Donnell. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group. Great guy. Know him here at KNBR. He's always around the office. We'll give you a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300. Or you can visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.